Yo, I'm late. I couldn't sleep last night, but I went at least 6 hours because I knew today was going to be long. So we've missed game one of Leviathan versus Sneaky Golem. Sneaky Golem took game one, and we will go back and watch that. But we're in draft in game two already. Boom, boom. I'm getting ready. So far, really interesting. Lash sneaks into the top three. Sneaky Golems won the game and are doing that. Super interesting. Everything all makes a lot of sense. Leviathan powering Abrams higher than a lot of stuff. Like they didn't go Yamato, they didn't go Mirage. Pretty interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Does Deadly save his lives on this channel? Does. Awesome. Okay, so there's a clean VOD. Okay, that's ready to go when we want to grab it. Okay, Paige Krill. Paige being their first pick, and then Krill Viper after. The Sneaky Golems go Kelvin Pocket. Okay. We're seeing more Viper. Leviathan really believes in Viper. They played against Abrahams too. I like woke up, made food, and I'm here, so I'm eating. Sorry. I fell asleep at like 5 o'clock and woke up at like 11:50 and couldn't get out of bed because I was so tired. The professor! Yeah. Yeah. And they have other setup, is the other thing. Because you have the Lash, I like the Dynamo. You can rush Unstop. But I think he will be going Stomp. So I'm curious will he'll fit in the Unstop, because you really need it this game. Less, it's just compy donkey, and then you just know how to counter engage with it well, but... I think most people like Leviathan's draft more, minus maybe Viper. But I think Pocket's way better than people think. So I'm kind of into the Sneaky Golems. Here's the bracket. Okay, so all the games are playing at once. Lucky W caught a dub against melee creeps. Uh-oh. Wait, Chocolate Boo Boo's disbanded? Dude, Pars isn't playing. That's so sad. Wait, why? Wait, is that on the alt stream? I gotta see that if melee creeps is down. That might be the more important game to watch, Loki. Death Slam Events is restarting for frame rate, maybe? Abraham's 2-0'd over Quackru. Not unexpected. Love me some Quackru, but... Okay. I have Dev Slam events open if they play the Miller Creep series. If you're watching the event, leave the mainstream playing in the background. These people are letting you co-stream the event for free. Support them. True. Okay. Is it just ZP? ZP with the peek behind the curtain. I like it. I'll see if anyone's watching the Miller Crip series. If Crayon's watching it, I'm gonna watch Crayon. Do we not have match IDs? We might not have match IDs, that's probably why. Dude, I love everything bagels, but holy fuck, they get sesame seeds everywhere. Okay, we're good. Fuck, I don't have anyone in Melee Creeps added. So I can't find the match ID. That's so sad. Oh, Ida's live. Fuck, I'm a dumbass. So they're waiting in lobby. We'll leave Ida's stream playing in the background. We need to keep an eye on that. That is a huge, huge, huge upside if Melee Creeps go lose first round. Yep. True. True. Oh, sorry, YouTube.
Really,
That's what audio's on now.
Pains the ego to lose to players that are on
You were just missing a little bit of commentary.
Considerable disadvantage to you. So
Hoot isn't Russian.
If you're Sneaky Golem, they're going to be fired up, you know, hoping to take it home in a 2-0. I will say, I'm going to put fight
learned yesterday,
my NA
Hoot is
boys for this
Swedish.
one. I think that they're going to be able to close it out 2-0. We'll see if...
Or 2 days
if
ago?
it's
No,
true.
on night shift. On
I
Wednesday.
think that game 1 will have woken them up. I prefer
It's
their
winter
draft a
here.
little
I don't
bit
go
in game
outside. The
2.
days are blending
I think
together.
Kelvin Shiv is going to be hugely problematic, and I think that they all got heroes that they're pretty comfortable with, and hopefully the Lash...
Yeah, I like seeing Golem's Draft, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
If anything, I have a gut feeling.
Shiv Calvin's not the most
Ezio
broken
should
combo in the game
win
anymore,
this
but it's still
game.
really, really
There's
fucking
just
good.
Something brewing inside of me. I think AVG is gonna come in mad and angry, and if
Everyone's flaming on
I
A.
know one thing about AVG, he doesn't like to lose too many games. So that first game might have been a little too close for comfort, and I think we'll see a much cleaner performance out of Sneaky Golem here.
Yep.
And like you
It'll be
said,
fine.
I think that Kelvin's going to be really, really impactful. It was
Yeah,
banned game
I
one.
agree.
And they're taking
Kelvin's gonna have a lot of impact
this
this game.
This game, so I think it's going to have a huge impact on how this game progresses.
Yes, sir.
The
And
Hoot's
I
in
believe
Denmark
the
right now.
players are all
Interesting. Okay.
ready in the lobby, so we'll be heading into the game.
This
shortly.
guy could
If
be
there are
spreading
any
misinformation on the
broadcast
internet,
issues,
but
please let us know in the chat. That's how we found the 30 FPS issue so early. So if there's anything, you know, hopefully we figure out all the kinks and problems that are
W
gonna
chat.
happen, in day 1, so that at least, you know, as the game progresses, we can make sure that we have a smooth
keep that
broadcast.
open as well.
Now, keep in mind, everybody doing this broadcast, the casters, the desk, the observer, production, everyone is a volunteer. So, you know, like, we don't have a big
We love
budget
volunteers.
yet, so we can't really afford
Thank you,
to
volunteers.
pay staff, so it's
We
really just a
appreciate you.
community effort. So obviously, be nice. in
Thank
your
you.
criticism, but
We love
accept
it.
all
We appreciate your
criticism.
time.
Just make sure that you're nice about it. And for this game, we've got a new caster. We've got Seymour as well as Rook. So please take it away, fellas.
there we go. So they're not.
very
So
happy
Deathy's
to
doing
have
the analysis,
Seymour
not
joining me here.
casting.
Backing
Makes
me up,
sense.
As I said before, the cavalry's arriving, and I got a little bit more. But there's a lot of damage arriving onto the
Okay.
Abraham right now, going down to 150, but just about.
Forgot he wasn't on
making it
U-Boy.
out. Not a great start for Overgen, right, Seymour?
No, not at all. You were doing a great job in the solo cast. You know, you gotta say it was fantastic game 1 from both of these two teams. I think Leviathan really had a
Reslam
chance.
Vents
The
is
desk
still
set
not
it
live.
Properly is that Zerbzi on the Viscous, the play, the
Community
shutdown
round tournament,
Overkill
folks.
in the
Community
pit
round
really
tournament.
Turn the tides, and of course that league.
It's okay.
6-man ult on Lash. Really
Okay, we're going full
sending
screen.
things home
We're
for
locking
Sneaky
in.
Golem in game number 1. I think for game 2, this is a lot more interesting with the Shiv Kelvin.
Rocane is back today for the event. For Sneaky Golems.
Golem, obviously something we're all going to be keeping our eyes on.
Was curious if Hydration was going to be on the Kelvin, but they put Lord MN on the Kelvin, so Hydration's on the Dynamo.
It's going to be interesting to see how Leviathan are going to deal with this.
I think something that we maybe didn't notice or pick up on in at least.
So in game it says League is actually
we
on
do
the Lash.
have now the Mo and Krill rather than the Doorman, and I have to say Oberkin was doing a really great job of keeping that lane for free. Well, Osas at the time. And
Is this 30
I don't
FPS
know
again,
if
or is
they're gonna be able
this?
to have the same kind of impact and same kind of comfortable laning phase that we saw for this raid this time round? As Osas is taking a lot of damage this time, especially comparatively, and already you see that Dynamo going behind and just laying down the law. There's so much.
This is what I like to see from from Hydration on the Dynamo.
I think it's just spectator.
Just
I don't
the
think it's a
early
FPS
knockups,
problem.
The pressure that you're going to get
Yeah, 'cause it
alongside,
catches back up.
League on this Lash.
This is me.
It's something that you need
'Cause I have
to
so many
put some
streams
pressure
open.
in lane against this Wraith to keep OCs behind.
No, that's fine,
and they're
that's
already
fine.
doing a fantastic job.
I'll turn on
of that. I
Ido's
think for
quality on the stream
Leviathan,
just in
one
case.
thing in game 1 that really piqued my interest is the rotations, the way that they were able to stack lanes and pick up and catch players in
Okay,
the jungle. You still
outside
have
of there,
some
was
great
getting chunked.
consistent
Lane's going pretty
catch
even right
with,
now.
Overseas on the Abrams and Obakim on the Mo and Krill.
This
So
Wraith character
I'd
needs
like
to be
see them
gutted.
keep that up. I think that it's still very possible. to
Out
force
trading a
game
Lash
number
early
two.
game. What's going on?
No, it absolutely is. But this laning phase is going to be the chance for Sneaky Golem to find their chance to kind of, well, set the game in their pace. And I think Leviathan are very much looking to weather this early storm. They've got a lot
Okay,
of their
it's just
health back
Spectator.
on those
Spectator's
players
just bugged.
who lost a lot, and now they can start to settle in a little bit more. They need to make sure that they don't make any slip-ups that could
So Lash
easily
just full-on
set
box
Sneaky Golem ahead, and
running.
from there.
Just letting Dynamo clear wave.
The issue is that when you're going in,
You're
for
starting to
targets,
funnel a
especially
Dynamo,
with
but
hydration, bringing out
in a
the
game like this, I kind of
Dynamo
get it. You want to get your
too,
stomp as fast as possible.
You have so much
you can get to your
deal with and
unstop.
so much to be afraid of for these fights, especially with now giving up the Yamato for Fremog. Yamato is something that was banned out by Sneaky Golems back in game number 1. You give it up this time, and that shadow transformation is
Golems
definitely going to be something you have to
Still
play
edging
around
ahead a
with,
little bit.
if you're Sneaky Golems going into this team fight.
I'm turning the commentators just a wee bit.
When you deal with that shadow transformation, then you have flammable on this page. Still have to worry about that rallying charge. So much that's going to shut down these big time ultimates. From
So I think Rokane's on the Mirage, actually, not League. It looks like.
Yeah, no, it certainly will. And again, those extended fights for Leviathan are just so good. I think that you've got to be very careful with
anyone let him know?
being the one who can kind of really tank things up. As I think we saw in the last game, he was going down a lot, right? He was taking so much damage. And obviously, we know that Shiv can be a real menace, right? And difficult to take down. But when he's the only one taking that damage and when who's a little bit doing so, it can get a little scary.
Well, a couple back and forths early in this game. We're coming up on the first wave of bridge buffs in 30 seconds, so not too much of an issue. But again, I'm loving
Oh, they fixed
this
it. Nice.
duo lane
Good fix.
between League and Hydration. So much damage onto OCs. Already backed up onto the Wraith. Has to be careful not to die in lane, because if so, that's basically
Big
a
ol'
free
stomp.
bridge buff going up to either one of these two.
I thought he was hitting the Wraith. I was like, oh!
I think it already is, right?
The
With
Wraith
so much
is,
damage
big
going
chilling.
on, is deciding to stay here, which is very scary, but also definitely can't continue.
Most people just stay when they're low HP now and just, like, especially if you have like someone like a curl in your lane, you just get them to kill the healing creep for you. Yamato kind of overcooking. Pocket gets the inflect off. That's a dead Yamato.
Goes on to the pocket. That's so aggressive from Fremog. I love it, but he will go down.
Yeah.
Finally going down. This is
He's trying to trade back. Doesn't have the damage though. This could be troll by Flammable. Gets out.
Already finding some kills in lane. Already showing to be an issue against this Yamato. That's going to be pressure towards the Guardians, and it looks like
lives.
he had Lord NM pick up the bridge buff.
Alright, Mook ends up being first blood. Rokane way overcooking. Just overstaying a lot. The lane is shoved though, so it's really not the end of the world. You can see he'll get back before this wave even crashes. It's really not that big of a deal. He has his ult, so it's worth to kind of like go for a kill there, just because you can use your tempo with your ult
kind of said,
It's early enough in the game where you're not going to be ulting to any fights, right? So you can just ult back to lane. You can ult to towers now.
Oz has just got to sit there, farm, do exactly what a Wraith wants to do.
A couple of these heroes too is starting to hit their
Dome is now up. They're going to be hard looking on this Viper.
6-minute mark. And for a couple
Really smart decay rush from the Shiv.
start to look to get aggressive off of that, I'm sure. I mean, especially that
Anytime the Abrams goes in, you can just win the trade now.
see how these two tussle through that mid lane, but it's been a lot more close.
Patriot standard.
Some may have thought with the EU versus NA, and I'm not gonna say that it's
Quicksilver
all
reload on the Lash.
okay, but you know it's looking like that so far in game number 1.
Not that crazy, but you don't see it all the time now.
Game 2 and force game 3. Prove the haters wrong.
Yeah, they do. So when they've got these ultimates, it is going to make.
I think they overcooked with the Dome.
Fighting away on that Kelvin, a lot of damage, but I don't
They didn't end up getting empty dreams.
HP to their name. They continue to dive, but I think the slow is just enough to keep them away. But continuing to
Really good dive. Really good dive.
Carry on the Guardian is more than enough to buy them the space and the time.
This is great. I mean, you're causing issues for the opponents. I'd say stacked lane between the Shiv Kelvin, showing that the duo not having as much success as they would have in the past, but AVG still not falling too far behind.
Lanes staying kind of even. Some each one are like trading wins.
On the Kelvin, you don't need the most souls in lane.
I feel like you're still waiting to start their game. I think they're waiting for the Deathslam events fight, I guess. Still not live. Fuck. They must be having like a PC issue or something.
You're taking a little bit of a bigger hit here on this raid.
Yeah, no, it's down a little bit here. He's obviously very worried, especially when that Lash gets
Roke.
ahead.
Oh yeah.
Glad to see Roke back. I was wondering why he was missing for night shift.
And this Guardian going
Oh.
down so early is going to open up so much of the map.
Actually, really big. A Lash lane gets a Guardian 8 minutes in. A Lash Dynamo lane.
It is going to be
Where he was doing box runs. That's kind of crazy.
To start assisting in different lanes. That's one thing that we saw in game number 1 for, I'd say, Leviathan, when you had empty dreams. Have that early rotation.
So League ends up actually getting the lead here too. The sole lead out of the lane. 7.5. So maybe Hydration was holding the lane. I wasn't watching it too closely.
Wondering also how is Leviathan.
I think he was clearing the way sometimes because like League was doing like deep box runs like into here. So like he was in subway and shit. Really special back from Dynamo. I should think about doing this more. I think this is good. Especially in a lane like this, right? You're playing into the Wraith.
It's a little bit scary. But what I think is important is if
Kelvin does it as well.
Again, they do have a very good late game team.
League's looking to get steady in the jungle, so
Back to barrier buy from the Shiv.
being shown from Sneaky Golems on the right side of the map.
I believe the Rage bug is still in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Why that's worth is because Obikim had the bag there. He had a huge bag he just dropped. He dropped like I think it was around like a 500 bag, and this early in the game, that's a huge difference, right? Like they're up 7k now, and then they get the rest of the centers.
So you're not going to get anything out of it except for the kill onto Obikim. But we look over to the left side, and you're in a little bit of trouble. The dome's going to be popped, and you've actually trapped both overseas in with AVG. Can you finish off the Abrams? Not just yet, battling under the Guardian.
Feeling overrushed too. I think this is good in the Shiv lane. The Shiv character is not balanced, by the way.
Going to turn things around onto Obikim, and AVG still somehow walking away with that.
R&M gets a duel off. Page is completely out of the fight. Just goes deep side street to not get caught. Seeing Golems is cooking today. They're looking way better than they've been looking.
That would have been exactly the opportunity that Leviathan needed to turn that one on its head, but it's just no dice. Sneaky Golems understanding how they're
We're gonna. Is this a gun Yamato? Or nah? It's probably just Mystic Shot and Cultist to get the spike.
It's just the idea
It's probably
there
still
for AVG,
Spirit.
Even though you get hit by the knockdown, you break the line of sight against the numbers.
It would just be so surprising because they have a Wraith and a Viper.
It's just really good micro plays coming out from the
Believe the Viper's dead.
That's gonna go right back in towards the
Oh, great Quantum though.
Looking for some kills. Not gonna find them.
Still can't believe that's in the game, but that you can Quantum through that wall.
See if they can rotate it fast.
First time it happened to me, I thought it was a bug.
I mean, I've been really impressed with Hydration over on this Dynamo. Constantly.
Yeah, Hydration's Dynamo's looking clean as fuck, by the way.
And, I mean,
I've never seen him play Dynamo.
On Flammable's ultimate coming coming through there. Obviously, Paige can provide a great amount for their team, but it didn't actually lead to a pick because Hydration instantly made himself and EVG untargetable, and then it was just easy for them to get out from there. Good damage going down, but I don't think that's going to be a kill onto Rokane unless there's a little bit more. And well, that
Nah, Mo's here, bro.
certainly
That
is
guy's dead.
with the backup from the Mo and Krill. And now they're going to put all of that pressure back onto the Guardian, and if they can get mid here, well,
Lush dies really deep.
in a way that I think they desperately needed.
I think he was trying to just trade on
that's a smart
Osis.
trade from Leviathan. Instead of chasing down that urn, they give it up. They just continue to keep OCs in the solo lane farming on this Wraith, and instead of chasing down Lord NM, who is already way ahead of the rotation.
Well, structure-wise, it's still balanced. But you're just seeing like Sneaky Golems is just kind of like way more efficient early game, having this 10k lead. Got a bit of a chunk here on the Walker too, just from pushing in waves, which is pretty good. And then I think they're just gonna group on this mid and get it.
Is when we talk about the fact that Leviathan and 9k souls down, there's not a big difference in terms of the carries, which is not normally.
I think Mo just barely got away in the TP there.
Because they won those lanes because they got AVG and Hydration ahead so much. A lot of that advantage is sitting there, right, on these playmakers. And normally, you know, you're a little bit worried that maybe Rokane doesn't get enough souls, can't quite get to that power spike. But with AVG and Hydration playing to the pace,
Working at 13k is big challenge.
setting up the advantages that they need to, this is exactly what you want.
And here is just AVG on the hunt alongside Zerbzy, seeing if that Ice Beam can actually catch Empty Dreams, but Viper's able to slither away and to the rescue. Overseas Fremont just making
Altus Battle Vest for the Abrams. Holy fuck, bro. This healing tempo build is just so weird. It's really good. It's just weird to see Abrams build these items.
Look at this from League. He's going to be spotted by Obakim. Has to be careful not to get caught by the combo. Fortunately enough, there's a lot of members here, and you got to be wondering that Obakim doesn't want to be caught here. This is really aggressive from Sneaky Golem on the right side of the map.
Yeah, it really is. They're constantly.
Obakim has combo here though.
That is the aim of the game.
I think they just want to play up with the Dynamo ult is the bigger thing. Let's see how Hydration's build low key. I want to see how far he is into his stomp build. He's at 12k.
Blow people up, but very importantly, they can layer all that. Just absolutely.
Trying to bait him. They have Dome here though. This is kind of scary. They're trying to burst the Kelvin before he gets his Dome off, but he gets the Dome off. Dropping a big bag, 636. And then you get to put the decay on the Yamato. Viper's here though. I think Yamato gets out. Nope, Yamato dies. Yeah, Levine's getting a little farmed, not gonna lie. Sneaky Golems came to play.
You don't give up the Kelvin when there's ship in lane. I mean, the amount thrown onto Zerbzy just to keep that Dome inactive, just to still have that healing output.
I think that page all was just so she could live.
Outlive the rest of Leviathan. It's gonna be an issue.
He hit the wall with his fleck.
Rokane
Rokane does die though.
there. Nice usage of the ult from Empty
Does he?
Dreams,
Yeah, he
but
does. He does. He
they'll
does.
be able to finish off the Mirage. They do. So Empty Dreams will.
Yeah, they got something back.
He's still a little bit going to be taken back there, and you know, now looking at just the state of the game, just in general. I mean,
So down 15k, 14 minutes, not ideal, obviously. Silver linings though is your Wraith is pretty farmed and your Yamato, so your scalers are still in the game. It's just your other characters are kind of getting shit on. This is where I kind of wonder about the Viper pick, right? Like you're trying to fit Viper into these comps where you actually have like power farmers in them already, like the Wraith, like the Yamato, where I understand when you're building more hybrid spirit, you're like kind of you're more of like a mid game carry. Like you have a lot of burst damage, your lane's pretty good. But as the game goes on, I just wonder like how useful Viper is. You kind of just seem to, before you hit your gun spikes, it seems like you're just kind of like an alt bot. So until it gets like super late game, it seems not like the greatest pick. But Leviathan seemed to really like it, so it must be going well for them in scrims or something. Leviathan ended up getting both buffs.
For League, but still gonna be chasing down these members of Leviathan, forcing them away.
I think it's earn time. Yep.
And that's gonna take
I think they were just waiting a sec so they could get neutral earned.
which it looked like Sneaky Golem
I think it's just not though.
with the lead that you have.
Like really close to not being.
Wait until that lead does lessen a little bit, see if you can force a neutral earn rather than a comeback earn. And look at how deep AVG and Zerbzy are. I mean, Flammable is just surrounded by these two. They're just relentless.
Ooh, knockdown.
Yeah, I mean, the combo's going to come through, but I don't know if you managed to catch Zerbsy here. I mean,
Damn.
AVG is everywhere right now. Not even the one with the teleport like Brocane, but constantly in the right place at the right time, getting those executes through.
Just domes the page.
Unfortunately, you've read too many books. You need
The Sneak Golem's 2 in sync right now.
You're just not strong enough to deal with this kind of pressure.
Their comp is just so scrimmy too. Like, this comp is really good in this meta. That's another thing I think is underrated about Pocket, is like, if you can get ahead with the Pocket in lane, your mid game is very strong. Like, Affliction is a very strong mid game dueling ability, right? And then you pair that with the Shiv Kelvin, like, holy fuck, man. Like, they're just perma-fighting. Oh, he gets fucking parried. Oh, that is so sad for overseas. 4 for 1. Like, they're just owning the map, bro. 2 walkers down. They got the blue. I didn't even see them get the blue walker. And then they're at this earn contest too. Like, Sneak Golem's just everywhere on the map right now, bro. They're just winning every engagement. They get the disadvantage earn. Lose a bit of it though, but
in their favor. 120 souls to 92k. This lead just continues.
Yeah, they're just kind of rolling. Kind of want to tune in on the Sneaky Golems game because this is looking kind of GG. Yeah, we're gonna swap to the Sneaky Golems game because GG go next. Do not exit your streams. Leave them up. Oop, that's not good. Killed Blob. Sneaky Golem's only up 3k, 4k, but 7 minutes in, so that's actually pretty good. So I guess this is the Lash build now. I didn't realize you were going QSR to get your Spirit Spike. I didn't realize that.
I have ult by the way. Fuck them. He died, he died.
I really like Melee Creep's draft. Again, like, I'm assuming, I don't know who's on the hall there, actually. Is it Saya? No, Saya has to be on Kelvin, right?
I'm good, I'm good. Telling you. Nice. I'm coming blue, I'm coming blue.
Shmoo bent.
I think I'm just gonna farm.
I wonder who's on what.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking dead, I think. Pocket in our jungle. What the fuck is he doing there? That's
Just out of nowhere. Wait, let
No,
me see the kill feed. Fuck, I wanna know who's who. Like, I would assume John John's on the Geist, but he could be on the holiday.
Yeah, I got blue, I got blue. I got blue. Wait, defend.
Okay, there we go. Scout. Oh yeah, so Scout's on the holiday.
I'm strong, look at our money.
Scout just loves playing Fix, so I don't blame him.
Where's going? Mirage?
Should be a double here.
It's a 1 for 1, 3 and a 3v2. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Should kill him.
Yeah.
Ooh, fucked up his movement. Been overcooked too. No flight, no flight. This is a dead bin. This is a dead bin. Okay, this is that type of like early game I was expecting in this matchup.
You take the vault, take the vault.
Nice.
I'm backing up. He's made up? He's low. Yeah, no, we're backing up, It's just Holiday dead.
Scout dies, that's fine. Gets in Claire ult just for, like you said, Holiday dying. That's really not that bad.
I'm just doing big damage.
Jess is free farming here. Jess might cut it into jungle here and steal camps too. We'll see. No, she just has a buy.
I'm good.
Big chilling.
Got one.
Gets bunnied though.
Fine.
Really good bunny. Fuck.
I'm here mid. Nice. He's one. I'll move in. I might be dead here.
I think he's chilling, okay.
I'm fucking dead.
Really good snipe. That was a clean snipe. They don't trade the
Yeah, you
pocket
got
back either. All these guys are 1 HP.
Yeah.
John, DMB's on the right
Dude,
side.
just slice it for
Okay.
800.
Fish kicks on the Calico. Okay.
Let's go, let's go.
Everything else makes sense. DMB's there. M1 playing the Warden.
Yeah, just full run it, full rush it, rush it. We should rush it, rush it. Yeah, yeah. I'm on the way.
They see 2 on blue here too.
Leave.
The only thing is if
just
Scout
keep
gets
going,
caught here. No, he doesn't. Okay. I thought the Ven might just leave the kill and go for him, but
He has ult though.
it seems kind of free.
She's just
Like,
gonna-
look at the wave. They don't have a zip.
Yeah.
This is the bigger thing.
Cancel.
Yeah, Mirage has cancel TP. Really good. They get Mirage TP for free. Good call to rush it.
We need to stop Wraith. Like, we need to slow
They
her down.
prepped their waves really well for that. And then they saw 2 on blue. Ooh.
I'm doubles here. It's one guy. I want us to get tower. Like,
Worth seeing what I can afford. Let's dance, buddy.
oh, buddy.
I'm for you to camp there a little bit. Nice. Double snare. Pockets here with inflict. Whiffed though. Whiffed. Inflict
They're
whiffed.
diving, by the way. They use everything.
Yep. That was 5 points. I don't know why he's not.
Looking.
He's just locked in, I guess.
I went high.
Conviction, Warden.
Back up. Yeah, take the double.
Make this look
Double.
good.
Okay.
I see the detective.
They're just out macroing them right now. Scouts on the doubles. They get this left side centers. John's free farming.
For what?
I think they actually hard on scale too. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I'm taking ours, by the way.
They have a late game Warden, a late game Geist, and Dome. And they have fucking Holiday with the pick. So this Ven really needs to start snowballing here. Or low-key W's kind of in trouble. They're stacking 2 left side.
Can you fight or no?
I think John's fine though.
I'm a little far.
Let's take out Wraith.
Yeah, like John's literally 2v1. What is this guy's character, by the way? Oh, I didn't get to swap off. Oof. Yeah, lifted. He might be able to catch him though. I know movement. Movement go.
No, my bad. Yeah.
Next time.
I thought you could live with swap.
I'm about to ruin your day.
John's like, fucking Ido baiting me?
Okay, we defended tower.
Fucking baited by Ido again?
My bad.
That's funny.
I'm gonna push this out.
Oh, okay, that was close. We had Netty the whole time. Now he's gonna live. Getting that chuck off would have been really nice, though. Interesting to see Ido go in Channers.
Take the ball here. Walk up.
Does it for a spike? It's pretty good on Lash. Like I think a lot of these 16 value items that were like good are like kind of OP now. It's one thing I haven't like
He has no.
measured in yet. Like healing booster as well. Like
Yeah, he has no charge for. Like,
there's just these
literally
items that
seconds.
have so much more value because they get you to your 4.8k spike now. They're winning on both sides of the map right now.
For you, John.
I feel like
you
they should
can
Loki
finish it.
send it on this
I'll
Mirage,
catch
no?
mid. Yo, John, you're low. John, you're low now. Abrams was like hovering there area. Oh, shit.
I don't want to grab wave instead.
Yeah, look at all their safes on the right. All their safes.
Good patience. I would have tried to play both sides map there, but he knew the Abrams was missing. That was good. Safer decision. You're already gonna get the walker for free, right? Yippee!
Go. Yep. Yeah, 20 seconds. I'm playing right. Yeah, chill.
They got 3 on blue. Yeah, so it's just to chill out for a bit. Hit Hunter bot. It was giga strong right now.
What left?
I see Sinclair.
Oh, he gets movement buff. That is so clutch.
That is wait.
John fucking
Here,
baited.
guys, it won't be comeback. Yeah, just chill.
Yeah, they're just waiting on earn pickup here. Just letting it get back to 10k so they can pick it up for even earn.
Yeah,
Really
I
smart.
get it.
Boom, even earn instead of comeback. That's fucking massive for them.
We just want to be over here anyways.
Our yellow walker is under
Get the wave.
attack.
Get the wave, Scout. I'll kill him in. I'll kill him in. Yeah, they're just playing for tower. I'm here below. I'm here below.
Dude, this guy's everywhere on the map.
Okay, okay. Everyone's on me.
We're not losing to them. They destroyed them.
I didn't see the 100 damage there. I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play float. Like, see how many they show. Yeah. They might be all TPing. They might be all TPing. Yeah. Nice. I'm here. Vin dies. Vin dead.
Ooh, holy
Okay,
shit.
pocket IC. I mean, pocket no cooldowns.
Nice.
I'm here with you, Kelly.
Really good comeback game from melee creeps. This is clean. They're playing really well.
Okay. I'll show them.
Fucking free. So
they
fucking
like it.
free, bro.
I have ult, John. I have ult. You're good. Wait, can we kill him?
Nope.
Yeah, he has a NATO. He dies. Got you.
Oh,
Yes, lash
really
out, lash out.
clean. Counter lash out only hits John. Was it Calico? Might have been Calico.
I'm looking at Mirage. Oh, fuck.
Dead.
Watch out for Flake. Oh, no Flake. I'm looking at Vin dies.
Really good
I got
flank
him.
by Saya here. Just confirms the Vin kill.
Yeah.
That's why I would say Vin is
I think our mid-walker's dead.
high A tier, not S tier. You really do need to snowball to be useful, because some games Vin just looks so fucking useless, man. Some games it's just like, I wouldn't even say it's the Vin's fault this game, but it's like, if your team gets behind, it's like really hard to play.
Here, she's going this way. Got her.
Nice slam, really good slam.
Hold her.
This guy is just so good at lash.
She's low. Underneath. Yeah, she has nothing.
The gambler.
I'm going. Okay, I can.
That's why the way Latch has evolved
I'm going theater.
with like him having way more damage now, it just fits Ido even better now.
You make a decent sidekick. You're not even
Because going in, getting your burst, and going out is almost better than just waiting for your ult setup now.
I got something for all of ya.
Wonder if he goes boundless here.
We have counter spell.
Here's what he goes. First tank buster and stand mastery.
You guys
Makes
want-
sense. I was wondering if he was just getting like so many free picks. He's like, I should just go boundless.
Yep, I could. Pocket the buttons.
Just turn the fight, yeah. Fuck, it's dead. It's free.
Yeah.
They don't have dome, but Sinclair could
It's up.
come in here.
It's us and Claire Bunny.
They have lasso.
You dumped it?
I think it's kind of troll by the Sinclair to dome.
Fade.
I think you should just play with the bunnies.
Coming.
Yeah, it's so GG. They're zoning.
You brought this on yourself.
Blue Walker falls here. You're going for the flank.
Okay, no. I mean, we have rejuve. I'm playing it. Yeah, like, they can't do shit.
Yeah, they literally can't do anything. This is a good call by Ido. They cannot play game. Somehow the slime misses.
Yeah, look at it. Everyone path towards left side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going.
Shot caller Ido is back. I haven't listened to Melee Keeps Comms in a long time. He might have been shot calling more recently.
Shit yellow. Shit yellow.
I'm sure Sada's still directing traffic, but good to hear Ido making more calls.
We have yellow push ups.
I like the circle on the map for the right side. They can for sure contest that right side. That is their jungle.
I'll take it. Maybe we could burn. Yep.
Full cooldown. Nah, remover. Low key better. I like the remover buy.
I'm
The only way you get fucked in these fights is getting tethered or bunnied.
Okay, fine.
And then
You
obviously
still want-
Mirage
you still want-
Scarabs and
push.
Lift and all this other shit. It's just so good, this game. It's a good tech.
Yeah.
I do too smart.
Do we want to turn in and siege after or what?
Because Mirage should just be dead, no?
Yeah. Mirage dies. Mirage dies. NATO or no?
Waited on the NATO really good.
Got two. In lane.
Got the Vin too. GG. That should be game.
One speed in. I have regen, don't worry. Oh, nice. Good dome.
Oh, really good down by Saya.
Abrams in dome. Kill this guy after.
I think they just end off this. They don't have ults. Maybe they just drop.
Yeah.
He's looking for picks here. Oh, damn. Yeah, they just leave. It's fine.
They have last shield, by the way.
Double cracked base. They're kind of hanging around though. GMB gets his ult off. Really bad Sinclair ult. Yeah, they just end, bro. They just can't do anything. They're 50k. 3 rejuves. G fucking G. Nice. Good bounce back game from melee groups. Giga Stomp. Up 50k. They're back. They're so fucking back, dude.
Game was they won the lanes really hard, and then they played on the enemy side of the map for pretty much the entirety of the game. They took the
Golems
walkers.
win as well. Is Test Flame events back up? It is not. Fuck, I think they're just kind of GGing the stream. That sucks. Because they were live, weren't they? No, they weren't. Let me check the Discord. Everybody's like freaking out. My teammate. He's like, "Oh, guys, I'm not gonna be." It's like, you already told me, bro. It's okay. I found stuff for you. Let me see. Let's see. So maybe Deathlock events wasn't supposed to stream. It says just Deathy's Twitch and YouTube. So maybe there's just one broadcast. Maybe they didn't want to split the views, right? Okay, I want to see if ZP has picked up on bouncing around tech yet. See if Crayon knows. Oh, Crayon's got the bracket up here, though. Sneaky Golems 1. Abraham's 2-0'd. One who clocked 2-0'd. Melee Creeper's going to be the only team not to 2-0. Bro. Bro. Come on, guys. Come on. So, Quack Crew and... No, go back, Crayon. Go back, please. Fuck. Quack Crew is playing something. Here, I can just get this, actually. I can get this up. Quack Crew and Cheesy Bread will be playing each other. Dude, it sucks fucking Chocolate Blue Blues dropped out. Why? Like, why? I wanted to see Pars, bro. That sucks. That's okay, though. Sure happens. Okay, while we're in between games, I might just go ahead and start watching this game 1. So this was draft. So first pick Shiv. Makes sense. Into Abrams Wraith 1-2. Matched by Mirage Epoch, and then
Ready to
a
kind of bring the
page.
haze, but you would see that
The bans are Geist, Kelvin. You're banning the Kelvin here second phase because they picked the Shiv. And this side, they are missing mainly just a frontliner, so you're going to ban the Billy. The Yamato first ban is probably just Leviathan has a good Yamato player.
come out.
Yamato is also
much later.
like, it's like right on the edge of like ban worthy. So if they have a good
I think
Yamato
we'll
player,
see
you
the
can ban
Gorgon
it.
come here. I was thinking that might have been
Doorman comes
game
out
because
first.
The trial on this hero has been so high lately in the higher levels of play, but it does kind of play into.
Yeah, and in NA for sure.
Viscous.
And then the
Viscous Lash.
Lash, 5th pick, which has been gaining some popularity. The hero, I think, is quite strong right now. Golem
Share around
Yep.
That's just really good
the
right
heroes
now.
on some damage than buying a little bit more. Obviously, if you
silencers about how
Paradox.
really insane.
They picked Viper both
for games, I
games.
believe,
Wow.
in
Okay,
the,
they really believe in the Viper. I don't know. It seems a little more niche to me. I think there are spots that could be really good, but I'm just kind of surprised how high their barrel is on it. It's kind of crazy. Okay, just double checking, make sure there's no games going on.
last two heroes just have like see how it plays out now with the speed utility. Shiv has, I mean, they've got page
Calco comes in.
Player preference as well as just large burst potential on the Cal.
So I don't really like Leviathan's draft. It's kind of like they're almost playing double pick. Doorman you can think of as like a flex kind of like utility / pick hero with a Paradox. I just think when you're gonna go Paradox Viper like this, you're leaving up a lot of power picks, right? Like Lash is a very strong character right now. Calco's a very strong character right now, right? So when you pick these heroes, even if you like them because they fit your players best, which sometimes is a really good way to draft, just drafting to your team's strengths, right? Like if your team can't play Calico, don't play Calico. If your team can't play Lash, don't play Lash, right? But you're going double pick into a Viscous, and then you're giving up the Lash Calico later in the draft. So kind of rough. Not gonna lie. And especially when you're going to Page, like when I see a Page, I'm thinking double frontline, even like triple frontline, right? Like, or like pairing things like Lash, you know, things that want to engage really hard and then like kind of get a couple shots off before they jump out. Like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think when they saw that Page, I think this Billy Band was really smart by Sneaky Golems because they're kind of denying like the best possible double frontline from them. So now they kind of have to flex into other things. So I think Sneaky Golems kind of just came in with really good draft pep into Leviathan. I think they were like, we're A-okay giving up this Viper because they're probably playing the Viper in scrims a lot if they're playing it in official match, right? So
a little like first potential people Leviathan at that point. But I think in
hop
the
straight
mid-game,
into
Leviathan
We're already seeing a lot of the denies here, which
again, just want to make sure nothing live
very
is
often in
happening.
scrims, people are trying stuff, trying strategies. You know, I don't want to say throwing, right?
Oh, Mueller Creep's already won. That was game 3 that we just watched. Okay.
There's, you know, one of the biggest prize pools in a while, especially for the European teams.
Streaming on Stack TV.
Okay, well, I guess that was game 3 we watched. Okay, so they just completely stopped game 3. Good shit.
you know, that ping difference might be coming into effect here for sure.
Yeah, you know, normally the Secura.
Yeah, this is the other thing. You're playing Viper on like 130 ping.
Not so realistic. It'll be interesting to see how much they fall behind in terms of souls over the course of the laning phase, because as you say, that could be.
I even think about stuff like Doorman, like hitting Doorman cart on 130 ping. Like, I
just
don't
how
know,
important it is for sneaky golems to get ahead in the early game,
especially in the lane.
For sure, and we're seeing how these lane matchups are going to come in through, going from left to right. You know, we're going to have the Lash Calico for Sneaky Golems facing
Yeah, this
off,
just laning is just not what it used to be, bro.
Against that
crazy.
and that Abrams.
I feel
So
it too,
that's
bro.
gonna be
You
a
just feel
tough
so
lane to beat
squishy,
anything
man.
out on
Just get deleted.
For the side,
You almost
of
always have to go
Sneaky
healing
Golem.
right now.
Just trying to break through all that through the shielding, through the tankiness. It's going to be so difficult to do. Which that's exactly what Leviathans are going to try to do. Not let the lane get lost.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I really love the Doorman and the Wraith as well going together, just making sure, I think it was kind of, again, mentioned on the desk, that Doorman really can secure a lane for whoever they're with, and making sure that Osus gets this money, gets this this cash in hand, is obviously a really important part of it, because those souls are going to power them forward and get them to that point.
I don't know
where
if I would say
you know,
Doorman
one
just
for your head
auto wins
is really gonna
lanes,
come to
but
fruition.
there are some lanes Doorman is very potent in.
Yeah.
Into like a Mirage though, like
here.
I think Doorman kind of gets neutralized quite a bit in my opinion.
Also on the right lane, we got the Viper Paradox versus that Shiv Viscous, and once again, like, just setting up these lanes where you're trying to make sure you get as much power as possible. The Viscous Shiv gonna have a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely can.
Star
I mean,
comes out.
It's
Okay.
a big thing, right? Obviously, after some of the nerfs to it, Viscous is a little bit less scary in lane. Obviously, doesn't have that same kind of burst, but still can provide, as you said, a lot of that kind of ability to regen, ability to put pressure on, and certainly can lead to some picks when you got a strong character like Shiv just sitting behind. Good trade. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of kind of secures come on through, but a lot of damage coming onto Nord M right now. Does have to be careful here. 170 HP getting tagged up, but doesn't go down just yet. And not too much of a chase. Will actually manage to dodge the knock up and gets the kill onto Osus. That's all important here for Sneaky Golem, as obviously shutting down
and the kill goes to Rogaine.
Souls away and obviously getting a little bit going.
Raj rolling.
Can snowball quite effectively is important too.
Sorry, I'm just gonna constantly be doing this. Yeah, so we're already Buddy with Clock Game Rounds. We're watching this. Like this is just
stuff not going black screen when I alt tab away from it.
BWC Abraham's draft is starting.
Could we do both?
Is
it on Deafy stream or?
Yeah.
Stream. Okay.
I've never seen Zippy wear these glasses, or is it just always from the side so you don't see? He probably has a really bad prescription. My dad's glasses look like this.
Warden a decent amount. Now Warden's a very kind of tanky frontliner that also dishes out a lot of damage. So I would not be surprised to see the Warden. Shiv also not a surprising pick here, considering Arctic is a very proficient.
Billy ban, Yamato ban. So
Abrams. So
if I had to guess, Yamato is probably smashing in scrims. So its ban power is probably hopped up for the tournament. If I had to guess,
very brawly. Like
I think the EU teams probably value Yamato a little bit more. If I had to guess,
Shiv start for them.
US Pocket, very standard draft so far. Shiv Abrams, just take we're in a bruiser meta. Guys gets first pick, take the 2 next best bruisers. Billy's off the board. Guys Pocket Page, very common. Giving up the Mirage is the one thing you're kind of worried about here.
Especially in terms of banning, we might see your picks top 3, but that's a very.
I think Bunny with Clock is just going to slam the Mirage.
Targeted from Bunny with Clock.
Yep. I believe it's almost certainly a target ban, and you might see some cat ears pop up on the camera here and there because my cat just joined me. But anyhow, I'm almost certain that that's probably a targeted ban for Abrahams because they really like the Yamato. And these teams have
so dub, they go Vin instead, okay? So Wraith and Mirage are still on the board, so Abrahams has their pick of what they want to do.
Creeps haven't scrimmed any European teams because they haven't really been able to do that.
I think Buddy with Clock gets first pick second round. I'm pretty sure.
Today or tomorrow, depending on
so they could even ban they could ban Mirage or Wraith and pick the other one.
Third pick.
So they ban Victor.
Very good against all the
okay. Why are doing that is Page Victor's very strong.
Can't really interact with Vindicta.
Kelvin's still on the board, so they could 1-2 Kelvin Victor on your forehead, which is really good into the meta bruisers right now. I don't know if it's ban worthy, but with Clock always has interesting reads in the draft. I think they kind of look at what players are good at a little bit more than other teams, and then the Dorman ban makes sense. So Mirage and Wraith up for this next phase, which is really interesting.
Mystic vulnerability, etc. I will say Victor is a very good anti-brawler hero in a sense, where he can kind of stand up to Abrams and Shiv.
There's the Mirage. So they're gonna go. I'm assuming they're gonna go Wraith something.
And the Doorman ban, not too surprising.
They could leave the Wraith for last as well, because the Vin Mirage is already in here. They could squeeze Wraith into this comp if they really wanted to, though. It'd be a little hard with resources, but yeah, Kelvin comes in. So you're taking the Kelvin away from the Shiv. That was another option for Bunny with Clock. I don't think you pick the Kelvin here, though. You kind of need to get one of the M1s. But there's both on the board, so it was an option.
Interesting questions. Doorman being banned now, so they don't really have a quote-unquote support. Abraham's very beefy, very health forward. It's interesting. They're missing.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like if they go right here, the Vin could go the utility build, Guardian Ward,
if you look at what Bunny with
Hawkfire.
Brought, they've got Tornado Knockup, they've got Vindicta Stake, they've got Abrams.
Super curious of what Bunny with Clock's going to go here. I think they're going to think about those for a bit.
I wonder if Abrahams is even worried about that. They actually take Lash. We continue to see Lash dominance.
So Kelvin Lash 1-2. Okay.
Yeah, I think Lash is just a very solid kind of like later half of the draft pick when the enemy team has kind of like shown their hands and shown that they don't really have any strong.
What do you think about Lash? Really good into double frontline as well.
Toxic Bullets Lash has also been
because if you counter engage with your ult, most of the time you're gonna at least get the 2 frontliners and then maybe more.
This game against Abrams and Shiv. So we'll see if they opt for that.
A lot of people seem to like playing Lash into Vin as well. You saw it there in the Ido game. Like, if the Vin is not snowballed, you can just kind of farm the Vin. You can just slam her out of the air. Viscous, okay.
They have Listic as a sub, so that might also affect some things. So we'll see once we get into the lobby. But I do really like the Lash pick here, and it's a good answer to Vindicta. Make sure that she gets shut down. You can kind of stay on top of her during fights and, heavily reduce her impact. And it's hard for Vindicta really to do much about a Lash other than try to buy counters.
Not wrong.
Really far back, so the Lash can't get to you. And Bunny with Clock respond with Viscous Paradox. So they've got their save hero and their pick hero, and Paradox is a good answer to the lash.
I don't love
I
Bunny
think
with
that's a
Clock's
perfect
draft.
rounding out of
I'm
the
not gonna lie.
draft for Bunny with Clock.
Because
Also,
now this
you know,
Vin is
given
probably
the
having to
type
go
of
the
way
damage
they
build,
take
so do you
two
tell?
really
Which isn't the end of the world, but I just don't. I don't really see the theme of their draft. Like, they have a pick hero, they have like pick with snare. The Viscous you're kind of picking for like the engage, but they don't have like a ton of engage on Abrahams. Like, I think they just slammed the Wraith and Abrahams just kind of outdrafted them, if I'm being honest.
Farming hero to kind of round things out. Lady Geist does sort of fill that as well. She's very much.
I think you saw it with the Miller Cubes draft. Like, you can have a Geist on one side of the map and then your M1 on the other.
Kind of like their carries figured out.
Ivy's pretty good. Good shot by this guy. Ivy's a good pick. I just think Wraith's so much better than Ivy right now. I think you just hit the Ivy. They have pick as well, so having card is just super valuable this game.
Coming out here, to be honest.
That's kind of the idea with the Golem too. That's why this guy's saying Ivy though. You can like Golem out of snare. You can Golem after getting swapped. Golem after getting slammed.
Other than that, I mean, they could go Mo. They would be having a lot of beef, and it's a kind of a low damage pick hero.
Yeah.
I think Bebop would be a better option if that's what they're looking for here. It's also another.
Yeah, they can go pick or they can go M1. I think Wraith's the best in my opinion, but
and slowing hex. Now slowing hex has a lot of value
we'll
against
see.
with clock, especially.
They go Bebop. Okay, so they do go pick. So totally fine. Guys can be your main farm carry. You already have pockets, so you don't really need a ton more damage. But you are somewhat low damage if you go Bone Krill, so Bebop makes a little more sense. You have the all damage.
Quite a bit out of favor.
I think Abraham's got a slam draft. I think Wraith would have been Thanos draft, but I think Abraham's still kind of one draft here.
Flash kind of control the Vindicta situation. It's a little bit of a higher skill matchup there. The Bebop.
I'm just way low on Paradox. A lot of people. It's pretty good. I just think you're picking like nerfed heroes, like ending your draft with Viscous Paradox.
Really nice.
And then it doesn't really fit your theme. I don't know.
I wonder what you might prefer if you had to play. Obviously, there's a Lash on the side, so I know that you love that. But
well, you know, I do like Lash. I do like Lash.
Just to see Wraith go unpicked is just kind of crazy.
Clock draft looking really nice, actually.
Bunny with draft. We need the bunny with the clock picture, except instead of the clock, he's like showing a draft. And it's like showing like Shiv first pick or something. So
Lash first ban.
Yeah, I will say I do like Abraham's draft. I really like the Viscous late pick. Sorry, not the Viscous, the Bebop late pick. I was gonna say Viscous could be a problem for the Bebop with the cubes. Kind of depends on.
Yeah, that's the other thing about the Wraith. Like they already, the Viscous has been picked. Like Wraith is probably better.
So far this tournament, but
you can just farm the Viscous.
You know, Bebop running into Viscous is not great for you because anyone that you hook is just gonna get cubed, and so it kind of shuts down like a big portion of your kit. Like I said, lane is the hardest part for EU.
That's fine. It's interesting to see people checking back into pick
Abrahams get through
instead of death ball.
I think that they've got a pretty good.
I think it's just easier to execute, so people are like, there's less variance, right? You just hit the hook and then you play instead of having to like be set up, have your waves pushed, ready to death ball, ready to jump on stuff.
Threats on Bunny with clock,
which is interesting.
Specifically, I don't think Shiv and Abrams are gonna have a good time against this Abrahams comp.
Yep.
Like, I don't really see who you go on.
Like your top two picks are not good into what they picked.
You're gonna get domed as a brawler. You're gonna get isolated from your Vindicta.
Shiv Abrams are gonna struggle into the guys. They're gonna struggle into the page shields. They're gonna struggle into the dome.
Tanky once again. Kelvin and Paige. They've got the shields. You kind of have to try to get this Paige somehow, but she's got
like the amount of counter engage Abrahams has.
And
it's
I think a big part of this will be
way too good.
You know, can the Shiv get any momentum? Because if Shiv is like kind of like too big to fail, like we saw in the previous game, where AVG on Sneaking Golem had an incredible
I've hit the
performance,
early coffee here.
then I can definitely see a world where Bunny with Clock kind of pull ahead.
Other games have not started
and
yet.
Arctic is who I assume is playing Shiv. I'm not sure, but Arctic is very, very good on Shiv. I know that we were a little bit afraid of Arctic.
It'll probably be Arctic on Shiv, yeah.
Against him in the previous tournament, and so I would.
So is Arctic like a frontline player? I've seen him play so much shit. It's kind of weird because these top level guys can. A lot of them can just play everything.
It seems on paper to me that they have.
But usually you have like a class you're best at, right? Because I was never impressed with Arctic's Billy, but apparently his Shiv is really good, like Desi's saying. I've heard that from multiple people.
A couple of things in the early laning stage, maybe take a couple deaths here or there. Couple losses, but if you can stall out long enough,
I couldn't sleep last night, bro. I only got like
head to cover for your players.
I think I even got less than 6 hours of sleep, but I was like, I'm not missing this.
There is an angle for this Abraham's draft to really scale and get to a point where Bunny with Clock are going to be pretty unhappy playing into. Affliction is going to be doing a lot to kind of deter a huge amount of what Bunny with Clock have drafted in the Abrams Shiv, kind of leading the charge into these fights, and they only really have the Viscous kind of cleanse potentially with the later cube investments to kind of clear off. You don't have a natural Divine Barrier builder. Like Vindicta can sometimes do it, but we know very likely that's the Aiden hero who's going to be playing a more carry forward Vindicta from what I imagine. Maybe not. Maybe Divine Barrier is an obvious pick here, so maybe we'll see him grab that, but it is a bit of an issue to deal with the Affliction on this Bunny with Clock lineup.
Not wrong.
I hope Aiden's going to get a Divine Barrier. I think it makes a lot of sense here, especially against the pocket. I'm curious to see if we'll see kind of like a support Viscous as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like,
Cube,
is
Max Cube,
Aiden
like,
gonna
that
be
could an
building
option
utility
this game.
Ven? Like,
I'm guessing that
no, he's gonna
is
be going
at
damage
least
this
in
game.
part the idea. And Bunny with Clock don't really have like a super traditional kind of support player, so to speak. Like for example, we saw in Sneaky Golem.
I'm sure Aiden can play
very
utility
traditional
Ven,
support
but
player, like he's gonna play
in a game
support
like this, you
IDM,
probably just want the
Kelvin,
damage.
like all of these heroes. But on Bunny with Clock, a lot of the time it ends up being Gibbs, and Gibbs is quite a flexible
I
player.
like Abraham's draft way
Can
more, I
play,
cannot
like,
lie.
Damage dealing roles, even when he
Let's
plays
do that.
Viscous. So we'll kind of see exactly what type of Viscous he aims to play. I would probably go the support Viscous. I think Bunny with Clock is not really.
Then your Ven
lacking
can go full
damage.
damage.
Paradox, Vindicta, Abram Shiv, like all of these heroes can output a significant amount of damage. Especially Abrams outputs a surprising amount of damage with the builds that you can go.
It's kind of weird they're not
Surge
showing
of
multiple games at
Power,
once, but
you can get Bullet Resist Shredder. Like,
I get
there's
it.
so many options, and
I
now
get
with
it.
the new 4.8
You want to
Game
funnel
Justice
all your
buff,
views into the
does
one
a
stream.
significant amount of gun damage, not only spirit and melee.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting differences in builds. Some of the we saw in quals, I think it was Boundless Spirit, Healing Tempo, like insane amount of damage coming out from this kind of hybrid, almost Gubami-esque Abrams that's killing you with both Siphon Life and Point Blank at the same time. It's just impossible to kind of cut through his healing, and he's also killing you at the same time. So I wonder if we're going to see that, or more traditional like green and gun from Bunny with Clock. I think that's a little bit more in NA's style. And I agree with you on the Viscous. I think Cube plus Divine Barrier provides enough, along with maybe Vindicta grabbing a Divine Barrier as well. Should be enough to cover the pocket issues.
This is the guy I
And then
play
it's
with.
just about
Is this
outlasting
Moxie in ranked, or is
these
Moxie?
teamfights.
I thought Moxie
Obviously,
was a
if they can keep
streamer.
Shiv alive for a long time, you keep these players' health up, then you can,
curious.
you can execute range, kind of snowball through these fights. But teams might be getting pretty close to
Did
ready
Moxie
here,
play
so we're
Deadlock yesterday?
ramping up for the start of our game 1 in our second series here today.
Yep. We'll see once we're in game, but
3
just
hours.
FYI, I was talking about who's going to be playing the Lash. So it's going to be Sonya Sniper on the Lash. So Listic is not playing in this game, just for the people that were wondering. And Hoot is going to be on the Geist, as we will be getting into the game shortly. So we've
No,
got
Moxie's playing
Bunny
Fortnite
with
all the
Clock,
time now.
arguably NA's number 2.
I feel like this is the guy I
team.
play with in ranked.
And we've got Abrahams, the undisputed champions of Europe, in the NA versus EU clash. Take it away, Seymour and Rook.
Take it away. Take it away.
Well, we've already got one European versus North American matchup in the books. Why not a second one to kick off the day here for
True.
Death Slam Invitational? Abrahams, the undisputed #1 from Europe.
Arctic actually
has a
ends up on the
chance
Paradox.
to at least get some revenge here on stream. So
We'll
I'm
tease on
excited
the
to see what
Shiv.
Bunny with Clock can bring to them, but I'm really excited for this Abrahams team to finally get
But
shown.
Hoot on the Geist and then D-Mob
me
on the
too. Really
pocket.
excited
Okay.
to see them fight well on the big screen against some of these great North American teams. And I mean, with
Shout out
what
Dread.
I've seen from Bunny with Clock
Subbing in.
lately, I'm excited for how this matchup is going to go.
And you know, I think the breakdowns, but from our desk, were just perfect in terms of what to expect here with Bunny with Clock. I mean, you have a lot of sustain. You're kind of looking to build into just outlasting Abrahams in these fights, and when you go to it, Bunny with Clock has also gotten so many picks that just go their way. Arctic on the Shiv, Tanner on the Abrams, Pashi Pop Mirage back. And then Aiden's Vindicta is something that a lot of us should be keeping our eyes on. It's just, especially when we look towards, our Wednesday nights, a lot of North American teams just opt in to straight up ban this Vindicta against Bunny with Clock. So to see BWC playing with the heroes that they want to play, I think that this is their chance to stick it to the #1 EU team.
Not quite getting the stake there to finish that one off, but still some great damage onto together.
Okay.
Aiden already showing just
So we're
how
doing
skilled
Lash
he is
Kelvin
with
into
can be a little bit of a
Vindicta Abrams. As you can see, Aiden is going to punish the shit out of a lane like
So,
this.
I mean, when you talk about our
He's just
first
going to poke the
matchup
shit out of you
that
on
we
his
were
Ven.
watching, Rock, and
Really good
I
combo
think
too with
that
the stake
for
slam.
Bunny with Clock, it's going to be a little bit different because you already have that, you know,
And then we
series
got
under your
Paradox,
belt.
Mirage.
It
Dude,
might
these
be a little bit of a
late, these
different
deep box
monster
runs are
in
getting,
terms of
are
Abrahams
so
with
interesting, man.
how
Like
fast
people are just
Abrahams
hard
rushed
funneling
through the
nowadays.
round
It's really
one
interesting.
matchup, but even still, I mean, you
People
have to
just
be
get
thinking
lane
that
prio
Bunny
and then
with
go
Clock
get
are
boxes
now
now.
in a
It's just the
situation
move.
that if you win against Abrahams, quite like Sneaky Golem versus Leviathan, you're sitting there as, you know, one of the teams that is looking to push all the way into the finals from this side of the bracket, and I think that team that is looking to level up in a tournament like this.
As soon as I say it's
Yeah,
perfect, starts
absolutely.
lagging.
As you said before, they've improved a ton so far, and certainly
Should be a
would
dead
we stop
lash.
anymore. Some good damage going down doesn't
Good whip to
quite
live.
get Sanya's sniper.
Oh, Aiden
But
gets traded on by
instead,
Kelvin.
It's Aiden who falls as Together got
Wow.
so aggressive there.
Good
and
turnaround there
great
from
push
Together.
forward. No, but as you were saying, I think Bunny with Clock really want to, you know, put more great wins on their resume. Right now, they've been struggling to take down their opposite number and taking
I wonder
down
if it's the ping
best
that's fucking up the
team
spectator.
in-
Is that
best team
possible?
in Europe and Abrahams, that'd be a great thing to be able to argue. A good parry, yes, but T-Mob does go down,
Goes
and another kill
down.
coming out in the early game.
That's a beautiful parry from Arctic. I think that, you know, you kind of put it for sure. I need to think about the bracket and how this bracket is really shaping up. That with Bunny with Clock, there's a chance that if you do turn around and win a tournament like this, then most likely you'll have the opportunity to play both of the best teams from each region. And if you can beat both of those two teams, what is that going to say about Bunny with Clock?
Yeah, it would be honestly a great thing for them to be able to say, really allow
Currently
them to
up.
start, well, right in their
2K.
own legacy, right? They've been held back so far by melee creeps, and I think they're looking for their time to shine. And
But
this
Clock
tournament
laning
would
well.
definitely be a brilliant way to do it, right? Picking up that
I think lanes like this for Viscous are probably smart now. Just like a full dive, paired with the Viscous, so he's not the one getting focus varge, having to do gun trades, where he gets poked out really easy now. So things like Shiv, Abrams, Billy, I think pair really, really well with Viscous now.
Overall, and having a person who's really good at it, I mean, that's going to accentuate it even more.
You know what?
This guy's page lane is really strong too. You just throw the bear onto Geist wherever she goes for her drain, and then she just auto wins the trade.
Wednesday nights, and you're thinking to yourself, well, you know, the only team that we haven't really been able
And that's
to
why you're
go
seeing
through
Bunny
for
with
the
Clock
most
just
part
hard give this lane.
is, you know,
Paradox just looking everywhere else, even ganking.
So it's just, you look at that, you're kind of hoping that
Trying to
you know,
gank
these
Kalash
melee
is a
creeps
little
versus
sussy though, not gonna lie,
Sneaky
but
Golem,
they might be
over on the other side
swapping.
of the bracket
So yeah, I think they're throwing
plays
Aiden
into a
on blue
situation
now.
where if Sneaky Golems do take down melee creeps, you're feeling good about that one because you've been able to beat Sneaky
Big
Golems
chunk
over and
onto
over.
Lash.
Yeah. Oh, some
Lash
good damage.
dies, man.
Taking
Just
down
gets
Sanya's
hard
sniper
punished for
as
that
well.
fucking.
Honestly, great charge coming through from Tanner.
For that
Does actually
slam.
manage to catch Sanya's sniper as they try to jump away. Just
Oof.
exactly what you want to see.
And then Gibbs and
T-Mob
Arctic
does
just get
a kill back,
rolled on
but,
this right side.
Bunny with Clock taking a little bit of the early lead, not too much, but
Page should get traded back though. Damn, this is a scrimmy early game, bro.
So, and,
Holy.
you know, we're 5 minutes in. You see a bridge buff up on the right side. The gun buff. Who's going to be the one to go pick that up? Are they going to send Taz over, or do you think? Hood's
Holy
gonna
fuck, it's
walk
so
over
laggy,
it?
bro.
Nobody really opting in for that bridge buff right now. Makes me think that isn't even there. But we get a
Sneaky
Guardian going down
Golems,
through mid
melee
so
creeps getting
early
ready to
on.
go.
It's a sub 6 minute Guardian down.
I'm surprised the lower bracket
Guys,
hasn't started
Abrahams
yet.
are off to a really hot start.
Maybe it has.
Hoot
It's just not on
at
anyone's streams.
5.5K on this lady, guys. Still not ahead of Poshy Pop, but now you have that.
Poshy,
objective
Poshy?
done.
I mean, that's what I was going to say, right? Is Poshy Pop prior to that moment in time was 2k souls up this early in the game. It's a really great way for them to start. And as we said before, I mean, the Death said for sure, is just how much souls, how many souls they put on Poshy Pop, and just how important that is for this team. So keep an eye on that, on them, and keep an eye on that number, because as high as that's getting, that's going to very much correlate with Bunny with Clock's success.
A situation where you're farming, you're going for boxes, and they just sneak up.
Aiden has
by you
not been able to
and
snowball yet. Actually, really struggling at
you walk into
3.7k.
push Poshy Pop
Trying to swap him
away
around to
from
get him a
the
lead.
leader.
Using his
So
quick step
fast.
now to
They're
heal
actually
up.
going right into this one.
Get a
So
buy-in
back
because
to
they lost a
Tornado.
turret
They're
on
not giving
blue
this one
early.
off. The Death
Poshy
Slam
should
back
be
to just confirm
dead.
the kill onto your Mirage. Poshy Pop goes down. You gotta be careful here.
Does
Cheese is trying to
Sanya
at
get
least get
out?
somewhat of a trade. Now that
Really
Aiden
good
has
movement.
actually rotated over to assist on this one as well. Assassinate ready.
Jace does have swap.
Can they lock down something with Hoot? Gotta watch out for the soul exchange, and Aiden just takes right up to the sky, even though the ultimate is used from Hoot. It doesn't look like it really will matter.
Yeah, that was
Who
really
got the swap
nicely
off?
done to
Pitch
make
us
sure they don't lose too
again.
much. AMXM does go down here.
Early game
Shout out
page.
to who
Apela.
actually managed to live that one, because I saw like Aiden just holding down these sight lines. Obviously, Hoot's been playing a little bit of that CS, keeping an eye on exactly where that sniper is going to be coming from. So really nicely done to keep alive. Almost gets the trade, but we're just showing the level of the players in this game right now, managing to both survive in pretty dire circumstances.
Moving from together to stall this. Gets the turn down.
And no shoulder charge this time, so together.
Just getting his fucking skull caved in by the Abrams. They end up getting Cool Cheese though.
Cool Cheese has already gone down, so you have to be careful if you're
Abrams is CDs here. I don't think they should be this scared of the Abrams. I don't know if they know he has CDs though.
For for Abrahams.
I know Aiden's here, but
that's really scary here for Bunny with Clock.
ooh, Hoot overstayed. Aiden getting rolling now. Aiden can get a lot of snipes here. Oh, he does.
For Aiden, who's traded out by Sonya's sniper, but giving Bunny with Clock a chance to hold on to this Guardian.
Oh,
big swap from the Paradox.
Really nicely done by
Cool Cheese dies, comes back, and gets a swap.
Fighting off a little bit more than they can chew there. Who dropped in at like?
This is just
no
perma
way.
fighting.
Took
Bunny with
way
Clock
too
up
much
5K.
A little bit, you know.
Kinda owning.
Obviously, these Lady Ghost players, sometimes they're like, oh yeah, I can live forever, but you got to be careful. With the burst that Bunny with Clock have available, you can go down in an instant. And Abraham get caught, lose a couple of players, hand that opportunity back on over, and another Guardian went down. I think it was the opposing mid. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was really smart from Pashi Pop to split down mid, at least trade out on that Guardian, and equalize everything on the map. Slight lead, 6K for Bunny with Clock off of these early engagements. But it's nonetheless still very early to really decipher.
I wonder where the Spectre is.
When it does come down to the team fights, as we got 50 seconds left until the bridge buffs.
I wonder if that is why it's slightly buggy. I don't know.
Imagine that's
You could just be Spectator, bro. Spectre kind of sucks. It's amazing we have this one early in the game, but
with your outer lanes.
Yeah,
it feels bad.
Position for Abraham. Sonya Sniper keeping an eye on that one as the pressure comes on to, well, together at this very moment, but does manage to keep themselves in good stead. As I think we did see it. Was that traded one?
So you're seeing this way more now.
I couldn't quite tell.
Early Arcane Surge on the Kelvin.
Oh, sorry, I did. You lost track of time. My bad there. But we do see actually that
gonna go cooldown to get his Spirit Spike.
And instead, it's going to be dives on the left. As together has to be very careful here. Does
No
not
dome,
have
no
that
dome.
Will keep themselves alive for now.
Does.
Try and make it happen as they take
Last ult for the counter engage.
Oh,
Oh, big fucking slam.
Really nicely done here by Tanner, as they, well, absolutely give them a hiding in that one. Cool Cheese does
Bunny with Clock playing early game unbelievably well, even with Aiden being behind. They're making shit happen, bro.
Bunny with Clock in a great spot.
In a fantastic spot. Good cube from Gibbs. At least denying that slam from actually hitting Tanner. Pashi's going to grab this urn.
Gibbs goes down.
Taz, who pulls the hyper beam, is just going to rip through the viscous.
I think Tanner
health.
should die.
Find some trades in.
Gets
Now we're going to
slammed,
hunt down the rest of them. Tanner finally going down. Sonya, second time around.
Gets traded though. Bag goes back. Bag transfer complete onto the Mirage.
Right there to
Pashi big, Pashi big.
They're dropping that urn behind the Guardian, and it looks like now you have to make a decision. If you're Poppy, do you take the Guardian? Or do you give up the Guardian, or do you take the urn? Dome is up from together. You go right back into
Good NATO.
Fight. Tornado through two. Taz in trouble.
Luchi's bought a lot of time with the swap. Taz goes down.
Moves Taz from the lane. Keeps that Guardian up. And you can still think about moving this urn.
Yeah, I mean, look, you
I wonder if Bunny with Clock should just give up on this urn. They don't have right side Walker yet. Or Guardian, I mean.
14k sold. Turns it to that fight at the end. There are basically no ults waiting for him. He doesn't have to worry about very much pressure going his way, and just goes, well, okay, I'm going to walk up to this ending Kelvin ultimate and just clean up Taz immediately. So really nicely done again.
The stream needs marked out. What
server
are they playing?
And it's certainly possible.
NA East.
These fights, set up their team, denying away that urn. Going to be a lot of damage going onto the Shiv. Now I think we'll go down eventually here, but it's not
so much fighting.
Problem is that urn is still in the hands of Bunny.
Deathball meta.
No chance for you to even rotate it across the map for this comeback urn if you're Abrahams, but you're finding some value in Hoop.
So they're just holding the urn.
You'll be able to get this Guardian for free. So opening up the right side of the map for Abrahams. And a chance to maybe.
So I guess Bunny with the Clock is
siege
just
into the
denying it
jungle of
from
Bunny with the
Abraham's.
Clock as well, as you can see.
'Cause it is a comeback earn.
Taz is on the hunt, looking for somebody slowing Hex onto Cool Cheese, but not able to have a chance at that hook as it was off cooldown. So you're just going to reap the reward of a couple more jumbo camps here. So not too bad from Bunny with Clock, just a good ebb and flow.
All right, lead annihilated. We're back to 1K.
Yeah, and look, both of these teams know how the game is played, right? Trading
Structure's
back
evened out.
trading back jungle
Dropping
camp,
waves on blue
making
here,
sure
though,
you get
from
that little
Abraham's.
bit
It's
of,
weird.
souls wherever you darn well can.
Guys finally comes.
Focusing on that earn, as we already see about 6 players on that side of the map right now. They are getting ready to make their moves. There's a couple sitting in
coffee.
as well. And you know,
gonna be a
keeping
long
in
day of
mind
Deadlock.
Where you can find these fights. This is the Viscous really
Ball
far forward.
comes
If they
out.
have to use these abilities, and in particular his ultimate
He's
or the
chilling.
cube early, it can be very problematic for the ensuing team fight. But Saint gets picked. Bunny with Clock keep their eyes on the prize and no, take away these supports and, well, the rest of the carries, they have no leg to stand on. They will go down.
And this is an issue as you have Hoot and Poshipop splitting down the right side. Poshipop putting a lot of pressure onto your walker. You have a little bit of damage to the mid walker as well, as that you're just kind of losing the macro.
Abraham's just getting picked all over the map, man. Back up to 4K.
A lot put into that fight just to.
Bunny with the Clock is just like hard denying this earn too.
You're giving up so much space.
Because it's still a comeback earn,
for a chance at
despite the lead falling down to 4K.
Objectives. So fortunately enough, Hoot was there, but next time around,
They're just
you gotta
making
really be
sure
worried about that. And you know, we were talking
they
about
cannot
Hoot
grab this
against
earn.
Poshipop in terms of the farm race.
Just toss Posse on the other side of the
Hoot
map
has
and
actually
just
been able to close this
be
gap
like,
on Lady
we
Guys.
are never allowing this.
Now on Hoot, and that's going to give a
People are
lot
set up
for
for
Abraham's in these team
buffs.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, and I'm honestly impressed with who always manages
The
to
buffs are in a
find
minute,
lot of
sorry.
farm and is constantly ready.
Everyone was
to
just on the side
fight
of the map. I'm
and
like, what the
scrap
fuck?
over everything. And I think that's why
They tried to catch Pasha, but Pasha got out. They put 3 red
very
side.
happy to see them continue to play on that, looking for the kinetic carbine here. Does manage to get the slow, gets the swap, and it's going to be a very problematic moment for you here, Kelvin. No chance.
Honestly, I think
no
you do this on Kelvin now, though. You don't just waste your down.
Yes, but they want that for the next fight. They
It's
know
like he's
they're
just
going
caught.
down.
He's like, I'm saving down.
Tanner continues the chase, and frankly, I think he's going to find this one here. 280 HP. Is trying to dodge away, jumps under the walker, and will be alive for now as the dive starts to come on.
Terms of too much HP, just siphon lives you.
Great parry. That's exactly what you want. There's the death slam, and that's going to be a lot of damage. Yes, but it's not
Just comes
quite
in with
going
the
to be a
cube.
kill. It's gonna have to.
He
drive
just has
into
so
this
many
building and
tools here
continue
to stay
with that
alive.
cover, even with the rest of their team showing up here. And Tanner potentially makes it out here. Continues to get
He
aggressive.
grabs alley.
Dives through the back.
Goes subway.
lanes,
Yep.
And how
You said too many.
on earth he made
You
it
just
out
had too
of
many
that,
tools, right?
I
Like
have
his
no
siphon knife's still up. Cube's still there with Gibbs. Like that was totally free to go for. You know his team's gonna come late.
You're just looking at Aiden to do everything, but Aiden is now caught
Aiden
overextended
does
inside
again.
of Abraham's. And the Vindicta's going to be in trouble. Could parry onto one, but you still have the rest of the team to worry
Damn,
about.
Aiden's
Ice Beam
getting
is slowing you
kinda shut on this
down.
game.
Abraham's.
I wonder if he's
not
flexed
only
into
do you see
util
some
at this
fancy
point. I'm
footwork
curious to
from
see Aiden's
Sonya's
build.
Sniper, but some good rotations to assist in turning that fight back around for you. Holding on to the walker and not giving up too much damage either, and that's going to be the Guardian on the left side taken as your reward. Bunny with Clock, they gave that up early just to go
Rams gets
prioritize
tower.
grabbing this urn, and with this too, it doesn't
All
look
right,
like
urn finally
Abraham
swaps
really
sides,
reacting to
so
it,
now it's a
you
neutral
gotta have
urn.
numbers on the left side of the map if you
Tosses
do
it to
want
Abrams.
return it.
Yeah,
Abraham's looking to play opposite side here. They're stacking 3 red side. They don't give a fuck about this
Bunny with
urn.
Clock kind of aware that taking the walkers at this point in time, this is starting to be the time where you really can, but they've got all the guardians. They need to focus on the objective, which is just going to get
This
them
guy's
the most
hero
benefit. And
just
Bunny with Clock, they play
did,
very
let's see when it
mathematical
totals
style. They
up.
know where they get the most souls, and then they go for it.
Just did,
Abraham's
like-
looking at this one, however, and going, well, we want to prioritize.
What's that, 5.2K to the walker?
Keeping it open wide, letting our pick
24K Hoot?
really have a lot of success. Some pressure onto the left-hand side right now. They do actually get a kill onto Demo, but
So we're
can
seeing
it lead
opposite
to
sides
much
here.
more right now? No
I
death
do
slam
not think
coming
Bunny with
through.
Clock
The
gets this,
frozen
though.
shoulder buys them a lot of time, but I don't think they're really going to be able to turn it into.
Like, Abraham's just kinda out-macroing them right now. Pashi's going off, though. Pashi's not dying.
At least the left-hand side walker going down. Instead, it's the middle.
I didn't realize they were pushing blue. That was my bad. I didn't even see Aiden. Good shit by Aiden there, pushing
Dominance
blue.
now on this lady, guys. 27K farmed up. You've 1v1'd.
Look at with Aiden. Saves the macro disaster. They trade walker instead of losing one.
In terms of what to expect next time these
Really
two
good.
teams match up in a 6-on-6.
Pasha ended up
fight,
dying. I
but
don't know if he dropped a big bag or not. He's got Ricochet now. That's a big buy for the Mirage.
Moment. Heads up play from Aiden to march down mid and get a trade onto that walker, opening up that flex slot for your team. As you had a good chance there too on the left side. If you're Buddy with Clock, you put a lot of resources into trying to siege out that left side walker, but it really didn't come. I think a couple marks.
I think you're gonna see early fortitudes on frontliners a lot more nowadays too. There's just so much fighting on the map. The item has a lot more value again.
Realistically, that engagement between
Just want to be able to stay on the map after winning a skirmish.
Is one that I wouldn't have expected to turn so quickly after the way we saw Pachi.
Mystic vulnerability on Demov. Interesting.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's kind of surprising because Poshi Pop has been.
It's usually you go cold front or Mystic, so he's going both.
Well. Great usage of the tornado. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it's a little bit scary. I will say the one thing I was impressed with Bunny.
Or you go like Mystic late, just for like more damage amp later.
Open up that middle walker. I think that's going to be really important, especially as we kind of get towards 18 minutes, as we start to get towards a point where actually teams can look at this mid boss, and without that middle walker, the presence of Abrahams on the map is going to be reduced. It's not going to be nothing, don't get me wrong, and I think Abrahams are very well aware, and they might even, you know...
Yeah, that's another thing about the walker trade. Like, you trade a side walker for your mid blue walker, so it's kind of scary into a pick comp, right? They have Swap and Tether. They have Abrams.
There's a problem, just teleport in, right? Like, you're playing that kind of... across the map play that I think should be so.
They decided to go Elkfire,
especially since these side lanes are the bits that are open.
You don't see that all that much on pages anymore. They just go full support. I think they're low damage though, so it kind of makes sense.
It's a trade.
Page gets one shot.
Ended up falling just earlier than that. Hyper Beam's gonna ward off the pressure.
So Page for Cool Cheese. Cool Cheese is a job though. You got the swap off, got the pick, so it's kind of a good trade for Bunny with Clock. They're gonna get chased down here. This will be a 4v4 because both M1s are on the left side of the map, and Bunny with Clock just gets out. Okay.
Rip this ultimate. No wave control through mid is something that you have to react to, and a couple of these players will turn around for that. And at the same time, Bunny with Clock just going to handshake their way back to spawn. So an engagement there that could have gone a little bit awry with Saint going down, but Cool Cheese getting caught by that hook onto Taz.
Hoot and Posture just going like neck and neck in the farm battle. Honestly, slightly behind, but has more on the map to farm right now.
I think it's really
on his side.
Hoot was like
actually, Cool Cheese is taking his camp.
Side. I think maybe he had a bad trade with Poshi Pop or something of that ilk.
Oh
no! Ooh, Abrahams.
They were willing to kind of go for this.
Here we go.
Sensing their tempo advantage.
This mid boss can be done oh so quickly.
Really bad.
You see her just
look at this.
Absolutely drain that mid boss. It's dead already, and you can see players are rotating, but hell,
Bunny with Clock got stuck with 2 people inside lane.
6 on 5. You have the death slave.
They got 2. They got 3. Oh my god, great call by Abrahams.
Cube very early into this fight. All 3 rejuves go the way of Abrahams. Now they're going to be hunting this one down. Hyper Beam off cooldown.
And Abrams gets stuck in the dome.
Wow. Ultimate from together just to keep
elite call from Abrahams there. Just read the map perfectly.
Without your mid walker alive, getting this mid boss is everything.
Bunny with Clock just trying to pick off 1 or 2 rejuves. Demob behind.
Yeah, they're continuing this fight.
Kind of a weird engage from Demob there. I think Demob just dies, no?
Right now. Affliction looks good, putting a lot of pressure onto Poshi Pop. That's exactly what you
by
want
Hoot,
to
though.
see. It was only one player really getting.
They set up the flank for Hoot. They just stall time with the rejuves.
They need to win this fight ASAP. They already lose a walker on the left-hand side. The fight continues. Yes, Arctic will fall.
Okay, the one thing is Bunny with Clock fix their waves. So
left in terms of rejuvenators, they've just got to
we'll
get
see what.
going.
And they grabbed urn. Good play by Gibbs. Just get the urn.
Yeah. 17 seconds on
So
respawn. Cool Cheese
it's like they win the fight.
So I don't really know.
But again, here's the thing about nerfed mid. Like, you have to get something off the mid, right? Like, you don't just win the game off mid. They used all their rejuves to win a fight, but their waves were so bad that they didn't get anything done.
And just pulls it away from Abraham. So literally ripping any last opportunity.
So we'll see what. Yeah, like everyone's spawning. I don't know.
Turn that fight win into.
I think Bunny with Clock kind of.
And Bunny with Clock took the.
We'll take that every day of the week, right?
Realistically, just
you went 3 for all on rejuves, and then you get wiped at the end, but they don't get anything off of it, right?
Honestly,
you're gonna catch this mid,
play. And as I said
this
before,
mid blue wave.
They're a very calculating team, right? They know where they're going to be able to get the most.
Gibbs will earn. No, Bunny with Clock's posturing for
earn.
earn.
The fact that they managed to take that team fight.
Gibbs will has quick tip. That's why he's the one clearing this wave.
Have Abraham's number in it to take those.
There's 2 left side for Abrahams too.
Left for Abrahams is really brutal, but Abraham's.
Bro, I think macro-wise, Bunny with Clock won this. I'm not even gonna lie. It was an amazing call by Abrahams, but the aftermath, winning Bunny with Clock
And
favor so well. Completely tie the game back up with Earn.
Because they knew that if it's taken, they can get way more. Another attack
Page lives. Oof. Tries to swap. Oh, she guys doesn't have swap actually.
But goes oh so low. The tornado away does keep them alive for now, and there are players to back on up. But that's the affliction behind.
Big flank by Demov. Pushy dies. Pushy dies. Oh, no one dies.
The one who falls. And what a reversal.
Coolchies and Poppy get out scot-free.
That's a big affliction.
Lash going for late picks here though. Doesn't catch him though.
Really deny any follow-up onto it. The initial charge.
Lash still can hit a big route here.
Forcing Saint away.
He knows two aren't in the fight.
Activating Reed a lot earlier than you would have wanted into the fight.
Doesn't look for the big ult though.
Gives up anything that
probably could have got a Giga ult here if you went over top the Walker.
The final Walker with them. As they're just out.
Yeah, that sequence, bro, really well played from Buddy with Clock. Like they get a mid-bus snuck on them and then end up ahead macro-wise. Crazy. Really well played the map, really well played the post. Fight really well. Funneled into the staircase. Didn't overcommit. Tanner even gets caught in the dome, and they just play it really, really well.
That's why I'm always excited to see this team improve week after week. You know.
Hard to do with the casters here. Like, it's so cool to see how much better Bunny with Clock is. I was saying the same thing about Leviathan on Night Shift. Leviathan has gotten a lot better.
Everybody's looking at
Sneaky Golems always levels up for the big tournaments, though.
On the other team now.
Honestly, it's a little bit sad. Who is one of my favorite players to watch? But Abraham's right now. I mean, they're getting outplayed, and that is what it is.
Yeah, like Bunny with Clock's just playing the map, bro. Like they're just kind of owning.
Right now, the team fights aren't also going their way. With who getting caught here,
Ooh,
this is
has
going to be
swapped
really
though,
bad.
has
The
swapped,
ultimate will be up in just a second if you can look for a chance. There's the death slam. It's going to be, I think, just one.
Really good dome.
Great usage of the dome to keep things alive. It trades 1-for-1 in the end. Sanya Sniper is on the outside. A shot comes through, rings true from Aiden here.
Wait.
And the players of Abraham.
Never mind, that was a troll dome.
They can't win these fights. They're losing so much. The Hyper Beam is trying to disengage.
I forgot the Lash were on the same team for a second. That was a troll dome.
It's not
he
even
trolled his Lash.
very much with that left-hand side pushing in as well for Bunny
Okay.
with Clock. This is where
Abraham's fight him off.
Yeah, Bunny with
2 for
Clock
2.
still just keeping healthy in terms of their wave prio. And I mean, it was a smart usage from together onto that Kelvin dome to keep your team alive, but really unfortunate that Sanya had Cool Chiefs dropped into it, blocking out that ground slam, really doing any follow-up from it. As the one saving grace that you do have in this fight is Hoot, and it looks like Bunny with Clock can recognize that. They're trying to chase down this lady, guys, but instead it might be a little overextension from Arctic on the other side. Arctic now having to run away. Sanya not going to be able to chase that down.
Okay.
As he
Bunny with Clock, up 13k. Buff
the
spawning. Bunny with Clock should get these. Pocket might be able to sneak the right side, though.
Be an opportunity to look to catch somebody
He
in
does.
the jungle, isolate a pick.
Pocket
And give some
gets away scot-free.
Abraham's.
Majestic Leap OP. But once again, Bunny with Clock ahead on the macro, ready for earn pickup. They're here.
But lots of players ready and waiting.
Really good wall.
That wall does get the,
Oh,
no,
good DB.
it's not
You gotta trust your Viscous. You gotta trust the DB.
Finally get it in hand, and they're gonna start that rotate almost immediately.
Lashall gets the Viscous. Only the Viscous, though. Not an ideal target.
A lot of damage
Ooh,
going
Poshy gets slammed on, though.
Poshy Pop taking so
Poshy
much,
low,
but
Poshy
remains
low.
alive. The support from the
Oh,
rest of
Poshy
the team
dies.
comes in, but just a little too late.
This ball's doing work, though. This ball is doing work. Gibbs is zoning. Way to play, Gibbs! Dude, Gibbs carried this fight. I'm not even gonna lie. He got Lash ulted to start and carried the fight. His ball is super clutch. Oh, if he hit all three there. Still dies, though.
It'll be Tanner who finishes it off.
Mid-Boston 40. Let's see if they played the map correct here. So they're gonna get the free earn.
With that ultimate,
Sonya gets out. You never got him. This guy's fine.
And as soon as he puts that cube up, he is.
They're dropping a wave right side.
He's got a ghoul ball as well to escape any
Super
pressure.
curious if
And once Hoot goes down,
the Kelvin Dome is dead, right? We talked about this on the Dialna stream. Dome is down.
Hoot falling pretty early in that
They're not going to be
fight
synced, right?
is
Mid-Boston 10.
devastating for
Kelvin will be
Abrahams.
dead.
And what
But do
could
they
have
want to
been a good
reset after
turnaround
getting the
there.
urn?
For game number 1 of this best of 3, but Buddy with Clock.
A lot of
still
waves being
dominating
dropped
in
in
terms
this
of
game.
macro. You got wave presence down mid and
Yep,
the
so
right
they hit it off
side.
spawn.
You
This
got
is the
mid
correct
ball
play.
spawning up. You just
Buddy with Clock played
secured
well.
the urn. And with these
You just
three
hit it on
regions, you're gonna
spawn.
look to end the game.
Cheater timers. Someone has a cheater timer.
Bunny with Clock have
Bunny
really
with
found
Clock.
their stride. They're 20 to 30.
Disgusting.
They're nearly
No, you
30K
just need to-
up
you
right
need to
now,
use
and
these things.
with this rejuve, it's almost certainly going
Buffs and rejuve should just be official timers in the game. They really should be.
I feel like he should have been dead to rights there, man. But
Even like how long they last too. Like it should just be in the
Mirage
game.
is obviously that
Personally,
great
but
range, so
you know,
you can
we're
play
just
it
not
at a
there
very
yet.
safe position, but
Shiv gets
also the fact
boundless.
that
Plated
you have
armor on
to
Abrams.
know
Bunny Clock is
any
spiking
pressure
on their
at
mid
any
boss.
time as long as you're not
Rejuves.
CC'd. So
Very, very
making
good.
good usage of that, keeping it alive, providing the space, and having trust. in
Really
their
interesting build,
teammates
Maiden. It's
to
like
keep them
he
alive
whipped
was the
rapid
key part of
and
that.
Well, I was gonna say, you know, as soon as you
suppressor
get
and all these
inhibitor
util items,
on
but didn't go
Pachipov
guardian.
at the end there with
I think it's because
Ricochet,
Gibbs went one.
doesn't seem like you're
So he
going to
spec'd
die.
into a little more damage.
9 and 4,
I kind of
5
like it though.
assists, Tanner alongside him, 9 and 3 on this Abrams, just providing so much displacement.
Tanner's
to
Abrams
these
is probably the
fights.
best in the world. I'm not even gonna cap.
Really good at catching out Saint. Overextended, oftentimes.
Tanner is
as
unbelievably good at this
picking up
character.
Those captivating reads way earlier in the fights than I'm sure Abrahams wanted to.
Dude, Mirage
And
is just
I hate to really put
fucking
everything
Thanos
on
right now.
one person, but I feel like the only
And that's what we're talking about in draft, right? Like Abraham's decided to go Bebop here, right? Imagine if they had Hoot and a Wraith right now.
catching some
The farm, you'd have to figure out how to disperse the farm, but
cool cheese at the same time.
late game fights right now, Bunny with Clock are primed, bro. They're just growing their lead. They're soaking up camps. By the time these camps are done, they might be up 40k.
in these fights.
I think that's the problem, is that Bunny with Clock are well aware that Aiden...
And I don't mind using Rejuve like this as well, right? Like just soaking up map now, because again, Rejuve does not guarantee the soul lead like it used to, because you don't have to sit in base as much, right? So use your Rejuve, take up space on the map, steal camps. Like I wouldn't even mind if they shift. Look at Pashi's already here. Shift to this left side, push this wave, soak all this shit. Bashi's fucking efficiency goat, so he's gonna. Demoff just got caught. I wasn't even paying attention. That's so bad that Demoff gets caught.
It doesn't matter.
This should be a patron drop if they play the fight right.
The hyper beam is coming on through to try and deny the fight.
Bashi's in
They're
base
still
now.
losing so much. These shrines are falling apart, and Abraham's they're mounting a last ditch defense, but unfortunately, I don't think those ditches are deep enough.
Sonya's waiting for a chance to rip this ultimate. See if he can catch anybody.
One Rejuve
Here's
goes down.
one Rejuve
Gucci's
gone.
still a swap though.
As 4
Ooh, big lash ult.
down towards your base. Is this going to be enough to start it?
They have the dome though.
From together, keeping the team alive.
No, once again, this is Together's dome.
Pop down to a nice
Double
edge
dome.
from that affliction of Demov that actually hasn't even been alive yet.
Ooh, Abraham's really good synergy on this. I think they're just too behind though. Wait, Demov comes in with the inflict though. Let's see how big the inflict is. No.
Abraham's not going to get there in
Wow,
time.
really well played from Bunny with Clock. Really clean game. Really
And
clean
Game
game
1
from
goes
them
to
there.
NA once again.
Wow, what a performance.
That was an awesome game to watch. Bunny with Clock played the map very, very well.
There was no affliction to follow up, lacking the damage to kill.
Should we watch that mid-boss?
Targets on the side of Bunny with
Let's see if
Clock.
Millie Creep's playing. Millie Creep's playing, so
Really
we're gonna
well
hop to Millie
played by
Creeps.
them. They didn't
I'll
even
write that
get
down
the
though. Like
advantage.
that's
Well,
another good one,
in
right?
the
Like
early game, it was some great
they lost
accuracy.
mid-boss
They rotated
and
around,
out-macroed
and I
them.
think they exploited the
Super
fact that
interesting.
You can basically just put Poshi on that Mirage wherever you
Clock
go. We had a
versus-
discussion, I think, about the picks towards the start of the game, or before the game, while we were listening to our desk. And I was like, I'm really scared about the fact that Mirage went over
Lose
so
on the
darn
map?
easily. And I mean, Bunny with Clock showed just how scary it can be.
Awesome.
I
Yeah,
think
so
that
I'm over
you
to
go
Millie Creep's
into this
game.
and you look at
Shout out to Ido for streaming this, by the way. We love Ido. Just want to see if the NetChef guys are still just watching Deathy. I think they are. Yeah, they are. It's just ZP too. Shout out to ZP. ZP's a real Deadlock fan.
Like counter bait.
I'm not saying the other guys aren't, but I can tell ZP really loves the game.
Or yellow. Like we should try and walk up and look for a fight.
All right, Mina. All right, we're looking at draft. Who are they playing right now? They're playing Sneaky Golems. So Sneaky Golems go full on triple front line juicer page build. So they are deathball comp, right? They want this Victor to farm. They want this Wraith to farm. You can already see hydration. Hydration might be on the Mo. I'm not sure, but
Camp just got taken left.
they're just full on letting these guys funnel.
Yeah, if you want to look Victor, he has an ult.
On the other side, Millie Creeps got the Mirage, got the Yamato. So they also all have late game scaling, and they have the guys. So they actually scaled very, very well.
It's just pocket. Huh?
And then they went Mina here. A lot of people are playing the low econ Mina now and just like finding ways to get good fights and like steal and just use the tempo to like steal camps.
I can't find him there. I can't find him there. I'm low.
Spiritual overflow.
We're getting mid walker.
A lot of value this game for spiritual alpha because of the triple front line. It's a good buy for Mido. You can just farm your shots on it.
Yeah, nice.
Awkward fight.
I'm down.
Gets out though. He's big chillin'. He's big chillin'.
Oh, okay.
Mid boss is up. You baited the inflect. They still have Abraham's ult though.
Oh fuck.
Oh, I'd overcooked.
Might have trolled.
Yeah, you overcooked.
I'm good. Nothing. Hit nothing. Hit nothing.
Oh, clutch nade. Saya saving him with the nade. That was really clean.
Nice.
Lord of them.
Okay.
Lord of them, not on the mo. What's going on?
In lane. Help.
Yeah, hydration's on mo. I'm curious who's on the page. AVG goes down.
Dead. Mid.
League AVG's not on the Wraith? Who's on the Wraith?
Linking page.
This page is dead. I missed the rake. What the fuck?
Page right now. I'm killing page.
How did he miss the rake? You're not gonna out movement, I don't. Wow. He's just too low though. Well played, dude. Who the fuck is on this page? He's a fucking gamer. You get mid off spawn though.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yo! Charging on the Geist again. Another game where, when I look at these drafts too, we talk about this all the time. I think Melee Creeps has their players on their heroes, right?
Oh wait, no, it's not actually.
Scout on the Paradox, Ido on the Mina, Saya on the Kelvin, John on the Geist.
What if you could turn your esports management? Bow Valley College gives you the tools needed to enter one of the world's fastest growing industries. With its esports business.
Do you want to learn esports from people who don't play games?
This program is the first of its kind in Southern Alberta, built with industry insight and flexible learning options. So make your move into a career in esports.
Yippee!
John, you got Wraith ulted, capacitor, and Mo comboed, and you're fucking alive, bro.
John OP.
Insane.
Fishing on the Yam,
DB
DB on his Mirage, like.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, and then I realized he didn't. Yeah. Like they didn't say. Oh, I muted them. No. Yeah, don't die.
Wonder why Ido has Patronition or Sneaky Golems players muted. I wonder. They get the free earn. Curious what I was gonna go next here. I imagine just improve Spirit into Boundless, but
yeah, I'm done.
Loki, good Vortex Web game too. It'd probably be Overcooked because you already went Spiritual Overflow. But triple frontline, bro, you can, and a page, low mobility. Like you can farm the fuck out of your Noxtra with the Vortex Web. Probably goes Focus Lens.
Down to siege.
100 off. Yeah, it goes Boundless. Okay, just wants more damage.
Yo, look at yellow lane, by the way. We might need it soon. Oh, no. We're good.
Ido doesn't get his buy off.
I'm gonna buy real quick.
Okay, yeah, no.
I'm griefing.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not. Glad he's doing this.
Okay. No, you guys can. Hey, go ahead. I'm here soon.
He griefed his build. He sold something thinking he would have enough for battle.
Pocket flicking.
He thought he already had Improved Spirit, that's why.
Looking at this guy outside. Victor low.
Victor 1. GG.
Yeah, I'm dropping. I used to be tuning those flicks. Oh, fuck.
Dude, Sneaky Golems just can't hang with melee creeps anymore, bro. It's really interesting how the tiers of teams have broken down. They just can't hang. They're even trying to abuse the death ball meta, and it's not working.
Victor low. Victor pots. Oh.
Abrams is dead.
Abrams dead.
Victor does.
I'm dead.
Go next.
I have ult, I have ult.
Pages refresher, it does not matter. Just full ults the Wraith. Wraith can't play game. GG.
Oh wait.
Just hit, just hit, just hit, just hit. Oh no. Oh, they threw the whole game.
I mean, I guess that's my bad. I got his own Wraith off. I think that was worth. It was like 1 HP.
Nah, I think it's fine.
Probably not doing damage.
Because if Wraith has Ricochet, it'd probably make more sense to ult the Wraith. I agree with that, though. I don't know if Wraith has Ricochet, though. Oh, no, she doesn't.
It was already bad. That was...
Yeah, literally, the Shatter's not even wrong, though. He didn't have Boundless. The Shatter's actually correct.
Game's even now. Unlucky. I'm kind of far.
Hey, this is actually a huge swing, though. Like, Sneak Golems are back in the game. They don't get mad, but they get all this jungle.
Yeah.
So they're gonna only be down like probably 15k.
No. But
There's big waves actually for Melee Creeps to catch, so maybe not 15k.
Yeah, they are.
They don't have.
Like as soon as we show waves, like they're looking.
I never remember the name.
Yeah, you gotta show if it's
Victor Revive. Like I don't even remember the name. They don't have it for a bit though, so like there's a Melee Creeps have a timer here where they can kind of force something. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, we're here.
Boop.
Nice. Yeah, I'm done. Fuck, bro, I don't know what to buy. Yeah. Guess that's fine. Fuck it. No, I'm like 4. I was 600. I just bought Spear Res. I think they are gonna contest, but... Yo.
Well, Revive's might be up. Oh, this is a dead Abrams.
What the fuck?
What is this pause, bro?
Oh, that's tragic. Well,
Oh my god, they literally win the game if this pause doesn't happen, by the way. This Abrams just gets Noxtras. He's just slowing. Oh my fucking god. Okay, it was.
Really
AVG is the one who disconnected this, so.
Yeah, they chose.
It's a fair pause.
Yeah.
It's a fair pause.
I already muted them. Yeah, I already muted them.
I wish there was a rewind function too when shit like this would happen, but again, that's like a dream upon a dream right now.
He has no remover, by the way. He has our remover.
Should just be dead. But of course, with the pause, they have time to react.
Fuck in there.
Not the greatest Noxtra. AVG low though.
I have to leave.
Everyone else is so healthy. This Yamato just carries this fight. Yamato Mirage carried this fight.
I'm speeding back though after.
Can they get on the Wraith is the bigger question. Wraith's kind of owning now.
Yeah, I'm on the way.
Wraith waited her time. I think he pops his pocket though. Yeah, just mid boss. Instant mid boss. Instant mid boss.
Walk them in.
DMB's coming back. He has quick sip. Instant mid boss. Yep.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
I do. I see. It's like safer. It's just safer. Do we have dome? Do we have anything, guys? What are we doing for this mid boss, by the way? I'm not punching. I'm full shooting. By the way. I'm just full shooting.
They don't have ults though. This is kind of free low.
Ulting?
Yeah, like he just gets.
All silence.
Yeah, he just gets knocked right. Like even if they get the rejuves, like they just, yeah, no,
Nice.
GG.
One more.
GG.
Nice.
I like the comms. Like, what the fuck are we doing on this mid boss? But like, I think that's where I wish we had full comms. But I think Sav's like, bro, you just press alt. They have nothing. They show up and you ult them, and we win the game.
End the game. Like, fuck there.
Okay, Melee Creeps didn't throw. Let's go. Up 1-0 Sneaky Golems. Melee Creeps Abraham's winners final. And then grand final.
Two best teams in the world. I want to see it now. Now. Give it to me. Fat dub. Well played, Melee Creeps. Okay, I'm gonna grab another coffee. I'm fucking dying. I'll be right back.
As always, if you want to support, well, you know, subscribing is an easy way, and then you're contributing to the sub goal as well of my wife playing Deadlock. So, quick little hashtag ad. But for game 2, I think Abraham's, it's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call, because I believe that the scrimbucks were largely in their favor. Like, I think they'd won more scrims against Bunny with Clock. Now, Poshy did tell me that it was kind of a 50-50 matchup, according to him. So he was like, yeah, I think it's 50-50, so it could go either way. I think in game 2, if you're Abrahams, you really don't want to go to the losers bracket right now, because it's going to be kind of a long journey down there, right? You're going to have to play a lot of games, and you're going to have to stay up really late, especially considering they're European. It's already pretty late for them. I'm guessing for a lot of them, it's already like, you know, 11 p.m. or midnight. Now, most gamers are degenerates. Let's just get that out of the way. I don't think that it's that late for them. Like, a lot of them probably go to bed, like, very often at, like, 4 or 5 a.m. So I don't think it's too much of a concern, but it is something to keep in mind for sure. But yeah, I would expect for game 2, Abrahams on the draft, you might see a couple adjustments. I do think that overall, their draft was mostly solid, and the mid-boss fight, like, they just failed to shut down Poshy, so they might consider either picking the Mirage or banning the Mirage themselves, because it's true that Poshy was kind of a huge issue for them this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the way that Bunny with Clock wound up with Mirage as well will kind of not happen in the same manner. They got it after their first 2 picks on Sapphire side, so I think Abrahams can very easily address that by either the ban, or if they go Sapphire, then they can pick it up on 2 with something that I thought, you know, the Abrams and Shiv was a really good opener, and Abrams had opportunities to get other power picks, and I think they, what was it they opted for? I think they got like Paige and who else was I'm forgetting right now, but either way, I think they can address that. Oh, Paige Pocket, excuse me. I think they can reassign where that pocket gets selected if it's even that important to kind of prio in this draft. And I do think that they probably need a little bit more in the way of some damage. They were behind for majority of the game, and obviously we talked about how so much of the souls were funneled onto Hoot. I think there needs to be a little bit more punch from these other sources, and we saw in the post-game scoreboard a lot of low damage numbers from their side. Obviously, operating with a Page Kelvin is going to be a little bit in that direction, especially since latest changes. But I think they can address those changes very quickly. And like you said, it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call. Like it's kind of now or never if you want to stay in this upper side of the bracket, which certainly all these teams want to.
Yep. I believe draft is ready for us to go, or will be ready very shortly. So we've got game 2 of Bunny with Clock versus Abrahams. If you're just tuning in, I would highly recommend that you check out the previous game. The VOD is available on Twitch for 30 days, and it'll be available on YouTube indefinitely on my channel. So make sure to check it out. But Bunny with Clock took game 1, and they're like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just ban Yamato again. It worked out great for them game 1, so why change anything? And now we'll see if Abrahams have an adaptation in the first ban. Do they target something like the Mirage that did so much work? Do they target Geist, which they first banned, or is it just Billy again? It looks like these teams are pretty much handshaking. No Billy today.
Yeah, we haven't seen one quite yet. I do have one note, speaking of the game 1 draft. Mirage went second phase, so he's the first pick out of bans. So he went through first set of bans, through first set of picks, and into second phase. So I think there's going to be a lot different priority. The Yamato had an interesting thought last game. Isn't this character quite good in dealing against Vindictas? Could this be a way of Bunny with Clock securing one of the easy entrances to kind of deal with this hero? Obviously, they had to fight into a Lash, but last game it wasn't too much of a problem for them to deal with. I wonder if there's any other insight on the Yamato ban that we've seen 2 games in a row.
Yeah. I think for Yamato, it's really just an extremely strong frontliner, and they have great Yamato players on the side of Abrahams. Hoot and Dimov are both incredible Yamato players. So I think it's just kind of a preference thing. And we've got Abraham striking with Geist Abrams. So once again, they're saying, hey, we think Geist is super high priority. We don't want to give it to Bunny with Clock. Now, I would be surprised if the side of Bunny with Clock would not pick Mirage here, considering how much work it did last game. So I think you go for the Mirage again. Now, I don't know what the third pick will be. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Mirage Vindicta. Gives you your damage. Vindicta gives you a little bit of utility and is really good against these tanky heroes on the side of Geist and Abrams. So I think it would make sense. Other approaches that I could see would be perhaps taking the Pocket, because Pocket is great against Shiv, but it's also pretty decent against Abrams' Geist. So if you take it, not only do you get the counter to Shiv out of the window, but you're also getting a counter to some of Abraham's early picks. So I could also see that, but I think, you know, Vin is very high comfort for Aiden, so I don't see why they wouldn't just, you know, stick with what worked in game 1. But they're going to go with the Kelvin early. The Shiv-Kelvin combo, tried and true.
I was going to suggest this as you were talking. I was going to say Mirage Kelvin just sitting there on the board when you already have Shiv is kind of a gimme. At first thought it was like a, you know, it was Mirage Vindicta or maybe like Vindicta Page or something like that, and you gamble on seeing the Mirage in the second half, which did work in the first draft. But with Mirage Kelvin being on the board, Shiv already in your pocket, I think you're feeling pretty good about those top 3. Wonder if Abrahams want to maybe take the Vindicta, or will look at that in the bans, or if they're just going to kind of leave that be and take Page here because they picked it first game. It is a difficult hero to deal with, but maybe Bunny with Clock not too worried about that. We've seen quite a lot of Page, but Abrahams will happily grab the Wraith, so I think we'll see that for the first time in these two teams matching up here.
That is an interesting Wraith pickup. Now, that goes a little bit against the idea of funneling all the net worth into the Geist, because you're getting another kind of fairly greedy hero. It's not like low econ Wraith is like a play. Like, you can't play Wraith without money. You need a lot of money on the hero for it to work. And so, a different approach slightly from Abrahams, perhaps looking to spread their net worth on 2 different carries, the Geist and the Wraith, to make it a little harder to shut down. I don't know how Wraith is going to fare into these carries. Now, in a pure 1v1 matchup, Wraith is probably the highest damaging output carry in the game right now, and it's very hard to itemize against her damage because she does very, like, hybrid, right? She does about 40% gun, 60% spirit in most builds, and so you can't really buy one resistance or the other, because then you're just going to get kind of owned by the other type of damage. Metal Skin doesn't work against most of her abilities. Plated Armor doesn't work against full auto, by the way. Full auto does not count as an on-hit, for anybody wondering. I actually don't even know if it works against Mercurial. I think it might be bugged or something. So there's not a lot of great itemization answers to Wraith. The Pocket ban and the Viscous ban coming out. So on one side, Abrahams, they're like, hey, we're going to get rid of your supporting cube shenanigans. And on the other side, Bunny with Clock is like, well, you don't get to afflict us.
Yeah, I think Abraham is actually not too offended by seeing the Pocket gone, to be fair. So I think they're not tremendously worried about that. I wonder if they were thinking about picking it, but that will go away. We'll see what Abrahams wants to take here. Probably going to look for maybe a support-ish type character. Kelvin Viscous gone.
I think Doorman, I would not be surprised. Like, if it was Doorman, I think EU, first of all, really liked Doorman, and Bunny with Clock also really liked Doorman, and they probably know this from scrims. Yep, there it is. I think this hero just warps the game quite literally, like just portals you into a different plane of gameplay where you just are not playing the same game anymore. So I really, really like the Doorman pick here for Abrahams. I think it's really strong.
Yeah, there's actually a sneaky good counter to Kelvin too, because if your door is placed in the right spot inside of a Kelvin dome, you do technically have a way out of that situation. I believe it can work in that situation. So yeah, it is extremely particular, but I wouldn't be surprised because of where these fights happen over urns, over mid bosses, over sinners. There's very clear points that Doorman can have doors preset in situations and kind of create advantages for Abrahams to actually escape in clever ways from dome.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, because Doorman can definitely set up the door on the urn, and Kelvin Dome does secure the urn if somebody else turns it in, but Doorman is the only hero that can actually interact with that, with having a door preset and just using cart to kind of delay that. So great point on that. And then we got Victor Vindicta. Now, we saw Victor banned last game, but we haven't seen Victor at all other than that last game being banned. I put the hero at one of the lowest spots in my tier list, personally. I haven't seen Victor do really well. I think that Victor takes time to get online. I think that Victor gets kind of owned by Curse, Crippling, Inhibitor, a lot of items that are, you know, pretty strong once you get to the late game. So even when he does come online, I kind of feel like he's not that strong.
Game two.
But we'll see.
Okay.
Perhaps Bunny with Clock's vision will come to light this game. And once again, Aiden's going to get Vindicta.
Bunny with Clock, first pick Shiv.
Gonna try something cheeky.
Abraham's Geist 1-2. Mirage Kelvin match.
The full potential
and they get the Victor. Victor's up this time for Bunny with Clock.
Understood quite yet. Like, what if this is just a straight green item?
This is a very even draft so far, in my opinion.
What if his entire purpose is just to exist Permanent.
last picks really matter.
Obviously,
Viscous
some
Band is really
cheese
smart.
and Lots of great builds.
Actually,
and the hero's fallen out.
I
of
guess
favor,
this is before the
but
Victor pick, so
there is some interesting experimentation potential.
Is
You
this
say
Pocket?
AUC Dynamo last pick.
Pocket
Along with
Band?
Bebop, there's a lot of interesting pick from this Abraham's draft, and there's a ton of AOE team fight.
so Abraham's going pure off
I
meta
love
here.
the Dynamo last pick. I love it because if you look at Bunny with Clock, they don't have a consistent way of shutting down the ults. They have no
Yeah.
stuns. They have 0 stuns. The only stun they have is Victor ult. Other than that, correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't have any interrupts. In fact, I'm 100% confident they don't have any interrupts.
Yep,
So
Stake
this
does
last
not
hero,
interrupt Dynamo.
Probably needs.
It's a
to
really
be
good last
closer
pick.
To the Dynamo.
Bunny
in
with
some
Clock needs a
way, or
huge,
they need
huge
to
match
optimize
here.
against it because, I mean,
I don't think there's
this
really
ult
anything on the board
is
though.
really, really problematic, and I think that I don't think Bunny with Clock expected
Like,
Dynamo last pick.
I don't think they did. Yeah, this is like an ace in the hole.
By surprise.
They
I'm
just
very
go
curious.
Paradox,
If they
yeah.
roll the Paradox, which once again cannot.
This is a
be
very even draft though. This is probably some of the best drafting I've
We're
seen in a
gonna
long
need to see
time.
curse, or
The
they're gonna need to
Dynamo.
be incredibly careful of giving a lot of value.
Oh.
If Abraham's kind of gets ran over in the mid game, it's
Yeah.
fine. But these late game fights with the Dynamo ult are going to be.
The only thing is for Abraham's, the Bebop has to get value. You have to find a way to get the Bebop value.
Heroes kind of just like to get in people's
Aiden
face.
struggled on the Vin last game. I'm not worried about it.
Positioning on
He'll
Kelvin's
bounce
gonna
back
be
this
really,
game.
really key because you might not
He
be
might
able
go
to
util
stop
this
the
game
Black
on the
Hole,
Vin.
but
We'll
if you
see.
have
It depends what the Paradox is
well-timed,
going.
Ice Dome, then you could
Um,
at least stall it out and negate a lot of the purpose of
Really
it.
interesting.
I think the Victor is actually going to be an interesting play here because you almost want to get stuck in the black hole as Victor. Does that make sense in a strange way? Like, if you become this kind of monster that they have to kind of deal with and assign the Dynamo to, like, make sure you get XYZ inside of this black hole, like, Victor's going to want to make sure that he's inside of that at all times, but it's going to be a little bit of tough sledding. That being said,
I
these are
see
good
the
plays for
reasoning.
playing
I don't
games,
100%
and
agree with it,
honestly,
though.
It's going to be on Abraham's to really, like, force fights into these type places. It's going to be forcing mid bosses. It's going to be forcing fights in and around the
I love
arms.
chat.
And,
I
you
love
know,
chat.
Pairing that with Doorman, they've got great tools to manage those expectations. Bunny with Clock, though,
They
have a lot of
creeps.
similar characters that they had from the first
game's
game.
starting
They
up as
got the
well.
Vindicta, they got the Mirage again, they got the Shiv, so they're feeling pretty comfortable. I do like how...
Experience handheld gaming freedom.
Okay, we're gonna watch the beginning of this.
Alright, no, if no one felt it, then yeah. I'm so glad I'm on the B tier heroes, bro, because I can just play whatever I want.
All right, for lanes.
Oh, just permit shooting me.
Getting a Dynamo Lash. People are liking this Dynamo Lash lane. Kind of makes sense to me, right? Stomp sets up the Slam. Slam sets up the Stomp.
Put a buy here.
And they're playing into the Victor Pocket. Okay, that's kind of a random lane.
Yeah, headshot booster.
That's because they have good other lanes, right? They're going the Abrams Page, and then they're going to be going Mirage Mo.
Hey, you're good.
I mean, I
Really, I should read that.
guess you don't want to make this lane perma bad, but like you wouldn't want to do Mo Victor because I was thinking Pocket and Mirage are a good pairing. But so this is they're both game threes. I really don't know what game to watch here.
Pocket 100 again.
I guess I want to watch NA versus EU. That's the whole point of the tournament. I'll watch that one.
I'm just shooting wave insta. I want to get level 2 and look mid ASAP. Fine.
Yep.
I think they're just going boxes.
Actually,
come over.
Ilias team.
A little far though.
WSI.
A little far though, honestly. I can't help.
Right.
What the fighting's really going to be. We're not going to
Okay.
see it have nothing happen in the early game. However,
Obviously, Shift Kelvin. Then we're doing a Dynamo Wraith lane. Dynamo Wraith is stronger than you think. Once upon a time, this would be such a weak lane, but these heroes are just probably too good in lane now. Maybe Dynamo's
Yeah,
fair
it's
to be
kinda curious to me that they've
at
given
least
up
viable in
this,
lane, right?
Vindicta again to
He's
Bunny
more
with
than
Clock,
viable,
because
but like
although it
Dynamo should
really
at least be
wasn't
viable. Now
the
it's actually good in
main
lane.
issue for that game. I think
The
they
Storm
had
on Geist
a
lane
so
into
good
Paradox
chance of
Mirage
this Vindicta from getting picked up when you obviously know
is
it's a very comfort
literal
place
pain.
for this Bunny with Clock team.
Abraham's gonna have full push on this blue, I think.
The fact that you've
Really
stolen
depends
away
like
the
how many
Abrams,
carbines you can land.
You also have the
And then
Bebop
Victor,
to kind of
some
play around
synergy,
here.
right? You
It's gonna
can
make
get
it
your stake
a
down
little
so
bit
your
easier for you to kind of
Victor can
play
get his
around that
aura off.
displacement that you're going to bring here if you're
And
Abrahams.
Abrams Bebop just
And
for
if
like
Sage
a
can
CC
start
chain lane.
landing these hooks onto,
I can see it once again.
Aiden, I think that's going to
Abrahams
make
gets
the
push.
Vindicta's
What's
life a lot
Bebop doing?
harder.
Immediate box run.
Yeah,
He's
really
gonna be getting boxes
I mean,
on spawn.
The problem for me is that I don't really feel like it managed to that we actually saw too much from the Bebop in the previous game in terms of hooks. There were a couple of good ones, but they certainly weren't hitting the Vindicta, and I think that's because Aiden's positioning is actually pretty sublime, and I think it's a big part of the reason why
Yep.
their Vindicta
Aiden's
is
probably
so
the best villain in the
darn
world.
scary, because interacting with the Vindicta requires you to basically forgo everything else. Some scuffles start to break on out as we see the Victor desperately wants to scrap with the Bebop here, but I mean,
Extra regen Bebop just vibing out.
I can't tell you the last time, honestly, that I've actually commentated a Victor, which is kind of surprising to say after how dominant he was at first. But this is some good movement coming out.
Spending a lot to chase this Bebop, bro.
Stay away from Tanner.
I don't think this is worth it. You're spending so much to chase this Bebop.
Away in the TP.
Gets buried. Double parry, bro.
Out and maybe you
Still
get
dies.
away. You're still alive if you're sane.
No, Tanner died. Abrams chased.
Dies from that, so
This is a disaster for Bunny with Clock.
For nothing.
Yeah, what a messy little
And then
fight.
Wraith gets a kill
honestly,
too.
I love that Tanner was willing to just, absolutely go for those fights. But
So Saint hits the fucking box ride of a lifetime, doesn't get punished. They actually get a kill out of it onto Together.
But this is going to kind of be pretty good for people like Poshipop, who's already getting a decent amount of souls in hand and focusing.
Sector, they're updating him per win, not per series. Okay.
It's just
Or
such
per
a
series, not per
fun
win. Sorry.
Little engagement to start the game. I mean, it's still so early and it doesn't really have
Bum.
much impact to it. Well,
Extremely early Guardian here. You can see the potency of the Geist Doorman.
again, Hood on this lady
So
Geist
much
just
poke,
dominating
so much
this
sustain
mid
from the
Guardian
Geist. Like it's
so
literally just
early
unplayable.
on. Game number 1, it was a sub 6-minute Guardian take for Hoot, and they're looking to beat that time in game 2.
I mean, that's one of the strengths of this Lady Geist, right? Like, great early game, can also completely.
Man, I wish
powers,
fucking
and is gonna do that just again.
Buffs
That
and
is
10 were
a
in this,
sub
or not
4
Buff and
minute-
10. Buff and Joyers were in this tournament, bro.
What the heck is that?
And you know what?
Sucks
This
they're
time
not
around,
playing right now.
Looking
It's
at
fine, though.
Poshipop, and you're walking away with this in Hoot. You're even in souls. Last time around, Poshipop was like 2k souls ahead of Hoot after losing that Guardian. This time around, you don't have that same grace right now.
Yep.
You're just gonna have to force Poshipop back into that solo lane to see if he can
Complete opposite of last game, right?
bring things back and get ahead on this
4 minutes in,
Mirage.
Abraham's up two,
It's
like
gonna be
more like
interesting to
2.5K.
see exactly where Abrahams take this, because now they have a big advantage on
Around
the
there.
map, right, with that Guardian down.
So
And
opposite of a game 1.
I think it would be really interesting to see them get into some of those more scraps, and they have great characters for kind of making those picks happen in together. St. MXM. And
Kelvin had to buy the extra regen
all
early
on
too on
these
Gibbs,
picks that, well,
and he
Gibbs
still
had
died.
picks.
So he's gonna be behind on his Spirit Spike. This is what you're saying with the
I
combo
think I
though.
may
As soon as
have
the stake
cursed together
lands,
a little bit,
the Victor can just
Maybe just
kite,
a tiny
get his
bit.
aura off,
Yeah.
and then get his shots off.
You know, I think that
Should be a dead
looking
Bebop
at
here. They
together
should just
in the
full
sense
send
of,
it on
you're
him.
Playing the Kelvin in game number 1, you're playing the
Aiden cuts him
Abrams,
off.
it's still kind of
Yep,
similar
dead
in
Bebop.
displacement or just trying to slow things down in the other team and catch people, but it's
Good
a
response
very much a
from
situation
Bunny
where
with
you
Clock
had a
here.
slow start on the
Getting
Kelvin
shit
in
done
game
on the
number
other side of the
1.
map.
You weren't like
After
the
that, like,
superstar to open up those
very
lanes,
weird
but
level 1 chase.
over time together with hitting the timings on those ultimates, the domes,
Boom.
and making sure that you were having so much impact
Boom.
in those fights. I'm not too worried about together just dying in lane like that on the Abrams.
Yeah.
It's just good to see that you still have this pressure from Buddy with Clock on the other side after losing mid.
This is tight.
Yeah, gonna be trying to get the kill here.
No parry, no parry, no parry, no parry. Ooh, Saint still dies.
Won't quite finish them off just yet. He's trying desperately to make it happen, but that's some
Yeah, there's
great
trade.
dodging. A lot of damage going.
Burger boxing,
on
burger
to-
boxing. Who you got? Who you got?
Okay,
Nah,
but
Dorman
it's
ruins the
not
burger
really
boxing.
gonna lead to a kill. Instead, they're
Boo.
just continuing to fight away.
Boo. We wanted the
Gibbs.
burger box.
Even with Tass there, you're not quite going to be able to take that Kelvin. He does have
Gibbs
pretty good
still doesn't have dome.
Yeah,
He gets it off this wave, so he's probably just gonna camp and try to get the dome. They can maybe get a sneak out on. Black hole is up though.
Waves, but
we're in 2v3 here too. Wraith showed up.
Stack on the left side of the map with the Wraith here. Is this going to be?
So we're gonna see some Guardian trades here.
Another Guardian.
3 for 3 on each side of the map.
TP behind the Curiosity shop. You force the
Kelvin does have dome though.
Gibbs the Demov Singularity now.
But this dome
in hell.
How the hell did he not die there? I cannot believe Gibbs. Well,
Gibbs finally
a
does.
little bit longer.
Gibbs bought a lot of time though.
Used,
About a ton of time. Let Arctic like cook a little bit.
Really nice movement from Taz as well to get themselves the hell out of dodge when you got that Shiv chasing you. But
And Buddy the Clock.
Honestly,
coming out in the macro advantage so far. Gibbs is coming back. They're the ones who get the Guardian on the right side.
You know, the cart to slam
They use the Dynamo. Abraham's use the Dynamo ult and don't get the Guardian. The Gibbs dome was just too good.
Still fun though to
I can't tell if the Dynamo was just that short or if it got like canceled. I don't think it got canceled. I think its duration was maybe just that short. I guess T-Mob must be going Stomp, right? So it doesn't have Arcane or
I'm not gonna say in game number 1 we saw much fear either, but it's just
or anything, or like Extender or anything.
Faltering, they're not withering away. They're still steadfast into game 2 to see if they can push this game the distance. But we do have a rotation in towards this. Mercurial Magnum going to be invested early there from Sonya Sniper, just trying to force away these waves, see if he can do some damage in and catch them. But the triple stack in from Buddy with Clock is
much better game for Aiden here. He's ahead now. He could be the key to Buddy with Clock snowballing the game from an even state.
Yeah, for a chance to maybe land a hook, but the rest of their team is just
only Abram or Pashi, obviously. Pashi is more. Why did I not check Pashi before I said that? Pashi 8.3k. Mr. Efficient.
Happening yet. Seems to be again
and then Hoots at 8k as well. They're neck and neck again. So yeah, I guess Aiden isn't really snowballed. He's just not behind like he was last game.
Coming through. This is a lot of pressure on the Hoot right now, but
it is.
I don't really think enough people are in position at the very moment. He's got the ultimate for the swap. Doesn't get the timing, and Arctic just gets
swap
the
for Hoot.
execute. That's all important. Hoot not hitting that makes, I mean, well, the difference obviously between him being dead and well, literally not.
Guardian finally falls. Abraham's equal out. Guardian score.
For Bunny with Clock that we didn't see back in game 1 is Hoot getting caught out of position, where his lady guys just seemed like a tank for so long, solo farming in lane. This time around, Bunny with Clock
they're up one.
Hunting down this lady guys and denying Hoot
Bunny with Clock are still up one.
into the jungle, and that's going to give more chances for Poshi Pop to
Wait, no, they're down one.
On this heavily farmed
Bro,
barrage.
I just
you got the Shiv and
colors are not clicking my brain right now.
On Bunny with Clock, and we saw this in game number 2 of our series between Sneaky Golem and Leviathan. Is that when you put these two together, still it is something that
I'm surprised Bunny with Clock's up 2k down a Guardian.
I mean,
Guardians are
really
juicy now. They're like 500 souls.
The way we're seeing
I think more actually.
Distributed across this game, right, is we're not seeing a huge amount put towards.
Not actually 100% sure on that though.
Victor right now, no, it's gonna be a fight. Speaking of,
I don't know if people wanted to smoke here. That was kind of odd. I think he thought the Victor was alone, maybe.
I mean, you get caught in the hook there if you're Tanner, and you're just like, wait a second, this is exactly where I want to be. I'm Victor, man. What am I to worry about with that? But
Bunny Clock should be able to get one of the Guardians out here. You can already see them shifting to this left side. They know the blue's going to get matched. They're just going to send it on this left side Guardian.
Guardian still active.
Actually, Arctic goes back. Is he going to be the one who catches blue, maybe?
Stay even with
this is... Okay, yes, quick zip. So Arctic will be back in time. It's going to be a 5v5 on this left side. No black hole for a couple seconds if they can pick the Dynamo. That's why they're going on the Dynamo. Black hole is now up.
Doorman does have a door on that urn grab, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be getting him.
Didn't realize the scares were still on him. It's a classic. Lift goes out on Arctic. Arctic just getting absolutely destroyed. Dome comes out though, but Bebop is beaming inside the dome. Victor all gets off. Aiden is owning double snipes from Aiden already.
And you see Abrams running away from
Abrams.
I mean, it's just a disaster right now for Abrams. The fact that they invested so much and got literally nothing. In fact, they got net negative by a mile.
it's almost deja vu from game number 1. You just
Taz is just trying to desperately keep this urn so they can get some advantage out of this.
Cool Cheese is trying to get to Taz as fast as
But
he
clock
can,
lose
Taz
another Guardian.
quick as ever, just to keep that urn away from.
But they traded for the left side one,
now, even
so
after those initial couple
not
of
the end of the
kills,
world.
Everybody from Abraham's off.
And again, that fight went their way, right? They're up 5K.
To fight. Saint's gonna grab that urn now.
Taz gets delivers the urn to Mr. Saint. I don't think they want to fight this though. They only have swap and doorman ult.
Poshy Pop at the same time.
There is a race to match them in
14K.
which is interesting to see. They
Mirage is pushing side.
Pressure on that Walker, but as you said, Poshy Pop.
They can play
over on
Giga
this
forward
one.
here.
Does not have the ult, so will not be here. But that is one hell of a.
Geist is not in this brawl. Geist is not in this brawl.
To try and just catch some sort of kill, but
Tanner
again,
doesn't
it's
have ult though.
Satan
This is kind of an
Ball.
overcook.
Maybe you're overestimating the tankiness of this Bebop right now, as he just feels like he's falling left, right, and center.
gets
Tanner
low.
will go down. Did not have the ultimate
Okay.
remaining, but
Abraham's
after
played the fight pretty well.
Cheese, look like they've gotten out, and Bunny with Clock. I mean, that might have just been daylight robbery, man.
It could have been. You know, you get that urn, you get a couple of ultimates out, at least for the.
Even the announcers are struggling to see what is fucking happening. Spectating in the game is harder than you
At
think.
least shut down Tanner in that moment.
A lot of shit going on when you can't be the one who's controlling the cam.
But, you also
So Abrahams does end up getting the urn.
Getting
Closes the soul
too
gap.
much damage on that left side walker. So
And they trade it for mid guardian. So objectives are now balanced.
handshake that one after it, and you're not down.
You could say a slight edge Bunny with clock because Paji got the chunk damage on the left walker, but nothing like substantial.
I think it's a really interesting thing now. I'm thinking about the Wraith a little more, and obviously is a great side lane.
So
threat.
Bebop is
Definitely
going
can
alt build.
match up,
Rushing
to
Majestic
Mirage,
Leap
especially
next.
in the later game, and you know can literally just ult him. The problem is obviously the tornado does exist, but
Curious
can
if he'll go
literally
with
just ult
Channers
him and take
to
him
get
out
his
immediately.
green
So
spike.
can actually match him. I think whereas sometimes this Lady Geist can really struggle to like interact with him in any meaningful way because he has relatively good range and can walk away from her as soon as she attempts to do anything or spend.
Yeah, 1v1 dueling, it's whoever gets the jump on who is really the thing, but then Mirage has more tools to kite back if he's the one who gets jumped on. And obviously he has the range, right?
That kind of be the side lane.
The scariest thing for this game is the Wraith is underfarmed. The Wraith is at 12k. Big swap from Cool Cheese. Stick gets down. Get Abrams ult. Abrams lives.
Stay alive off that. It was almost a
Trade for trade.
catch from Cool Cheese, but
Cool Cheese, you always take that trade, right? You have the shorter ult CD.
back to spawn for together
So
to
now Abrams
reset.
is
You won't have that
a bit more of a
impact
burger.
for
Doesn't have as many tools to get around outside the charge.
this is
If he commits, he's like has to
lull
full
that's
commit
happening on
now.
the map right now is everybody's just trying to farm to an advantage.
Stop
getting
Dynamo.
ready for the next urn.
Interesting buys here. He goes
Slots
rapid, enduring, and then surge.
will most likely crack open the next team fight. And we're still seeing
So he's not a
Bosch
he probably goes Veilwalker next. I
in
didn't
the
see what he
race to
was
see
he
who
had
can
hovered
beat
or
the
selected, but
stronger carry.
Victor
On
rushing
either
Infuser
side.
next
Both
makes a lot of
18K
sense.
Right now, I think for Abrams, what I'm really looking
Kill Hut,
forward to
Heal Cut is
what
going to be
kind
huge
of
buys for
early
Abrahams.
builds are we
Curious
gonna
who's going to
towards
get what.
Demov for these team fights. Is it going to be an investment into the singularities? Is he going to be building to see if he can get some extra duration for these fights, land some heavier ultimates on them? I really think that I'm going to be looking at Demov to see if he can, you know, really have some impact in these team fights for holding Bunny with Clock still, but he's going to build into that rapid recharge, surge of power, just for the knockups alone.
So no points in ult either.
Doing a lot
He's
of
going to get
damage.
max. He's going to max stomp into max
but
heal.
Not as much duration onto that singularity as I think.
Makes a lot of sense with the stomp build.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting.
I think getting the 1 point into ult is kind of worth it though, because the original ult is very small, especially when you're going no ability range, right? Like he has no ability range on any of his items.
Sometimes you want to make sure when it's down.
Does
you
Surge have
actually
ability
something
range?
to
Surge
do.
doesn't have an ability range,
I
right?
think this build for Demov is much
God bless
more
this fucking-
effective compared to other builds when that ultimate is down.
This
I think
input.
that's kinda nice.
Yeah, no. So no ability range on the Dynamo ult. So 1 point could have a lot of value, but he's deciding to go full heal.
But realistically, I feel like this is going to be the breaking point for who's going to take the lead into this urn fight. Is he
The ult Bebop build, buying a lot of spades here. Together gets out with the urn though. It's a heist. Get swapped, get swapped. This is what we were talking about earlier about the swap, right? So Abrams has to use the movement tech to get out. Gets out though. This is what we're talking about with the swap though, right? Abrams ult still isn't up and your swap is back up.
This is interesting to see. Keep an eye on those sidelines as well, as we do see
Urn goes
Sandy
out.
Sniper pushing that one in, as the urn is in the hands of Bunny with clock.
All right, so Abrams has to flee. Gibbs ends up getting the urn from him.
Onto Arctic there, as we see Kelvin.
Pashi's going to be able to get a buy-in for this urn fight.
Over right now, but there are already
You see Abraham's trying to desperately get a pick here with the bebop, right? Because they're like, oh shit, we're not going to be able to rotate in time.
Seems like Abraham,
but they're going to get turned on.
Just trying to force somewhat of a fight into the
but now they're playing the other side of the map. Good macro here by Abraham's, low-key. They're baiting the fight right side so they can try to steal the urn on the left side.
To contest this urn on the left.
Ends up costing Saint, though. And Gibbs didn't overcommit, too, right? So now they may get to hit this walker, though. 16 minutes, it's worth the hit, but they're not going to hit it, right? Now let's see how with Bunny with Clock responds, right? Like, do they just want to push this right side walker? Because they know there's 4 committed left side now. Like, Gibbs doesn't have to force this. Pashi doesn't have to force this. Once again, this is where Mirage has a lot of value, right? He can just poke out fights. Victor goes in, though. Victor got his all pop. Did Victor TP this side? I don't know what happened with Tanner here.
Just getting this one pick. If they can get a second and maybe look to get something off the back of it, that's great. We are in a position, a kind of time.
Urn reset, by the way. Urn is now just off the map. So Bunny and Clock feel a little more desperate until he gets them done here. Black Hole's still up, but Dynamo's really chunked, right? You do not want to ult when you're this low as the Dynamo. Dies to the tick. Wow. Dynamo dies without getting ult off. This could be catastrophe for Abrahams. No, they all get out. Okay. So weird kind of exchange there, right? Like, you saw Bunny with the Clock still had 3 people right side while Abrahams committed 4 left. They were like trading with Gibbs, trading with Pashi, but then I think Tanner TP'd that side and TP'd into like 4 people. I don't think I think that might have been a bait setup by Abrahams. They were like posturing with the Wraith to try to get them to TP that side. But it's kind of weird because Bunny with Clock could have played the right side just to pressure the walker, right? You know 4 people are left side, so maybe they were worried about getting TP'd on themselves, but really interesting like trade that happened there.
Too much still if you're Abrahams. You're still looking at
and then no one gets Urn. Urn gets dropped and resets, right? Get dropped to one too many times.
On top because that is going to be the tipping point.
It certainly is. I think right
super
now,
interesting. Super interesting. This game is dead even.
They just got the infuser over on the Victor. Sure, he has no ult, but the rest of those ults are still setting up, and they can be very impactful. And
with the game being dead even, who does that favor, right? Oh, Aiden. Really good hook. Gets long hex, can't do anything. Really good hook by Saint here. So game being neutral, game being extended. Who is that in favor of? That is in favor of Abraham's game, right? They have the double scaler in the Geist Wraith, and they have the Dynamo Wall, right? So late game team fights, they have the advantage. They have the Doorman for this mid boss setup. They have the Dynamo Wall. And this is what Deathy was talking about. They have no cancels for this Dynamo ult. So how do they contest the mid boss? It's very hard, man. They can't even get in. 3-0.
Tanner, but all 3 rejuves go. Saint goes down before the rejuves are going to be picked up, and the Doorman door to get out of mid boss safely with the 3 rejuves.
Super clean from Abrahams there. Immediately execute off of the Saint pick onto Aiden. Really clean. That's a huge flip for this game, right?
On the left side of it.
It's not to say Bunny with Clock, what I was saying earlier, it doesn't have scaling, right? Like, they have the Mirage, they have the Victor, they have the Kelvin Dome, but it's just like, this is where you see, like, comp advantage come through, right? Like, they have there's no answer for the Dynamo unless a knockdown or something gets purchased, but then the Dynamo can just get unstopped this game, right? So it's really curious what the Dynamo's going to go. So he's not teching into the unstop yet because he doesn't feel the pressure. But there could be a key fight that happens where there's a cancel gets bought before D-Mob notices, and then it could really flip a fight if his ult gets canceled when they think they have full commit for it, right? But again, he's saving for the heal too, right? So his ult's going to be a little less potent as well.
Goes for the mid boss, and the only difference is
until later in the game, because eventually on Dynamo you do spec into some items for your ult. It just makes sense, right? Even the cooldown he's bought, right? It applies to stomp, but it's like it techs into your ult as well.
Right
Guys gets the swap off.
I don't think it's going to be a kill even remotely here. We'll pop the Rejuvenator. There's no one
I mean, who's
anywhere
just-
near. So
yeah,
they've
who's
got to
just
make
dead?
this
He just gets
happen
retethered.
in other ways. They've got the urn, yes, but there's going to be a whole ton of players waiting there. Who will
Okay.
go down? That was kind of a full.
Really good pick with Bunny with Clock. Get a free rejuve out of that. And you have a timer to do shit.
They do. I
But
mean,
again, Abraham's just, they played both sides of the map so well, right? One guy dies, they just full on send on this other side. So now Bunny with Clock feels pressure to pressure this right side.
Now, do they get the right side? They're going to send 3
They
members to see if they can trade it.
they don't have a lot of gun damage over there.
I mean, look, Abraham's they're
They
sending
should
players
get it,
over there
though.
as quick as they can. It's going to go below.
They're too
par.
scared.
I
Wow.
think they're not going to commit to it.
They're
I think
trying to
it's
get back to the.
Why would you?
Oh
Especially
no!
the fact that two players
They don't
are
even get there for the urn.
immediately from Abraham's as soon as that becomes
They deny a lot of it.
And Tass, really good call. They don't want to get caught. They know that if they
Demov has ult.
they
Demov
can
has
get cracked
ult.
wide open.
Tanner going to be sent to the Baroness. You do still have Kelvin.
Victor
Dome.
dies.
Will that
Victor
be
no
enough
ult
to
now.
turn
There's
this
the
fight
dynamo
for you? Demo
ult.
jumps right in the singularity.
Hits two.
Now for together, punches thrown left to right.
This is
and
disaster
you
for
don't
Bunny
even
with
get a chance
Clock.
if you're Gibbs to invest that ultimate. Tanner
See how the
falls
rest of the fight
quickly
goes, though.
after
They got
with
one more rejuve out.
Reanimation for the Victor.
One rejuve
No
left for
chance to come
Abraham's.
back to life.
Arctic dies. Man, this is
soon to
disaster
die,
for Bunny with
3
Clock.
down for
So they
Bunny
don't
with
commit to the
Clock, and
walker because they want to
really
contest the urn,
blown
but
up in this
they're
game
late,
too.
so the urn still goes down,
Abrams
and now they don't get the
taking this
walker.
game by storm.
I mean,
But
this
again,
is an
this is
important
where
point to
rejuve is a lot more
like,
balanced now.
obviously,
Look at the
if
map,
you
right?
see
There's
that,
one rejuve left, only a minute
you're
left.
gonna see the ultimate come
And
out
they
right
got a lot of
now.
advantages there to slightly pull ahead, but the game's not over.
Die off that initial exchange, and Abraham's really looked like they wasted a lot of their ults. Great play here coming out from Abraham's to make sure they lock him down completely, kill him, and then move on to everything else.
And then
They've got their order of
with the new
operations
walker
going.
mechanics too, this is like a big feels bad, right? They have a 1 HP walker and another low walker over here. Once they take one of these walkers, another one will get health. So you hope it goes onto this mid one. But I think it's all the walkers get more HP, if I'm correct. So it's kind of like, it feels really bad to have 2 low walkers because one just gets boosted up with HP after. So
maybe react
just a lot of like small things going in the favor of Abrams right now.
to one side, forcing
And again, like as longer the game goes, I think you saw it in that fight, right? Like
open up these walkers, grab some
there's
flanks
not a lot
here.
of tools to deal with the
Still very
dynamo.
much a chance for Bunny with Clock to react to this one accordingly.
Another thing is Sanya is like catching up in farm now too. He's up to 26k. He's not going to be like the Pasha Hoot hyper efficient level, but in terms of everyone else in the game, he's like in that second category of farm, right?
Bunny with Clock commit towards taking that on, obviously when they want the extra slot, and it would be really nice for their carries.
Goes capacitor this game too. Really good buy this game.
Must be itching
Just
for
so
that
much
slot,
value
but
into the Vin,
not quite in their hands yet.
into the Mirage, into the Shiv.
One thing that we haven't really talked about that I think
I don't know.
you brought up, or the desk brought up a really good point for, and Deathy was saying that, you know, you have not just Hoot that's going to be an issue in that.
I don't know
late
if it
game,
cancels
but
paradox
eventually
swaps,
Sonya
though,
Cypher's
I'm
gonna
not sure.
catch up on this Wraith. And
Yeah, so they get the walker, and then you see, right?
Walkers
That's
down
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
right
Now
side,
this
there's
walker
gonna be
gets more
some
HP. It's not a
great
ton,
initiation from Bunny with Clock
but
to just try
it
to
just
pick
kind of
off
sucks,
the
right? This was a
macro
1 HP walker that
forceful
it's like
fight inside the
you can't like
jungle, and Hoot
backdoor
is gonna be
anymore or
ready
just
to
like
take this one.
get a quick swap in and then do something else on the map. Big team fight here.
Quite as much. A good usage of the dome means that
Oh,
there's some
Pasha's playing this fight
massive
really well.
damage
Pasha played
going
this
on
fight
right
really
now
well.
to the door
Good
man.
dome,
The Poshy
good
Box
rescue
is
beam by
hard,
Gibbs.
but
Still goes down
way
though.
too much together.
The speed on Bulb
Manages to
build is
find them, and
so
Gibbs
oppressive,
was
man.
trying to find anything for their teammate to keep them alive, but unfortunately they are rendered to his namesake. And Abrahams find the opportunity they need in spite
Man,
of the tools
4 for 1.
for Bunny with Clock there, and now they're gonna push these towers down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete difference from what we saw in game 1, whereas Bunny with Clock really clutching up in a lot of those moments. Abraham's this time continuing to keep up with this lead that is now 13k ahead and counting for our EU team. A real chance.
I'm
here
sensing a
pushing
game
with
3.
that
I'm sensing a game 3.
excited to see
Ooh-wee.
Abraham's
So while there's a little lull here, we're gonna check in
really
on
take over.
head of the Melee Creeps game. Melee Creeps up 30k.
Yeah, we can. Oh. I'm grabbing buffs. Yo, can you grab this?
So they're about to drop enemy patron.
I'm coming. Look at Paige.
She could be game ending if the page dies. Page doesn't die. Oh, they have 2 down. Never
Should be
mind.
out, should be out.
Lol. I thought they were 6 up.
Oh.
Oop, this could be bad. This could be really bad.
saying serve. I'm saying serve.
This guy gets out.
Oh, do you want serve, John?
Keeping themselves alive or anything else, because there's two threats for Abraham.
The Victor gets ulted.
The Victor does make it out. No one else really seems to be doing
Free
it.
doorman ult.
Okay, was just keeping an eye on exactly what was going on there. This Victor build is
Abrahams did end up getting the urn though.
Interested to see how it's going to kind of scale into the late game in comparison to other Victor builds, but this Infuser is very powerful. It's a very tanky focus.
Yeah. Again, this is where I would love like be able to hold tab and just see what people are buying, because the amount of heal cut they have is what really matters. And a variety of heal cut too.
One of the big problems with the Bunny with Clock is that they don't really have a huge amount of lockdown.
Well, mid-boss going to be started with Bunny with Clock. This is going to be their way back in. 6-on-6. Only ultimate you're really missing is going to be the Baroness onto Taz. So this is
really interesting call from Bunny with Clock here. I think they're going to just roar and then turn, if I had to guess. Yeah.
Different angles, and as soon as it rings, it looks like they're just trying to bait this one.
Yeah, this is just full bait. You're never going to finish this with the Dynamo ult up. And Abrams ult up. They have a doorman. Like, you're just trying to force a fight here.
Are now very disconnected.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're committing on to all too much. Sanya Sniper makes it out of position.
Aiden's getting the free hit though. Aiden is free hitting in this fight.
Goes down as well. Look who's remaining in the sky.
Ooh, huge knockdown, huge knockdown. That's dead Abrams. Oh, super close.
Land a shot. The Guardian Ward also on together. He's not going down in this situation.
Bunny Clock's dropping waves right side.
And it looks like
they end up heisting the urn though. So the roar ends up getting Abrahams to panic. Can Abrahams get to this drop off in time?
The dead players that they have to potentially just do this mid boss.
They don't give a fuck. They're just gonna take the mid boss. It's already low.
Abraham's gonna be
yeah, Bunny with Clock kind of through here. Not gonna lie.
To hunt down the players from Bunny with Clock.
I don't think Kelvin gets there in time. He does have warp. Yeah, no. You don't go. Oof, that's a rough. Bunny with Clock seems to get separated a lot at mid boss. It's a big problem they have.
Another 3 rejuves over to our Europeans. Now a chance
and then Gibbs just dies. Oof, not good, man. Not good. Midwalker's gonna insta die, and then look at D-Mob already on that right side, getting the wave ready. They're gonna get both walkers here. This is a huge turn. They're about to go up 30k.
They keep finding pick after pick after pick, and it's because of the utility that they have on their team. Yes, their carries are good. Yes, their carries are fed, but it is this Abrams. It is this Bebop. It is this Dynamo, and it is.
So it's interesting. D-Mob ends up going full stomp build. Goes the Veil Walker, goes Tank Buster, goes Headhunter. He's like, fuck ulting, bro. I don't need a non-stop. No one's canceling me. So this Victor's going in.
Going to be a continuing fight here. Looking for a chance. The ultimate is in hand, but he's taken so much damage.
That's the pain battery, though. Really good spacing from Tanner there. Didn't even have ult. Yeah, he was like playing pretty risky. He just knows his limits really well. He's just trying to make space, right? He doesn't want their base to get cracked. But again, like we said, both walkers go down. They're up about 30k. And that's before they even take camps, right? So now they're taking camps.
That would be a big moment for Bunny with Clock at least.
Bunny with Clock gets a couple waves here though, so it should be, and maybe end up around like 32, 33k lead once all the farm is soaked up. Surprised they don't like rotate into the left side here. Maybe D-Mob will go for it, but it's kind of risky now.
Obviously, D-Mob was there.
Might have not been spawning when they were backing up, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Again, I want to point out that's a really strong like asset of Bunny with Clock. They have great wave management.
Paradox ult was up too, so maybe they're just worried about getting swapped
even though they're losing
on the late chase.
They're winning more than they will.
All right, and then the only ult build item he's bought so far. Well, actually, he has Extender. I think I saw Extender, so he ends up going Stomp, Extender, and then Refresher.
In their pocket right now, every tool that they need to go to a game 3. 2 rejuves with just under 2 minutes left.
Refresher might actually even be the better buy than Stop, right? Because you can get guaranteed 1 free ult off, right? Like say they even bought a knockdown, like the Vin bought the knockdown or something like this. Or if
catch themselves a little bit too far out.
Kelvin ended up buying one. He's just kind of like, you get the 1 canceled if they invest into a knockdown or like a curse or something, and then you get your second one off for free. So I do think the Kelvin will eventually go curse, but he's very low income, right? It's going to take a while.
Putting Bunny with Clock in the base and go and say, okay, well, come out, see what happens. We will fight you. We will.
Yeah, he
take
has
the fight, and
extender.
we
Okay.
have two rejuvenators
And then, like I said earlier, like cooldown sort of counts towards all.
Any souls off the back of that. Instead, what they're doing is starving them out. And you know,
Curious to be smart for Unstop. Really interested what he's gonna go last year. He might just, he has upgrades available too. Might just go like duration extender.
Even give a chance to Bunny with Puck, especially the fact they're on 130 ping. They're taking no chances and they're doing it by.
Or what's the full one called? I'm blanking on it right now. Superior duration. Sorry, he already has duration extender.
So,
okay.
The rejuve is going to slowly bleed away. Bunny with Clock have a lifeline into this game.
So ever since the return fire buff, a lot of shivs are building return fire. I think it's pretty good.
Well, you've seen in the past that Bunny with Clock have been able to put together some strong team fights. Aiden's been great. 30k on the Vindicta. I think the biggest difference has been the lack of Poshy Pop in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
And one might say, well, it's like, well, you got Hood on the other side who's 50k, just matching Poshy Pop in terms of the soul farming. I mean, Hood hasn't really been a difference either.
Yeah, like at this point, Abraham's just full on outscaled, right? Because the Victor fell behind curve too. The Victor's at 35k. Sanya, we were talking about earlier, kept up, right? So he's at 47k, Hood 51k, and then your Dynamo's at 40k, and now he has the unstop. So these fights are just Ricochet comes in for Wraith. Like these fights are just kind of impossible for Bunny with Clock now. You got to get like a God pick. You need the God swap into a curse.
That's the thing, right? Is when you get significantly ahead.
So it's possible. You have the tools to do it, but it's like, man, it is looking grim. Abraham's just have the better comp at this point.
Eviscerate every single piece of farm on the map, and that's exactly what I was saying before with the starvation.
Unstop lightning scroll to round out the build. I like it. I like it. Sets up your Dynamo, right? Or you can follow up and have even more. So look at this. Yeah, like Mirage is dead. Dome comes in. So they have to focus the Dynamo, the debuff though. Debuff dies. It just doesn't matter though. Hoot and Sonya are untouched when 3 are already dead. It's GG. It's just GG.
He just can't do anything against all this damage.
They just got outscaled, and they didn't have the tools to do with the Dynamo. The Dynamo won this game. The Dynamo last pick was just so unbelievably clutch. Perfect drafting from Abrahams. I'm pretty sure they don't have patron drop, but I think they can just end, right? Nah, maybe not. They don't have balls. They probably just drop.
Inside of the Death Slam Invitational so far. And you look back to game 1 of the day for Leviathan, they weren't able to get it done. They choke at the finish line, and they allow Sneaky Golem a way back in. Buddy with Clock have a little bit more work to do if they want to.
I realized I just made my title the biggest prize pool ever. Was Trolley Tournament bigger?
And they look deadly.
I just thought about that.
Yeah, with 3 seconds
Let me check that out.
They're just going to get the cherry on top and confirm this.
I'm telling you, man, they are looking here to do it by the book. They back out. They see people responding and like, well, why would we take a risk? There is literally zero reason for them to do it.
Trolley was bigger.
Cool, calm, and collected. And you know, I mean, people talk about European teams in a lot of games as being patient.
Oh no, this is across multiple games
This
though.
is because this team, they don't want to muck around. They don't want to lose out to Bunny with Clock, and they know they certainly can. Some good pressure coming.
3 for over Abrahams.
But they're going to completely
Gets the rejuve.
That Kelvin for a couple of seconds.
Bunny with Clock. It's just these fights are so hard. There's no Dynamo though, so this is like the best shot they have, right?
A little bit more rush towards the base. They're actually going for the
they're just going for base.
While all of this fight is
He's
going
backdoor.
on. It might be ill-advised, but Abrams don't care. They're gonna win this fight. They're gonna find the pressure. They're gonna go to kill. The end of the game, the patron.
GG.
They're just confident and they know what they're doing.
Well, that's going to be game number 2 to the Abraham.
Just comp diff that game, right?
Against Bunny with Clock, a big change up for our
really good game. Really competitive game. This is a great series for video ideas. Really nice. Really, really nice. Oh, so, yeah. Shit. Okay, I have to slightly change my title. Trolley had a bigger prize pool. They had 10k. Shit.
For example, do I think he's the best solo carry in the game? No, I don't. I
we're
don't
gonna
think he
slightly
is that
change the
because
title.
I
No
think
one,
he's
no
a
one
really
knows
talented
anything.
player with even that little bit
Keep it on
less.
the low.
So he has a great bang.
Alright, do melee creeps one?
And that's what I love.
Yeah, melee creeps one. Boom. So we're gonna get melee creeps, Abraham's semifinals, and then if they win out, we're gonna get winners. So and then Quackru gets taken out by Gigi Bread, and Leviathan takes out Loki W. Makes a lot of sense. We saw that. We saw those games coming. Let's do biggest NA versus EU. Let's do that. Fuck. How did I forget about the trolling? Okay, I woke up late. That's it's not my fault. This is not my fault. Go live. Where's the title at? Where's the title at? Where's my title at? They just changed this during our stream settings. Biggest NA versus EU. Fuck, I totally forgot about that. It's okay. It's fine. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of a lull here. That is okay. I wonder if they're gonna show lower bracket games now.
I was getting pings for.
Oh, Vale.
I don't know if Jonas is joining the party right now, but you know, he has the option to do so.
I just saw a screenshot.
Yeah, you're right. You can call it Vale, I guess. It's like when you go down the rope, it's that little like small room.
What was it? Wow.
Okay.
It was 11k damage.
God damn it.
Actual
No.
classic from Sane, I'm not gonna lie.
No.
Well.
Okay.
A top NA team, for sure.
I don't know what's happening.
And Abraham's being able to even take one game off them is a
So where are they
very,
gonna
very
play to today?
significant, achievement on their side. And so, you know, great performance from Abraham's. We're going to have a couple clips to break down to kind of show, but I think that what won them
I'm
this
assuming
game
they're
was
gonna play
really
till
a lot of smart, kind of gimmicky plays, not in a
winners
bad way, in a
finals, but
good
I'm not
way,
sure.
Around their heroes, like the Doorman and the Dynamo really coming in clutch from a lot of those plays, and you'll really see that in the replays, as I'll be showing kind of like a multiple, what I think are the most pivotal moments in the game and what was happening in those, and why that worked in favor of Abraham. So I think in this situation, perhaps a little bit of a draft differential.
Yep.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. At the end of the game, we were kind of scratching our heads, asking ourselves, what is this Victor doing outside of just kind of walking in and dying? But as you alluded to, like this doorman was really making some interesting plays around the map. It was kind of every time we were looking around, it was a doorway leading into a situation. 3 or 4 of Abraham's players pop out, find a pick, you know, isolate the Gibbs Kelvin, send him off to the Baroness Hotel, win the fight, and then you can just collapse on this Kelvin who's got nobody left to heal. After that point, it was really just a really good masterclass by Toss, and even shout out to Saint MXS on the Bebop, had some really impressive hooks to keep Aiden clear out of the sky, itemizing very defensively, obviously majestically to make some really easy rotations, and really good teamwork and team drafting by Abrahams there. And it would be no surprise if they win this series in this 3rd game and continue on through the winner's bracket. So Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, super interesting what happens here.
Those draft questions.
My dream is Abraham's winning. Not gonna lie, love Bunny with Clock, but
definitely some things to contest.
Yep. Yep. And with that being said,
True,
I'd like to
Zara,
move on to
true.
clips. And we've got this first clip here, and I'm going to be a little bit more used to the controls now, which is, let me just pause it because I want to talk about the setup here. Okay.
All right.
So first
Death
thing
Analysis,
is, we've
let's
got
go.
this first kind of earn fight at 11 minutes.
Yep.
And right here, if you look at the souls, it's pretty even right now, right? We've got Bunny with Clock, which is actually in
True.
a very slight 4,000 soul lead. So by all means, they should want to fight this earn. However, there's a small little problem for them, which is, hey, Mirage, their richest player by far, does not have his ultimate up.
Yep.
Right? So there's no possible way for Mirage to join this fight. And if you look here, you see the Wraith. Now, I believe the Wraith is considering to TP. I can't actually remember if she does. But, you know, worst case, this is a 5 versus 5 for Abrahams. And Abrahams have a lot of kind of cheese potential. And on top of that, their strongest player, which is Hoot, as you can see, is right on top of the urn. He's right here, ready to fight. Right, so right away, the setup is kind of really good for the side of Abrahams, and they have Doorman, who's just kind of like the ultimate cheese. So we're going to play and kind of see how it happens as Shiv kind of engages. Hoot already just like trying to create a little bit of space. We've got Dimov on the side. And we can see there's kind of a fight on the side lane as we've got the Wraith keeping away the Mirage. So we've got the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm surprised the fight went this
and here the skirmish
poorly.
where they're kind of overextend right into a door, man. Just through the door, they're like really trying to put the pressure.
Yeah, I guess the door was just that clutch, right? Because it let Geist come back into the fight.
Looking good, but who gets the first?
The doors were clean.
Tanner as well here, as they look to just go through the door, try to see if they can get the urn, and unfortunately, Bunny with Clock fails to contest that. And right off of that, it pretty much eliminates a big portion of Bunny with Clock's initial lead, as Sonya is just on the side lane, holding back Mirage just barely, but that's all he needs. And all of a sudden, the game was pretty much even from that clip. So we can move on to the next one, which is the first mid-boss. So give me a sec while we prepare that clip, and let us know what you think of these little replay analysis. So I'm going to pause right here just to talk about the setup. So here, fully even game. And Abrahams have 1 kill. Okay, so they have 1 kill on Aiden right here.
1 down.
Just a 1-man advantage, but that's really all they need, because if you look at their
and
draft,
they got Dynamo.
They have a lot of great answers in the mid-boss, right? They've got the Abrams charge, they've got the Doorman, Ultimate, and Cart. They've got the Black Hole. And so there's a lot of really, really great answers they have, and it's very difficult for Bunny with Clock to fight in the pit.
Biggest being the Dynamo, right?
Tool they have available at this time is the Kelvin Ultimate.
They can't go for punches.
Of course, Mirage can deal a ton of damage, and we've seen it time and time again. But in this situation, all Abrahams have to kind of do is just hide, and Bunny with Clock don't have any way to interrupt this Dynamo ult, as we see. So here, all that's going to happen is Abrahams is going to force it. Great call by them. Beautiful macro decision. And then they're going to move forward.
This is off the debuff book.
See Poshy here is trying to get some damage on the side. Whoops. Sorry about that. And then they rush forward, make sure they don't get it, and the Bunny with Clock players make the smart decision not to contest. They do get the same Maxim kill, but kind of luckily, he died right before the rejuve dropped, and so they didn't actually lose a single rejuvenator off this. And they're going to use this kind of advantage here with the 3 rejuves to then take over.
Because they know they're full exiting anyways, right? Like, St. Dying doesn't mean anything.
That was a really, really pivotal moment.
Losing the rejuve would have meant something.
To the next fight, which is 3 minutes later, roughly, we see a beautiful Dynamo ult from the side of Dimov here.
How many's a
hit?
Fight
on the side lane as Dimov gets a beautiful black hole, and as you can see, he's got some key members, including
and the Dormant's
Kelvin.
just chilling here, just getting the free hit.
Defensively,
in the most safe place ever, because he can just back up on the door.
Completely disastrous for the side of Bunny with Clock, and that's, if you look, the souls are still fairly even, but that's really where the game started to go downhill in this situation. And, you know, just a really, really beautiful play from Dimov is especially impressive considering that he's on high ping and all the players on Abrahams are, as Tanner goes down without ult, Gibbs goes down without being able to use his dome. And you can kind of see that this fight ends up going really poorly, unfortunately, for the side of Bunny with Clock, as they lose, I think, 3 or 4 players without getting anything in return other than 2 rejuves, which obviously doesn't give you any money or pressure on the map.
Those were great points about, like, when the game blew up.
1 minute left.
The only other one is the Walker trades, right?
Now, finally, we have...
He's probably going to get into it.
2 more clips. So we've got another one here for a Kelvin initiation here on the urn. Around the urn area, Kelvin here gets a beautiful dome, and this was really, really well played from Gibbs, kind of keeping Poshy up alive through almost everything, but it doesn't matter, despite the fact that they killed Taz, they used their
door was too clutch.
And Abrahams just kind of cleans up.
The re-engage is
really
too fast.
Here, what I want to highlight is that there's also another fight happening on the side lane here, you can see, and it's kind of a 2 versus 2. And unfortunately for Bunny with Clock, they lose both the main fight here and the side fight. So I'm going to let it play out so you guys can see. But this, once again,
and again, even souls. Where, this just kind of blows up in the game.
Overall macro fights went in favor of Abrahams, but it was really a nail biter through the game, right? Like, if you ignore these small little moments, which really could have gone either way, just with some small individual adjustments or, you know, different team compositions, it really could have gone either way. And then we've got the last clip, which is just kind of Abraham's domination. They've got a 50k lead in this fight. We've got the black hole, just a team wide. I mean, he tries to dome, actually kind of a good dome on the edge. And, you know, you've got the Victor ult and all these things kind of going in favor of Bunny with Clock. But the second black hole just cleans it up. And Dimov, despite going down, did his job. And Bunny with Clock, they were just too far behind on this point to really be able to do anything in the fight. So,
GG.
You know, really, really, really great game.
That's good. I like that level analysis. That's good.
For game 3. How are you feeling, Mox?
Yeah. I'm pretty pumped. I was saying I'd like to see a game 3 just because the quality of play has been there, even in the second to last clip. Despite multiple clips of watching Abrahams kind of win fights and dictate the macro, it was only like a 9,000 soul advantage. It was only into the very last one they were
How many
talking
viewers
about,
are
the
there?
Souls
Okay.
were completely out of
So
reach.
23.
and
That's
they were
that's
just
good.
doing the EU classic of
That's worth
clean up
doing
the
for them.
map, play everything nice,
Especially if it's
safe,
just CP chilling,
clean
right?
gameplay. Make sure you do everything by the book, as our casters kind of mentioned. Up until that point, it was still scrappy. Like there were still opportunities, and I think just little things like with the draft kind of leaned into Abraham's favor.
Right.
Made the game
I'm
a little
assuming
bit
these
easier to play.
this game's going on
Do
right
that
now.
with the incredible dynamo performance. Obviously, you have a full kit that provides you, damage, evasion.
Sneaky Golem should
and
win this
kinda
game, but you
get
never
the
know.
Black hole as
The Fresh Prince takes his final bow on Stack TV.
Philly kid,
fish out of water, but still thriving.
These boys are about to go off to college.
I'm taking the biggest swing of my life here.
The final
Biggest swing of my
chapter.
life
A
here.
little bit more time to make something shake.
Time isn't on your side, nephew.
I worked so hard to get my life back.
I wonder if they'll
A
stop here.
lasting legacy.
I just want to move on.
I wonder if they'll do semifinals and then losers bracket for day 2.
Turned upside down.
Bel Air. Final season now streaming on Stack TV. Try it free. Restrictions apply.
Noodles.
want to stay on winner's side right now.
Yep, noodles.
100% winner's advantage is going to be significant. And
Is
it's
Noodles
not
still on
gonna be as
Kawaii
exhausting
Crew?
as
What is
going
Noodles
through the entire
doing?
lower bracket, which most of it is being played today. To be clear, the stream is going to keep going for a little bit. We've got at least 2 series ahead of
Okay,
us.
so they're going to do 2 more series.
For this
Okay.
one, where if considering this goes to game 3, very likely we are going to the next game we're going to be covering are the winners finals, which are going to
Yeah,
be
still on
Melee
Kawaii Crew,
Creeps
okay.
versus the winner of this game.
LARP
So the
noodles.
game that's about to happen. Now the players are ready to go into the draft, so we'll be going into the draft very shortly
Nice.
for game 3. My personal takeaway is, if you're bunny with clock, do not let the Europeans get doorman. They are
Yep.
experts at the doorman
I'd agree.
character. Do not let them get it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's good reason that we've seen it be a very highly contested pick in night shift specifically. So I
And Moose
think
been
we'll
spamming
probably
the
see that
Paradox.
addressed in bans. I do believe that it was banned in game 1, so we'll probably see a resurgence of that. I'm
Sure.
curious if Bunny with Clock want to consider picking it, because we always talk about differences NA, EU. I
Yeah.
think a lot of NA teams could really afford to kind of prioritize this character a little bit more if they're not already doing so. So it doesn't necessarily need to be banned. Maybe
Sorry,
you
I'm just looking
could
at my
top
analytics
three
right
the
now.
hero, grab it third for your side, whichever you feel like doing. But I think that we'll definitely see a lot of priority hinge on that character.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham's decide to ban the Shiv. They're like, hey, this hero's a problem. And then they get the Billy first pick. So they actually took a little bit of a gamble here to take
Gamba.
an insight for the viewers. So Billy's been banned every single series so far that we've seen. Okay. And Bunny with Clock has had first pick in the other series. And they've banned Yamato against Abraham's, as they're clearly afraid of the Yamato. I find it interesting to ban Yamato over the Billy, because I think that Billy just kind of does what Yamato does, but better. As in, he's kind of an insane frontline. And also, Abrahams has arguably one of the best Billy players ever in Together, who is very, very, very solid on the Billy. So I'm a little worried
Everything's
for
played today
Bunny
except
with
losers,
Clock.
finals,
I
and grand
hope they
finals.
have an
Okay.
answer, because personally, nothing infuriates me more than a good
Cool.
Billy. I rage. I'm furious.
Yeah, it's really interesting draft adaptation
Billy.
from
Real
Abraham's having
and true.
first pick here. They kind of clocked that Bunny with Clock was going to continue the Yamato ban, and they say, well, we can
Lamau.
leverage that. We
Wait,
can
you said
grab
grand
something,
finals or winners
and so
finals?
we'll see our first Billy game, and
Say
we'll see
grand finals,
Abraham's have to
Except
deal
grand
with,
finals and losers finals. Okay.
not getting the.
So I probably will watch that
Geist
tomorrow,
on the side.
but
Bunny
it'll have to be
with
after
Clock
scrims, I
grabbed that along
think.
with Abrams, who is a good.
So they're gonna
strong
rush him to
frontliner.
play.
Obviously, I think Billy
Separate plan.
slightly gets the edge, especially the higher you climb into, these player ratings. So, not going to be too upset seeing the Abrams on the side of Bunny with Clock. It's going to be interesting what Abraham's prowess after this. They could take away the Pashi Pop Mirage, but they seem to be able to handle it in game 2 pretty okay. But they will grab that. I wonder where their prowess is. This would be a nice spot to grab Doorman if they
Okay.
want to make sure that doesn't get banned or picked away. And
Doorman for Abrahams. I think EU is rating this hero
And I
properly, man. I
Bunny
think
with
they're...
Clock is my friends. I'm friends with a lot of them, and
Yep.
I really want them to win. But seeing the start of the draft, man, that's tough.
That's a Thanos 1, 2, 3.
Honest, I think Abrahams have like Thanos top 3.
Yep.
Billy Mirage Doorman. I'm a little worried for Bunny with Clock. Now, Bunny with Clock got.
I think Abrams
amazing
is
heroes.
overrated.
I just want to make that clear. Abrams
compared to
is
these
really
others.
really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
I think Billy versus Abrams
Incredible
is kind of just
heroes.
probably
I just think
Billy
Abrams
favorite,
is like
in my opinion.
half a
So,
bit.
and we got the Mina top 3 coming out.
Like
with
he's like
Bunny with
top
Clock.
of
I
A tier.
really don't
You
like
know,
the Mina top 3
it's
here,
like Abrams
because I
and
don't
Vin are
think
like
they're
top A tier. They're not S
at
tier.
all.
For all these heroes, I would consider
and
S tier.
you know, I think that
Doorman,
for Aiden,
it's more like
'cause I wanna
competitive
see
S tier
Aiden-
because it's
Aiden
harder to
on
like
Rin
pull stuff
or
off in
Mina
solo queue, but
recently, so it might be just a comfort pick. But I think it's very, very early to pick the Mina when you could get something that's been a bit higher priority in these games. Like perhaps you want to, you know, beef up your front line. Perhaps you want to go for the Kelvin, and they banned the Victor. So just decisions that I find myself difficult to agree with on the side of Bunny with Clock.
True.
Maybe
They're
they
banning the Victor.
know something that we don't, because the way that they've been drafting kind of like defies what we
Interesting
typically
flex
see,
from Abraham's here too,
particularly
banning
in
the
the
Shiv
base.
first
They're
pick.
very clearly
Willing to
targeted
give
at
up the
something
Ghost.
they know that we don't. Obviously, the Mina is not going to be too happy playing into a Billy as well, so I agree with you. They could have delayed that. They grabbed something else. Maybe
Best band's really
something
smart.
like a Wraith pickup. Although I don't know that Abrahams would want to put that on top of their draft already. They got quite a few farm heavy heroes already.
Bunny with Clock needs to pick Page here. There's literally no other
Yep.
pick. If you
Need to
don't
go
pick
full
Page
death
and
ball.
You give Abraham's Page. I think you just. I don't want to be dramatic, but I'm pretty sure you lose on draft right there.
And they pick
Because-
Wraith. GG.
Uh-oh. I am a little worried because I think, first of all, Page Billy is like ultimate.
Yep.
It's just like, how do you deal with that in lane? It's so annoying and
Yep.
just in the game
Gets it.
in general.
It's one of the
I
few
think it's
heroes that
almost
makes Billy a good
guaranteed
laner.
Abrahams are going to pick Page here. It's a really, really strong pick. Now, don't get me wrong. Wraith is a good hero, but I'm looking at Bunny with Clock's roster.
Billy's not like the worst lane in the world, but compared to some of the like Thanos laners right now,
Mina and Wraith, all heroes that need a good amount of net worth to be effective.
Yep.
And then Abrams can play kind of low econ, but you know the amount of greed on Abrahams and the lack.
yeah, I
of
like
a
the pocket
strong
pick
amount
too.
of utility
Ooh, they're just getting
does concern me.
gapped.
Okay, so we see the pocket.
And what support are
If
they
they
going to
don't
pick?
Page, I
They're
would be
going to go pick
surprised.
or support here.
Now, there's a world in which they don't pick Page. And
I think they
opt
do pick
for
Page, though.
other, options.
They could take
but
Kelvin,
I really
too.
think that Page is a very, very strong pick. Yeah, they could take Kelvin, although I don't really love Kelvin with the Abrahams roster so far.
Yep.
They could. I don't think they will. I really do like the Page here for Abrahams like
Just-
a lot.
It's more about denying, right? Like
They have a
Page
lot of
fits
their
so well with
problems
this comp.
already solved. So even if they don't go the Page, like
They go Kelvin.
it's kind of, you know, Taster's choice for what they want to do. They actually lock in the Kelvin. So I think Bunny with Clock will probably grab that Page that you were talking about. They kind of need somebody to be the
Well, they go for the Kelvin. Okay.
yeah, they need somebody to be the low econ hero for Bunny with Clock here. I think that'll be the Gibbs character. Interesting to see what they want.
Gibbs getting the respect ban, too.
I'm not sure what they've lost so many powerful heroes already. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a
they've
pretty
lost a lot of
confusing
options
spot.
here. I mean, it could be a Bebop. It
Page,
could
yeah.
be a Bebop. They go for the Page.
Crazy
Now,
Page
the
falls
Page
this far.
Bunny with Clock, too.
I agree with Deathy.
I think it
The
was pretty
early Mina
unlucky
pick was
there.
even
They
like
get
you
a
should have picked Page
considering
here
Doorman Kelvin. I doubt
because
that
they could have banned it too.
I am quite surprised to see they don't pick Page. You know, one thing that may come to mind is perhaps they're afraid of playing Page on ping because it's already kind of hard to secure your orbs on Page.
True.
If you're on like high ping, it's like got to be literally impossible.
But like
So that
snowballs,
might be a
it's like
factor into why they didn't pick
pretty
Page.
similar now.
But Bunny with Clock rounded out.
Page
with
is still
Page
slower, but
Paradox.
Kelvin's like
I quite
not
like
great
the
with
way that
confirming
they
on that
finished
thing
this
either.
draft, but I don't know if I'm a big fan of the kind of like middle picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think Page Paradox.
Does Abrahams have another just ace in their hole for the last pick? There's more cancel this game, so the Dynamo's not as crazy. I think you should go true M1 probably.
In the way of creating space for your Wraith and Mina.
IB.
And so
You can go another frontliner. You can really go any direction. You covered all your bases with the draft here. You can go pick. You can go Bebop.
Get the Bebop again if they want to.
Yeah, like they can go whatever direction they want with this last pick.
You know, in response, Abrahams could just grab it. Just
Lash.
like a
Okay,
cherry on
I
top
like the
of
lash.
Go for the lash.
With the lash.
Yes.
This is Thanos
Lash
draft.
is-
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I didn't tell anyone. I told the teams make sure you pick Lash. There's a bonus prize. Well, there's not any bonus prizes or anything if they pick Lash. Just to
I like
clarify
this left
all
side
the
way more though.
allegations, but
Holy.
I do like the Lash.
It's
pick.
just like if this was Page, it's literally
pretty
GG.
much-
Deathy's right.
I would say the main issue on the side of Bunny with Hawk is Paradox for Lash. Other than that, I think the matchups are fine. Mina does get a little weird, especially if you're playing in lane versus Mina. It can be a little weird for Lash.
Yeah.
If you don't rely on, hitting big ground strikes on the Mina, it's fine. I think that Lash is just a great hero against Page and Wraith. Really, really good answer to both those heroes. Against Wraith, you can go.
I would suspect the Mirage Doorman lane.
Even against Geist, right? Like with
In
Suppress and
blue,
Max Flog, you just slow down.
Just
people's
perma
fire
push,
rate
or you can do
so
Mirage
easily.
Pocket, Dormant Pocket, something like that.
Debuffs. Now, I'm curious who's going to be playing what, because Abrahams do have like a pretty greedy draft as well. Perhaps a little bit less greedy than Bunny with Clock, but I'm assuming we're going to see something like Demov Pocket, Sonya Sniper Lash.
Yep.
I guess it's going to be who might be on Mirage. I'm trying to think. They've been putting Hoot on the kind of like money character, so he might be playing Mirage here.
Do play
Together
Mirage
for sure on Billy here.
You go Pocket too.
I think, although I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
I
I
think
don't
you
really.
clocked it. It's going to be Doorman on Task. Going to play Doorman again.
Yeah,
same
Task's
team,
gonna play
Kelvin,
Doorman. That's
and
for
I
sure.
think you pretty much nailed the rest of it. So.
Yeah, we got a screenshot of the lobby. It looks like Hoot is on Mirage right now.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
I think that pretty accurately, you know.
Melee creep started.
Now, this game,
still watching.
If Abrahams wins this, just to be clear, they
Oh,
will
no,
be facing melee creeps next. Whoever wins this will be facing melee creeps, and we will be covering that game on stream.
Nice.
So the stakes are high. If you win this, you stay on the winner side. You get to face melee creeps for a chance of hitting the grand finals without having to play through lower brackets, which is going to be exhausting.
Yep.
If you're the European team, you really, really want to go through this.
It's late night EU right now.
You don't have to play a lot of losers bracket, which is going to go very late tonight.
Yeah.
You know, if they go through losers, they've probably still got like, you know, they've probably easily still got like 4 hours of gameplay ahead of them if they go through losers. So,
not wrong.
There's a lot at stake here.
True.
But, and I believe that we have a caster change as well for this, because Seymour, this series went to game 3 and it went a little bit longer than expected. So Seymour had to go. So our casters for this one are going to be Rook and Tempo.
Nice.
For those of you that are familiar. So he's European as well. So we've got 2 European casters. The casters may be a little biased towards Abrahams. Who knows? Or maybe they're repping NA. But make sure that in the chat you share who you're repping. You know, are you repping North America? Are you Team EU? And try to be as obnoxious about it as possible.
Okay.
While staying with
Kelvin Billy.
Service of Twitch. Okay, please no slurs.
As expected, Mirage Doorman in the blue. They're going to be matching up against
However,
Page Geist.
it's time for our casters on the side of Rook and Tempo to take it away, as we've got the classic EU.
And then Pocket Lash in the right lane versus Wraith Paradox.
We've been
and Abraham's Mina.
Sure it's double EU on cast to get rid of these Yankees. No, we are here and I'm ready, and we're already paused. What would it be, Deadlock?
So
without
Geist
support?
Page is a
As
strong
you
lane.
said,
Like we were talking about, I think it got played
and, you know,
a couple games ago, last game.
You
You throw the shield onto Geist. Geist wins the trade, drain trade all the time. But if you space properly in this lane with the Mirage Doorman,
this is a very
they could
interesting
struggle.
draft for a lot of reasons. I mean, Bunny with Cluck and Abraham's coming into this last game with 2 very different styles in mind, right? Abraham's going for this very farming playstyle that they've been showing like on one character specifically, while Bunny with Cluck are trying to spread it out among a lot of characters, and it's gonna be interesting to see how
Abrams
that goes.
is
But
getting
meanwhile,
shit on level 1
as
perma.
we're talking about that, Tanner getting absolutely shafted.
Billy just
by
runs him
Billy
down.
Kelvin lane, and I mean,
There's
Billy
another reason
going
why
for a
I
draft
don't think
against the
Abrams is
team,
like
that's just,
an S tier.
That's just
It's like
unfortunate.
he's not good at all points in the game. The S tier characters right now are good at all points in the game.
I mean, what can you really do as
He struggles early. Similar thing with Vin. Vin, until you get your first 3 abilities, like struggles in lane a bit.
So I like the fact that
Can get poked out when she's playing into other pokes like Mirage or Doorman or stuff like this.
For example, Shiv is that first
Versus like Mirage, Geist,
certainly going to do something very similar.
and then Billy can, like, you can just see, like Billy when you enable him with the right supports, like is very good.
I mean, this is Abraham's.
I don't think it'd be this oppressive. I think Tanner may be trolling a little bit, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
But
and this is what happens when you give together his beloved Billy. He's been doing so much work on it throughout this these past few months, and he's super strong on it as well. And you can clearly see that with Tanner getting
They messed up the
absolutely
nameplates again.
destroyed so far in the lane. 0-2
fine.
already, but perhaps a little bit of a
We can use
comeback
our as.
could come.
We're smart
given the
individuals.
guard paired with the Mina.
Oh.
Mina theoretically
Oh.
being a pretty strong lane character, so we'll see if they're able to at least get that lane even.
Bum,
in the
bum,
future.
bum.
Yeah, no, certainly could make that comeback happen. It will be interesting to see. But overall, I mean, it seems like Abraham's, you know, a kind of speedrunners of a sort, right? Last game, we saw a sub 4-minute tier 1 Walker coming through. This time, we've already got a player 2-0. Abraham's, I mean, look, getting off to a good start is a great way to set you up to win a game. And
Once
you know, I
again,
don't
guys
blame them at all.
holds lane. They're not going to play into this double poke.
Getting into these fights all the time,
Sending
is gonna be
Page
really
on a
difficult
magical journey to go do
because he has
boxes.
So many tools to work with, a lot of utility sitting on his team, and I'm absolutely here for it.
Perhaps this is a bit of a big brain play here, noticing that this Amina is a super strong.
The button with clock,
character in that,
fucking
you know,
nameplates are wrong
early
too.
game to the 10 to 15 minute range, and just giving her that extra bit of souls. I mean, what's the Abrams gonna do with it anyways, right?
True, I guess. I mean, other than be tankier, maybe he'll actually live for a couple of minutes rather than the previous one. But already, kind of, we're seeing tri-lanes come together as Taz was just rotating over and fighting away with the Page, who is honestly beating him up right now. Has to be a little bit more careful, but returns to that lane, provides a little bit of space for their team, and makes sure that we don't see too much coming out from Gibbs in this early game.
So guys, just pure solo farming.
Yeah, and I mean,
Abraham's doing a good job of funneling into Taz though too.
The past 3 minutes here, Gibbs needs to actually use this advantage for something here. You have 3k souls, and you are against the Billy. It's a hard matchup, of course, especially when they get ult here on the Kelvin and Billy. Super strong ults, especially into the Mina. But
yeah,
right now, if Mina can get a couple of bites,
insane synergy,
get a little bit of poke damage, it's gonna be pretty hard.
So interesting. Page just rushes Rusted Barrel and just perma roams.
Yeah, no, it certainly will be. They're on these lower healths, they can easily get taken down, especially when the ultimate comes up. The root trying to come on through, but unfortunately not as captivating as a read as they would have liked. Not got a particularly high score on good reads.
Good meme.
But Bunny with Clock, I like the fact that they're putting these supports to be more active in the early game, and I'm very happy with Gibbs for getting on that.
Get on.
Yeah, and looks like we have a couple of rotates already happening around the map. Abrams
Center gonna die again.
Already got killed once more, and
Center's dead again, bro.
Rotate, looking to add presence somewhere else. Never mind, I am seeing scopes.
And now fucking Mina gets down. Dude, this is the hardest stomp we've seen all day. Holy fuck, bro. This Billy character.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're seeing ghosts again in the Vampire going down and the Abraham's going down. So Abraham's again not kind of letting up any of this pressure, trying to get as much damage onto that Guardian on the left-hand side as quickly as they darn well can. But I think we're a chance to trade back over on this Lady Geist, but
DCs.
doesn't manage to continue that fight for all too long.
Okay, Abraham draft, looking OP. You're seeing why the Billy is just like, it's a slam first pick.
Yeah, looking pretty healthy as we take a little bit
The
of
Kelvin
a
pick
pause
looking
here. At least Senya Sniper had some
better so
technical
far
difficulties.
than the Page too,
Back and ready to get
because
into
it's
the game.
enabling. It enabled those kills
So
at the end
far,
there, right?
situation looking pretty good
Probably
here for
enabled the level 1
Abrams,
kill
who
too.
Already with 4.8k.
With the,
You would
I don't know if he
imagine
started
Mirage
beam,
being
but
able to snowball that throughout. Oh, never mind. Looks like Sanya is still lagging.
That's a bit unfortunate to see. Hopefully that gets resolved. Always, I was doing a little bit of ribbing of the Americans earlier, but I have to say they're being good hosts. They're making sure these pauses are all good, and they're being very kind in chat. You know what? I love you guys in chat for being so kind to the Europeans, and as good guests, obviously, as Europeans are being so kind back.
What is missing?
I don't know if that was how we would describe our coverage of that early game, but hey, I mean, there's at least some positives here for Bunny with Clock. Pop and Arctic,
sure.
two of the guys you want to be fed right now in the game, are pretty
Despite
fun
how
overall.
poorly this lane
They
went,
might be able to get that
Abraham's only
going
up 3k.
throughout.
The other lanes are going well.
Yeah, they certainly have. Hoot's got a decent amount of farm as well in this game. As it is going to be returning.
Now, the one thing about the funnel here is ult specs are going to be a little late for Tanner and Gibbs now, not just Gibbs. So,
you kind of said it in the,
see what happens here.
We've seen a little bit of kind of swap around of priorities, and obviously there's some differences, obviously with the Mina and with the pressure that's going on Boshi right now.
Really
but
deep.
There's some great fights going on. It's so much damage. They don't quite manage to make it happen. The kinetic carbine is here, and that burst could be huge. But doesn't quite
misses.
go down, and both teams step away from the ashes.
Okay, no one dies.
Cool, she's managing to get out of there with just
Sonic
a hair
does. Poshi does end up dying.
As well as there seems to be another fight happening here. Dimov going very deep onto Gibbs on the Page, and Gibbs ends up going down into that shotgun off the pocket.
Yeah, really nicely done. They do manage to get a lot there. It almost gets Hoot, but so aggressive here from Hoot. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen. The Lady Geist does not go down, but you could see he
Geist gets out on the zip. I wonder if they should have called zip there. Like, it was kind of obvious he was going there. Maybe could have camped it. It's fine.
And get some of these Guardians down before Bunny with Clock have a chance to use them to buy items.
Yeah. Poshipop right now getting pressured off. Again, love the fact that they've gone for both Arctic and Poshipop on these two threats, and I think it might be the saving grace of this team.
Bullet shred. Hit a spike. Got a spirit spike now.
Team fight from Abraham's, right?
Poshi just full giving. Waiting for Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean,
I know there's 3 this side.
Flash ult, Kelvin Dome even the doorman to just quickly get a pick early on in the fights. I mean, this is looking like a very tough team to fight in the team fights. You're completely right in that.
Okay.
Gonna put 3 players over onto the left, do Bunny with Clock right now is an interesting choice. We do see the rotate come through from Sanya Sniper to move
Clock back
over
off.
there and match, but a rotate back from Cool Cheese. I think it would have made a lot of sense to keep a couple of extra players here from Bunny with Clock because for the simple reason that they're kind of getting pushed in a lot. They don't have access to that Guardian, and there's so much pressure that you'd love to negate from, well, in
As we're talking about last game,
yeah, I mean,
the range difference makes it much easier for Mirage to trade onto Geist than Geist to trade onto Mirage.
And
I like the early and Radiant buy, especially if you're just gonna be holding wave.
Really be able to show what he can do on this Billy. Really
You want
strong,
to sustain.
especially with that slowing Hex ultimate, not being able to use any movement abilities. It's gonna be really impactful, especially at shutting down this Wraith of Pop. He's gonna have a pretty hard time when it comes to that mid game.
Who's flexing the Mirage mechanics?
To see quite how the difference in advantage goes through here.
He has NATO though. I don't know if this is it, bro. Oh, gets him, gets him, gets him. Oh.
Hoot buddy, you might be out of this one. There's shots.
Wow, really good slam
Picks up another,
by Tanner.
and that's a good opportunity.
I didn't think he was gonna be able to get the angle, but he did. Gibbs.
Taz gonna go down there on the side lane as well. Gibbs also getting traded for it 1-for-1, but Demov now in a
Demov get
little
out?
trouble here.
Demov gets out, bro. Oh my god.
On the raid, Cool Cheese is there to follow, but not.
Okay, Gibbs just got shit on, not gonna lie. But it may end up in them getting. Nope, doesn't end up. It actually ends up with 2 deaths. Ooh, that's really bad. Okay, Abraham's is
to the right-hand side, so
kind of just outdueling them right now.
Get those souls in just a second. They are up there. Another 200 in the bank, and well, Abraham's
might be able to counter. Yeah, they're gonna counter push this Guardian.
Right-hand side and turn it
Demov quick slips for it.
own pressure onto that Guardian.
Hoot looking very strong at
Page
this
wave
part
clear
of the game.
though.
He's just looking to use
I don't
the
think it matters though.
advantage he's accumulated.
Mirage
Just
stacks 2 OP.
Keep on going. That's the power of the Mirage in that early game. Being able to teleport anywhere on the map if you have the Traveler on off cooldown.
Good NATO.
Looks like he is in a bit
No
of a
lift.
situation
Dig it out.
as
Wow.
Wraith and Paige
Lift
are
CD.
trying to dive
Holy
under,
shit, bro.
it's
That
not
went
looking like
very
they're gonna
poorly
get
for Bunny with the
anything
clock.
For it.
Yeah, they were looking for a chance. Freshly bought, freshly healed. Would have been a good opportunity.
Ooh, good Abrams.
Huge cash right bag right now.
Lash has nothing.
Sanya Sniper, if they can make it out of this, this is going to be oh so key, but there's a lot of damage coming their way. Some great movement. Does look like they might make it. 100, but
Ooh,
drops
good.
that just there. I don't know who got that in the end. It looks like
Huge
it was
bag.
actually Poshy, and that's pretty good.
That's
If you're a
crazy.
Bunny
Pasha gets
with
out with this
Clock.
bag.
Pop on
Oof.
10k now.
Wow.
Arctic 11k.
That's so
Trying
clutch
to
for
match
Pasha
together
that he gets the
and
bag.
Doing a pretty good job of it so far. But look at what's happening on the side lane here. Hoot being able
Lead
to
goes down to
pressure
3K from
Cool
that.
Cheese underneath
They were
this
like
walker
looting up to
and just take
5-6.
some of their small camps. This is super good for them.
It wasn't just the bag though. It was like getting kills and shit like that. Bag
I
was
mean,
big
yeah.
though.
I mean, the fact that they're actually rotating through, picking up really good farm here is so key to what's going on. And I think it's actually one of the big advantages that Bunny with Clock have.
Kelvin and Billy are just fucking deathballing everywhere.
That there are two
The Billy's at
players picking up
11K.
that farm, it means they are going to
More farm
take
than
all of that
Pashy.
farm a lot more effectively and a lot quicker.
Alright, they're gonna force the Stern
They're going to
play.
be able to pick it up. They're going to be able to iterate through as it respawns. And I think it's going to make a big difference. As
You watch Aiden here to see what Bunny with Clock want to do.
Haven't
They're
really
just gonna
pulled
trade
away
Guardian
too
for
much in
this.
spite of the fact that they had some pretty big early advantages.
Really good read by Abrahams though. Mirage takes the TP up
58K
left
to
side.
58K now as Abraham's looking to do a bit of a
Abrams out macroed them too. Bunny with Clock at the mid Guardian.
Why you would pick the Doorman
But
in the current meta. Super strong for getting that
maybe
turn
Mirage dies
early.
actually.
Meanwhile though, Aiden.
Oh yeah, they're full sending on this left side.
Guardian, he's getting pressured. He needs to use his Traveler to
Traveler
get
gets out, though.
Managing to get out. Actually deciding to join another fight here. Gibbs overstepping a little bit.
Gibbs
Looks like
low,
he's gonna
Gibbs
be able to get out.
dies.
Nope. Jin's
They do
smart,
get the
never
Guardian.
underestimated.
But again, like the quick rotations of Abrahams. Now Abrahams gets the mid Guardian, right?
Up one of the Guardians right
This is
now.
really high level
As soon as
macro, bro.
they-
Like
yeah,
this is like
every
really fun to
single one
watch.
is down on the map. So the game is well and
It's like
truly
trade for trade for trade for trade. This is like what Deadlock macros are gonna be like. It's very like quick, snappy. Like they do this, we match this. They do this, we match this.
Focus for the next couple of minutes.
It's just like handshake after handshake.
Yeah, looks like
You always
both
need to take
sides
advantage of
right
what
now
you can do
just
next on the
trying
map.
to fight for control
Don't go
of
do a
the
camp.
left side jungle.
I think pros have figured this out now, right? This is kind of like.
Meanwhile, though,
This is what makes Deathball look like it's like good for the game. It's when you see pros do this level of macro, but where they're not just like hitting camps perma. But in matchmaking, it does not look like this.
Trying to regroup for this next fight that appears to be transitioning over to this right-hand lane now.
Does indeed. Again, I mean, I was talking about it for the entirety of the previous games. Obviously, you weren't here. You might have been watching, but I love the fact that you've got this Mirage right now for Hoot. I was talking about it for Poshy Pop, but it's still very good here, as you can constantly be inside and in a lot of those fights. Doesn't have the ultimate right now, but not too far off of it. If they delay this fight just that little bit,
okay,
it's
bit
going
of
to
a
make
lull
a big difference
again.
in the fact that they can apply pressure on these side waves in a way that Bunny with Clock were doing very effectively in previous games.
Deathball. They have inflict. Inflict lands.
Wow,
Which just gets popped. Tanner's that too. Good clasp, Abrahams.
Damage, but I think Tanner might just barely make this out, making great
he gets chased down.
of the geometry. But the pressure continues as they chase them down. My question is what comes off the back?
Billy 5-0.
Too early for mid boss.
Billy's ginormous.
Well,
or maybe he died at some point, but he's on a 5-kill streak.
Where can they go now?
Chain Gang coming up.
Looks like they're gonna
I think they're gonna wait for Dome plus Chain Gang to do their next play. Who did die though?
And maybe just take as much of the Bunny with Clock jungle as they can. They have a bit of a lead now, and they have the map control to be able to make whatever play that they want to. Looks like they
got his
have a lot of it
cultist
up
in
for
20.
themselves. Maybe they just want to farm the jungle, push
They're
the
gonna look
waves,
to
and
take
just
camps
calm
with
the
it.
game down for a little bit, waiting to regroup for that.
I think Billy has cultists as
1
well,
minute
right?
30 earn
I think he
buffs.
took the tier 3.
They've started to increase
Near,
their
Buff
impact a little
Bridge.
bit. They're at about 6k now. It was around 4k for quite some time, but they're not increasing.
Pashi also
huge
goes
amount,
the
and a lot
cultist
of
on
that
ramp.
is
It's
down
really
to the fact
interesting.
that Bunny with Clock are making great usage again of their double carries, and also just
Pashi makes the most sense to me because he's just gonna be power farming.
does come on through, but was not in
And
the
on rate
start
you
in
should be
order
power
to
farming, so I guess it does make sense.
ultimate.
It's just
So
interesting
great
that
heads up
it's one of the
from
few M1 characters that still builds cultist.
Yeah, I mean, knockdown, super
Swap
strong
comes out.
item here. Definitely one of the mid items for Page, but it looks like he's going to be able to use that Death Slam now. Sanya Sniper hitting...
Kuchi's dies again,
down
wow.
into the ground, and Kuchi is going to go down here. But meanwhile, Bill is going to get popped here. Aiden
Lash
not able to
lives.
do too much here.
Had to get the mean ult for free.
To try and get Tanner out of there, but together it's just going to keep going back in.
And
Another doorman ult.
Geist
Now they use
still
both
in the
Geist,
doorman
and
ult.
This looks like a very chaotic fight.
Yeah, but I think
Tanner
this chaos
dies
is actually
again.
really where
Bunny with
Abraham's
Clockers are
team
getting
are
outplayed in these
so
fights, bro.
far.
Fuck.
There's very few characters in that comp that can't really handle themselves.
Almost
in the
10k
way
lead now for Abrahams.
example,
Ooh, the
Page
alt,
already
really
set
good
a lot
card
of
all in
same
here.
way, and sometimes the raids certainly can't either. But
Does he hit? Nah, doesn't have damage though.
and they're just constantly finding these small little skirmishes across the entirety of the
Who is
kind of
spiritual
areas in
thing?
which they're fighting, and they turn that into something more. They keep on layering it, and well, as soon as that
Abrahams
happens,
again. They're
you
just
know what time it is.
so snappy on these mid calls. Again, catching Bunny with Clock. 2 on the right side.
Abraham's gonna try to take it.
Cash them with their pants down.
Mina looking to the top side. Maybe just gonna push a wave in instead.
Should be
Don't look
free.
like they're trying to contest this whatsoever. And how would they be? Actually, Tanner is gonna try to go for it.
He has Dome too. Gets one.
All three
Nah.
going down. Tanner not really being coordinated.
So they trade Walker for it, so it's not as bad as it was before last game, where they were just sitting sideline, not able to push the Walker.
So maybe that was the idea of that play.
Yeah, I think I like the fact that Bunny with Clock make a lot of heads-up plays here. Poshy
dies,
get
though.
caught in the end. Nice pick there from who. I like the fact that Bunny with Clock look at a situation and go, okay, well,
Cultist
actually
on
contesting
Kelvin,
this
man.
is not really worth it. We want to trade it effectively. They're making good
So, are we
decisions
gonna
in a
like
way
nerf
that,
this
well,
cultist
sometimes
item
I don't
again,
see
or
even pretty solid teams are like,
now
oh,
just
we
all the
have to fight
non-good
this.
good
No,
characters should
Bunny with
apparently
Clock
Race still builds it.
very
Like
acutely that
this item just
they
seems a
don't have
little
to
too
fight
OP.
anything. They actually need to be focused on what the
Because
core
jungle's
power
harder to
is,
take, right? So
marking the
cultist
patron, and that
had
still
added
happens
value
with
there.
towers
So even with the
and
change,
with
it's just
waves, and it's
just a
frankly,
good item, bro.
Some people look at MOBAs and they're like, well, it's all this
Held
game is
fire
about
on the
these types
pocket.
of fights.
Wow.
No,
Okay,
it's a game
Demov is
about
very
waves and
interesting,
pushing
and he goes heal
And
lane.
Bunny
He is
with Clock
very
play
interesting.
that just right. They are going to sit
Alt
under the
build.
Walker right now and look to contest.
It kind of is
this
like an alt build. It's not even like a
aggression,
burst
continue to push
build.
on forward. No ultimate here for Poshy Pop over on the Wraith.
With the early Mystic
Abraham's
vulnerability,
choose
the
not to
heal
commit towards anything.
bane.
Instead, they're looking at this urn potentially.
He just
if
wants tick,
it
tick,
comes
tick.
back out.
Yeah, but
Him to
Demov has
retire.
a bit of a side angle here, pushing in the wave, needing Art takes a match on the Geist, and this might be a bit of trouble now. Coming Poshy Pop and Gibbs' way here.
Okay,
as
but
they're
the clock's
kind of
still
alone
holding the
here, before
urn.
people coming in. Tanner now gonna
Pocket
go
gets
and
to
help,
free
but
hit over
judging
here.
by his
Not
track
free
record
hit,
of
but
this game so
gets a
far,
lot of
not
damage
really
down.
Too much of a help here. Dying 7 times already in this match.
it's so sad to see, man. Like, I think Tanner's been playing pretty well for the majority of the games we've been seeing, but just got caught in a lane with Together's Billy, and I think you can't really blame him for that one. There's going to be a focus
Yeah,
on
you can blame him for level one.
Bunny with Clock, they looked at the situation
And then he came back and died right away.
and some pressure. It just like, I mean, half a minute earlier.
I just don't think Abrams should be in a... Maybe, like, some games with what they pick, and a 1-2, I could see it being
Yeah, it looks like they're
in your
grouping up here
1-2,
for a bit of a mid-fight
depending on
here.
what they first pick.
Abraham's gonna use the
But
ultimate of Singer Sniper already down.
I don't know.
Getting
It's
forced
just
out
it just
early,
doesn't
getting
seem
the
as good as the
ultimate.
other S tier heroes, right?
Sorry, Abrams
I just don't think it's an S tier hero. Tanner dies again.
That dome, but managing to survive for a long time takes them a while. No ults left almost for Abrahams, but
Ooh,
they're gonna
Cool
try to
Cheese
get
gets
the sidewalk
ulted.
here. Who's gonna teleport onto Demov as well as there's Doorman
Yep.
play. There's so much happening.
Abrams
right
is
now.
playing the map
Wow.
way better this game.
I think it's again a big strength of Abraham.
Again, you
they
just
can make these plays
you
all
just
across,
send
and
Billy
they're all
Billy
in
gets out, bro.
sync
So much
as well.
mobility on this
They know
headbutt.
what's happening. They can move players across, and they're very flexible.
Gets
Not only
ability
in
range
their
with the
goals, but in
cultist
their
too, right?
thinking. Tries to get some damage, but doesn't
Makes
quite
that-
lead to
that
anything.
headbutt
altogether.
go even farther.
So sorry, Sire Sniper waiting.
Just
in
gets
the
out.
wings for that one. They're looking for a chance here to pick off one of those key carries. There is still one Rejuvenator left, but only one.
Here's where Demo's gonna go next.
One Rejuvenator
Just
left
upgrade your
here,
spirit?
but a lot of objectives already being taken here by Abraham's. Massive lead for them now. Pasha Pop in a little bit of trouble here against a pretty fat Mirage at this point. 20.
And now Pasha's feeling the pressure. He feels like he has to fight, has to match stuff.
Try to see if he can get out of there. Bit of trouble doing so.
Honestly, I thought Hoot would just be like farming at this point,
Looks like he is,
just because he has the window to do it when Pasha doesn't.
basically unscathed at the end of the day.
They get a free earn.
Abraham's
All right, they used their mid boss really well, right? They ballooned their lead. Oh, Cool Cheese gets caught again, dude. Cool Cheese and Tanner are just getting picked on this game.
Again, Bunny with Clock kind of take all these disparate fights that Abrahams are forcing,
Yeah.
and now they really don't have a lot of resources to work with. They don't have great health bars. They've got a couple of ultimates coming. An ultimate coming.
Yeah,
up
the tempo Abrahams is applying this game is just crazy.
I mean, they're just not in great positions to really contest all too much. Instead, we see some pushes towards the right-hand side. Again, these waves are setting going. A telekinesis onto the Billy could lead to some kind of success, but, I mean, he's so tanky, right? It's actually hard to kill him in any way, shape, or form. Tanner attempts to dive on forward. Takes a lot in the
Center
mix,
finally.
Together, keeps on healing from all this
Oh my
combat.
god, Together lives.
Maybe focused a little bit too
No,
much
he finally gets
on
caught in the back
Together.
end, okay.
Manages to keep themselves alive. Not too much of a threat coming out from Demov.
I think if he dropped a
Yeah, but they
bag,
lose a
it
lot of
didn't
stuff
get
there.
picked up though.
Whale being a pretty significant initiation piece, now only having the ultimate of Cool Cheese on the Paradox left to get a swap to start a fight. It's gonna be hard for them to.
Nah, left such a low
dictate the
cooldown. You
game
can
how
use it
they
like
want
that.
for this next minute.
It is indeed. And I think the biggest problem right now is you look at Poshy Pop.
Look, it's already halfway up.
Wow. Poshy Pop. I want Poshy Pop to have a bunch of money. And it's a
Surge
very
power comes
simple
in.
plan that Bunny with Clock often use. It's not exactly what they're doing here, but sitting on 24k, especially on
Like the
right,
Berserk by
compared to
Arctic.
the-
It's a
there's
good game
buffer
for
on
it.
25. It's a real problem because they're behind in part, but also just for their team, and it's going to be a real
gosh.
issue that they're going to have to solve. Doing so is not going to be simple, especially with the pressure that Abrahams have put onto that jungle, and it's not going to abate anytime soon.
Quite an interesting build here from Tanner, going for an Arcane Surge Torment Pulse, you know, Death Ball Survive build. Very interesting interpretation.
Great expansion
of
for the
this,
Billy early too.
Newer hybrid build that we've seen being played on Abrams. But,
It's a good buy. It's just usually don't see it this early.
It's because he's so far behind that he's had to go for something.
Especially in a game like this, I thought he might want to get an early Juggernaut or something, but
a lot
interesting
of
buy.
people nowadays actually like to
Just
draft,
playing to,
like to build
like,
Abrams
triple
in
gun
this
plus a
very,
Paradox.
Very Siphon Life heavy way, and
Feels good
just
into
play for, like,
Abrams as
massive
well.
healing, especially when you're playing against the Kelvin, where people are going to be in a dome. And
Dude, Tanner just can't go
actually
anywhere on the
be
map without
inside
getting
your Siphon
poked.
Life.
Goes trans cooldown and then extender. Okay, yeah, so this is a full-on alt build from Demov.
All the damage that's coming out
Really
from
interesting
Abrahams
build.
right now as well. There's a decent amount of burst. That's the biggest problem, and sometimes even Tanner can't stand all of the damage that's coming their way. A lot of players with Bunny and Clock on the left-hand side, still aware of it, and also
Spirit
aware
Shader on the last, interesting too.
this earnings
Enable
up
your
is in the
Mirage
hands
and
of Abrahams,
pocket a little bit more.
Saint. And that mid
It does
and
shred
Walker
Spirit
is
Resist,
their
right?
big saving grace right now. Without that, Bunny with Clock would be pushed back. Everything they do would really struggle to be effective. They wouldn't be able to get very much very many souls at all.
True.
Yeah, but really good control here by a Bunny with Clock. Really good control of where
Abraham's
they
just
can
holding the
push
comeback
these
earn
waves
away
in
from
and
them.
actually are getting a little bit of this lead back here, being able to take all the jungle. Though there is one wave that is looking a little
Balance
bit
for Pashi.
spooky at this point. That right-hand lane, and who is looking at that thinking, maybe there's a little bit of a push here. I have ultimate.
Yeah, but there are two
more
players
using-
there from Bunny with Clock. They are aware of this
Using the
potential problem.
space and
Well,
zip, right?
two
Like you can go for
strong
camps
away, I
here.
guess Arctic is
Abraham's gonna
closest
make
on
the
this.
mid
They
roar
think
though.
about that urn as well, which has actually reset by now.
Interesting
Poshi's
that they're
over on
looking
left
for the
lane.
bait here. They
Very
could have,
important.
again, like they have this
Split
wave
off from
push.
the
They
rest
could
of
just
their
look
team.
to
We haven't seen Abraham's make a
punch it.
move
The
for that
Tanner
yet.
does have ult. I don't know if he has max ult though. He's only at 19k. Noxter's a little hard to play into.
Try to take a little bit of
Paige gets
control
mad
of
value
this
and
mid
pit with
lane.
her shields,
Playing
but
it as safe as you can here.
I think they
Definitely
just
not a scene
finish.
You want to just dive into
Like, did
them
they not
with
just finish?
Undamina. Will get punished. Taz here gonna go for the ultimate, trying to get the play on early as
I think they just finish.
Turn in an urn while all of this
Yeah, they're
is
finishing.
happening. A bit of a distraction play perhaps by Bunny with Clock, and Abraham is just gonna answer that and saying, okay, sure, you can take that comeback urn. We'll just take mid boss. Thank you very much.
Who we got pulled with them?
Whoa! A lot of damage going onto the Doorman right now. I'm trying to stay
Doorman
alive as much
falls.
as they can before the
Uh-oh.
regen comes through, but it doesn't quite happen. Here's the death sign
Debuff
coming
gets
through.
the
That's gonna
ult
be two players
off.
getting picked up as the damage
Dome
comes
goes
through, but
out.
that's gonna be a dome that's all important
Oh,
for
what
Bunny
a
with Clock.
fucking
This is an
pause,
interesting time for that pause to come through, as it feels like we're being a little bit. I'm a little bit stressed about what's going on. But Saint aware that he really wants to trap that away, and Tanner is in the room.
Together hits him with the so.
Oh man, I think he might have gone pushed up by the dome.
Unfortunate. Well, I mean, Deadlock is a pre-alpha game, right? This is not
It's
even
true.
this is not a released game at all, and these things will happen. Interesting to see.
No readies coming out from
another,
Abraham's. I
big
wonder if they're like
Deadlock
being like, is this a
by
fair
that
pause?
Dome, but hey, sometimes you just get unlucky.
Sometimes you do indeed.
Bunny with Clock gets their one rejuve used.
Get those rejuvenators, and it is
Okay,
a
Abraham's
good
gets
game.
two.
These two of them, I think they get the
Insta pop.
well, they
Oh
get
no,
all three
second dome
actually in
comes
the end.
out.
They will immediately use one of those on together, as there's been a lot of damage going into that fight. As Bunny with Clock have been fighting very admirably. Problem is they might lose a couple of players off the back of this, but the Abrams continues to fight. I mean, he is really just going at this one. The Siphon Life doing so much work for him, but with Arctic falling as well, Tanner is likely not far behind. Keeps getting caught. The knockup comes through from the tornado, man. This is going to be that mid-walker going down. And
Honestly,
frankly,
kind of glad it goes like this because the pause would have been kind of cringe if it flipped Bunny with
super
Clock's
strong
way.
By Abraham's here, really good call to just go for that mid-boss play, and managing to luck out a little bit there in the big team fight, but it ends up going their way, and now they have a really good idea of getting this middle
Kinda spell on
walker
the page,
down,
interesting.
maybe going even further for the base. Still 3 death timers to take a look at, but perhaps also just taking a
Mainly
bit
for
of
the
a-
last ult divide, I guess.
I will say
Chain
the
gang.
important part about what happened there is actually the gold lead closed up a lot during that fight. It's now going to start to widen again, but Bunny with Clock playing really well to mitigate the problems that they've been having this game. So kudos to them yet again, but they are still very much.
Lift
on the
comes
back foot.
out.
Abraham's looking for a chance.
Ooh, kind of early did the NATO, gets knocked down, but he has the remover.
And there are many players willing to fight for this
And
one.
then
a
it's
very
Billy.
greedy and aggressive
Billy 1
position
HP.
from Poshy Pop will get punished.
Fuck, bro.
Wow, even together doesn't even go
I think
down.
Bunny
Gibbs
Clock kind of
falls
throwing.
too, and this is feeling like it might be death knells for Bunny the Clock. Buddy, I'm pointing at it as it's striking towards midnight.
Looking real scary, this Abraham.
Their waves are bad too. Look at these side
Forward down
waves.
for
They're
Bunny
getting pushed
with Clock.
in.
Arctic soon to follow.
That was a really
Tanner
desperate play from
trying
Bunny with
his
the
best
Clock.
to get out of there, but
I think they
looks
just
like the patron is
felt the
next
pressure,
here.
though.
Abraham's gonna try to
Felt the
take
game
all
slipping.
trying to take Tanner down with them.
Now,
Managing
can they
to
end?
stay alive here.
If Dome
Maybe
comes up
that's
in
a
time, they might be able to end.
saving grace,
We'll see.
making sure that they cannot end here, but it's not looking good.
If they
right
got
now.
Tanner at the end there, I think it would have been way more
I
likely.
don't know if Tanner will have the ability
No, they're
to
staying.
stop them in any
They're
way,
down.
shape, or form. There are a couple of players living soon, but
They're just gonna.
there's
They can
just
just-
so much damage
they
pouring
can just full
onto,
dive.
onto that patron, right?
They're just going for it. A bit of a greedy play here.
Ah, the dome.
Saint Maxim already going down here.
Domed them in base.
He jumped in and domed in their
Yep.
base to try and keep them there. You
Kelvin
know
Classic.
what? That's
Kelvin
all right,
Classic.
man.
You see that a
love
lot.
To see it come through. But Abrahams do take the series
GG.
2-1 with an emphatic performance here in game 2. And you know what?
Very
As
good
you were
game.
saying,
Very
I
good
love
game.
To see it, man.
hats off to Bunny with Clock though. They did really well throughout that game. Going
Yeah,
for a lot
that was a good game. That was a fun game to watch.
General, but Abraham's managing to win it out in the end here with some very good macro and very good farm prioritization.
ZP commentary?
Like thing over time that after that.
Oh,
Metro's trying to start drama. NA losing to E
Wait,
on
is
ping
Metro rage
thoughts.
baiting again?
Yeah,
No, he's
there's
like,
a little bit of rage baiting, yes. NA losing to you and ping thoughts.
Well, no.
To be fair, Metro, they lost only because of a bug.
Yeah.
That's so like that is what EU needed to win the game right there.
Also, to be clear, this is the number one.
Alright, it's our turn now.
Yeah, this is the best UT versus the second or third best NA team.
Still a really strong ability and a lot of objective damage as
Yeah,
well.
D-Mop build popping off, bro. He might have the tech with that. I think it's kind of good because he's playing into shields plus double frontline, right?
Player damage is expected, but
I guess you don't really count Geist's frontline when he's building the full gun, but like a lot of health on him, right?
We saw some
It's interesting.
Stunning performances from across the board.
Also, squishy targets that it can tick more on, get them very, very low.
I mean, again, shout out to Bunny with Clock. They did put up a really good performance, especially.
Yeah, it was a good series.
I mean, honestly, it made me
clean.
worried a little bit. I was quaking in my boots. Great team.
Quaking in my boots.
Really interesting, and so heads up about the game, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very hard team for melee creeps to go through in this next round semi-finals. Abraham's moving on, of course.
Now we got melee creeps.
In a little bit. Meanwhile,
and lower bracket. I'm assuming we'll start. I think this game's going on right now.
Match up against, but
should we just watch this game for a bit?
Pretty strong matchup whatsoever.
That it should indeed. We're going to go to the desk now.
Another reason I wanted Pars, Chocolate Blue to be playing is because I could watch Pars' POV.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined with a new desk host. I've got Blazy Bard.
Me.
Love your background, by the way. Very festive.
Thank you.
You know, how long did it take you to set that up?
Honestly, I set this up all last year. I think I spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just walking around. I have not gone for the tinsel yet. There's normally tinsel around this banister, but.
So this is the other game that's going on?
Okay.
This is lower bracket, I think? Oh no, it's the crown at it.
Well, I think you caught most of that game, and that was kind of the culmination of EU's best team against NA's arguably second best team, with Abraham's coming out on top in this game 3.
Two chats
kind
in.
of just, you know, snowballing from the
What up,
laning
chat?
stage, and we do have some clips that we'll look at in just a second. But did you have any initial thoughts about this game before we get into the clip analysis?
Yeah, you know, I think
current
it's
kings of
difficult
NA
to,
versus the emperors
talk
of
too
EU.
much beyond the start of the game, right?
Yeah, this will be the best series.
I mean, you guys called it pretty early on. The draft was
You-
really, really strong
This is a pretty-
for Abraham's.
It's the powerhouse that
As
never
you
fails.
said, they got the Infinity Stone.
Grace and absolute
of
unshakable
characters, right?
composure
They
and a
got probably some
continent
of the best,
operating on pure principle and
pigs
premium
in
latency.
roll.
While others
They
scramble
were
in the
forward.
chaotic turbulence
Meanwhile, it
of
didn't
mere
really
milliseconds.
feel like we had
EU
a
ascends beyond.
great identity from Bunny with Clock. It didn't really feel like
my
they
God.
knew what they wanted to do with their draft, and even then, early losses in lane, big lead for Billy. It kind of fell apart for them.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of that, we'll get into the clips to kind of help explore how that game truly became so disastrous for Bunny with Clock.
Some
Starting
depth
with the
analysis?
first clip, which is
Well-
just the laning stage. So here in the lane, I just want to highlight that, unfortunately, this lane did not go very well for the side of Tanner here, as you can see. If you look at the soul disparity here, and you know, forgive me as I get a little bit more used to these, but just looking at the souls, you've got Tanner. Whoop, that's not what I meant to do.
5.
Interesting. Whoops. You've got Tanner right here. Yeah, you've got Tanner with 2.1k souls to
Is that the on
save
delay on
Maximum
call?
together,
It
who
says he's,
already
like,
have
slightly
their
on delay.
ultimates. And you know, we spoke about Billy being such a huge, you know, impactful character, that giving the Billy Kelvin lane, especially like when you're on ping, giving them such an incredible start, it's just really, really hard to come back from. And to me, that's kind of the story as we'll move through the clips, and here we'll go kind of through a mid-game clip after this one. But the story for me was just Abraham's gets an overwhelming lead in the lane, and then they transition this into an early mid-boss.
Yeah.
Which we can look at the lead in a sec here, where they had an 8k lead. We've got this mid boss. Now, once again, one thing I want to highlight is throughout the series, Abraham's drafted consistently better mid-boss fighting comps. Now, on the side of Bunny with Clock, they do have a few tools. They've got Abrams, who doesn't have ult, and they've got here Gibbs with ult on Page. But Abrahams have Billy, they have Doorman, they have Pocket, they have the Dome. Dome is kind of like one of those, you know, very universal things. And so I think Abrahams has been doing a really great job at drafting these really strong mid-fight compositions.
True.
And they've been able to just consistently force mid and get the upper hand. And we'll see that when we look at another clip as well, which is the second mid-boss fight, which we have 2 clips of. But I'll let this one play out just so you guys can see.
I think...
But here, from this situation... Yeah,
no, it's fine. I was just going to pile on to what you were talking about. You know, you have a draft which kind of has it all. You know, you've got great mobility around the map.
Yeah.
You've got really great objective lockdown potential. You know, you can't mess with a Kelvin who's locking down mid-boss, right?
Yeah.
You've got so much damage coming out of this team. Abraham's, they kind of got absolutely everything that they wanted. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's difficult for them to kind of fumble the ball.
True.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the second mid-boss, which was unfortunate as Tanner got bugged in the ceiling, and that's why we kind of saw that. So this one is kind of broken down into 2 clips, but once again, if you look at kind of like the map state and everything, everything is in favor of Abrahams. However, Taz does go down right away, which you know, could have been really great for the side of Bunny with Clock. And here,
should have been able to slam before the dome too.
But in this position, it would have been not that crazy to assume that, hey, Bunny with Clock have a real shot at winning this fight because they got the first rejuve, right? Like, Gibbs is about to die here, sure. But if Abrams' ult, like, hits right on this kind of, like, dome area... Whoa, interesting. I'm still learning the tools, but yeah, right on this dome area as we've got a circle. If we've got an Abrams ult in this area, that could have been really, really scary for the side of Abrahams, but he kind of gets stuck in the ceiling, as I think this clip will play out in 2 parts because the pause was fairly long. So here we've got kind of the second part. We see Gibbs goes down, and then they get all on top of it.
Just work
the
here.
ult would have been so massive as he could have ulted there and then charged.
But it's just not enough.
And that could have
it's not enough.
Changed the game.
And
so
then what happened with the
I think
double?
Bunny with Clock, you know, pulled a great showing. But
I don't know what happened with the second dome there. Was that a bug?
After this, in my opinion,
the game's just over.
Basically over.
I agree.
As you can see,
I agree.
The players are going to get kind of cleaned up. They're going to lose their last walker. They're down rejuves.
It's just impossible to play after this.
To fight into the kind of Kelvin Billy.
That's why I saw that like desperate play outside of base. They're just trying to make something happen.
I think you're absolutely right. If Tanner doesn't get stuck in the ceiling, maybe things play out. But I think it's important to highlight, even if that ult does go off, this is a Abrams who is still super behind. It still relies on them finding the stuff after the stuff, finding the follow-up, finding
the stuff after the stuff.
In that fight against a team that is so massively ahead
He's
of them.
spitting.
So a window for sure. I think the tech difficulties aside, it would have still been a very difficult one for the Clocks to come through. I keep wanting to shorten the name in my mind, and then I'm like, wait, that's a really bad idea.
Yes, be very careful about the Bunny with Clock name, as they have been devious with their naming strategies. And for everybody in the chat that wants to abbreviate it, feel free, but we must be very careful.
Sponsors are like, no.
For everybody in the chat just tuning in, there is still much more Deadlock to be played. So we're going to be moving on to the winners finals. Now, today, everything is getting played today except the losers finals and the grand finals, which will be played tomorrow. So we can have a quick look at the bracket and update everybody with the results. So let's talk about, are there any significant upsets? Now,
Sneaky Golem,
Golem, I don't think anybody's surprised there. That's what's been happening in Night Shift. They've been losing to even Bunny with Clock. So Melee Creeps moves forward, no surprises. In the lower bracket, Leviathan eliminates Loki W. A bit of friendly fire, 2 EU teams facing each other. Unfortunately for Loki W, they get eliminated right there. And then we've got Bunny with Clock versus Leviathan, which will be off-stream, as well as Sneaky Golem versus Cheesy Bread. Both of these games will be played off-stream. And so what we'll be covering is Melee Creeps versus Abrahams. And then after that, we'll be covering the lower bracket match. So the winner of Bunny with Clock versus Leviathan and Sneaky Golem versus Cheesy Bread. But that's just to update you guys on the bracket. So there's still two more series to be covered on stream. So don't go anywhere, right? As we've got a lot of very, very exciting Deadlock ahead of us. And up next will be Melee Creeps and Abraham. So I hope you're excited about that, Blazy.
I really am.
Status.
I mean,
game of the day, baby.
People at home might be able to look at the bracket and see that the tournament has worked out kind of
There's enough emotes.
How the seeding should dictate. Right now, 7th and 8th seed, the bottom of the table, are the only teams eliminated out of the lower brackets. Meanwhile, we are
No
here
Gamba.
in the winners finals.
Give me
with
Gamba.
The first and second seed coming out of their respective regions.
So
Now, Melee
on the
Creeps,
day,
Abraham,
I guess Abraham's is slightly
these two
looking
teams, I
better.
don't think it's a secret,
They had to play
are
harder opponents as
probably
well.
the best in region. I'm not sure that
Melee
anyone
Creeps
really
dropped one
contests
game, but
that.
they were pretty dominant in the other
One
games. So
thing that chat might argue about us with, though, Deathy, is how are we going to compensate Abraham's for the ping difference?
Well, we're not.
No!
And you know, that's kind of the beauty of it, is that this is, I'm going to repeat it again, I've repeated it many times, this is a North American tournament. It always was a North American tournament, and we've had some disasters in the past of tournaments that pretend to be international and try to accommodate, and there's always kind of like, you know, in the past, there's been this tournament, I don't know if you were in the scene for that, but it basically went to game 3. It was EU versus NA. NA won on the North American server, EU won on the EU server, and game 3, and the way they decided the server was a coin flip, and then it landed on EU, and NA just forfeited. They were like, no, we don't even want to play.
Translation.
Which, first of all,
oh, sorry, Deathy, you go ahead and finish, then I'll translate for the people at home.
I was just going to say, first of all, very disrespectful to the tournament organizers, but I was watching on the sidelines, and I've learned from all the mistakes that other tournament organizers have made, and it's very important for your tournament to have a region, because right now there is no way to accommodate for ping, so we're not going to pretend like we can make something fair. It's not possible, and if you do a best of 3 or a best of 5, these are uneven numbers of games. You cannot make it truly fair unless you do LAN, and right now, it's not possible to do LAN yet. The budgets are too small. Although, if you want to sponsor us and do a LAN, hey, 2026, my DMs are open. If you've got
first
money,
LAN,
you want
Deadlock
to
LAN
Deadlock
2026.
LAN, hit me up. We're more than happy to make it happen. We'll take care of everything. You
Let's
just
do
have to
it.
give us the funds. But
I'm down. I'm into it.
You can't make it fair, so it's an NA tournament. The EU team signed up.
So I'm reading my notebook here, and it says the translation for that statement to those in chat is that Deathy is currently keeping the EU players hostage, and they're not allowed to eat. So make sure that you keep spamming that in the chat. Justice for EU. Moving on from that, though, let's talk about these two teams. Now, Deathy, it's no secret. Wait, I'm waiting.
Before you move on, I just have to say, if someone, I do have a sandwich. I could feed the European players now. There is, unfortunately, there is a lock on the sandwich.
I'm hungry.
And I cannot access the sandwich unless somebody gifts 10 subs.
So
if you're a European supporter, you gift 10 subs, they will get a sandwich.
What's happening?
I promise. You have my word.
Is it dead, or is he literally just? He's just AFK. I guess.
That's
sorry. Carry on.
There we go. Just today, 10 subs to feed a hungry EU player.
Prime's coming in.
The differences between EU and
Kick
NA.
Debbie.
Some of the things that we were talking about before.
So surely, I think
the
the green box means this series is happening, right?
Teams in these
Surely.
plays, and I want to move you on to this conversation surrounding melee creeps. We were talking a little bit about their character pools, how flexible the players on Abraham's are, how deep into their pockets they can reach.
I don't think I'm gonna end up watching this game on.
Let's
It's fine.
talk about the other side of that.
Sneak
Melee
Elms.
creeps. Tell me a little
Just
bit about
stamped
this team, what they like to play. What kind of things should Abrahams be looking to ban out if they want to really punish that lack of flexibility?
Yeah, so Melee Creeps, I want to give them credit. They've done great work on kind of expanding their hero pools. Now, previously, a few of the players on Melee
John
Creeps
in
were
particular?
as like one tricks or like very small hero
Whoa.
pools who would historically
Time bomb.
get heavily targeted. Now, the main players that come to mind are Ido and John. Ido kind of being known for being mostly like a pocket Mina player, and then John mostly being known for Bebop, and then Geist. Now I think John's hero pool is deep enough at this point where it's a little bit harder to target ban him, but he definitely has his comfort picks. Now I want to say something, which is John's been playing Gun Doorman, and I told him it's bad. I told him it's bad, and that infuriated him, and now he's very angry, and he must prove that it's good.
Nice.
And so this is his chance to do it against the best EU team. Maybe he can finally prove Gun Doorman is really good.
The stream must be
and
delayed,
he's gonna
right?
have
That's
that in
probably
the
what
back
it
of
is.
his mind. So I'm kind of like
Just interrupting Jack same time he's talking.
Not even just proving whether or not he can make Gun Doorman work. Making Gun Doorman work against a team that we've already seen have a very strong game on Doorman. Taz really pulling it out there and showing us what he can do on that character. So let's move on to speaking about some of these players. We've just seen some of these. There we go. I can have a sandwich, Deathy, please.
Yep. One sandwich coming up. It's 60 seconds delayed, but we see it.
Amazing.
Also, I will say that the draft is ready for us shortly, and so we're probably going to be able to, get into it very quickly. Actually, it's right here.
Very quickly.
We're already
Boom.
here.
Draft ready. Let's go.
Yeah.
So we can keep talking about these players then while we are waiting for this this draft to come through. Is there anything that we're expecting to see from these guys? I know we already mentioned a little bit about Dorman.
Okay, let's see what bans are.
Work on that,
Doorman, boom. I like it for melee creeps. I like it.
Obviously, the second pick this time around, expecting it to be first banned.
Deathy gets completely baited.
Melee creeps first ban Doorman.
Completely baited
There
Deathy.
you go. I mean, they didn't want to give John the Doorman. They had first pick, by the way. They could have first picked Doorman, but they prefer not to. So hey, I'm just saying, maybe John's afraid of playing the gun Doorman.
Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, dude.
They ban it. Abraham's banning Billy. No surprises there. I think the Doorman first ban is a little surprising. In the other series, we haven't seen him be top 3.
Guys comes in for Jan Jan.
First round.
Jan Jan on the
Geist.
Geist.
Second half of the draft, if that makes sense. Like fourth pick. Like very highly, or like banned in the second draft. But Guy's first pick does not surprise me at all.
Yeah, I think it's a strong pick.
Is that
It's
you-
going to have a
you
lot of
Agent
high
Tanner?
impact if the melee
Lol.
creeps can get this going. I think it'll work out well for them. Abrahams, though, have a very strong early game. Shiv coming through, I think, kind of reflects that, gives them a lot of options to potentially deal with this guy if she gets too
Shift
high.
comes in. And the Mirage. Yep. Very standard draft.
Sorry, Shiv
Only
Mirage, I don't
flex
know
in
if
this draft is going to be the Doorman ban.
Abrahams,
saying that.
Abrams, they're in there.
Yeah,
Mandatory
exactly.
pick.
So they can go Abrams, Wraithier, they can go Abrams. What do they want to do?
And this tournament is showing that both regions.
Melee creeps likes to flex in drafts like this, though, so we'll see.
Kind of being kind of a third option. So EU does, had like Leviathan specifically likes to prioritize the
See what happens.
a lot more than these other teams, and I think Wraith definitely can be good. But we'll see how melee creeps respond.
Abrams what? Abrams what?
So what's interesting is to see what regions agree on, right? So both EU and NA agree that kind of getting a really strong frontline comp right now is very crucial. Now, one thing that we didn't see from last series is Yamato.
Kelvin! So they take away the Kelvin from Shiv.
So they weren't able to pick it, but melee
Good
creeps
counter
doesn't
pick.
seem to care too much.
Kelvin's good with this frontline too. You are potentially giving up the page though.
For melee creeps, they want a little bit more objective secure, a little bit of frontline really works in well.
So
for
let's
them.
see what they go
Abrahams
3 here.
now want to try and
They
find
could take away the
something
race, so they have to go on
remain
like
for the
tier
back
2
end of
M1s.
draft.
I think you just take the
Talking a
page
little
though.
bit about that
For your Shiv.
perma-banned, character, I think another
Pocket,
character
okay,
we saw
Pocket instead.
really
So you're taking
talked
Pocket
about
away.
was Viscous.
Kind of like
Not
counter
allowed
picks
in
here.
the back end of any of these
Taking
drafts.
Pocket away
Not
from
quite
Scout
prioritized
and
for
Ido, and then you're
first
taking Kelvin away to
maybe
pair up
something
the
we
Shiv
could see
Kelvin.
in this back
Not really
end,
like a
Pocket locked in for
player
Abrahams.
specific
They
ban,
have
but more
it.
like a
They
comp
have it.
ban. This is more like a takeaway from their players.
It's full circle.
Yeah.
Pocket's also very good into Shiv, right?
Really, really strong performances on the Pocket, which is honestly, I want to highlight that
Mina
that's
ban.
incredibly impressive. So I've played on European servers.
So I don't mean
a
it gets
decent
banned.
amount. I probably have somewhere between 50 to 100 games on European servers, and if you're on the like 130 ping, Pocket is not fun on that hyping. Like there's
True.
definitely like, especially with Satchel, like dodging abilities on 130 ping is not an easy feat at all.
True.
Now, of course, you can get a lot of value just through Affliction, which that is pretty much unaffected by ping.
And that's what
Getting
D-Mods
a
is doing, right? He's going the all
about
build.
the same degree of difficulty, but just playing Pocket on, he's probably on 130 ping, or maybe even higher. Maybe he's on 140, 150. That's incredibly impressive. So props to D-Mob
What
for that.
did they ban?
We will,
Sinclair, man, this is interesting, bro. These are some interesting bans from melee creeps.
Interesting. Sinclair banned out from melee creeps here in the second half, but you know, touching on ping a little bit here, Deathy. Some of the players from melee creeps.
What do they
are
want to pick
from,
first?
Kind of West NA server side.
Yep.
So this isn't
A
necessarily
lot of the
EA
like
only
flex
Abrahams
picks are
dealing with
out.
ping issues.
Honestly,
Both
they
sides
could
of
go
the table
Kelvin
are gonna
Page, but
struggle.
you're going to be low damage. So they'll probably
Yeah,
go
of course,
damage.
Abrahams is struggling significantly more, but you are.
I think
correct.
you just
For
take the
example,
Wraith.
Ido
You
is
want an
West
M1.
Coast, so Ido is probably going to be on 80 to 90 ping, depending. So
West Coast
you know,
debuff
it
or
does affect both sides.
young Ido?
But I will say melee creeps definitely have a strong home advantage despite that. Abraham's targeting Ido perhaps a little bit.
Yamato comes in for Abrams.
Because
Wow.
we see a lot of Ido signature heroes being gone. Ido and Mina
Okay.
probably being, sorry, not Ido, Pocket.
A lot
and
of
Mina,
power picks on the side of
being
Abrahams right
Ido's,
now.
two most known heroes, one being picked, the other being banned. And then Abraham's
Let's see what they
picked the
go.
Yamato, which was always banned last series. So
So you're probably going to go Wraith something.
Yeah, this is really going to be interesting to see. So I think Abrahams themselves were banning it away quite often in the second half of their draft phase. So it'll be interesting to see who this is going to go to and how it's going to play out. In response to that, though,
Paradox.
a character that we've obviously been seeing pretty much nearly.
So you're
at least
establishing your
once every
early
single
pick.
set, showed up.
I'm assuming it's
played
with the
all 3
Wraith.
games in the last
Unless
set.
they have a read on something.
Really great
Mina's
relocating
not
people.
here.
Obviously, we
Calico.
all know the utility of a Paradox.
So it might be a gun Calico. But I doubt it. It's probably...
Calico, I believe Calico's likely to be the Ido hero unless
Yeah.
he's on Abrams. Paradox will
Ido
probably
should be on
given
Calico,
to
I think.
Scout. And we've got Saya, I would guess, on the Kelvin, and then John would be on the Lady Geist. So as you can tell, I'm fairly familiar with these players' hero pools. I play them in matchmaking every day. So, you know, and I've played against them competitively. And
Page comes in.
Abrahams are drafting just a really, really hard to kill comp. Now,
Yeah.
Page is a
Abrahams
really strong pick
is
here for a few reasons.
kind of getting a lot of
first
power
reason
picks here.
is that a lot of people don't realize this. Or
This
maybe
is
don't think
kind of
about
the
it,
problem
but
with the early
Yamato
Kelvin
gives you
pick to deny the Shiv. You're giving
but
up a
shields
lot of power
ever
picks.
since, the item rework benefit from resistances as well. And so when you put like Page Barrier and Divine Barrier, for example, on a Yamato, the amount of effective HP that she has
Yeah,
is
it's
just,
kinda crazy.
Unbelievable. It's just unreal. Oh, wait, did you steal Hoot's sandwich?
My delivery came. I got the sandwich. Thank you, Chan, for feeding a hungry EU caster. Now I can.
Good
now
meme.
I can do my desk segment with you.
Banger meme? Banger
Time to
meme?
Lock in. Page, very strong.
Where are they gonna go
Great
last?
pick. Tell me more.
Another M1?
Chew this
What
one.
if they take the Wraith? Bro, what if they take the Wraith?
You know, I'm gonna have to think about
They go
that,
Bebop
which is
for pick, okay.
Bebop last pick.
You don't want to pick the Wraith because you don't want to be
General,
too high income heroes. You have the Yamato,
if
you have the
pick Bebop
Mirage.
and you win against John, it's kind of like you're stealing his hero and then beating him with it. It kind of like adds insult to injury. I mean, honestly, if John loses this game versus Bebop versus the European players playing on ping, I
What
mean,
do they last
he's never
pick
gonna
here?
live this one down. I'm gonna be
I'm
honest,
assuming they're
guys, if
gonna go on
NA
M1.
loses
Like
this
Wraith's
series,
there. Take Wraith.
You know,
You gotta go
NA's
lift
gonna
value
hear
here. You can cancel the Bebop ball.
This is
It's good on
there's
Shiv.
a lot at stake here.
If you
Bunny
pick the
with Clock losing
Page.
can be acceptable, okay? But like if melee creeps,
It is kind of
loses,
hard because they have
you're
3 heroes
never
that
going
their
to hear
lift
the end
isn't
of it.
given
So
to,
please,
but
melee creeps, I need you guys to win because if you lose, it's gonna be bad.
the creeps seem to like just having Geist as their power farmer though.
The sandwich, or do I still just get plain bread? I need clarification.
I don't know. It depends.
Okay.
What do you have access to in Europe? Do you guys have condiments over there?
We have condiments over here,
Okay.
mostly ketchup flavored. From where we're at. Chat,
the last
I'm
pick?
sure you can go absolutely buck wild. Tell us your favorite sandwich.
Chat loving the sandwich meme?
Feed to EU players or something. Last pick still on the
Chat's
board
loving
here
the sandwich
for
meme.
melee creeps.
Yeah.
Couple strong options here. Could we maybe be looking at something with a bit more mobility? Maybe a Vindicta, something that could really pop heads. Is this?
Vin would be
maybe
good actually. Yeah, Vin's a good shout.
So it's almost certainly going to be a DMB hero here. I think that they are a little bit
It's
low
probably Wraith.
on heroes for DMB unless he's playing Abrams, which he could be. I could see him play Infernus or Wraith. I'm actually not sure what they're gonna opt for. So DMB traditionally plays with a lot of like M1 heroes for them.
Yep.
Like he'll play Mirage.
Vin
he'll
kind of
play,
struggles though. The more I think about it,
Infernus, he'll play
you can get
Wraith,
popped,
he'll
you can
play
get
like that.
hooked,
So I
you
wouldn't
get
be too
slashed,
surprised to see him on that unless he's on Abrams, which would be possible.
you
So I
get
think
poked out by the
I
Mirage.
wouldn't be surprised to see like maybe a Wraith last pick come out.
I don't think the Vin would have
Although
very
I
good
would
lane.
love Wraith into the Abrahams comp. I'm trying to think what would fit with their.
How is this
their kind
pick
of, like,
taking
hero
this long?
pool Because, you know,
Warden. Okay.
Oh yeah, Warden. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. That's another hero that DMB
Okay.
plays.
This is
I
very
think he's gonna be
even
on the Warden here, very
draft-wise.
likely. I don't know if I love the Warden into the Abrahams
Nameplate's
comp.
off. I think I like
Warden
Abraham's
struggles
draft
into a
more,
lot of
though.
these heroes, that can kind of
This
shut
top
down.
4 plus
I'm curious to see
Page.
if it's going to be more of an
It's like
ult warden or
kind
more
of crazy.
of a gun warden. So we'll
And
see
they
how
got
that kind of
the
plays
better
out
pick
later
hero
on.
in my
But
opinion
I
in
don't
Bebop.
dislike it. It does make them beefy. It's decent with the Kelvin. I mean, melee creeps is just really hard to kill
Man.
altogether, but at the same time,
It's hard to tell though.
you probably
Nameplate's
wanna look at
on.
things like decay.
Yeah, this is feeling like a very tanky roster for melee creeps.
I guess melee
Old
creeps,
Hollywood
right? Like,
Abrams,
do you get
Kelvin,
John on the
potentially,
Geist?
depending on how they decide to build him.
I don't want the
Could be,
Calico.
a pretty formidable front line. That being said,
Silent
though,
Kelvin.
Abraham's
Like,
not really too squishy.
I don't know.
himself.
I do
Bebop,
think I like Abraham's draft more though.
you know,
Unfortunately.
is gonna kind of be the primary front
We'll
line
see, though,
of
we'll
all
see.
this squad. You know, questioning the validity of kind of having Bebop as your kind of main tank, right? Yamato, a little bit difficult to kill, not necessarily going to be super tanky. Same with Shiv, more of a kind of hybrid aggressive composition. So I'm very interesting. I'm very interesting. Thank you for the self-compliment, random lamps in English language. But I'm very interested in how this kind of more aggressive style is going to work towards almost it's almost reminiscent of like a goats style comp if you're familiar with Overwatch meta.
Unfortunately, I am.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Unfortunately, I am. No, it's okay. I mean, look, it was a traumatic experience. It was a difficult part of my life, you know.
Fucking Overwatch,
but
bro.
we've all overcome Overwatch.
I'm so glad I missed the Overwatch hype. I knew that game was bad. I just knew. I just knew that game was kind of bad.
Tuning in with us and enjoying.
Played
the
it a little
show now.
bit, but
Huge shout out
nothing
to
crazy.
our sponsor, Metal. Also, we are running a giveaway through Corsair, who's giving away, you know,
Corsair
keyboard, headset, etc. So exclamation point giveaway in the chat to enter that. Should be fairly easy. And then I just want to do a quick little plug as well, which is if you want to support us, now there's lots of ways, right? But, you know, obviously you can join the Discord, which I will put in the chat right now. So exclamation point Death Slam to join the Discord. But if you are interested in getting yourself some Deadlock themed merch, we have merch at Death Slam events, and all the proceeds go to events like these, right? I don't take any of the money. It all goes to
merch,
prize pool, or you know, giving stuff to casters. Maybe a sandwich for the caster if we have money.
Some condiments, please. For the, some butter, sir. Please.
We've got like you know, a mug that you can see right here.
I need one of those mugs.
And then on the other side, you have
I need one.
A choice of a couple things. It can either have the cat or the slam. So I
they
have
have
the
a
slam
store?
one because I love Lash. My camera doesn't autofocus, so you can't see it
Oh, they
very
do.
well, but it's kind of cool art of someone getting.
They have a
ulted
Calico
up.
Cat shirt. They have a Death Slam shirt.
But yeah, we really
They have
appreciate
hoodies.
all the support, and thank you guys so much for tuning in. It really means a lot. Just tuning in is a great way to support us, by the way. Just watching.
And where can I find all this delicious merch that drinkable merch? I mean, merch that I can drink things from. Where can I find it?
Exclamation point merch, and then it'll take you right to the website.
Look at that. They got the command and everything.
To the website, yep. And we've got hoodies, t-shirts, stuff like that, and obviously all the art has been commissioned, and you know, we're also not we're not going against any
what is SM7?
any kind of like,
I keep looking at this. I don't know what this says.
You know, let's say copyright infringement using Valve stuff. We've all made sure that, you know, it's based on Valve stuff, but it's not actually using, you know, the character designs themselves, and Valve are okay with it. You know, they were like, yeah, it's cool. You know,
shout Valve, W Valve.
We're good.
No Nintendo.
So
fucking copyright striking.
So I think
DMCing.
just while we are waiting,
We're back
to get into game. One thing I do want to highlight here: Abrams has just come off the back of a very long set, very difficult set for them to finish up in the end. Whereas Melee Creeps, they got to finish early. They 1 and 2. They had a good half hour before even drafts.
I'm always like, is this a good or bad thing though? Like,
maybe a little bit tired.
yeah, you can get kind of like
also
bored,
maybe
and then like you're not locked in for game one.
Where do you sit on this side? Melee Creeps, you know these players a little bit better than I do.
Yeah. I mean, I think that definitely, like, Melee Creeps are going to be fresh. It's still early for them. It's 7 p.m. here. On the side of Abraham,
It's fucking 4 o'clock for Ido.
They're on hyping. They just came out
Had to wake up early, though.
You know, 3-game series.
Had to wake up at 11.
Pretty close.
Be ready for 11. Ooh,
Work for
that's
it.
probably
So
why they
I would
dropped
say
game
Melee
1.
Creeps definitely have the advantage there. And on
Ido
top
having
of
to wake
that,
up before 12
you know,
p.m. Oof.
On the side of Melee Creeps,
Oof.
they got to watch that last game of Abraham's versus Bunny with Clock. So I think, all things considered, Melee Creeps definitely have a lot of home advantages. So like I said, if they lose this, it's not looking good for North America. But without further ado, we will be giving it away to our wonderful casters. We've got Tempo and Trick Slayer on the casters. Take it away, please.
Hello and welcome everybody to the upper
Welcome. All right. For lanes, we got the Geist Paradox versus Paige Yummy.
together. What's up, my dude?
Then they got Shiv Bebop versus Kelvin Warden, and then Calico Abrams versus Mirage Pocket. Okay. So Ido, we're saying, dude, how do we always mess up these nameplates to start the game? We should just do it as the game is starting. I don't know. It's okay.
I mean, just for a fact of the matter, before we begin this and we watch how it unfolds, we have pure talent and skill right in front of us. We are lucky individuals, and we get to bring it to you. So Melee Creeps taking on Abrahams. Looking at our current lane setups, the one in the middle is the one that I usually look at right away to get an idea of how the match is going to unfold. We have a Yamato and a Paige working together, trying to.
So they're just trying to get the push.
What do you think about this matchup and who they're facing off against?
Didn't use the shield super effectively.
Guys, pretty strong mid lane here for melee creeps, and same thing with the Yamato Page. Gonna be hard to kill either side, but I would actually give the advantage a little bit here to that Paradox and Geist.
I would too.
Strong characters overall. That Geist bomb doing a lot of damage.
I think it's hard to get. You saw it on that trade. It's hard to get value on the page. Page barrier.
Abrahams to kind of burst them down with that Yamato, and looks
They're all ending on this blue wave.
Very low here.
Shield finally comes out. Abusing the cooldown. Well played from John.
Already very low.
John Scout abusing the cooldown timer. Really clean.
We're looking at two
Paradox is looking for him. Is he actually going to reset? No, there's no way.
That early game strength. If you're ever
He is resetting. Wow, okay.
After you get a couple of levels,
John Scout bullying.
Clear Geist is a great candidate for that, and we have that.
And like we've been seeing all day, that gives Scout the opening to do box runs. Georgia gets to funnel the wave into himself.
And then of course Paige helping her, but that is going to be a rough lane for now as the experience lead is starting.
Yamato doesn't end up missing any of the wave though. Does get back in time. Might have missed one or two creeps, but didn't end up missing the wave, which is kind of clutch.
He got bullied out as Paradox is actually playing quite aggressive on that right side. But Shiv and Bebop together. What do you think about this lane? What are we expecting for it to unfold like?
I mean, really solid lane as well. Bebop, Shiv, super strong cannons on their own. Shiv usually likes to be paired with someone who can give them a little bit of bit of health as well for his health bar. Maybe some barriers, maybe some healing in that Kelvin. But Bebop also
Ido shows up here. Gets some chunk down onto the Yam again.
A little bit of a swap here in the middle lane. Calico coming in.
Nah, Calico's just roaming.
Some damage here. Ido already roaming around, and 3-minute roam is kind of wild.
Yeah, so what happened is Paradox actually tried to find Bebop.
So the whole idea is they do not want to fight with this Pocket Mirage, right? So the early roams make sense. It's just like such a hard lane for them. They just get like giga poked, so they're like, fuck this, let's just go roam. Now he's back for the wave. Ooh, really nice try. A fish cake there. Team-up dies.
Yeah, very important buffs here coming up in a minute. So far, melee creeps taking a
blue lane dominating for melee creeps so far.
In this early game, Mirage here.
Denies coming in. No charge though.
Gonna try to take Senya Sniper with him with a charge, maybe 10 seconds before it's up. He's looking just do as much damage as he can with that shotgun, with that.
No, he just knew Scout was coming in. Ooh, Ido overcooked though.
Not gonna be able to do much here. Senya Sniper gonna get the trade on Ido, but look, massive charge coming in here. Senya Sniper
doesn't die. Does Scout get him?
Almost out here, I think. Paradox trying to get the last remnants of damage.
Oh, does get him. Nice.
End up going down.
Really clean.
Chip damage. Really
gets Ido a reset too, right? Ido can pick up this mid wave now. Don't have to rotate. Scout is literally 1 HP though. Scout dies.
And it is going to be a kill, so Scout will be going down. And 1-for-1 trade on that far left lane as we had the aggression really unfold. Man, are you used to this type of laning phases where both teams are just
I think these are two teams that understand how lanes go and how to use your tempo outside of your lane. I think this is a perfect example of this. This is like really high level stuff. They're just like swapping, moving around,
they're gonna brawl to every advantage.
Covering waves, catching waves.
They might maybe overreact to what advantages they have.
Both teams are here on the buff. Ido does get the buff.
Maximizing their damage output here.
Speaking of the aggression here, Buzz on the
maybe Ido didn't get. Maybe John got it. Ido dies again.
But a last second Geist bomb is not going to be able to follow up onto Mirage as he's able to get out there with the last second dash, and Calico is actually going to fall.
No ult on Yam, no ult on Yam, guys. We don't have to be afraid. I don't know why we're afraid of the Yam.
But Yamato gets chased down, and the kills are
oh, good parry by Scout. Ah, still dies though.
Another one, but they're going to lose Scout.
Or Scout was the one that got parried? Scout was probably the one that got parried.
Yeah, what an early game we're having so far.
Saya dies.
Really active from both sides. Melee creeps. Abraham's gonna tie it up eventually now with all these trades. Definitely some winners so far. This Mirage looking very strong right now. And Warden gonna use his ultimate on together Shiv here, but Bebop gonna counter ult here. Not gonna be able to do much.
Good counter ult.
I think DMB in a bit of
together
a
alive
situation here, and one Shiv execute could be it, but execute on cooldown. Looks like one's gonna be
great ultimate uses there from Bebop. For those that don't know at home, Bebop's ultimate, while it does do some solid damage, one of the main appeals of it too is that you actually slow down the target. So when Warden popped his last attempt, his last fight there to go and force a kill, Bebop was like, all right, let's go ahead and trade out ultimates here and make sure that he was able to get his teammate out. Solid exchange between both teams, but really showcasing the depth of their knowledge. We are at 6 minutes minutes, and there is going to be a center in about 90 seconds. What do you think our team should be doing right now as they set up for that center? It's going to be coming around relatively soon, and of course that jungle clear that comes with it.
I mean, 6 minutes, both sides are just trying to get as many souls onto their carries as possible. Generally, how you like to play that early game. Abraham's doing a really good job of that so far.
So I go into
Being
cool
very well
builds.
farmed. And same thing with
Back
John
around
on the
Scout
other
is
side,
interesting.
though.
Ooh,
Definitely
missed
both
the
sides
carbine
having
though.
stuff to play for here. Scout now, though, in a little bit of a sticky
Good
situation
swap.
now. Again,
Still gets slashed though.
A Yamato ultimate after a good paradoxical swap. Looks like
Really
Scout's
clean
gonna
from
be
Dimov.
down here. Dimov getting that kill
Got all his
early on.
cooldowns off, pops up, gets all his cooldowns back.
We saw poor Yamato having a hard time. Now we have
He dies. Should be a dead debuff as well.
Right underneath the tower, hitting the parry and chasing the paradox all the way into the realms of death. Meanwhile,
Boy from side will live too.
together falling on Shiv. While Kevin's trying to find a kill. Bebop the bomb, but explodes.
Oh,
And he
so
gets
close.
picked off. He knew it. He turned around.
Dude, these
and
are
grabbed
really,
the Fury
really
Force
high level
as
fights.
well.
Super close.
Man, back and forth game so far. Look at the souls too. We are tied 33k to 33k.
Yeah, this is neck and neck.
Look at the Guardian. It's shift damage galore on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, good damage here.
Perfect
so
spacing
far
for fish
from
kick.
both sides. Good Guardian damage, actually, especially in that left side lane. Looks like a lot of members are trying to get at this. Abrahams and Calico.
Calico gets
challenged
out.
a lot by this Mirage here, who has a pretty good start here.
Who inflict
Should be pretty hard
lands
to
on the
challenge
Abrams.
him, but
Yeah,
looks
fish
like
kick
they're
just
starting
dies.
to get their spirit spikes up.
I think they saw Ido.
Pocket at least already having
they
it,
did.
and it's just gonna be hard
Gets
and
out,
harder
though.
to fight these guys with their spirit investment spikes.
Calico did a cool little maneuver there. Actually went around the fight after seeing one of her teammates get picked off and tried to push out the mini wave to make it harder for the Guardian to get picked off. And then she, of course, used her mobility to escape. But with that all said and done, you're completely correct here. Abrahams are able to push that far left lane, and they're getting it close on the fort. Meanwhile, with another Bebop laser here on the next lane, which is all the way to the far right side, a hook comes out. There goes a knockout.
parry from
pushes him
Scout,
in the
though.
corner. A parry
Ooh,
over
just
the
gets
wall survived,
popped,
but
though.
the burst damage is just too much. Melee creep loses Scout once again.
Does DMB get caught here?
Really good play.
DMB
here so
does.
far by DMB actually on that warden, going down now, but it's doing well to utilize his ultimates. Well, John now.
There's just so much shit happening, bro. Feel bad with casters. Like, how do you keep up with this? Dimov does it all.
Onto Dimov, just playing very aggressively.
Should be
John
dead Kelvin.
All online if they manage to go down.
Jesus,
but
Dimov's
Kelvin
owning now.
gonna go down for it. John
Trolled the oil lane, came back
damage,
super
but
hard.
not gonna be able to do enough right now.
The mob is insane, man. You saw guys constantly trying to weave in front, trying to set up for a parry, but the mob was
Biggest thing is DMB is behind Soul Curve. John is farming. Ooh, nice parry though.
To make it worth the lady guys. I've never actually seen a player just straight up ignore guys like that, but the mob, knowing his abilities and with the page there to back him up, was being a complete menace. Now the mob currently
Got the healing creep.
trying to go for a chase. In a second, she will have her 2, which will be the major cooldown. She needs to go for this pick. Around the corner they
Nice.
go, and finally they get the Yamato. Jeez Louise, Calico's low and bruised down and gonna be able to
we're
take
back.
those souls and move forward and expand her lead. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the mini-map in the bottom right, Tempo. We have
So
a
who'd still
yellow
farm?
Guardian
John still
down on the
farmed.
far left and a
So
yellow
the main
Guardian
M1s are
down
still
on the
doing
far
well.
right. The map is
But
starting to be
how
opened up
useful is
here
this
by Abrahams.
Warden gonna be a little behind curve, right?
Super open map
Still
here
doing
so
okay,
far.
like at
Cool
9k,
on that
but
Mirage, just being able to take that side Guardian, getting basically a free lane for himself now. And buffs now coming up online. John gonna be able to get
Does John
past the
die
buff.
here?
Looks
He
like
might get
Shift got the
perfect
right-hand
spaced.
side buff. Didn't quite get to see what that was, but guys in a lot of trouble here. Needs to try to play for the ultimate maybe. Who? Just trying to
Ooh,
chase him
really
down. The
fucking
Sunny
well played.
Sniper gonna get the kill on John, and that's one buff already
Who
gone.
spaced him perfectly?
A good time for that too, as melee creeps were able to
Ooh.
grab the urn. So with
Ooh.
John going down,
Trade
they're gonna
back,
play a little
though?
bit on the passive side. And meanwhile, during that,
Dude, this death ball shit is crazy.
right now, melee keeps able to find a kill on Pocket. And now
Ball
you see
meta,
Kelvin
side
moving
grabs
up,
earned.
trying to set
Okay.
up that urn turn in. However, this can be a bit of a difficult task.
Who
despite
could
the
get a
fact
huge
that
spike here
the
though?
between
As you
Kelvin
can
and
see, you
Grim
can just
and
walk into these
Warden.
camps.
Bebop on an
Take
urn
small
turn
camp.
can be difficult to play around.
John
His
shows
laser
up.
and his hooks are
Who can space
terrifying.
John here
So they're gonna make sure
again?
They play pretty coordinated here. Meanwhile, while that urn is on its way to the right side, the middle Guardian will be taken
Good boom
by
from Ido.
melee creeps as they open up the middle of the map. And let's go over to Kelvin here if we can get a chance from the observers and see if we can get this turn in. He
Early
does
Warden
it,
ult just a
goes for drop
zone.
off, he's
Inflict goes
focusing,
off.
and he gets
Gets it
just in
down
time,
though.
Turns around and pops his ultimate.
Blocks the B up ult as well, so they can hard confirm. It'll probably cost him his life.
Stopping anything that they would get here together. Now chasing this Kelvin down very low. Gonna get the lane heal.
Inflict slows him is the one thing. Yeah.
But he's gonna go
He doesn't
down
live.
in the end.
It's fine.
Not gonna be enough to sustain him there. Together, getting a kill, but going back in here, Abrams now in trouble here. Fishcake getting caught out of position. 4 people getting a carry off, even on the high ping of the Europeans, and yeah, looking very interesting.
Once again, though, even after you're dead even, 62, 63, 64, 63, like it's just dead even.
I feel like I'm watching 2 Mafia gangs just go at it right
Yeah,
now.
this is crazy.
If you touch anything in their territory, you're gonna get a punishment for sure in some way or some form.
Team B catching up in farm now.
These takedowns, and the map is starting to be opened up. You actually look at the current.
Together's actually getting more farm than DMOV on the Shiv.
65k, and with the Guardians being cleaned up, except for
Interesting.
one lone Guardian on the far right, you see the map being opened up as we head into that 12-minute form. Now, this is where I am starting to see a lot of, I guess, adjustments from the higher level play. Around 20-minute mark is when we start seeing people starting to look at the boss. But with it being so close right now, what are you thinking of as a high-level player? What are you trying to achieve while you're chasing down these folks and trying to find these picks?
You're looking to get as many picks as
Oh,
you
Scout
can.
got parried.
Steal jungle from the enemy side and get the walkers. That's the goal here right now. And together,
That's the
Thomas
Shiv.
down here. Scout gonna get traded though, so no real advantage for either side here.
Team B
Maybe if
does.
goes down, that opens up a little bit of a window for Abrahams to do what they want.
Jojo's doing a good job not getting poked out by Hoot though.
Bebop and crew were continuing to get
So
their
it does,
down there
oof.
in the sewers.
Yeah,
Bebop
rinse there.
also moving up with a bomb, finds a kill on Kelvin.
Hoot looking
And
for
this
his.
is kind of like showcasing the
Jojo
difference
look for
between
his all
EU
in
and
on
North
Hoot
America.
now.
North America really likes Kelvin.
Close the gap.
And, seems to play
Close where the
around some
matchup
of
flips.
when it comes to the actual macro.
Jojo
but
flips it on him.
Abraham's crew have been showing, hey, we can match you toe to toe, and we can take down that Kelvin before he even gets a chance to use his ultimate.
So Hoot
We've only seen
spacing
one
falls
usage of it
apart.
before
He was pushing,
Saya.
pinning him under Walker, but then Jojo finds the angle. Probably use Zip Tech or something.
He'll be coming back here and looking to get his own fights. But now with Kelvin back, we see 3 head to the middle lane, 2 to the far right, and Lady Geist on her own, controlling what she can. What are you looking for here, Tempo? Because this match has been bonkers so far.
And Jojo using his tempo well,
There's a little right-hand
hitting
guard
camps,
here that Melee
getting
Crew can
boxes.
be looking at
Hoot's
and
dead.
taking.
You have an
Simon
advantage. You can
Sniper and
eke
Sid
out a
Maxim
small
gonna try
advantage
to
on the
defend it,
farm
I
on
think,
him.
But Kelvin now moving over. 2 players stuck in the middle lane for Abrahams. This could be a bit of an opportunity for Warden to try to change the world, as he would say.
Change the world. Reminding me of that old show Hero, Save the Cheerleaders, Save the World. I don't know why, the way he said that. Regardless, this Guardian
goes down.
A Paradox wall does go up, and they take that down.
I'm taking a lot of damage. Had to ult early. Page comes in though. Ido might be going too deep. Ido doesn't have ult.
And the claw is not going to hit her.
Hoot dies. They still have dome though.
But didn't quite get it, and that is going to be a pick
Good
off
dome.
from Melee Creeps.
Really good dome.
Earning a fight there and looking for a little bit more
Warden ult.
with the big ultimate.
This guy's
You're
dead.
right, Timbo. Can they find this kill?
Oh, the NATO buffer.
Looking to try and push this out. Dome now.
No
out
inflict
the
on
side.
this
No
pocket.
ultimate
Like, you don't have to be
from
scared of this
Melee Creeps,
pocket.
and I think they've blown their window here. The pocket's gonna try to get back in, get a little bit of that poke damage that we've seen.
God, observers cannot keep up with these guys.
On so far.
Ido ends up going down.
Go down, Ido, I should say. Gonna go down that
So the
Calico.
re-engage, melee creeps get punished.
Now getting chased as well by
Hoot buffering there was super clean with the NATO, especially on this ping. Holy fuck.
This might be a mid-boss call here by
No.
Abrahams. 2 people down.
Into the mid-boss, wow. Okay.
15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We are having a boss call from Abrahams, and there will be a shriek in a second, alerting all of the Melee Creeps. Will they try to contest it here? Unfortunate for
Ido
Shiv,
calling,
they
he can
don't
grab
have their
yellow.
ultimate on
He wants
Abrams.
John to go.
They don't have the ultimate as well on Warden. They do have guys who can move in. Everyone is circulating and moving towards the location. Are they going to try and
John
fight
gets his
this?
buy-in.
Here comes it. Descends.
Swap is available.
Laser
Abrams
comes
gets
down.
NATO'd.
Abrams trying to
Ido
get
gets the
in there.
first. Swap comes in. Oh, they completely get it. 3-0. Still have 1 rejuve left for the fight. Super clean contest. Risky call from Abrams, man. They didn't have the tools to deal with it, right? They didn't have the Yamato ult. They didn't have the Page ult. They thought they could just burst it and use the timers, but it's 15 minutes in the game. Those are not long timers, bro.
Not expecting this much of
Melee Creep's probably going to break the game open with this one. They get the Blue Walker for sure, I think, and they get an urn.
now they're in a lot
Also,
of
another one,
trouble.
DMB. Look at the side of the map, right? He gets this wave in. He picks up. He could even go for the second wave. He's kind of worried about timers though, so makes sense. So he gets this camp. He gets basement camp and the sinners. He gets to come back here. So DMB is going to get a huge influx of souls here.
Okay, so melee creeps is
Really, really, really good. Really good.
Grab the jungles. Hey, you gotta say it out there, man. You gotta let it go. You can't hold that stuff in. And Timbo, you're more than welcome to join me if you want. Meanwhile, the rest of Abrahams are getting back in the game here. There's gonna be
And then it's engaging on him. No more rejuves though.
are not slowing down. They are a complete bulldozer running over anyone that's showing up. Meanwhile, Abrahams is trying to get their own fight here. They want to try and equalize.
Yep, they end up not getting their in with this though because of how awkward the fight goes. The zoning works though. End up getting it. John John just sacrificed his life for it. Hoot's coming in. John John is fucking him, by the way. Actually kills Dimov.
And in the end, it actually looks like a 3-for-3 trade.
3-for-3 trade, but the map has been opened up quite well for the melee creeps. Okay, now that we have a slight second here to breathe. What are you doing if you're Abrahams right now? You're only 6k down, you did lose a mid-boss, and of course you did kill off all the rejuvenators, so you don't have to worry about too much of a push. Do you wait? Do you reset? What's the call here for Abrahams?
You have to use this Mirage right now. Mirage is a very unique carry in the way that he's played at the higher elo. He's super active as well, like while being a really good farmer on that side lane. Actually, look at what he's doing right now. He's just gonna take that side wave and gonna play for his ultimate once he has that online. Just keep farming that side lane, keep farming it. But he has a lot of kill potential as well in this part of the game.
And it's looking like he's becoming a bit of the carry here. 22k souls on the team here for Hoot, so he is going to be instrumental for turning these fights around. Meanwhile, as we're getting through this rest period, we are setting up for the next phase of Sinners coming in, as well as the buffs. Buffs are about to spawn up in 2 minutes. So right about now, you're going to see your team start to try to circulate and find a pick or two.
So once again,
number advantage on the map. But
only a small advantage, right? They only end up getting 5k, so they basically just get like an earned difference from that, which is kind of interesting.
It makes him back away from the fight, and meanwhile, Abrams is actually going to cut off the actual flank, but Mirage took
from getting the mid boss, which is kind of nice, right?
So well done.
Mid boss being balanced like this is a better thing for the game.
On the minimap right now, I think he wants to fight Tempo.
Because like them stealing, because that was a steal too, right? It doesn't just flip the whole game.
Side, gonna try to kill Fishcake and John John if they get the opportunity, but they're gonna respond with their own little counter push here, melee creeps on the right hand side. Also, Hoot specifically gonna try to get him behind a little bit. He just picked
John
up
John
as well, so he's just
now having the slight edge on Hoot, up 2k. DMB caught up a little bit, up to 20k. Fish together falling I was gonna say Fishcake because I just saw Shiv. Together falling behind it a little bit of the second curve of souls, not like the M1 curve.
Think about Ricochet on Mirage.
Around where the Mirage is at currently in his build, it makes a lot of sense because
and into these heroes, right? Triple frontline, plus guys.
If you're playing it as like
you can count guys as frontline, but again, guys builds like mainly damage. But at some point, gets like defensive items.
Okay, opening my notepad and
like this game, he'll probably go Spellbreaker or something.
Ricochet is okay, and I'm gonna sign it, and I'm gonna have Tempo next.
So Sanya also going an alt build, but a little bit different than
What are we looking for? No, it's official. Tempo said 25.
Than Dimov, not too dissimilar though. Just goes greater expansion earlier.
We'll see if the meta devolves further. I mean, there's definitely some different schools of Mirage. Some people like to go for an Siphon Bullets or an Inhibitor or something like that instead. But makes a lot of sense for the solo carry. And
Inhibitor would be good. He probably goes Inhibitor next this game. It's a ton of value.
Grouping here on the mid lane looks like they're getting ready to brawl here as they're sending DMB and John John out for these side waves. Just gonna push.
But you go Ricochet into Inhibitor because the Ricochet can apply the Inhibitor stack. So I'm pretty sure.
Okay, going over to Dimov.
I'm always unsure about some of the gun items, but
we do see him dancing around. There goes the barrier up.
Ooh,
comes over, gets the damage.
Dimov gets deleted. Can't even get his ult off.
You called it Tempo. Dimov just caught in a weird spot.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, another earn pickup for melee creeps.
Just standing still, not really
it should be neutral as well. Yep, neutral earn.
Looks a little bit tired, maybe. Could be a bit late for him, but we'll see what ends up happening further on. He still have a
he does have active reload.
Now in trouble here with
Hoot gets out.
A lot of damage.
Very close though. Has to use the ult.
Really strong character at this point in the game as well. But Hoot, using that Traveler just to get out of there, get to safety land, and regroup.
Yeah, Who looks like he agreed with you, just aimlessly tried to escape there. I like the idea of DMB trying to
Shiv cannot deal with John John right now. Has the remover.
Could not quite do that. Melee creeps now.
Burn
will
drop
be fighting
off.
a full 6v6
Inflict.
against
The greater
Abrahams.
expansion value. You see it? It hit the paradox there. But no one else is here, so they get the iron. Yep, melee creeps up 15k now. Post earn a little bit more, even 17.
How does Abrahams stop this?
They're trying to send it on John here. They want to get something done on the other side of the map. Really good to go in the cove here, get a guaranteed swap. John gets the parry. John's just too fucking good, man. This guy's just so fucking good. He gets parried now. But again, this is in his bomb, right? He's getting ticked the whole time. This fucking John guy's too fucking compy, by the way. This guy's just too compy on the Geist. Once again, gonna use this tempo here. They might be playing mid spawn. Yeah, they're looking to push waves. So you want to fix waves here. So John's gonna push up here. You want this wave to crash, so this wave can stay up here. You're gonna push the mid, and you're probably. I don't know if they actually will play for the mid boss because the timers. Again, it's only 21 minutes in the game. It's just so much shit has happened in this game. It feels like it's gone on longer. But so they're gonna push the walker instead. John just deleting this kid. Yeah, this Geist hero is not balanced. D-Mob's here, has ult, but he's only 19k. Like, you're really not that worried about it. They're sending it left side though, so you do kind of want to get out here. They're sending it. They have to go side street extended, so they're gonna run into the Shiv. Could be an overstay here. John doesn't have swap. John dies. But then they hit the mid boss for this, right? They committed all these people left side. Mid boss is falling. I don't think they get here in time. They're able to get the NATO off, but we'll see.
Is anyone gonna be able to get down here? Here comes a pocket.
Pockets in. Barry. Oh my god, Saya gets first. 3-0 again for melee creeps. Only one's been popped. Really, really good call there.
Rejuvenator of the game.
Holy. This is a compy game, bro. This is such a good game.
Guys sure have hands. Abraham's losing a lot of members here. EU really getting dominated by these North American heroes in melee.
Why'd you say North American like that, Tempo?
I mean, you know, some of us are North American.
I heard some judgment in that North American. I heard a bald eagle flew over my house right now, okay? North America deserves to have your hand on your heart.
So the mid boss is just going in favor of melee creeps this game. Really good call there to respond, right? So they hams overload this side. They send the Shiv deep to cut off John. They want to pick on John.
Well,
John didn't even end up having a bag there, so it didn't really make a whole lot of sense. But then melee creeps read it immediately, call the mid call, and now they have to rejuve to work with for 3 minutes. Really, really good call. Had the damage for it too, right?
Have 1, 2, 3, 4 people over.
Ido says gun items, fuck those.
That lead, if you look at the top, is 177 to 144.
He's a burst tank. Yeah, so Spellbreaker's coming in now. So this is where Abrahams is going to struggle too, right? They have a lot of spirit damage on their team, right? Shiv, Bebop ult build, Hoot with split damage, but a lot of like your scarabs are going to be spirit damage. Yamato spirit, pocket spirit. So as the game goes on, this is going to be really hard because now the Spellbreakers and the spirit resilience are coming in. John already has spirit resilience, so you can really resist sack against this team.
Basically no green items whatsoever, just playing off of that maximum damage, but I don't know if that's gonna be.
Ido's really flexing the Calico mechanics this game too. Like he was dying a lot early, but he just shows how much he can get done on the map.
Okay, Tornado, possible hooks being available, and then of course there's always the element of Shiv getting those executes. So we'll see if
and noticing, right? Post 20 minutes, the tempo slows down a lot, right? Like there's still being plays made on the map, but it's not just everywhere and everywhere. Everywhere and anywhere, I should say.
One of the things is like when you're ahead, get further ahead, and that continues to happen here. The entire
DMB is not here.
But hang on, a big fight about to happen here on the top right side of the map.
The ball doesn't get a whole lot done. And this is thinking about the elbow, right? Like, yeah, you can make space, yeah, I can do damage, but now you're kind of useless on the bebop now. Fishcake does go down though. John gets the swap. Page ult should get caged. Doesn't get caged. Really good spacing by Hoot here.
Trying their best here. St. Maxim gonna pop that captivating Ren to try and get this team out of dodge here.
But the other side of the fight just goes the way of MLC.
Ultimate, really strong pick really strong ultimate to just do a lot of harassment. 2 for 2 so far. 1 rejuve still left for melee creeps if they want to take this even further, and could be a mid boss, but together now gonna go down in this tunnel here. Not really a good situation for him.
Oof. So at the moment, Abrahams, well, they have 3 people down for more than 50 seconds, actually. We are getting past that 25-minute mark where the dead timers start to incline to a pretty ridiculous pace. It's looking like they're in a situation where we're going to have to be a miracle defense. But there's also the other element of, like, how do you type GG and get ready for game number 2? So my question for you is do you, like, sit here in this game and you go, all right, how do we make this comeback? What's the play here?
Comeback
Or
run.
do you start thinking about game number 2 and what
They can
you
just
wanna
send it,
do
bro.
from your opponent?
They're just waiting for numbers, though, just in case.
What was, like, one of the biggest plays here for melee creeps to take this lead?
Ooh, Psy's really low. Psy gets popped by the D-Mob, but D-Mob went in before his ult up, so he just insta-dies. No more rejuves, though. John coming into the fight late, though. John might be able to clean up here. Look at the route. John might hit. He doesn't hit the route. He's going to play the backside instead. Okay. I thought he was going to hit a route through the opening here and try to just burst somebody. But Psy goes down, so they're just going to kite out. But they get the urn, so if only one dies, really not that big a deal, right?
For Abrahams, if they manage to get more of these players from melee creeps down and out of the fight.
Yeah.
Pretty huge, right? 1 for 1, and they get the comeback urn. Really big for melee creeps.
There's literally entire menu waves on the middle lane and the far right lane as they were chasing kills across the middle of the map. And melee creeps were able to try and pull them back far enough into the middle of the map so they could get value out of that. But Abrahams has clearly made a decision that we need to
clearly.
Downs. I mean, you even saw that there from D-Mob, who tried to go for a full engagement on the urn there by himself. He was hoping to try and maybe steal away some of those souls. They're like, all right, our comeback window is.
This is where the inhibitor finally comes in for Hoot.
In our favor.
So that is a huge spike for him. But Spellbreaker in for John. John is fucking Thanos. He's now almost 10k up, 8k up on Hoot, right? I said 10k because he's about to get this left side. He's about to get some more shit going here. He's gonna catch some waves, so he's gonna be able to Spellslinger in for DMB. The scaling is hitting for melee creeps. It's not looking good for Abrahams. Arctic Blast for together.
I do like the inhibitor buy here this early on instead of going for something like a Siphon Bullets. He really needs to limit the amount of damage that DMB and John can pose upon his team.
Yeah, for those that may not watch Deadlock all the time, you know, what's an inhibitor do? What's the main pickup here? What is that trying to achieve in this fight?
Heal cut.
I mean, inhibitor does 2 things. It's one of the best items in the game for reducing someone's damage, as it has a negative, I think, 35% damage penalty to whoever you get it onto, and you also have a lot of anti-heal on it too.
Yep.
And
You're buying it more for the heal cut this game, but yeah.
Specifically because of the ricochet buy that you
Ricochet plus inhibitor. Yeah, we talked about this 10 minutes ago.
It's a
so pretty much
no shade. Sorry, that sounded really mean.
Shutting down the enemy carries while still getting a lot of damage for yourself.
So it sounds like you have Hoot is going to make a shot call and be like, I hit this guy with the inhibitor, blow him up, please. And that's pretty much the game plan right now. Is kind of what it sounds like.
Basically, he's gonna try to apply this.
12 volts up here. See what happens here.
He's still relying on his front line to start the
creeps.
here,
I'm assuming they're just gonna roar here. They could go for it though, because they have the dome, but you're gonna be playing into a Yamato ult. So yeah, they just go for the roar. Pocket's gonna be the one to scout. They already see. Now they know. Ooh, that's a dead Mirage. That is a dead Mirage. Okay. I think they go for more though. They want to go into the Yamato. You at least want to get the Yamato ult. So Yamato ult comes out. I think he just gets bursted though. Yep. Free mid boss. Really well played.
To put down a sword sheath as well and says, hey, maybe I can take this fight. But she ain't no Kill Bill, man. She gets picked off, and that's going to be 2 down for Abraham's. Melee creeps have a massive.
So they still have ults to play with here. They have the Page ult. They have the Pocket ult, but the Dome is king here. Dome and Abrams ult.
That's a one-time effect, so Abrahams have to be very, very wary of what they're doing right now. DMB popping the ultimate early on.
Yep, they get 2. Should get all 3. Page ult comes in. Oh, Sonya actually does end up getting one. Okay. And he gets a rejuve down. This is really well played from Sonya.
A little bit of a consolation prize at this point.
Hey, I like consolation prizes, man. I like that. I like white
all right.
elephants.
But the rest of his team's wiped, right? So doesn't really matter too much. Quick buff grab here. Get your buys in. Push base. Okay, Melee Creeps played this game really well. They put their mid boss plays have been clean as fuck.
So Melee Creeps with this slight push start to head forward. There is a lone Bebop by himself for defense. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle too much here, but the Guardians at the front door are definitely going down. Left side in trouble as well. And then, of course, we got a few more pieces of infrastructure to pick off.
On of damage here, though, who's gonna use that ricochet inhibitor combo, as you're seeing here, to just deny all the damage that Melee Creeps are gonna put onto him. Saya, DMB, Fishcake, all low now. Taz gonna use that ultimate to try and snipe someone. Saya going down, actually. One region left now for Melee Creeps, and I mean, they get the drop, but at what cost?
Yeah, I feel like the last 5 minutes for Abraham has been they've got one. You know, they got one Rejuvenator, they got one pick on Kelvin. The problem is the numbers aren't looking too good for them. While they do get one kill, they lost, what, 2 Guardians, 2 Shrines, and half of their Patron? Not the greatest traits for them, but at least it's something on the board. A 249k soul lead to 198k.
Game's unplayable now.
Looking like Melee Creeps
Game is unplayable now.
another pick or two and then maybe go for the
Burn the Yamato ult.
a full combo on Yamato.
I was one of the best people in the world at this, burning cooldowns, then using his movement to get out.
With her cat Ava as she tries to get away as a pocket.
Long Yamato ult here. They still have 1 rejuve. They want to force a fight now. Well, this Yamato ult's down.
Abraham's, though, taking a bit of control on the map and looking for this walker here.
They should not be looking like this. They're about to get sent on. Fishcake doesn't have quick zip though, it's the one thing.
But they do have that soul advantage.
They're about to get aced and lose the game.
Oh, no.
Yep, who does?
Right now, and surely this is the opportunity.
Have you ever seen
You gotta go for something. I can see what they're doing, but I don't know if this is the play.
In fact, I hope that becomes an official sound effect at some point.
This feels like a go next play. Like they kind of know. It's weird as a pro. Like you kind of know when the game's over, but you're not allowed to FF. You have to keep playing. So that's GG. Great first game from Melee Creeps. Really good first game. They're looking clean. They're looking clean. Do I? Where's the EU chatter? Oh, I don't see this EU ping command anymore. And they sweep. Deathy dropping it.
0 in this best of 3 series in the upper bracket finals. Tempo, that was bonkers, dude.
EU bros, this is not looking good for us. Okay, we gotta stay strong.
GG.
For this game too, you know. But good start here, though.
We look clean. Really, great first game. Like we talk about. Poor mid boss call by Hams really was the turning point of that game, right? They do a very early mid boss. They don't have the ultimates to counter or do much. I'm gonna make a whole video about this. The DSI, so or a couple of videos on it. So these are my notes right now. So from that game, I'll just show you.
I felt like we had 2 Mike Tysons fighting.
So that game, where's the game flip? Bad mid boss called by Hams, right? They go for it. They don't have the ults to deal with what's going on. Let's look at stats real quick. Dude, can I get the dude? This is where Night Shift just flexes on everyone. So the alt builds are working. It's good shit. 26. John just compy as fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
50k.
A lot of damage here.
32k.
14k to the
really good Ido game too. 40k, man.
Doing a good job as well. Ido on that
well balanced damage, right?
Super impressive performance by him.
Because Ido goes full spirit here. Because the rest of his team, except for Saya, but Saya's not really doing damage, right? He does 11k. Building a lot of guns, so Ido gets to get a lot of free spirit damage off versus what we were talking about earlier, right? Way too much spirit damage on the side of Abraham's. So you can just see all those items like that came in, the resilience, the spell breakers. It's just too hard to play. But yeah, what I was talking about. How did this game go bad? Hams throw the first mid boss. They don't have the ults to deal with. What Melee Creeps can contest with. Completely throw it. Go 3-0. Paradox swap. Abrams slam. They use the NATO on Abrams to get the slam out of the way instead of on the rejuve. I saw that too. Probably wasn't the best call. Just kind of throw. Then, after they get picks, John and I think it was Saya were pushing that that left walker. They end up getting it. Did they get it? They might have not even got it then, but they overload that side. They send the shiv. They send all these people there. The rest of Melee Creeps see this. Immediately go mid, get a 3-0 rejuve. And then the last mid boss there, Roar Bait, gets the swap into Mirage, gets insta-killed, and they send it on the Yam. All they need to get was the Yam ultimate just so they could do mid boss, but they end up killing the Yamato, which gets rid of the vault. And then somehow, actually, that rejuve only goes 2-1 because I don't think they expected Sanya to go in, but he did. And ends up getting a rejuve, but it didn't matter. The game was kind of already over by then. Great game 1. This is going to be a really, really good series. I'm going to grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Let's go over to the caster desk, or the analyst desk, and find out what exactly they
analyst desk?
about that
Death
game.
the analyst? Poggies? Listen to Mr. Deathy.
Chat, I have to say I'm so sorry for stealing Hoot's sandwich. It was wrong. It caused them to lose. And as an EU resident and supporter, I promise that I will not steal the next sandwich that gets unlocked in chat for Hoot. Thank you, casters, for bringing us that game. Deathy! It was super close up until it wasn't. That first mid-boss attempt from Abraham's a little bit overzealous, and it ended up costing them in a slippery slope.
Of course, I mean, all the EU players know that if it wasn't for the 150 ping, Abrahams would have never called that play. I mean, the ping affected their mental, and then they called for the play. It is ping, so EU believers keep believing. It was just no, but honestly, it was actually really close until that point. And big props to Abrahams for keeping it extremely competitive. And that mid boss was kind of unlucky. We will review the clip to kind of look at everything that happened, because I genuinely believe there was a lot of good plays from both teams in that mid boss pit. So we'll get into it very shortly, but I just want to say that was an incredible game 1, and I'm really excited for game 2 and maybe even game 3. Who knows? Maybe we'll get there. Abrahams lost game 1 against Bunny with Clock, and then they reverse swept. So maybe they can do it again. Maybe they just need to have like a 1-game period adaptation into the NA burger way. We'll see. But let's get into the clip, starting with the first mid boss. So give me a second as we pull that up. We've got it right here. So first of all, I'm going to pause right at the beginning just to talk about this mid boss, because I saw a lot of questions in the chat, and I know that the chat is full of Eterna 6 players, right? So I do not want to question you guys too much, or educate too much, because the Eterna 6 players in the chat, they do know what's going on. But this mid boss call was generally not that bad of a call. Okay, the main problem with this call is how long mid boss took. So I think they just underestimated how much damage overestimated how much damage they would do to the mid boss, because it took so long to die. But if you look at the criteria here, there's no Kelvin, there's no Warden ult, there's no Abrams ult for a little bit at least, right? So they had this window of opportunity where it was a good chance for them to get a significant lead. And the EU likes this very aggressive play to win style, where they'll make very risky plays that also have very high rewards. Like if they got mid boss in this situation, they would have been able to get a free earn. They probably would have been able to apply lots of pressure, because there's 3 walkers remaining on the map. So if they got mid boss, would have been a great chance for them to win. But let's see how it played out with the replay, brought to you by Metal, by the way, our event sponsor, so make sure to check them out. But mid boss drops. At this point, I was still like, okay, it's looking pretty good. And here we're about to see something that's really good, which is this tornado on the Abrams. Now, watching this live, I was like, okay, that was a really good tornado by Hoot, keeping the Abrams out of the pit. And since he doesn't have his ult, the only tool that he has is charge. But unfortunately, he's not able to get the charge right away. But we've got all of melee creeps kind of charging it at the very last second. As you can see, the Warden, the Calico, even the guys here dealing tons of damage. And they're all going to go in for the parry. And there's going to be this kind of chain on parries that happens right on top of it. Ido somehow gets a punch. Now, that's just got to be a mistake from the side of Abrahams. I don't know why no one was there to parry early. But Ido gets the first redo for free. That probably never should have happened. And then it's basically just kind of like a fiesta on top of the rejuve, where everybody is parrying or getting parried. And melee creeps just come out on top of it, getting every single rejuve. And that's where the NA sweep kind of began.
Yeah, and from here, it was kind of a dismantling of pretty much the entire team. We see this lead just massively escalate from melee creeps, going all the way up to, I think it was a 50k soul lead at one point, towards the 20-30 minute mark. But yeah, this is definitely where it went downhill. I mean, look, we're at a 2k difference here when Abrahams go for this play. I think it's disingenuous to say that this is a team that is not stacking up in general, pound for pound. This decision, whether we, I know you made the joke about the ping affecting the decision making, but there might genuinely be something in that, in going, okay, well, when we are not on ping, we know the timings on these parries, we know that we can out-secure the rejuvenate.
Snack. I got dinner in like 15 minutes.
It's a whole different beast when you're dealing with that extra ping. Maybe that's what threw them off. Still a very,
just in case,
very aggressive play, very high risk, as you mentioned. And obviously they could have done a lot more to recover from it post hoc.
I went offline for the series.
To the second mid boss, I think we should look at that clip as well, because as you guys know in the chat, everybody knows
Bro's a
that
little
the
tired.
boss is incredibly powerful, and in this one, the game was already kind of like heavily in favor of melee creeps. Now, the only downside they had going into this was the fact that John was dead, which is their highest net worth. But they had Abrams ult, they had, you know, they have the Warden ult, the Abrams ult, and everything here. But Abrahams also have a lot of tools at their disposal. Pocket, Page, Yamato. And I would say that this time, what melee creeps have done different with their
Yeah, the second
drafts
mid-boss
compared to
was
some of
super
the other
interesting.
teams is that they got a mid-boss comp that could rival Abrahams. All right, with the Warden ult, with the Kelvin Dome, and all these other tools that they can use in the pit.
This was just more
Because
like
I think
timing.
Bunny with Clock's drafts were
They
never
got there
really
late.
able to rival Abrahams in the pit, and that's why they would kind of always lose these
I'm gonna
fights.
open
Now,
Deathly
with
Stream
the
on
fact that it's
YouTube
even
just
numbers,
in
and
case
I
my
think both,
food is ready,
teams
because
have
I don't want to
ultimates
miss
and things to play with.
a
We
second
kind of see this
of these
really,
games.
really close fight. Huge Page ult. Everybody's parrying on top of the tornado. Like, everything is being used. Parry after parry, and they managed to, you know, once again secure all of the rejuves there. And Abrahams unfortunately gets nothing in return, and this is really where the game ended, in my opinion. After this point, it was all kind of a Hail Mary for Abrahams, just trying to get anything to recover into the game. But at this level of play, I mean, these are the best players in the world. Like, let's not put it lightly. These are some of the best players, arguably the best players right now in the world, the best team.
Dude, every time I look
at
up
the very
Deathly,
least.
it fucking goes
and
to
if you're
Deathly.
down,
It's,
you know,
Deathly.
20, 30.
Oh, even when I look up Deathly now, it shows Deathly
Chances
though.
are you're probably play. I mean, these.
Yeah, you know, back in my Smite days, we would equivalate the Rejuvenator equivalent objective in Smite to something like a 20k lead, right? You
It was
pick
Smite
it
guy.
up and
Cool.
it itself isn't
Dude,
worth
Deadlock
that
brings
money, but
like
stuff
the
that
wide
you
range of
get
people that come and play
after the
Deadlock is
stuff
crazy.
is the big winner.
Super interesting.
Looking a little bit forward, I know we got some more clips to go through, but
Hashtag feed
in
who?
the meantime,
I think that's the last one we'll go through for this one, because after that, the game is pretty much over.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
True.
Perfect. I was gonna
You can go
ask
over the
you
last
about
mid boss
the
show
drop
execution, but yeah,
phase.
he's right.
Are there any adaptations that you're
Solely just
expecting to see
ballooned
from
after that.
Abrahams? Obviously, some things weren't working. I want to maybe highlight the Page, which is something that
Yeah, dude.
Saint
Stop
has
after
been kind of leaning on the last few games. This one.
Dude, that was not it. I'm gonna be honest. Stuff after stuff. This guy's been good. The stuff after stuff. That was a tough look.
Value because it looked like that ultimate, even right on top of Rejuvenate, was not doing anything.
Testing's hard though, bro. People underrate it. Having to do anything live is a lot harder than you think.
Since it didn't, but I still think the hero is really strong. But I guess we'll see. I do think the players are almost ready for draft, if not ready right now.
Like, it was just like, please, bro.
And so we'll see kind of live.
Yeah,
all the EU guys are. It's almost like, what time would it be in EU right now? Almost 11.
I really think Abrahams, if I'm their coach,
I guess it depends where you're at, right?
First rejuve, we were too slow. Why were we too slow? Was it like an itemization thing? Was it a bad call? And they.
I think it was just a bad call. The first
both
one.
teams have a coach. To be fair, on the side of
Unbanned
Abrahams,
Metro.
they're
Is
coached
Metro
by
banned in
Parzival.
chat?
I believe on the side of melee creeps, they are coached by a Thurgic. So both teams have coaches, and they're probably, you know,
Metro
communicating
low-key might be banned.
between games. That's not against the rules. It's only
Did Metro
against
start
the
saying
rules to
some
have the
fuck
coach
shit?
be in their voice chat during the game. So
I don't know if you're
in-between
surprised
games, they're
Metro
allowed
started
to
saying some fuck
talk
shit.
about draft. They're allowed to talk about strategy, etc. So I'm sure that Parzival had a little chat with Abrahams and was like, guys, what happened at this mid boss? Was it just a bad call? Were we just too slow? Was it a draft difference? And so we'll see kind of what adaptation they go through.
So they didn't end up
Abrahams
using
did a
the
really
secondary
good job
stream.
of kind of like hanging on for the early part of the game, which is a little bit what I was worried about against.
Bracket
melee
updated.
creeps, 'cause
Sneak
they're,
Golem,
you know,
Speed
some of
Cheesy
the
Bread.
strongest
To be
laners
expected.
in North America, and they just go ahead and
The
ban
Bunny with
guys
Clock
to
Leviathan
like,
is going on right now.
Get this guy's hero out of here.
Yeah, I just banned guys. Jojo's too good on the guys, bro. He knows his all-in timings way too well. Like you were seeing it, who was pushing him in, and he was still able to find the angles. It was super. I gotta type this corn. This is just too good.
Responses, Billy is taken away. We've seen how strong
I want some
Abrams is
crepes
on
now.
it. Absolutely no surprise from me there. Gotta completely agree with you, Deathy. I think this is definitely more of an execution era rather than
Abrahams,
a draft
swap to
era.
Amber side,
Draft
ban
Abrams overall
the guys,
so
ban the Billy, ship
strong.
first pick. We're gonna
In fact,
see
so strong that they're deciding to run
pretty
back to
standard
Shiv's
here.
first pick.
What I'm interested in, will Million Creeps pick Doorman 1-2?
Together his Shiv. I mean,
Will they go
together
like Abrams
either
Doorman?
banning Shiv or Billy. I mean, melee creeps are kind of banning the Billy every game. I think it's a smart idea. If we saw what Together did
Didn't
in
ban
the
it last
last game against
Kelvin.
you know, Bunny with Clock, I would also be banning to that.
Kelvin
that
Abrams?
Billy even I mean, it's just such a strong
So
hero.
they are
Kelvin,
not giving this Kelvin to the
this
Shiv.
early is a little surprising for melee creeps, going straight with the Abrams Kelvin.
Because
the
now
big chunk
you can
dive
give
hero,
up
if you will.
Page Dormant.
You know, just very tanky, very healing.
Or like
oriented.
Mirage Page.
It's
This
interesting,
is a
lot of the really high value
crazy,
picks left open.
crazy tech.
Alex
It could be
is
correct
on
though.
the table.
Melee creeps
You've got,
seem to have their own read on the meta, and it seems to work, right?
Seems like,
Gun Dormant's a perfect example. Like they seem to
melee creeps, definitely two picks
have a good read
that
on
worked
things.
Really well for them in the last game. Kelvin, obviously, with
Abrahams are
the
being like, oh
ability to
fuck,
fight
bro. Do we
into
pick the? They
Abrams
picked the doorman.
mid-boss
They picked the doorman. They value the doorman. They're
one
not
of
giving
the
that shit to
very
John John. They're like,
excitingly,
no, John John,
though,
no.
This time around, no doorman ban at the top, which lets Taz in. Essentially run
I think this is correct, Prio. I think doorman should be a 1-2 hero. I am in agreement with this. Pocket comes in as well.
Put on probably to Dimmy here as well.
Yeah, I think Demoff is.
So what you're seeing is Wraith falling out of favor is the biggest thing, right? Wraith did not get picked in this first game or last series either. With the Bunny Clock and Abraham. So I think at this level, I think Wraith might be more of a pub stopper than even I thought. I think when it comes to competitive play, it's not as crazy.
Better at it.
Yeah, and everything else, you know.
Well, you know, just I would say the doorman doors they are definitely better at. Other things, I mean, we'll argue. I mean, who knows, right? Maybe
Rush comes in. Okay.
Maybe in the future we could host a tournament in EU.
Sweatbands.
Like
So if you're on this side, you're probably looking to ban an M1.
I mean, if you guys show us enough support and we're able to secure.
Do you? But again, like Wraith isn't that high power, so maybe you don't ban the M1. On this side,
keep coping when NA wins.
you're probably gonna want to ban Page. I would ban Page if I was these Abrahams. Page is looking a little too compy here. Yeah. Mirage Abrams Kelvin. I would get that guy out of here.
Yeah, I think.
But again, like because the Kelvin's picked early, it kind of pinches the Page away from them. Melee Creeps hasn't. They have played Page. I wouldn't call them a Page team,
especially
right?
Geist was banned, right? So that's kind of like I said, Mirage and Geist are kind of your top carry options. Interestingly, Abrahams this draft are like, hey, we don't really care about
Sinclair.
Geist or Mirage.
Melee Creeps honoring the Sinclair again.
Worry about it.
Makes a lot of sense.
Really gonna prio Mirage. Maybe they feel like Hoot wasn't able to have.
This keeps them as the mid-boss king, right? They have Abrams, they have Kelvin. They have the doorman, so there's a bit of contest there. I would say Dome kind of counters.
Or they just put him on Wraith.
The doorman
do the same thing.
mid-prio, same with Abrams ult. So the only thing that could fuck this up is the Sinclair. Melee Creeps drafts for mid-boss priority. And then the Mina ban. So they're honoring, they're just banning like hero-specific bans. You don't want John John on the Geist, it dominated too much game one. You don't want Ido on the Mina. Dude's too compy on it.
The deficit that formed, was it a gameplay error? What's going on with Yamato? Are we expecting to see it back here?
You tell me, Doug.
I got a little distracted by chat with some audio issues. We know we've been having audio issues, by the way. Something is going weird with our production setup where audio is like getting delayed randomly in certain scenes, and then it'll catch back up, and we're not really sure what's happening. Like we can fix it when we see it happen, but sometimes we'll fix it. We'll add kind of a delay on purpose, or like put it ahead, and then who knows. As far as the Yamato, yeah, we'll kind of
Dynamo in for the Melee
really
Creeps.
Sorry for any issues. It's you know, we do
Very
appreciate the
interesting.
support. As far
I
as
don't know if
Yamato,
Cart
I
can
wouldn't be
cancel
that
Dynamo
surprised
ult.
if
I actually
we
don't
saw
know,
it
but there's still a
again
lot of things on the board that you can
Abrahams.
draft to
Melee Creeps
deny
with
the Dynamo.
kind of going very, very heavy into like once again a mid.
Yep.
Like mid comp, so to
Yep.
speak, for the mid boss.
They're king of the pit right now.
Abrams, Kelvin, all very, very strong heroes in the pit. And so I really, really like this draft start for Melee Creeps. Now, Abrahams is going to need to answer in a way where Melee Creeps is all very long ult cooldowns. Okay,
Yep.
so Kelvin, Abrams, Dynamo,
Yep,
all
yep,
super
yep.
long. So if you're Abrahams here, I think that they have the option to go.
You want to
Vindicta.
draft more tempo here
I
if you're
haven't seen
Abrahams.
Abrahams pick Vindicta at all, but I quite like it here.
Yep.
Because all of Melee Creep's team is very reliant on healing. Vindicta can heal bane everyone. They
Wraith
are very
comes in.
reliant on
Okay,
being
so Wraith
tanky, and they're all
does still
very
get picked.
grounded heroes that struggle to deal with Vindicta in general.
I think it's just it's the best M1 left, and they needed an M1. It makes sense to me. They're not playing Gunman, right?
Before we can see that last,
That's only fucking Jian special.
Saving that Vindicta for that very last slot just gets rid of that ability for Melee Creeps to counter it before then. Like you mentioned though, the Dynamo
And Yamato.
kind of
Okay.
an interesting pick. Yamato is going to be run back by Abrahams. Clearly, they thought that it was not the problem last time around.
So I'm gonna say size on the
Wraith,
Dynamo?
This isn't a character that we've seen necessarily too
I
much
think.
of over the last few sets.
Or Sai on the Kelvin. I wonder who's
so
going
I
to play the
think Wraith,
Dynamo.
I've said before, is like one of the highest damage output heroes once she
Is this a
gets
hidden
there,
John John pick? No,
out of
they're probably
any
going to pick
hero
Bebop or
right
John
now,
John, if I had to
in the
guess.
game. Like once Wraith is fully online at like 35, 40k souls, she outputs like a ridiculous amount of single target damage. Now it's not going to be as much multi-target as perhaps a Ricochet Mirage with Jin's Mark, Toxic Bullets, etc. But for single target damage, just melting someone, Wraith is very difficult to beat. Now she does struggle a little bit in the early game, and she also can struggle at getting, you know, kind of jumped on by.
Again, though, you're kind of seeing with the Abrahams, kind of pinching themselves into a lot of spirit damage again.
It's gonna be.
I did not notice that until we were watching the game play out in game one. So
get on top of her so far. I would be surprised if Melee Creeps doesn't go Paradox here. I think it's almost guaranteed going to be Paradox and then another hero. I think they need like an Ido hero most likely. So they might do Paradox Calico again as kind of their last two picks. And I honestly think that would be completely reasonable.
I think Calico's great.
To go Paradox Calico here. I quite like it. I don't actually know who's playing the Dynamo on the side of Melee Creeps. That's something that we'll see.
I was thinking the same thing.
Entirely sure.
Here's a question for you, Death.
Probably not Paradox, though. They could put scale on the Paradox. I think Bebop kind of probably fits. It could be like hidden fucking Dynamo game for John John. That could be it.
Dynamo Abrams. Kelvin, 3 characters.
Paradox, yeah. Deathy called it. Paradox Calico.
I'm looking across the board. I'm not really sure who Abrams' frontline is. You got some kind of off-tank brawler heroes, but correct me if I'm wrong. There's not really a big meat boy that you put at the front.
You mean on which side? On Abrahams?
Yeah, on Abrahams. It just seemed to be lacking a little bit in chunkness to me.
Yeah, so I think that they have some fake kind of chunkness.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the way that I see it is tankiness can be defined in all sorts of ways, right? You can be evasive, and that can be a way to be hard to kill. For example,
just stalling time.
It's not
necessarily just flat HP. Yamato resists.
Like they're squishy, but they're not
damage negation on Shiv.
You are kind
of.
right.
Lash comes in.
Yamato and Shiv
instead of the Calico. Okay.
Strong frontliners. They're just not as.
I think it makes sense.
As perhaps an Abrams or Dynamo or something like that.
Like this Lash can punish a lot of these heroes, right?
And Yamato in EU is very often built with Colossus. Like they love building Colossus on Yamato and just kind of getting in there. And so they do play.
And then the Page falls all the way to 6th pick. Melee Creeps does not fuck with Page, is what we're learning. They're like, I'd rather pick Dynamo.
Covers for that Vindicta option, right? It's at that point a little bit more difficult to justify going for this character that can get quite easily knocked down. Running back to the
again, I would say I like the Abrahams draft more.
This is a character we haven't necessarily seen a bad performance.
But I just think Melee Creeps is drafting to their style. Like they have the mid control. They have Scout on Paradox.
Really great team.
Ido's gonna be on the Lash. DMB gets his Mirage. Saya gets his Kelvin.
Now in context.
Like this is a good team. The only thing is, I'm assuming John John is on Dynamo then.
I mean,
that's what I'm assuming. So super interesting.
To frontline on the enemy team because she doesn't have to worry too much about getting dove. Now she does have to worry about Lash, but that's pretty much the only threat. Maybe a Paradox swap, and she's very out of position, but she should almost never be in position to get Paradox swapped. Now, of course, fights in Deadlock are very chaotic, so anything can happen.
I
quite like the Page, and it's also a way to reliably cancel Dynamo ult, right? Like if Page has ult, Dynamo ult, Page can cancel it.
I'll be right back. My food's ready.
Anytime, like as long as she's remotely near. Obviously, if she's across the map, it's going to take too long. But you know, Abrahams have you know, great ways to deal with the black hole. Like they have Page ult, Wraith ult can help as well. They have Dormant Cart, which can also cancel it from a distance. And if they get to the point where they can start building curses, I think that it'll be scary. Now, Abrahams that chose to fight Melee Creeps back on just having, hey, we're going to brawl against you, rather than like taking an option like taking a Vindicta, which is, hey, we're going to play on a different plane of existence, which would have gone countered by the Lash, to be fair.
So, both of these two squads now fully locked in. Melee Creeps in a dominant position here, ready and on the precipice of winning the argument, not necessarily once and for all. The losing team will go down into the loser's bracket and get another chance at redemption, playing against the winners of the loser side there to come back up and face the winner of this match. Deathy, pound for pound, looking at these two squads here, what are your overall thoughts? Where are you giving this edge? Melee Creeps with a little bit more tanky pit-style fighting, or Abrahams with this... I'm not really sure how you would define this team comp.
Yeah. I would say that from my predictions, I think Melee Creeps is going to take this one home. I really like their draft. I think that it's really good. Sorry?
NA bias?
Well, you know, I mean, perhaps we did see game 1 was pretty good, and a lot of these games are coming down to mid boss, and I think melee creeps in the mid boss pit is going to be really, really scary to deal with. But regardless, let us know if there's any audio issues. Please say in the chat and say exactly what the issue is so that we can fix it promptly. Let us know if the audio is ahead, if it's behind. But without further ado, let's get into the game. Take it away, Tempo and Trickslayer.
Hello and welcome back to game number 2. Tempo, we had an electric game in game number 1. Do we expect the same amount of aggression that we saw in our first match?
I don't know about you, but if I'm looking at the melee creeps roster right now, I'm seeing John on a dynamo, and I'm thinking this is gonna be a gun dynamo. So I am so excited to watch this match.
John potentially with a gun dynamo, that would be interesting. Do you think he would face off against a gun doorman or nah, bruh?
It could always be bugged. The first little time, it takes a little bit of time for these for the nameplates to be correct, but if that is the case, then this would be a very interesting match. So far, though, pretty standard lanes. I mean, if you're looking at this left side lane here, Mirage and Kelvin being paired up together is a call I wouldn't expect to go.
Yeah, very, very passive here, but I guess when you do have the laser available for Kelvin, he'll be able to try and like push back so Mirage and go for the last hit. I thought it was really cool how Yamato was on the far left in the middle lane, baiting out any aggression her way, and then Paige threw a barrier on her and then went and last hit all the minions. It looks like Abrahams is having to change the way they last hit to make sure that they're getting this experience.
We're doing this. My apologies.
Happen. But I quite like the page, and it.
Fuck.
It looks
20k lead. Only picked up here for
go Vindicta. I haven't seen Abrahams pick Vindicta at all, but I quite like.
Overall thoughts.
Here with Pocket against a line to do that.
Did we get him late?
Yeah, very, very.
So far,
interesting.
Take it away, Temp. We did see game 1. If there's any audio issues, please say in the chat and say exactly what the issue is so that we can fix it promptly. Let us know if the audio is ahead, if it's behind. But without further ado, let's get into the game. Take it away, Tempo and Trickslayer.
Hello and welcome back to game number 2. Tempo, we had an electric game in game number 1. Do we expect the same amount of aggression that we saw in our first match?
I don't
Wraith
know
Pocket.
about you,
we got the Yamato Page lane again. Only switch up in this lane is now it's Paradox Dynamo. John is on the Dynamo.
So I am so excited to watch this match.
John potentially with a gun dynamo, that would be interesting. Do you think he would face off against a gun doorman or nah, bruh?
It could always be bugged. The first little time, it takes a
gun
little
dynamo
bit of time
from John would be fucking dope and fuck to see.
To be correct, but if that is the case, then this would be a very interesting match. So far,
Interesting we don't put the Dynamo over here.
If you're looking at this left side lane here, Mirage and Kelvin being paired up together.
Because Kelvin and Dynamo would be a little too weak. I thought you'd want the Paradox Mirage lane, so they're kind of balancing out their lanes.
Here, but I guess when you do have the
and then Doorman Shift sounds painful as fuck playing too, so we'll see what happens there.
For the last hit. I thought it was really cool how Yamato was on the far left in the middle lane, baiting out any aggression her way, and then Paige threw a barrier on her and then went and last hit all the minions. It looks like Abrahams is having to change the way they last hit to make sure that they're getting this experience. And they're using Yamato as bait to do that. What a clever adjustment for the match so far. Now, on the far right, let's go ahead and see. We got a Wraith here with Pocket against a Lash as well as an Abrams. What do you think about that matchup?
Lash Abrams is a pretty good lane this patch. Lash really being a big beneficiary of those spirit investment, vitality investment, those kinds of things. Very strong once he gets that 4.8k spirit spike. And same thing with Abrams. His gun just absolutely chunks you early game. It's
hang
on.
Strong. You might have some new players here watching. What are you talking about when you talk about this 4,800 spike? What are you alluding to with that? Let's make sure we're educating the people that are, hanging out. Maybe the casters that don't know everything.
That's fair. I mean, this is a recent change that they've done in one of the latest updates. I think actually the latest update to the game, where there's a very big benefit of getting to 4.8k souls spent in a category. So for spirit investment is what you're gonna see most likely for a lot of characters, and Lash being a very good part of that, because you get a very big spirit power spike, which enables you to heal a lot of your flog and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, the Spirit Spikes are always good because, you know, just like for a blanket discussion, Spirit going up makes your ability stronger, right? And of course, you have Lash, who wants to come from literally the heavens itself and slam his body onto the ground and do damage to you. So that is always nice to have. Yamato right now currently in a fight here in the middle of the map here with a Page to help her out, able to get some decent damage off, but after using her cooldowns, decides to back away from the full engagement. Oh my gosh, just kidding. Moves in, goes for Elastic, gets it, goes straight for this damage on top of the Dynamo. Follows up with a Power Strike.
Ooh, he's going in.
Bit of damage from Page. Tries to find the kill on John. Does not quite
get out though.
Down to 130 HP, but with the movement.
Wave's coming. Oh, John does back.
He's so smooth. He's able to escape away from that fight as he surged from the engage. Wow, that was gorgeous.
Emov, really good movement player overall. We saw it last series actually, not this one. On the pocket, being a very impactful player there.
Yeah.
Even this series so far, doing a really impressive job on
Same
the
game one,
character that
dead
he
even
played,
lane,
and,
16-16.
So far, doing the exact same thing on his Yamato.
Yeah, I mean, God, I'm gonna ask you a question, man. When you watch these players move, do you feel inadequate? Because I kind of have that feeling. These guys are so good at using the movement abilities. You know, like I'm a mobile player, so like I think about like builds and like movement and resource trading, and then they just add this like element of being able to just glide across the map, and it's just like, man, that is so cool and inspiring.
I mean, I think it's a really cool game, a part of Deadlock as a whole, and if you're a guy who likes movement shooters in general, Deadlock definitely a really good game for that. And, these players are just doing it better than anyone else, as you can clearly see here. Scout trying to use said movement, but both sides have it, and Abraham's managing to get him in that side lane.
Well, big
All right,
thing happened here
at all.
recently. There was actually a 1-for-1 train, it looked like. And one thing in particular, too, that's really fun to watch here is I'm going to keep an eye on Taz, who is playing Doorman. Doorman's evolution as he has come out, where players have figured out how to maximize his ability to open up portals around the map. You know, the CC that he brings has been phenomenal. And that's one of the things, too, that a lot of players have been using against Kelvin. They try to make sure that they jump on top of him and drop an ultimate before Kelvin can get off that amazing dome. And that was used a lot, actually, in the first series of today, and I'm hoping to see more of that in the future. But hang on, another Page.
I think it's ulted by
Pick
John
off here
John.
in the middle of the map here, as we actually see Dynamo and Pocket working together in tandem to find that takedown.
Ooh.
Emov taking a lot of damage
The
by
stomp
Scout.
hitbox.
John gonna use that
That was a ping death. That shouldn't hit him.
To go around, and my prayers have been answered.
It's supposed to block when it goes down the middle like that.
Dynamo in the upper bracket finals. What am I watching?
Just for the people at home, how, like, rare is this, you know?
Now,
is it because he's just, like, so hard to pull off? Is like, you never see this in tournaments? Like, I'll be honest, I haven't seen every tournament in Deadlock. How rare is it?
I have been
Swift Striker comes in
for gun
for John
Dynamo
John.
on a
So he's going full
level,
gun, not even
like this
stomp.
whole patch. It's such a strong pick. if
I
you
imagine
know
he'll
how
go
to
like
play
rapid
right,
recharge,
and
but that's
John
about it.
John is gonna know how to get the most out of it. Super tanky option once you get to the late game, with a lot of resists natively built into the items that he wants, and his gun is very strong as well.
I thought I liked you, but you with now being a hipster for builds, I'm all about that. Here's a full engage for Lash underneath the tower. He takes a big chunk of damage, bringing him down to 120. Dynamo trying to keep him alive. He tries to escape, but the fight does not go his way, as Abrahams are able to turn the fight with the Page engage
Jump on the
and a
ult here,
Page
can't really
ultimate
engage.
and find the kill on the Lash.
So I'm trying to eat during lane so I can be locked in after lane.
Stepping there, and John now in a lot of trouble as well here. Demov doing a lot of damage, but Saint Maxim gonna be the first one to go down, and Demov is actually gonna get
Holy
shredded here. by
fuck,
Scout
John's
and
too compy.
Okay, looking over these items here.
Highest
These
net worth
items
in the game, by the
lining
way.
up for you? Is this
The
gun
Dynamo.
build we're thinking about? What are you thinking so far, Mr. Dynamo? Yeah,
I mean, I have my own
ladies and gentlemen at
iteration of it,
home,
but, you know.
that got 6 yes for tempo. He's kind of excited, man. You want to give it a 7th? Yeah, go ahead, man. Feel free.
Yeah, man. This is gonna be a sick match. Look, I'll try to keep my fate weighing down, because I have been wanting someone to try this in a comp game for a long time, and it's cool I get the opportunity to cast the game that it happens. Meanwhile, though, I mean, if you look at what's happening on the map, though, 33k both sides, Fishcake in a little bit of trouble, and it's gonna be very interesting to see what's gonna happen further on as we go on into this game.
Well, full combo coming up from Paradox, follows up with a punch. There's going to be
Want
an
him.
entanglement taken here from...
Oh,
my
Pocket
gosh,
gets buried.
turnaround parry coming in from Dynamo. John is nutty at this game. I'll say it. John 69, be mine, dude. You are a gamer. That turnaround, that parry, that entanglement, that was sublime. Then he died.
The John is actually just too good.
Before he died.
Sublime indeed. Demov gonna go down here once again, having a little bit of a rough start.
Yeah,
So
again,
the
Demov
opposite
struggling
teams
on
in
the
this
Yamato.
middle lane. Perhaps a little bit of
At least early game.
overconfidence, as we also saw
Scott
in that
goes
game
down.
1, where he never really got the opportunity to get back into the game on that Yamato, and it's gonna be very crucial for him to get back into that game, as you really want that Yamato to be able to snowball her early scaling.
We'll see if she'll be able to pull that right now. The souls are very similar. Sinners are going to make it an opportunity here for that to break open a little bit more. And in fact, we saw some of the Sinners getting procced, and Hoot is going to be able to take that as they're trying to put that damage on top of the pocket. Just for those at home, why is it so important to have your individual carries when you're playing in a team environment? Like in this case, we're trying to get pocket, a lot of souls. We're trying to get Wraith, a lot of souls. What is the reasoning for that?
A lot of the time, you're gonna see a lot of teams play around this singular hyper scaling carry. Both sides here have one in this game. DMB being
Demov died
choice for
again.
melee creeps on the Mirage. Very good scaling hero that does a lot of damage the more souls you put into him. Very efficient, at least, for that. And the same thing on the other side on the Wraith of Sanya Sniper. But,
Okay, it's only a 2K lead, but it feels like melee
you
creeps
also
are
need to
killing,
get to that late
just killing
game,
them on
which
respawn.
can be a bit of a problem for some of these comps, which is why you.
But same as last game, like all these kills, but like no structures going down, not a lot of like steals going on for Sinners.
Play for like their carry survival while they're trying to get the souls ahead.
Well, right now, Abraham's going to have to deal with a Abrams and Kelvin in their side
stole
of the
the
map.
Sinners.
You had Doorman grab the Sinners to the far left, but the double Sinners is actually being taken by Abrams, and it just got scattered out. He's trying to escape here, even getting a heal. Fishcake is relatively low on AP. Shiv wanting to chase it. Here comes the Doorman, and boom! Toss is able to find a bell. You are now checked in. Would you like
That's
to check
really
in
bad.
as well, sir? The two of them jump around, and the Concierge are just a little bit too strong.
Ooh,
But
Saya too
Kelvin
clean with it,
able
by the
to
way.
escape, and he will get out. We're not tipping the Doorman on that one, because Kelvin was able to escape.
I mean, well played to Saya
Insane
there
by
for
Saya.
getting out of that situation, but
So
he's
close to getting the berry
very
too.
much behind right now. But luckily, he's playing Kelvin, and as we're talking about these characters that scale very well, like the Wraith and the Mirage, Kelvin is kind of the opposite. He does very well with very few souls a lot of the time, since he's not like a very good damage dealer.
Sure. Yeah, very utility based. So if you have
Okay.
utility characters,
Walk
usually
back
they're
in.
useful no matter what. Even if they're not the richest in the lobby, so you want to make sure you give it to the people that need the damage. Good
Abraham's
point
sending
there,
it on red
coming in
side.
from Tempo.
Kill Fishcake.
But another point happening here as we have Sanya Sniper coming
See
in with
Scout
the
can
Wraith.
trade.
Still
I
have
don't
the
think he'll
ultimate
be
as well.
able
They're trying
to.
find
Nope.
one more. They can
Okay,
use
there we
that
go.
if they need to.
Comeback
Don't even
kills.
need it. Two more
Abraham's
Wraiths
actually
coming
up
in.
3K now.
Abrams
They got that.
Feels
They
a
traded towers here.
little vindictive right now. I feel like they're trying to make up from game number one. Because
Melee creeps trade right back though.
it was
So many macro trades happening right now.
Mid-boss and they started to fall behind. This time,
Really good just macro
they're
in general
showcasing,
today.
Hey, we're here. We're some of the best players in the
But
world.
these teams
and we are
in particular,
gonna
it's like
knock them
trade
out
into
without
trade
fight.
into trade. It's really
Toxic
clean to
bullets
watch.
Online on the Mirage here as he looks to play on the side lane here, keep his tower alive so he can get to buying. Paradox gonna come in here to help here, but Shiv and Page doing their best to keep pressure up. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Emo doing something similar here. Abrams charge gonna miss here. Yamato gonna use that shadow
Nice shot.
transformation, and looks like she's gonna be able to escape unscathed as Lashault gets killed
Okay,
as well.
Yamato finally lives. Going back in here.
Looking for more of a fight though. Steps up, goes for the grappling hook.
Just baiting
At
for
the same
who?
time, Pocket coming in and try and finish that off. Pocket looking for a lash.
Ooh,
He is low
good
on HP.
fucking
Here's
parry.
Abrams, the parry timing though,
I don't
phenomenal
want
from
HP.
Hoot.
Ooh.
Trying to find a couple of
Crazy
picks as
trades
well.
right now.
Will have to
Everyone's 1
escape here
HP.
with underneath 250 HP. Luckily, Yamato was able to heal up a little bit and get her cooldown, so they're looking to find their own.
Ooh,
fight.
found
But
him.
This has basically been a 3v4 in the middle of the map, and finally it results in Abraham.
There we go,
getting
D-Mob with the
multiple
answer
kills.
back.
Both Abrams and
Fishcake
Lash
also
have
falls.
died, and there goes the Guardian as well. And would you look at that? There's an urn in the middle of the map ready for a turn in.
Can we go to the CERN?
68k
Who
now
gets it?
for Abraham.
Big lead from
to play off
from
that
Abraham's
early
here.
game. What ended up starting very well for melee creeps. That's
First
turned
edge
into
we've seen
Abraham's
in the early
showing
game.
You how to play
Up
the
13K.
macro in this game, doing a really good job of keeping their edges, keeping their advantages all the time. But Dynamo here, it's not something that you
Oh,
wanna,
the stomp is
discount
too
right
clean.
now in this part of the game. Very strong current.
Oh my God, John
Dynamic
John.
Pulse is gonna do a lot of damage together here.
So yeah, he does go rapid. He goes bullet charger. Look at these.
John gonna try to keep
Look
up
at this
the pressure
efficiency
with
from
this
John
tower,
John.
but it looks like it's gonna be a big
This is
fight.
crazy efficient, bro.
They're stepping up here, trying to go for the damage. Knockdown will come
I
out
think
to
this is
slow
better than
that
Stomp.
down.
I can't
There
even
is
lie.
going to be a doorman portal behind it as well. Full engagement coming in from Pocket. Drops down the Affliction. Dynamo trying to back away and find the heal, but the Fells keep dinging. There's another pick there, and the Guardian did not fall for the record. So Melee Creeps losing out on 2 members there and didn't get the objective they were looking for.
A lot of damage there. 3 members of Melee Creeps going down. A bit of a
Yeah, Abraham's kind
misread
of
situation from
out-tempoing Melee Creeps right now.
Defend that Guardian, but looks like the dice didn't roll their way this time. Next time, maybe so. We'll see if they can get back into this game. And it's not looking good right now, though. Very split souls right now for Melee Creeps, which is usually not
Biggest
a
thing
very
right
good
now,
sign.
DMB's at 12k.
I mean, while we're on the subject of souls right now, 81k to
4K up on
66K
Sonya.
right now. What does that equate
So the
to in
M1
terms of power level?
soul
3,
curve, they're
4 items?
Abraham's
How
is
does that
up,
feel to be
and then they're
about
winning
10
on their other
12K
carriers right now
above
too.
your
So that's why you're
opponents
seeing this huge gap,
I like to
14k.
think of the soul counts more in basis of percentages a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like 10k above someone right now in the 14 minutes that we're in right now, then you're like, okay, they do have an advantage, but I mean, they have a pretty significant advantage actually. But if you're 10k ahead later on, it's basically nothing, right? So
Sure,
they
1%
do have
versus
a
10%,
pretty,
right?
They have a pretty sizable advantage right now, Abrahams, and they can do basically what they want right now on the map as long as they don't screw things up.
Well, right now they're trying to push over here on the far left, and Pocket says,
Ooh, finally get a pick.
I'm not
There we
really
go. We
worried
got a soul
about
bag out of
that,
it
as
too.
we're gonna see
Mini
a
one, but
full
you take whatever you can get if you're Melee Creeps right now.
coming out from the Paradox,
Need to get out
and
before you
that
get
will
collapsed
be
on by
a
this
pick-off
Pocket.
on the Shiv,
Pocket
who's
is gonna get the
looking to
inflict
damage on
off.
top of that Walker. Abrams
Doesn't
is
even
here
need
as well,
to.
but he goes in the
Wraith is
sky
5-0.
trying to go for an escape. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Fishcake will be taken down. Meanwhile, on the far right, that Guardian still stands strong for Abrahams, and they're continuing to defend it. They actually have Doorman here, who has great wave clear, and they have Yamato, who has great chase potential in case anyone oversteps.
Out of chase potential indeed, but not a very very scary character right now. Still only 14k.
Alright, I've got some movement.
But, looks like they're
See what he
putting
can do
a
with
lot of
this.
souls into this Wraith as predicted, and Sanya Sniper on that Wraith is a very scary player. Emov though gonna chase down after DMB here, carry on the opposite side, but he's gonna get caught up by Fishcake here. Has to use that transformation very early on. Fishcake in a lot of trouble now as well. DMB going down, but maybe it's gonna be pretty good for them actually.
Weakening
Scout
headshot. Look at this
down
Paradox build, man.
together.
Spirit shielding,
And
weaponing.
looks like they're
He's going
defending
full
by
util this game.
themselves.
I think it's a case there.
I think it's
to
proper
show
from Scout, though,
why
if John
that
John's gonna be
soul
going
can
full
so
gun.
important, right? That was a great bait by
Flash
DMB,
looking.
You know, he had Yamato come on the grappling hook,
Nice.
turned around the tornado.
Mido
hang on,
here.
Match going for a
Wouldn't
pick,
have been able to do
that's
this
gonna
without the
be a
movement
pick.
buff.
Melee Creeps fighting 2. Protecting the hotel for now. Kelvin coming over here on the side.
Kelvin should be able to kill Doorman here.
Target drops down his laser, trying to burn down his
Has
opponent
nade.
as he moves into this area. There goes
Way
the
to go.
ultimate, going straight for the Doorman.
Oh my god.
Door number 2, ding!
Toss actually just broke Saya's brain, bro. That was not good. I don't know how the punch didn't land, though. Was that a bug? I don't know how Saya's punch didn't land, but that was really well played from Tass.
To confuse the enemy, you must first confuse yourself.
That was crazy. That was well played, though.
Absolute mean levels of, you know, efficiency, and it actually ended up working for him, which is the crazy part.
Who does have Earn here? Yeah, like look at this. This is replay worthy. But watch the punch.
Where am I? I'm nowhere there. I'm not here.
That was
I'm on the
a
other side.
door
Would you
bug.
look at me?
No,
Kelvin's like, I'm
that
out,
should have
dude.
the
I
punch should have
can't take
landed.
this.
I think
All
that was a
got
door
is the
bug.
snowballs.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it was intentionally like bug abuse, but that seemed like a door bug. The punch should have landed, but I don't even know if he dies if it does because the Guardian Ward shield's still there. But
Gosh, love to watch it.
well
love
played
to
from
see
Tass,
it.
regardless.
Okay, let's take a breathe here. Take some oxygen into our lungs and try to get through this.
Bigger thing,
We're
Abraham's
back into
still
the middle
holding
of
on to the
map
soul
here.
lead, right?
108k to 90k currently right now. There is a urn being run by
Still up, like,
Pocket in the middle of the map here, and there are a couple
10K.
of doors being put down. And you know, earlier I heard one of our analysts say you should
Oh, more than
not
that, sorry.
get EU doorman, and I'm
Like
getting to that
17K.
point where I'm inclined to agree with them.
Yeah, Taz is a really, really good doorman player in general, and knows how to play the doorman into a lot of these situations here. You saw him using the doors here to maximum efficiency before, and he's just gonna keep doing that. Super strong pick player in general, and kind of like a little bit of our own like Saya, or old Saya, you know, on the Paradox and stuff.
Speaking of a possible chase here, Yamato trying to find that pick. Looks like they won't be able to move off fully on.
Swap
Nice little
misses.
movement here using that heavy
Sandwich
punch to get
ourselves
around the
all.
corner.
They shouldn't full
Paradox trying
send
to
it on
lock
the
down
M.
area. Slide down into the bottom basement, and it looks like she is out. But during all of that, there
Damn, he
was actually a
dies.
push in the
Dude's
middle
getting
lane
bullied
there
in the side
from
lane.
Shiv and Pocket
Down
to try and
7K.
get some damage on top of that Walker. And with one Walker being down right now, Melee
Sonya
Creeps doesn't
is
want to lose too many
fucking
more.
Thanos
You lose map control, and
this
eventually you're
game.
gonna lose the game.
NTK up now for
I think it's John
Abraham.
John is
basically a
keeping up his
20%
farm though.
lead.
He's
Little
at
bit
20k.
less, but Demov now
On the second
in a little
soul
trouble
curve,
here.
not the M1 soul
John
curve. He's doing
and
quite
Ido
well.
Trying to get the best of him, but this champ situation just lasting for such a long time. What a parry though from Ido. Great play for him there. Auto parry accusations on full swing. Joking of course, but Saya gonna go down here as well. Demov, Saya, fish kick now going down as well. This is gonna be a tough one.
Okay, PTSD gonna be kicking in
Scout
here.
just
'cause there
fucking
is
burger
a
boxing.
mid-boss fight occurring over here, and there was a
Good swap.
situation where we did have Abrahams ahead.
The
in
Scout's
the
kinda
game.
shitting on
They
him,
went
I'm
to
not
the
gonna lie.
mid-boss and couldn't quite get the rejuvenators, and Melee Creeps were able to run
Sling
forward
Hex.
and take over the
Sells
map.
casket now,
so
though.
with a few people around that boss, we have to
Backups
think
here.
about what happened in game number 1.
Scout played it so
Doorman
well,
does
just
come
backup
down,
showed
though,
up.
and finds a Paradox by herself. She is low on HP, and he can definitely set up a bell for that kill. There it will be. 4 are now down.
mid call.
Abrahams now has to make a decision. Will they go for the mid boss, or are they
No.
gonna try and play it safe because of that
Judging
previous
us all.
they've been having to deal with?
Can't do it.
I mean, if you look at what Melee Creeps has online, they might have 2 members down, but they do still have Dynamo ult and that Dome
good point.
and that Abrams as
And Dome,
Deadlock
yeah.
was pointing
They-
out on the desk there.
They have mid control.
Meanwhile, Demov gonna try and take one more down with him, but he's gonna go down instead. And this just really shows the power of Mirage.
DMB just clean with it, and he TP's out.
Able to
DMB
get
clean
the
with it.
teleport across to his teammates.
Huge
and
kill for
Melee
him.
Creeps are finding multiple kills for
Gets him
sure
back in.
and trying to close this gap.
He's gonna catch a
in
wave
souls,
here.
132k to 108.
Mid
I gotta
boss.
say something a little critical here right now. I feel like Demov, we see him consistently in fights. In the last 3 fights, he has been getting locked down. Do you think Melee Creeps is trying to bait him into
Ooh, fucked up his movement. Oh, this is not good. Not good.
Little bit.
Gets
yeah,
out,
I mean,
anyways.
Demov is
Their
a
creeps
very aggressive player.
get,
known to be, and
get scared
you can
about
see
Scout
his
dies
aggression on
again.
Full display here. Melee Creeps just
Yeah.
abusing that fact over and over and over again. I mean, if the observer holds tab, you're gonna see a lot of
Ricochet
deaths
comes in
here
for
on
DMB.
Demov.
He'll be able to ramp up his farming here too, which is going to help a lot.
4 right now, right? Like,
I
feel
think
like we've
it's
seen
closer to 6
multiple.
or
Sonya,
7.
oh, and he gets fucking gun buff. Okay, Sonya is
6, brother! 6! Okay, so this is the point where it comes, one of the teammates just has to be like, hey man, love your energy, hell yeah. But maybe we go soak some experience up for a little bit and kind of get back in the game. Now, on the other side of the coin here, this is allowed for Wraith to farm up and swoop in and find multiple kills. And that 31k souls is starting to really show
Oh,
itself.
this guy's
here.
just
Look at that
chunking,
poke
bro.
damage. It's
Ido
throwing
dies on the other
card
side of the map.
and right, left and right. She might get hired to Vegas later on. And they're gonna
Jesus, they just
continue
can't kill this
holding that
Wraith, man.
side lane for now.
Even with ult.
Meanwhile, the rest of Abrahams is in the middle of the map, grabbing an urn and starting a turn-in. And this is a comeback turn-in, by the way, which means that they would have to go
Really
into the
good from
opposing
Abrahams
side of the
here.
map. Looks like they
As soon as
decide,
John John ult
maybe
gets
you don't wanna
used,
quite do
they
that,
just
and
instantly
instead
go for
turn
mid.
attention over to the boss.
They still have fish kick, still has ult, they still have dome, but it's not as contestable as it was before. They do get their buys in here as well. They also have NATO, like their mid-boss control is crazy. DMB is really low though, so he's probably just going to sit stairs and poke. He can't really overcommit.
Ready here, no Dynamo ult, but Norman in trouble already.
Here comes the swap, straight to the combo.
Okay,
Here
slams
goes the
out,
Kelvin ult.
inflection
They'll lock down the corner.
lands.
That mid-boss cannot be
Abrams ult
grabbed.
coming
Boy,
out.
Abrams slamming on top of the ground, doing some decent
Boot
damage.
gets
here.
one.
Trying to stay
They
alive,
get all
but Bill with
three.
that Rage is gonna help out. There goes one.
Even with the
there goes
contest,
two.
that's what I'm saying though.
Over to
They bait the
Abraham.
John
There's
John
going to
ult,
be another
and then
carry involved, and
your mid control, you still have things to contest the mid with, but it's not as guaranteed, right?
That is 3 times the amount they had last
Oof.
game. Game number 2, man, they have cleaned up their mistakes and are looking solid.
Looking super solid indeed. 3 rejuves still online, but Ido, where can he go? He can go nowhere. Has he popped a death slam? Maybe get someone with him. Actually, Tess very low. Gonna get Tess with
Goodbye,
him.
Ido to get a rejuve there.
It's kind of worth it actually.
Down 30k now though. Game is going to get very hard.
Find a rejuvenator, so that's helpful. I do worry about 6 of the melee creeps being dead. that might not be so good for their walkers, and I think that's where we're going to see the real payoff for Abrahams and the rest of their crew here. They get one walker in the middle, and they're already set up for the one on the far right. You see Paige and Wraith rotating over there, and we see an urn being grabbed behind that too. Abrahams is trying to be a waterfall in souls right now. They are trying to wash their opponents away.
I mean, Abraham's playing exactly like Melee Creeps played this game 1, perhaps even more dominant. I think even at this point, Abraham's was a little bit with them on game 1, but definitely playing to their advantages right now. Dynamo not really able to dish out all that gun damage as I was expecting him to. Not really looking like the best pick here for Melee Creeps, sadly.
Well, with them being down 40 souls, I'm afraid I don't know if anyone would look good in this situation, to be honest with you, Mr. Tempo. So we talked about Abraham's and crew last game and what they had to do to come back. Now we have the flip side of that. What does Melee Creeps need to be doing? What is their best attempt here? Is it play Mirage and have them split push, soak the rest of the map? What would you tell them to do?
I don't know if they're the religious types, but I would tell them to start praying. I mean, this is looking very rough for them right now. DMB gotta go down.
One rejuve up. They do get tasked though.
And they only have one rejuve left. If Hoot gets
Someone
caught,
just
then
dies.
maybe that could be in their favor, but it looks like he is back out. And the new team fight seems to be brewing up here. John going down. Saya, Fishcake, Scout all low together, trying to chase them down, but I'm not sure he's gonna be able to get much out
I
of
just
this.
check it out.
Yeah. Just trying to like push them back in their base at the
Side dies.
minimal, right? And meanwhile, they had Yamato on the far left.
Down
which
2
has the link
slots.
that will be crashing into that Guardian, and they do have
Could be
a little bit
down
of time left on top.
probably
of this
around
one
like
they do
50K.
have. So a few of them are grouping up here in the middle, and I'm assuming they're gonna do a big push here to try and open
50,
up those Guardians,
60K
especially with
after
3
the
people
base
being
crack.
Down. Well, it'll be 2 in about 10
It's
seconds.
kinda GG.
So perhaps
It's over.
there will be some defense, but when it comes down to it, the big massive ultimates are not available
Sonya
for Melee Creep, so they may
up
have to take a back
14K
foot
on
on this one here
DMB.
and play a little bit on the defensive side.
Sniper here in a little bit of trouble though. Lash trying to pair his best to get him down, but Wraith just saying, nah, I'm chilling. Try again next time.
Does a vault though?
Oh, Lash comes in.
Yamato vault.
Doesn't quite land on top of that. Wonder if he had Unstoppable, making it hard for him to go for it. But it doesn't matter. Parry comes out with 2 HP.
Damage remover. Does die though. Costs his ult.
Be a few more here.
Might be able to
Yamato charges
re-kill.
forward, gonna take the last
Abraham's kind of
Rejuvenator,
falling
and
back in though.
Dimov
They're just camping
has
on Dynamo.
Once again found himself in a bit of a weird situation. Luckily for this time, he will be
Oh,
able
big
to
ult from
respawn.
John.
Here comes the Dynamo ult.
Into the
They're gonna be able to
dome.
pull in a couple. Here comes the Kelvin ultimate. And you're going to see a few folks running away as they could not quite get the pick.
Really good fight here from Melee Creeps.
Will be dispatched of as Melee Creeps earns a kill of their own.
So it goes down though.
He is hoping to
They
get
can't
out, but
afford
he
to lose
doesn't get
anyone
the mark.
else.
Abrams trying to dash away at the last second with his
All right, they're going
hoping
pit.
to get away from this Wraith, who is a complete terror right now. Slams her into the wall, goes for a punch, but the damage
Doesn't matter.
is just
Good
too
fight.
high.
Good fight to
They're
end
gonna
it,
be able
but they're
back it
just
up,
too
and
far
that
behind.
Patron is now being focused here at 25 minutes. It's down to 43%, 30%,
Oh,
down
two
to
die.
20. Could it go lower?
But
The
Wraith-
defense is
Wraith
coming
is not
in.
dead.
The numbers are dwindling, and with it all being said and done, Abrahams are going to tie it up 1-1.
Before that
We
fight,
get
they're down
ready
like
for a
50K and still winning that fight.
game
Really good
number
John ult into the dome.
I mean, really efficient slaughtering here by Abrahams.
Sure,
Just
yeah.
absolutely taking every single advantage and making the maximum out of it. Even here in the end, I mean, this was...
Defense is coming in, the numbers are
show
dwindling,
kills
and
at
with
the
it
end? No.
all being said and done, Abrahams are going to tie it up 1-1 as we get ready for a game number 3.
I mean, really efficient slaughtering here by Abrahams.
Sure,
Just
yeah.
absolutely taking every single advantage and making the maximum out of it. Even here in
Great
the
game.
end, I
Great
mean, this was
series.
a very risky
Game
finish
3,
call,
baby.
but,
Game 3.
I mean, it worked out, and they got the finish.
So Lorbeck
well
gonna have to
played
wait.
them. Gotta tie the
Dude, were
series
you-
up now.
Were you getting vibes of like maybe a little anger, you know, a little rage coming out from Abrahams and crew? They felt like
You guys are good though. They're good commentators. Get money with the clock. Leviathan's still going on. So we don't have to wait too long, which is nice.
I mean, I'm so happy to say that I fed Hoot. No longer hungry. It shows in the game. I'm so sorry for taking his sandwich the first time around. Chat, I apologize. We needed to give the NA something so that they would, you know, give us the engagement, chat, put messages in, you know, get all of that good stuff in there.
Yeah, we're sad, you know. In North America, that I'm gonna be honest.
That was a rough game.
That's not a good look for NA. I mean, that was not a close game. That was not a close game, and you know, we're gonna look at the clips, and I'm gonna, you know, put on my analyst hat. But my first analysis is gonna be
Big sad.
Sonya Sniper stole all of North America's sandwiches. Sonya Sniper stole all of North America's sandwiches.
Took online.
You know, the guy was kind of renowned for his Wraith for a long time. In fact, when I was playing on a team with LGTK, he was like Sonya Sniper fan #1. You know, he would review his replays and all that stuff to improve his Wraith. And Sonya Sniper was kind of not on the quote-unquote carry role in the previous games, and Hoot was. And all of a sudden, they just put Hoot on Pocket. Like I said, I mentioned, hey, they're putting Hoot on something they can get a bit more active on.
True.
And they put Sonya on the Wraith, and it really worked out for them. Also,
Worked
they
out
got
very
the
well.
Dorman. Like, please, I mean, Melee Crepes, if you're watching, please don't let you get Doorman. Like, that's the one thing that they have over NA objectively. Like, they're way better at using Doorman. Like, do not let them get the Doorman.
Yep.
Please just ban it.
Hard agree.
It worked great for you in game 1. Why switch it up?
I gotta bring up the clip. Saya getting absolutely brain broken.
I think we have that clip. We can pull it up right now.
Please just play it because it speaks for itself.
Dude, this is crazy.
the power
Okay,
of
this is a bug.
Doorman.
I'm sorry. I know this is a sick play, but like this punch should land. Look at this punch.
Look at this guy.
Is it because his mouse flicks this way?
The door there. It's just there's 2 of them, and just the shield is enough to save him. And I mean, if you're Saya, you gotta be depressed because I mean, look at Saya's items, right? I'm gonna do a little. Ooh, wait, 1 sec. I'm getting used to this. I can do a rectangle. Wow, look at the items. I mean, he has no damage, like literally 0 damage, and so just the shield from the barrier, right? That little HP there is enough to save Doorman, and that kind of leads into a crazy escape. But that was such a funny little moment for sure, and you know, tried to leave with their life, but they unfortunately they can't get out.
Not gonna happen.
Back of it as well, you know, Lash had just
Unlucky.
gotten a kill. It was potentially going to be, you know, not
Yeah, he's right. I don't think he dies even if the punch lands. It's just weird that the punch doesn't land. It has to be because that's what I'm thinking it is. I think his mouse is pointed this way, and then when it goes through the portal, it like his mouse is this way.
Everything's just
So the punch hitbox goes that way instead of like at the doormat. It goes this way instead.
I gotta agree with you, Deathy. You cannot give this team Doorman. They're too dangerous to be left alive.
Yeah. Also, I'm getting news from the chat that the audio is about 0.5 seconds behind the video. Please confirm or deny in the chat. But yeah, we are aware there's some audio issues. We're really sorry. We're going to move on to the other clips so that you have something else to look at other than just audio issues. What's up?
I do have a theory to posit for the audio issues. We just want you to experience what our players are experiencing.
True, actually
so you have
true.
a 5-second delay. That's all this is. You guys now get to experience what it's like to be an EU player in the Deathy tournament.
Genius.
So true.
I mean, that's truly genius, and you know, yeah. I mean, it's not like a good roll the clips. I mean, let's look at the clips because it's kind of like looking at a funeral. I'm just sad looking at these clips, but we're gonna pull up the clips here. We've got here the next one. I'm getting trolled apparently. I'm told by my producer that you guys in chat are trolling me. I know you guys would never
Actually
do
just
that,
been
by the way.
trolled.
I've never been trolled.
He actually just got rolled.
Life as a content creator.
Absolutely mogged.
Always say the truth. But anyway, let's get to the other clips and just, you know, see the EU domination. So I think the next one that we have here is I think we have a little bit of a kill on the Yamato from the Mirage, which is actually a DMB clip. So we get a glimpse of NA domination amongst
Let's go
of EU overwhelming presence as DMB you know, tries to pull a quick one for North America, just killing Demoff and kind of farming him a little bit, and then TPing away and abusing the fact that Mirage's hitbox is well, you know, it's pretty bugged when he TPs. Now you know, I was actually asked if Mirage was going to be allowed at all for this tournament because of that bug, to which I said yeah, he's going to be allowed. So it's kind of my fault. So once again, rigged tournament.
Well,
we can move. What's up?
No, I was gonna say as a DMB enjoyer, I was sharing this with you before the stream. DMB and I go way back. He introduced me to my first ever Mexican restaurant in the United States when I was there for a cast.
Wow.
Good dude, great player, and shows it off there. Transcends through MOBAs. Probably, you know, kind of the main angle where Melee Groups had some opportunities to come back in to this game. Highest player damage, highest soul count, really had some lights going on there. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, you're right. It was too little too late. He was trying his best for sure, though. Moving on to the next clip, which is going to be the first mid-boss. And I think that the EU viewers were real sweaty on this one because everyone was
Sure.
like, oh my god, are they going to throw this mid boss? Are they going to throw this mid boss? Now, right at this moment, you can see this is kind of the moment where everybody got real nervous as all the, all the melee creeps players are kind of, converging and hoping
True.
their best. But,
No black hole, though.
we can see that, well, I don't know why actually in this clip, for some reason, the team names are wrong. So we're just going to ignore that. Like, this is not melee creeps and this is not Abraham's. But anyway, just pretend that the team names are reversed, right? It confused me a little bit here. But we're just going to play that. And Scout going for the swap right away, but it's not quite enough. And at this point, when the dome was here, I think everyone got a little nervous. Big pocket ult, though, hits everyone in the dome. And then they're able to just kind of do the parry fest right on top of it. John tries to get in there with a delayed parry. And it's not quite enough for them to get any rejuve. So all the rejuves go to Abraham's. And the game was pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, to highlight what the casters were saying, I think the biggest difference here, looking at game 1 versus game 2, game 1 there was a 1 or 2k soul difference between these two teams before Abraham's tried to go for this mid objective. It was a lot riskier. This time around, they are a full 20k up before they step foot in that pit. And even then, it almost looked like to me that they were slowballing it to try and pull some people in. Didn't see that melee creeps were really committing to coming into the pit themselves, so then, only then, decided to go for it.
Yeah.
I think overall felt very much like a team that was a lot more in control over the situation.
Yeah.
Wasn't being rash. This was not a, guys, we got a window, let's go get the objective. This was very much cool, calm,
Yeah.
calculated.
Very different from game 1, right?
Okay, sorry, I'm dealing with something.
That's okay.
Sorry, we're just talking about the schedule with we're having some issue with apparently they would like to play the losers round 3 tomorrow, but we have a schedule to kind of follow, so I'm kind of handling that as well. Give me 1 second. I will handle that, but we will be going to the draft very shortly as well. I just want to update everyone that Bunny with Clock did defeat Leviathan.
All right, so lower bracket will be Sneaky Golems versus Bunny with Clock rematch.
With Sneaky Golem, which will be after this series if everything goes to plan, which I guess is just rallying the teams. But yeah, we'll just have to tell, hey, Sneaky Golem, if you don't want to play, I don't want to have to forfeit them out of the tournament. But we have
checking on the marathon.
Schedule. We have
I'll see
people
where
that
they're
are
at.
scheduled, so we're not gonna move around just because one team is fatigued. They signed up for this. It is what it is. Or is the draft ready? Little bird in my ear.
Draft time?
Cashy
Okay.
in the mines.
Yeah.
We are ready to go into the draft.
Yes.
Now, looking at the draft, Deathy,
Draft time.
obviously Doorman needs to be taken away. Melee
I don't really
Group's
know.
first pick this time around. Query whether or not they want to take it and put it on, I believe you said it was Ido, who is kind of looking at trying out this character, making it work in a different way to what we've seen from Abrams so far. But other than that,
Ido.
any other major adaptations you'd like to see from probably Melee Creeps draft?
Right. Well, Doorman ban.
Yep.
It's
there it
it's
is.
there.
It's gone.
Boop.
I think
And they're back on
banning
the Amber
Doorman,
side.
Great idea. Keep it up. Sonya Sniper looked really good on the Wraith. I kind of want to see him on the Wraith again. I don't think Melee Creeps are going to do anything about that. I think they're kind of fine with Abraham's having the Wraith. I think banning the Doorman just makes a lot of sense, though. Like, EU are just so good at moving around with the Doorman. Like, Abraham's especially abused Doorman like no other team. Tass is just such an incredible player on it. Billy ban, still kind of same scenario. I wouldn't be surprised to see just a traditional John pick here, like a Geist, right?
Yep.
I think you go with what worked, put John on the Geist, see what happens. But other than that, I don't think Melee Creeps need to reinvent the wheel. Game 1 went
Floor man
really well for
down.
them. They just need to kind of channel that energy again.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And another EU player gets to eat. Thank you, chat. Going for an early Geist, I think works out well. Abrams, here's my question, Deathy.
Yep, Geist.
Abrams did not work out great with the Mirage last time around in game number 1. I'm a little bit worried that if we see an exact beat-for-beat salty run back from game 1, it's not necessarily going to work out for the Abrams, whereas I really did enjoy the comp that they were able to draw out.
John Bebop,
that
cinema.
second game, not
Cinema.
necessarily
But
going
he's
to
on the
be big
Geist.
meta-heavy hitters. The Wraith definitely looked a lot more powerful. In terms of what's been working for them. Do you think they'll run back to Mirage, or could we see
Yamato, here it comes.
Yamato
Oh.
first pick?
Okay.
That's
Yamato
crazy.
first pick. A lot of value being put on the Yamato. Oh, wait, that's wrong.
Oh,
I mean,
never mind.
that's wrong.
We got
okay.
baited.
Oh.
Never mind.
Baited.
Actually, genius bait.
We love
There's a lot of,
production.
a lot of kind of NA players, EU players trying to hack the stream. If you guys ever see any delays, it's because one side is trying to convince everyone that their region is the better region objectively, and that's what happened there with you know, NA players manipulating the draft screen so that we would think Abraham's kind of fell on their head. And first pick Yamato, although honestly I could see it in some kind of weird.
Okay, we're probably just gonna see Shiv Abrams or Shiv Mirage
I'm not
again.
surprised with Shiv. That makes sense. I'm down for that. I think Shiv Abrams could make sense
Shiv
too.
Pocket.
Shiv Pocket, I can see it. They're gonna put Hoot on the pocket again. I'm down. Hoot kind of popped off.
True.
He did. He's all fed. He's ready. Warmed up, I think, is a nice way to say it. There's one thing going from game to game.
Okay,
You know,
I know they hate
massive
Page,
delay
but you
between
can
that
now
last
go
and this one, but it still
Geist,
does take a
Abrams.
little
Oh,
bit
they
of
hate
time to
Page. They just think
readjust
Page is
yourself
bad.
to in front of
Billy
you,
Creeps
right?
think Page
Which
is
team am I
bad.
playing now? Not which
Sai
team am I
wants his
playing
Kelvin.
before and adjusting
And he goes
being
Abrams.
Able to beat the last opponents doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work this time around. Now that he's more adjusted,
Deny the Shiv Kelvin as well.
good.
I think
Really
it's.
just looked
I
like
think
a
it works.
comeback from game number 1 for Melee Creep so far.
Wraith comes
Melee
in.
Creeps are like, give us the tanks, and Abrahams are like, give us what worked last game, which was the pocket and the Wraith. And
True.
you know, despite not having Doorman, I do like Abraham's top 3 opener here. I would like for Abrahams to.
Need my blanket, bro.
Okay, so I think
Trying to not use
they
it.
should probably try to target maybe DMB or a pick hero with this. It could be interesting to take Scout out of his comfort zone and ban the Paradox. I could see that. I could also see just like a standard like. Oh, okay. They're just gonna target Ido here and ban the Mina. And I think that they were happy with Ido on Lash. I think perhaps
They really don't
want
to give Ido Mina.
We'll see.
They refuse.
That worked. I could have imagined maybe seeing a Warden ban, or even maybe banning the Mirage. I mean,
Okay.
definitely
Sorry,
a character
my camera
that
just had a slight issue.
by Deathy.
Recipes Deathy.
Deathy has exited the building. I think Mirage was a character that DMB looked so good on in the last game, even from really behind. So I think taking that away could have been solid. We'll wait for Deathy to
Guys,
get back
the audio issue is fixed. Guys, the audio issue is fixed. There's no delay anymore. As you can see, the no signal is moving at the same time as my speech. Like, there's no problem. Okay.
Everything's great. Everything's great. In solid, we work together.
Give me 1 second. It should be fixed in a sec.
Page finally taken away. This is going to be really interesting, Deathy. Leaving Page, second ban here, taking it away from Abrams after.
And then the Page ban. I like the Page ban. If you're not gonna pick the Page ban, the Page. I don't know what the fuck these pictures are for this draft, but
I
it's
think
fine.
it's going to be very
It's fine.
interesting to see what that is adapted to from Abrams.
Yeah. So it's actually gonna take like I think my camera like overheated or something. It's gonna take a minute probably for it to come.
Paradox
back. So
comes
we're just
in.
gonna have to roll with the no signal sponsored by Elgato. Elgato, feel free to reach out to us if you want to sponsor a Deadlock tournament. My DMs are open. I do think the Page ban is.
I think the Paradox pick is good too. You take it away from Scout. Scout has to play something different this game.
Taking away the Paradox from Abrahams. It's sorry, from Melee Creeps. It's something that they've been kind of playing with.
Yep.
Pretty much every game. I think Melee Creeps have always gotten the Paradox on Scout. So
Good
it's gonna
draft
take
read.
Scout out of his comfort zone, at least for today, right? Like he's been playing Paradox almost exclusively.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do like that pick on the side of Abrahams.
Yeah, and it works, like you mentioned, it works as a secondary ban, right? You not only get to pick it for yourself, but you take it away from Scout. You force Scout
Yep.
into a position
Not
where
wrong.
maybe they're not as comfortable. So I like it. It's a smart use of the ban. Very interesting. Welcome back, Deathy. He is
Thank you.
now no longer Deathy. Alivey. Do what you want with that. Alivey. Do what you want with that chat. Pop off. Waiting on the second half. Warden. I was gonna be that. Well, this was gonna be my next question. Mirage or Warden for DMB. Looks like he's gonna go back to the Warden.
I'm pretty sure right now what's happening on the side of Melee Creeps is they have a spreadsheet on their left monitor, right? And they're looking at, okay, what are the heroes with the highest HP gain per boon in the game? And they're just going down the list. They're literally just going down the list because they
Warden
have all
Calico?
of the
Okay.
highest HP boons, except like maybe Mo and Krill and stuff. But they have
Best
so
M1
many
left,
heroes that are just
now that
super,
Wraith is out.
super tanky, gain a lot of HP through the game. And to be fair, like the current
no
item
one's
system
picking
does
Mirage.
favor those heroes a little bit. Vindicta. I love this from Abrahams. I called it the other time. Like if they're
Good
gonna
coming
play
in.
these super grounded comms, the late Vindicta
Mirage
pick is
just
great,
falls out
and
of
also
favor.
the
I don't
fact
know
that
why.
they picked Calico. I would love, honestly, I would love Lash last pick here for Abrahams because you're not only taking out one of the counters for Vindicta, you're also kind of like getting a hero that plays in the sky. And these heroes on the side of Melee Creeps really have no answer for heroes that play in the air. at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. What
Yamato,
do they do
last
if
pick.
This is a Lash. It's a Yamato, which, you know, to be fair,
Okay.
another character that has an easier time.
What's the last pick for
dealing
melee
with
creeps?
Vindicta
What's
in
it gonna
some way.
be? What's it gonna be?
Will be interesting. I mean, this is almost certainly going to be Lash, right, from melee creeps. It fills the slot. It does things to Vindicta. I'm very interested because, you know, deja vu here, Deathy.
Well, we had Yamato first pick. Right? We had
That has to be
it in the
bait.
First pick, and then it moved to the last.
That has to be
pick,
bait.
So now it explains
Is
a
this
lot of
bait?
things, and then Viper. Okay, look, we need to talk for a second. Okay, like we need to talk. We need to have a serious conversation. I want to get close and personal with the camera. Like, guys, every time melee creeps, they do well, and then they do a little troll pick. Okay, and every time we see Viper picked, okay, it looks decent for like 5 seconds, and then it loses the game every single time. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and say melee creeps have cursed themselves with this Viper pick. And look, I will go on record. If they win this game, fantastic. But I'm going to have to go with Abrahams for the draft on this one.
Yeah, the Viper pick just...
I'll put that in my notes.
There's more power picks on the side of Abrams.
You're super welcome. Thank you for that.
Bro, and like, what kills me is if you know you're going to Warden, because they already picked Wraith, you could have picked Page.
Really strong melee creep squad.
I don't know.
minus the Viper.
I don't know.
Basically a run back. Exactly.
They want to just deny to Kelvin. I get it, but fuck, man.
Meanwhile, Abrahams, they've mixed some things up. They've got the Paradox on side now. Wraith is stepping in for the Mirage in this game 1 Redux, and then the Vindicta. Tell me a little bit about this comp. How do you expect it to work? What are your vibes?
Right. I mean, I do like Abraham's comp a lot. I think that I've never seen a game where Affliction could get more value, to be honest. Like, this looks like the dream Affliction game, and they have zero catch. Okay, they don't have zero catch. That's not true. They have some catch for pocket, especially Abrams can potentially catch the pocket if you get a good charge. And like I said, on ping, it's hard to dodge. Now, they're very smart. They're putting Hoot on the pocket, probably, although we'll see, but I would guess that it's Hoot. And Hoot most likely has the lowest ping out of all of them, because I think that he is Swedish. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he's Swedish. I mean, well, I don't think you would know, but maybe someone in the chat will correct me. We'll leave that to the future, but I believe he probably has.
Fernando Mendez won the Heisman. Wow.
Which everyone else on Abrahams, as far as I'm aware, is Russian.
First Indiana player ever.
We'll be ready to get into the game in just a second. My prediction is that Abraham's comp is very hard to interact with for some of Melee Creep's comp, and I think if Hoot can have a good game on the pocket, then it's gonna look good. It's gonna look good for them. And if not, then Melee Creeps do have a really, really tanky comp, but I think Abrahams have the answer.
Well, the question's going to be, right, how good are Abrahams at clicking heads on ping? That's going to be the big question mark for me.
Okay. I like Abraham's draft more.
Will it do
more power picks. Took away Paradox's Scout. We'll have to see how the Vin does.
You got to rely on that.
They're going to have Hook and on Pocket, and then Sonya on Wraith.
We'll have to find out, because we're about to go into game number 3 to close off the series and to bring us a champion.
So Scout's on the Viper.
That's right. Welcome to game number 3.
Okay.
We are deciding who will
And also,
be the grand
with the Viper pick,
between our two
there is
amazing
this
teams,
character
Abrahams
with a
and
snare
Melee
in the game.
As we get ready to hop into this,
There's this character with a fucking wall you can't shoot through. There's a character in this game with a lift. Like, I don't know, man.
Listen, Deathy is out here saying that this Viper pick is gonna absolutely curse Melee Creep's whole draft, and I'm sitting here thinking, this Viper is so good though. They have so many squishy characters that you can just absolutely one-shot.
So you're getting rolled.
Power of Viper.
Yeah,
it's really interesting to see how they're gonna, how it's gonna pan out in the game at least. If Death is right or I'm right, you never know.
I've oddly been a Viper main as of late, so I also had my. I didn't want to say anything, but like when Deathy was like, "It's cursed," I was like, "Wait a minute, like Viper's like." Maybe kind of nutty here, so we'll have to see how it goes out. Obviously, Deathy's a much better player than I am, so I will have to see how.
We're gonna do the Yamato Paradox in mid versus the Viper Geist. See if they can get value out of the Viper. Typically, Viper wants to play in side lane, so interesting they're putting it blue.
Of these teams in the early game in particular, and Viper's gonna be able to win those with that Spirit on her too.
Falco Abrams on the right there against the Vin Shiv.
I'm gonna get that pick up, but also she has 4 stamina bars there, right? So that mobility hopefully will be able to trade out well. We'll see in the future though as our matches will be unfolding. Now let's check out our lanes really quickly. Which lanes stand out to you, Mr. Tempo?
Mr. Tempo.
I mean, there's some good options here. Kelvin Warden, we've seen so far having a lot of success here. Pocket Wraith on the other side, though, really strong into this Kelvin, especially with that Affliction. I don't know how many points you're going to get in it early on, but if you get that tier 2 Affliction online, then this Kelvin Dome's not going to be able to do much.
Boom. Random transition.
Ooh, hang on here, Pocket in trouble, being pushed around the corner. Kelvin can't quite get it. Went for a grenade. Beautiful sidestep there coming in from Hoot as he's able to escape from that. At the meantime, we do have a Kelvin who's also low on HP himself and is going to have to retreat. A complete back and forth and health bar exchanges on that far left lane. Wraith doing okay too, having a little bit more HP, but if you look at it, the major winner there is our Warden who's over half HP and he is pushing the envelope.
True.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a lot of damage here early on in that lane, but I mean, it's gonna be hard for him to win it, I think. I mean, there's some good opponents on the other side too. It's also some pretty interesting matchups here.
Struggling a bit in early lane here.
To put the Viper in mid lane, and actually a little bit of an interesting AP.
The Kelvin Warden lane is pushing well, though. They're trading back at least.
To get more damage on his screw jab daggers, and could be an interesting way to see this Viper played.
He's down here trying to grab those barrels of whatnot, trying to grab.
Paradox looking, hits the carbine.
Yamato and Paradox are going for a chase, running into the corner here. Scout trying to stay alive.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Viper dies.
The curse is legitimate. It is Halloween already, as melee creeps lose 2 members in half a second.
DMB also dies.
Abrahams able to find their picks and take a slight soul lead in the early game.
My bad, Scout. That one's on me. My bad for the caster curse. But we'll see. See if he's gonna end up bouncing back later on. Scout is, I mean, Viper is a very strong early game character, especially once you get to that spirit spike. You're just gonna absolute one-shot people. But I would assume that people in this, like these Eternus players, the Eternus 6 players, would have some sort of solution to it at this point. It's been a pretty strong pick throughout this patch. So. Perhaps,
Ooh, John
a
dies.
couple answers here. John, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know about this Viper pick, bro. I don't fucking know about this Viper pick, dog. Gets Yamato all the least.
Shadow transformation online to stop that Viper.
Ido's here.
What's it called?
Sai coming in as well. They want to hate crime the
able to cleanse that.
Yamato.
Goes in with a grappling hook,
Nice 4-way assist.
Calgo's finally get the pick, but yeah, Demov has a fantastic understanding of how to dodge under a turret and find a kill. He has done it multiple times in these last 3 games, and I think he
dies a lot early, but
that's kill in the early game before 5 minutes underneath the towers. Just incredible movement and understanding how to run that mid lane. Now, of course, the pick does come his way, and he opted that 1-for-1 trade overall. But another fight occurs over here as melee creeps going to be losing their Abrams. Abraham's finding another
nice.
Get low on
Does he
HP.
hit the second
Calco
snipe?
Get the pick at the last second, down to 120 HP, and looks like she may be able to get away with her being able to slash forward.
What a snipe!
But gets picked off at the last seconds. Wait a minute, did Abrahams go up and above and behind her to get that pick?
Oof.
John going down as well, and my bad for doubting Deathy here. His curse seeming to be much stronger than mine. I mean, this melee creep's not looking too good right now for that early game, especially that Viper. You really want to snowball on Viper. That's kind of the whole point of the character in the current meta, is that you're just like an absolute
already down 3k.
Early single
5 minutes in.
Soul count numbers, you know, like the 9Ks, the 10Ks, when you have that spirit investment, as we talked about earlier.
And they don't have as much mid control this game. They have the Abrams ult and the Kelvin Dome, but
right now,
not nearly as much as last game.
Why
did they pick Viper, bro? Like, actually, why did they pick Viper?
As she continues to try and poke her opponent far, you do see that there is a attempt to go for a far right gank. You actually have Viper behind the enemy lines, looking for a target. There is a low shiv, moves in, goes for the poison, goes up for the parry, tries to find a kill, gets a bola underneath the tower as well.
Played.
Shiv does finally go down at the last second. Great coordinated gank, and Abrams
low.
to help out. And now that Guardian is left for the pickings. There is a Vindicta though, left to try and defend. She is low on HP, and I believe that was actually a 1-for-1 trade as Warden.
Just looking for a snipe. Viper gets out with 18 HP.
Yeah, I mean, Scout here managing to survive with so little HP after that engage onto that right-hand Guardian. Looking pretty good though, very good mobile pick in the early game here, and that's kind of the way these games have been going so far, as both teams have been playing super mobily in the early game. So, I mean...
Yeah, this is the most like stagnant game we've had.
And I was like, Tim,
Early game,
is
at
this
least.
normal, the amount of aggression that's happening? And he was like, man, this is a really aggressive game.
Ooh, Tess gets fucking deleted.
And I mean this in a good way, that these players have ego about them, right? Ego and aura. Like, they understand Deadlock, and they know how to push their advantages.
Both 1
And
HP.
this is when an unstoppable force is able to go
Looking for
against
the
an
dive.
opposite that's
Puck's
moving at
dead.
full force, right? You're seeing both of these teams.
Oh, the
best
heel
players
creep.
in North
Oh
American
my
East
god.
just going at it, and it's resulting in multiple one-for-one
DMB
trades.
should die
And
too
like, well,
now.
We see one lane maybe get an advantage, another one gets
Oof,
another
really
advantage.
bad.
Look at the Souls right now. We're once again tied up, 35k to 33k, where we're gonna see the big explosion going into the mid game, and when we see a Guardian go down.
Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just like, fuck, you should be converting on that.
Good start here for Abraham's, really getting a lot of.
So quick
good
zips
players
back. They're trying to
online.
defend the tower.
Couldn't
Wraith is
see
here
the
though.
pocket today, especially from the European side. Being
Sai
a
might be
very strong
overkicking.
pick overall. And getting 8k early on is gonna
Jonathan's here as well.
make
They
the
still
pocket
lose it.
Very scary here. Sanya Sniper though on that Wraith, being a little bit behind. It's not that good, but Scout going in now for this Guardian, missing the ball, just doing a lot of like air AoE damage. You normally want to get that direct hit instead.
Some
but
there.
still gonna go down for it. Fishcake.
Fishcake looking for the slam. Couldn't get the verticality though.
Yeah, trying to get 3 people on top
Show
of
this
the
left side.
Guardian.
This left
And
side's
one of the good
crazy.
things about Bola is it's a relatively short cooldown, right? So even if you do toss it out and you miss, you can still come back in about a minute and a half and go for another possible pick. The
Oof.
Guardian goes down to about half HP, but remember while it's happening, there is also other lanes.
Oh, John gets the swap.
Hoot taking some damage here. He was able to get off his ultimate though, and see guys
Ooh,
get
well
low
played
HP,
from
and she can't quite get the
Sonya.
angle.
Still dies though.
Kelvin's
Sai
gonna be able
dies though.
to escape maybe. Oh, hang on here. He's ice skating. He's moving. Oh, not enough. He's
waiting for Ned.
This movement to get through that. And now
Didn't
Melee
get to
Creep's
it.
gonna lose a total of 3 folks.
Ooh, big parry, they're coming out together.
Is the parry bugged? Every time I see the stun stars, it's like above the person who lands the parry.
Very bad right now for melee creeps.
I can't tell if it's like a
Abraham's
spectator
as well,
bug
getting
or.
that Vindicta online
Alright,
with
Saint's
the
gonna be
Dragon
going.
Just gonna be an
Maybe not.
absolutely
You can go rapid on the
demon
carry
now in
build. We'll
this part of
see.
the game. Kind of the same idea as that Viper, you know, where you want to use those snipes to really get ahead in snowball.
Yeah, you mentioned starting to get a little
Represent.
bad here
Ooh,
for
hit the
Melee
ult
Creeps.
too.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
Okay.
how bad would you put it with 10 being the
Scout
worst?
finding
You know,
angles.
Like we're literally falling into the core
Slow
of
down
the
4K
earth.
though.
Where would you put it?
I'd put it like a 6.
Should be able to get this,
I'd
though.
say it's looking pretty bad for them right now, but it's definitely still
Nope.
playable for them, I think. They have a couple good leads still. I mean, DMB
Okay,
looking very
Guardian
strong on
falls.
the board right now with that start.
Good shit.
Getting this
Yamato,
Guardian here
you
is
get
actually a
Yamato
big
ult for
help.
free too.
So that could maybe be an angle that can go for it.
Wonderful.
They're gonna need more than
I'm
just
down
one
2K.
Guardian.
Melee Creep's able to turn that 6 into maybe a 5.5. They do get the Guardian in the middle.
They
of
should
the
be able to
map
get this
there.
right
They
one
look
whenever they
more
want to
far
stack that
left
side
and
as
that's
well.
picking up a lot of experience. You can see right
It's
now
fine
he's
if it gets
already at
traded.
the 10K mark when it comes to souls. So he's only about 3 to 4K behind his opponent. So it looks like they're doing
Nice.
okay in that regard, and they are making attempts to turn this around. But yeah, it feels like Abraham has realized the strategy. Okay, they're trying to take Viper and take 2 to 3 people per objective and have Viper get picks. Let's bring our
Sai gets the
ultimate.
dome
Now
off.
we're going for a full fight over the buff here in the top right corner. Shiv low on HP, eating that poison, trying to escape.
he gets out,
trying
nice.
to smooth around the corner, putting out the shots. The
Inflict
Calico turn the
lands.
case. Here comes
Either
a
dies.
Hoot to try and help out, and the Hoot gets off his ultimate.
Keelbane-
and Shiv able to
Keelbane
escape as Calico will
saves
fall.
him here.
Abrams chasing. He doesn't care.
The heal-
He's
oh,
going back.
barely
He
gets
cares
him.
A little bit. He did a backflip into his grave, but it was still cool looking.
Keelbane
Oof,
from
good
Shiv
kills here.
almost saving him there, but the Abrams just
Good follow-up.
holding that W key, gluing it down to the keyboard, down into the stems, and gonna end. I mean, the end of Together's life, and suddenly look at the souls. Melee Creeps have brought this back.
Yeah, they brought it back.
Actually looking like they're taking the advantage now.
Okay,
Tess should be able to get this earn though.
right now. Where they at? They feeling
Melee
like a
Creep's gonna
4,
match on the
feeling
left
like a
side
5, feeling
though.
like a
Go
3.
for
What are we
go for the
thinking?
Wraith and then the tower.
I mean, it's looking better for them right
Doesn't
now.
have card.
but,
Nice. Drops a
Abraham's
bag too.
Maybe getting this earned though, but they're losing Sanya Sniper on the side lane. That's gonna mean a Guardian trade for them as well.
See how many
Wow,
they can
that's
deny
at least
here. They put the
something
wall up.
Ravens here,
Ooh,
but
really good
Fishkick not
charge.
gonna come in with that charge here, and
Task
Travis is in
low.
trouble here.
Bro, it's just too.
Okay,
Oh,
Soul's looking easy,
that was good
61
Fishkick.
60k, and we walk in here for a second to get our favorite moment of Deadlock, pause lock. Oh man, I love this. This is a good time for me to take my hands off the keyboard, make sure my hands are nice and dry.
That's a dud.
Make sure the internet's plugged in, check that router, take a bite of your sandwich with nothing on it. I still can't believe Blazy literally had 2
That was
pieces of
1
bread
HP.
with no condiments on it. Like that was probably the biggest shock of this entire tournament today.
Like, that's all.
Ooh,
I
I don't know.
You folks, man. That's kind of our
No
budget.
way.
That's all
Listen.
the budget, man. I don't know what to say. I mean, we had to rebel a little bit by taking out his camera, but even that wasn't very effective. He just plugged it back in. I don't know.
I might have to donate a jar of mayonnaise for you guys, because that feels really bad.
Huge buy for fucking D&B. Holy.
We get back into the match, so all tied up, 63 to 63k, and let's go ahead and look at a sense of the macro right now. There is 1, 2 Guardians down. Is that 3 Guardians? 3 Guardians down for Abrahams, and Melee Creeps has actually gotten their 2 Guardians here. So in terms of macro, I feel like they've really turned around this early game. And
Viper's getting sent on by Wraith.
Macro-wise.
Being very strong right now.
So this guy's full spirit. Fuck a gun.
A little bit more into this game, but it's an interesting interpretation of the Viper actually. I haven't seen anyone play like the full spirit Viper in a while, but that's the angle Scout is going for here, and kind of makes sense.
Slowing
in
Hex.
this Abraham's comp. Looking to take a lot of damage, though, but great.
Good slowing Hex, and now you can't play game. Welcome to the Viper experience.
Grenade, though, and he's gonna go down here. Saint Maxim getting that snipe value. Alchemical Fire now online for him, and this is gonna be a tough one now.
Gonna be adding a
Spiritual
little bit
by
more
the
damage to that fire. Meanwhile, you see guys
the Vin is pretty
trying to steal some of this farm away from her opponent. That's
soul shorter, I should say. Pretty smart buy.
Opponent. You take away those resource hubs.
Sets herself up and then her teammates as well.
Back to and play defensive. And there's also a large potential bout that's about to occur here on the far left. As you see some of those jungles being taken, Shiv does not like that Warden was trying to take some of those minions, steps up and pushes them away from the fight overall.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you have Abrams pushing in the middle of the map here, and he might get flanked. Calico gonna show up to try and help out.
Nice from Ido.
Full combo coming out from
Gets the
Calico,
bag too.
and
Nope,
Ido
gets
finds a
buried.
quick snipe.
And then he gets sniped too. And drops his own bag. Oof.
Getting very online, and Saint Maxim is a
Yeah, the Vin's pretty big. Oh, and then they get the swap on Saya. Ooh, this went so bad for Melee Creeps. Dropped 2 bags. And then Abraham's got to reclaim their bag.
Yeah. 14k right now? Are you talking about Saint a sniper?
TMB and Sonya fighting in the side lane. Doesn't end up in anything.
Like, a second ago she had 10k, now she's up to 14k. I mean, really good scaling option here for that early game, if you can snowball on. And
DBL still leading the lobby at 15k, doing his job. John John's doing well, good as well.
75k, so it's kind of a bit of teeter-totter on souls, right? We've gone back and forth between the teams as the aggression continues. And one great thing for Abrahams as well is when they take those Guardians, they're going to get additional souls. So now you're in a position where Melee Creeps is getting into a weird spot where it's like, okay, well now we got to make sure that like either we find a couple of picks on them or what.
Slam doesn't
I don't know.
land.
Tempo potentially getting into
Wall
this
by
spot here.
Paradox
See
there to
Paco
scare him
playing
off.
around. There's Abrams as well. You have a Wraith on the far left. You can rotate in at any point if the call is made.
Yeah, I mean, Viper missing that bowler early on is really bad for him, and Scout gonna go down here.
Oof.
Taz gonna get that execution
Oof.
onto the snake, and let's hope that they can at least try.
God,
to
this
stop
Viper's
this a little
fucking
bit.
useless, bro. I'm
Abraham's
sorry. This is
really
such a bad
showing
pick.
you
They're literally
what
just
you
trolling
can
with
do
the
in
spec.
these, macro situations like this. Really good rotations by them.
Well, one rotation that didn't go so well for the Melee Creeps on the far right were able to take an entire walker behind this. Pocket tried to slow it down, but he just didn't have enough wave clear. And does take a bit too much damage.
As Dome
Pocket comes
traps
in
him.
as well, and then we have a Paradox going for the engage, and there goes the Vindicta as Saint will be taken
Awkward dumb though.
off the
Don't get any
board.
damage down.
Ooh, now in a little bit of trouble here. John gonna keep chasing this onwards. Gonna try to push back to the walker, but uh-oh, that walker's gone. No free resist for you, and looks like it's not that big of an issue as Melee Creeps are just gonna say, you know what? Let's just back
Bro,
it
I've been
up
so
a
locked in
bit.
on the fights, I didn't even realize fucking
Reset again.
Melee Creeps
Even
got
game.
a walker.
I didn't know Calico could fly. My gosh. Turn around,
Come on.
he's bouncing off the walls, dashing up. Ern has been grabbed by Pocket.
Okay,
He's
big
trying
team
to
fight here.
retreat back to the
They're going on
safety of his
Pocket.
teammates. Here it is.
Pocket has nothing. Pocket has nothing. Dude,
There
kill the
goes
pocket.
briefcase as
They don't
well.
kill the
Abrams
pocket,
on the
bro.
side here, but he gets picked off at the
The
last
shake
second.
dies.
Meanwhile, Shiv is trying to chase
Kelvin
down
gets sniped. Oof.
Kelvin trying to skate away from the location. And there's
Trade
also
back.
Calico and
Yamato and Pocket, though.
Paradox are firing on the left side. And during all this, well, Wraith is trying to push, but Calico trying to skate. gets
Fucked up
down
a
the
slash.
bottom, turns around, puts some bombs, and even though the movement is nice, it's not enough, and she will get.
I think he gets out if he doesn't fuck up a slash.
Gonna be picked off. Here comes Vindicta, lining up a snipe, goes for the snake. Snake gets low, and there's gonna be a
Holy
pick
fuck,
too.
bro.
So 4 members of Melee
12k
Creeps
Viper.
have been picked up. Oh, a snipe! Not enough for the kill, but it was close on John.
Bounded
should be able to get the
9%
Wraith.
Maxim on that Vindicta, and he's looking so scary right now. All that snipe damage, that's on at least 700 or 800, I think, right now as it stands, and it's gonna be super hard to deal with this Vindicta.
Good pathing, but I think it still does.
By like half your HP all the time. But Sanya now gonna get answered on his
Get the
own
inflict,
here,
get the lift.
and
I
it's
think they just
not
try to get out now.
not over yet.
Stalled enough time though.
Abraham's
Well
doing
played from
the advantage.
Sonya. Stalled
Saya
enough time.
getting caught out as well here together. Gonna be able to finish that one off, but in the meantime, Taz getting the urn.
Oh, together
While
gets
this is happening, Fish
put in
gonna
place.
be on the
Nice.
road.
DMB
Together
shows
now
up.
getting traded as well. 2 for 3 and an urn.
Wow, everyone's just falling like dominoes right now. One person on one team, another on the other, two on the next.
No ult for this
fights
Yamato.
continue to
Mid boss.
unfold,
Mid boss.
And Dima finally gets picked
Fire
up on the
spawning with
Yamato,
dome.
and I
Mid boss.
think
Mid
with it all
boss.
said and done, Melee Creeps won that exchange in fights. I think it was a 3-for-4.
The waves are kind of bad, but
said and done, but they are
I think they're
still
down.
behind in souls.
Yep, mid boss time.
100K to 99K. We also have Wraith on the far right of the map right now, looking to potentially move in and work on that Guardian, but it sounds like there might be a mid-boss, so everyone's starting to rotate.
They're feeling the heat. They're down 10k. They're like, fuck it. They can melt it too. Finally, Viper has more value again.
This weekend. Let's see who's going to be able to grab
Saya's here with Dome.
tempo.
Has some interesting mid-boss fights so far, but Pulse Grenade gonna get popped early.
John
on.
dies.
Use that paradoxical swap. Dome now getting popped already by Saya.
Triple.
Scout ready. Saya, Ido.
John dies, but they have 3 rejuves. They don't have ults though. This is kind of an awkward fight.
Ido, Saya in a bit of trouble.
2 rejuves left. Only 1 rejuve left. Who dies?
Down Hoot here. But
Oh, DMB's gonna die without getting a rejuve. Oh, this is not good.
really good for them.
They still have lift and Yamato ult. They gotta get out. They gotta get out.
Abraham has been cool as a cucumber, turning around and getting a total of 5 kills. Because remember the 3 rejuvenators.
Oh, good slam.
Also popped, and
Ah,
they're
remover.
looking for a little bit more.
Fucking
Wraith
remover
are
meta.
just chewing through the health bars. Nom, nom,
They didn't have
nom.
ults, bro.
Another
Fuck.
pick. That's gonna be 4 picked off here. And
John
Abraham,
dying was really bad.
Losing the mid boss and 3 rejuvenators, turns around, wins a team fight, and now can take map control.
Abraham's
I think they're just gonna farm and grow their lead here. Actually, I don't even think they're gonna push.
look like it.
Timers aren't that long.
Every single member of
Again, that was a fucking like 17-minute mid boss.
on their own, and map is now back in Abraham's corner.
Melee Creeps in a weird position now where suddenly that lead is starting to really gap in here as Abrahams goes up 124k to 110k. And they do have some time to grab a little bit more of the jungle as well. Now, the good news here for Melee Creeps is although that boss fight did not go well for them, it is we're at an 18-minute marks in the game. So our death timers aren't as high as it would be if we lost at around 30 minutes. So they're able to get back on the field pretty quickly, but you definitely know that they are licking their wounds from that one.
Abraham's 15k up right now. Sunny Sniper gotta get dove though by Ido. Scout also one shot in this trade.
He should die. Nice.
Go down. Sanya down. Maxim gonna miss the snipe to the perfectly timed return to shadows. Well played by Ido, but he is gonna get sniped in the end.
Yeah, Shiv coming in there and helping finish the job there. So they are going to get a couple of kills.
Okay.
We do have poor Viper on HP.
Down 16k.
And the issue with Viper here is look at the souls right now.
Yeah,
is
bro.
she the lowest in the lobby right now?
Yep.
15k? When you're an assassin, in general, in
Oh, really good catch here, though.
competitive game, when you are behind in souls, generally you are hurt.
John gets him.
So I'm really kind of curious how she's going to be able to turn that around. Right now, though, Guys is looking to eat this pocket for breakfast.
Nice.
Steps
Good
up,
bomb.
drops down a nice little bomb there, and that will be a takedown on Hoot. So these kills, as they happen for Melee Creeps, whenever you're the team that's behind, you usually get a little more value, have 1-for-1 trades.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what
not getting
they're constantly looking
souls.
for by turning these
Souls are getting dropped.
them around. My question is, like, who is going to
Why is that
be
not
their
clearing
carry
red?
and who needs to keep the souls? It's looking like Warden and Geist are
Kills
those
going back
candidates.
now.
Are those the right people here to be putting the souls on?
Come back, Ern. This is a huge earn play.
Ideally, 'cause
Still have
they are
10
the
seconds
ones
on
that are
Hoot,
gonna
but
scale
and even if
their
Hoot shows up
late
late, does not have inflict. You're up one alt here.
Especially are like really, really good when they're scaled up and strong. But before that, they're some of them are a little weak. I mean, Guys is just a really strong character because she's strong in lane, strong in late game, unkillable, has a whole new health bar if you play it badly, and
Strong in fashion sense, all things you need to play Deadlock.
Exactly.
So Hoot's going side to match the Viper. He might just try to one-shot the Viper. Viper goes back to play for the Urn.
Far right is a comeback Urn for Melee Creeps. Will give them a decent amount of souls. Abrahams is fully aware of it and has stationed some members outside on the right side. Paradox trying to go for a pick on the Viper.
And they get it. Okay, huge.
And it looks like those
Back to
earnings
10K.
is going to be turned
A little
in,
bit
and the
under.
souls are going to get a little bit closer. 134K.
They might lose their left side
140K,
here.
and Viper
Nah, who
was
doesn't go
able
for
to
it?
double soak both the far left and the middle lane, grabbing 3 to 4K on her own. So she's able to start coming back as well.
DB on Saya.
Getting pushed out here, maybe by them. Melee creeps.
Good early
looking
buy
to
for it. You
defend
just want
their
to
middle
toss on
walkers.
DB or John
Scout
after the
on a
inflict
bit of
goes
a
out.
Spree here, looking to find anyone he can.
A lot of
with
stuff
that
he can
bowler
cleanse
once it
too.
is online. I think he's really trying to transition
Snare,
into playing full
lift.
bowler, just saying, you know what, I'm just gonna play like a
After
traditional
someone gets
pick
swapped, he can throw it on
I'm gonna
them.
play like a paradox or like a lash. No, all
Ooh, the
that.
Viper gets caught.
But,
309 bag.
he's also
Not the end
just
of the
gonna
world.
get met by a
This
paradox
bro's
and,
just so
lose
useless.
his life over it.
I'm hating this pick. It's fine.
Kind of looking like
It's
they're going
fine,
to
but
pick
I'm
right
hating
now
it.
with the ending. Just don't get to come back right now, as poor Viper is gonna get picked off.
Are we sure D-Muff and Scout haven't swapped the card for this game? Like, are we sure?
Well, with the Viper being down at the 5v6 for melee creeps, and they're going to have to play a little bit defensive. You can see it on the map, and Abrahams is taking full advantage of it. They step
Yep,
up to the
taking
middle of the map, they
camps.
take away all of the souls and experience available on the jungle, even grabbing the heavy camps to the far right and the far left, widening that lead to 154K to 143K. Now, as we get to the middle late game, as mentioned, a 10 to 12K difference isn't that steep of a hill. It's like a little molehill. You know, you might like, if you're not paying attention to your feet, you might trip over it, but you're not going to fall flat on your face. So very doable here for melee creeps here in game number 3, which
Best part from John I really like.
Remember, whoever pulls off this win is going to the grand finals.
And final spot on the line here for both teams. That is correct here. Abraham's looking like the prime contender to take it, but one bad step here, and it could be melee creeps right now.
John has
John, a little bit of a low
just
health
the DB
bar
thrown on him. He's
after
still
a
swap.
successful engagement, but D-Muff looking like the one who's going to end up getting traded.
Yeah,
So much
D-Muff
information
gets
having to be used and still
popped.
gonna go down
No
probably.
ult, just dies.
Aggression once again, and we've seen this a lot.
Inflict
from
comes
him
in.
today.
Ooh, really good Viper ult.
Yeah, and that's the Yamato life sometimes. He's get a little bit too far forward.
think they
and
just
it's
chased down
suddenly over
Pocket.
for you. Pocket able to escape, but he is low on HP and most likely out of the fight for now. Multiple
John
ults
just gonna do
being used
boxes, or he's gonna
from
come up
Abrahams
zip?
and crew. Melee creeps looking for a chase here to try and find it.
He's trying to get out of sight so he can get a swap off.
But Geist, who is being low here, has
Abrams
an
doesn't
ult
die.
man around the
Huge.
corner trying to
Sonya
get
goes
it.
down.
Dude,
Drops a
quick
pretty big
turnaround.
bag. 623.
He gets it. 2 kills going down here as Abrahams gets picked off. Saya will also be
Saya
picked
dies,
off.
but who the
Kelvin,
fuck
who did
cares?
not get his
Hard
ult
one that.
off, by the way.
Mid boss in 50.
Viper and crew are floating around.
I
as
think
there
they're
is
gonna
a
push
Lucio
us. Yeah.
looking for a snipe,
Teambe's
who's
hard,
gonna have to escape
hard
from
hitting.
the fight. With it all said and done, melee creeps actually walk away from that feeling really
Huge.
good and get a walker.
They're gonna quick rotate. They're gonna use these timers.
Pretty well played from melee creeps. I mean, it
Where they
was
wanna get
looking
Bison.
dicey for
What are
them
we
for
doing?
A little bit there, but they managed to play
Nah, they
stuff
wanna
out
risk it.
here.
Mid boss is up soon. If they get
Sniper
ace, they lose
very
mid boss.
difficult for Abraham.
Just call it back
Managing
up.
to recognize
Just take
that and
jungle.
get him out, as well as
Negate
pushing
the
into
soul
that
lead.
water. I mean, this is looking good for them right now, but there's still a little bit of a hill to climb. It's not that big.
Fishcake
anymore,
gets pulled
though,
up
and,
on.
Fishcake being
Gets
taken down
silenced.
is just gonna
Unlucky.
make that hill ever so slightly bigger.
Still, well said and done. And I feel like I said that all enough. I'm gonna stop saying that phrase. But with a boss potentially spawning up soon, within 8 seconds, that
Yeah, not
Abrams death
great that he dies like
is
that.
kinda
Really
rough
not.
to deal with. Abrahams maybe thinking about moving.
I think they're trying to trade back here.
But they have to deal with a paradox right now.
Paradox dies. Okay, really good trade back.
Drops a
They
bomb,
can't.
and the
The mid option isn't as good anymore. Ben's looking.
Just back and
DB
forth. The
barely
tier fire of
lives.
skill continues.
A little bit of revenge there for Scout, as Taz is the one to get the short end of the stick on that one. But
Oof,
saying
gets
that,
set, get
though,
off.
I mean, I gotta be cursed at this point. Now it's Scout getting hit by the absolute roughing up there by Abrahams, and I mean, both Taz and Scout really putting their lives on the line to get their team ahead right now. I mean,
True.
you gotta admire it.
My heart right now is just completely weeping for Scout. Just
Yeah, bro. This is
they may have been in
the same net worth as Saya.
longer in the actual game for the last 5 minutes, but that's just the life of an assassin, low on HP, and
DB still leading the lobby.
Comeback gold, you know, just getting it.
John and Sonya are tied.
There is an earn up and available here. We do see.
The scary thing this game is the Yamato's pretty well farmed.
Trying to move in and grab it.
Outside of the M1s, right? She's second highest. Outside of the M1s. Net worth wise.
Turn in for that, but for now they do have control of the objective that will result in a lot of souls for
But the fact that DMB and John are ahead is very good sign for me like Grips.
So far. I mean,
I just like, I don't know what they're gonna do with the fucking with the Viper late game, but if he hits some ults, I guess it's good enough. Alright, they're flipping. Nope, they just get roar, huge.
Ones will slow folks down. They do go in and get that boss baited, trying to make it scream here to see if there is going to be a fight around the corner. Ava Shark.
They know now, though. They know.
Anyone that might be in the area. Meanwhile, the Abrams and folks just
Oh, hits a two-man. Hits a two-man.
Jumping straight on top of the
Insta popped. Ooh, really good ult from the Viper.
Attempt to put out his affliction.
Who dies before he gets an inflect off? Oh, this is working out beautifully.
He gets picked off, and so does Vindicta.
Don't need to overcommit here either. Scout dies.
Quick pick, and they turn it into a 2-for-1 in their
They could just turn on mid boss. I don't know why we're not. I guess Yamato ult's still up. They get the Yamato ult.
Abraham's out of position right now, but looks like every time
Well, this is all they had to do. They got the Yamato ult. They don't have to overcommit for this fight. They kill Yamato. John's fucking hard chasing. Knows to back up though.
He's actually gonna get another one down here.
Huge. And they get the. They should get earn here as well.
And they even have an earn for it as
Oh,
well.
Shiv's looking now. Shiv's bloodthirsty.
Everything would be a good name for a band name, but also a great way to explain this situation. They have an urn. They have the mid boss available. You have Shiv down there just trying to get anything. As he would
That's counterspell.
one of the rejuvenators. Maybe get a pick.
Gets swept
That would
away.
be great. Does
Big.
he find a rejuvenator? No. Nope. All three.
3-0 and an earn. Huge flip from melee creeps.
Abrahams had all of their team dead, and now with an urn being turned in, the soul lead is about to explode in favor of melee creeps. They have a walker to the far left to take down. That will be the third of Abrahams that is going to be deleted, and from there can they set up a push to move forward in the middle of the map. And guess what? They have about 5 minutes to do that here. No, excuse me, 3 minutes and a half to do that while they have their 3 rejuvenators.
Ooh.
Melee creeps really needs to make the best of this, but so far doing a good job of it. Affliction now down for Food, but down for his life in
Big.
Not a very good swap there, if I may say so myself. I mean, come on, Abraham, you gotta do better for EU.
You gotta do better.
I'm trying not to get my bias in here, but I mean,
Refresher time. Yep.
Outplaying Abraham
Fresh for
right
Siam.
now. They're doing a really good job of playing to their outs.
You're welcome to have your bias, man. I'm sure there are people at home that are putting an American flag right now. Eagles be screeching. Fireworks are going off. USA chants are beginning across the 50 states. Biasedness is why we're all here, man. We're all to have fun and enjoy our video games. You know, honestly, like Hoot, I might have to appeal to a little bit. He might have to change his name to
Killing
Oot,
tempo. What's Abrams going?
these last couple of fights.
Faster for the
And I'm
Viper. I
hoping
like
when
the
he
util
falls
buy.
back here, he can get up that affliction and maybe turn these fight around. But look,
Gets
at
a
this,
lot more value out of his gun now.
to 185.
Hits the 4.8k spike with the capacitor buy.
Melee creeps are buying their items, and they're going to get ready for another
Goes
siege.
over
They
it
have
even.
2.5 minutes to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, pretty strong.
Wonder what the next tier is. I wonder if it's worth buying like a fleet or something.
Very strong right now. And they have to make
Like, is there a
more of this
8k
game.
spike
Scout
for the
finally not
bars?
as homeless
I don't
as we
actually
have
know.
seen him so far, and maybe that's the reason why they're doing well. I mean, this Viper pick, we talked about how pivotal it was gonna be for melee creeps here, and it's clearly doing its job.
Yeah, the Bola's been helpful, and then of course maybe some overextensions to try and chase her down and allow for the team to turn it around. Melee groups now moving forward. We have a 2-4 setup.
So looking, trying to get a dome
Trying to
catch.
start working on those guardians here. They still have 2 minutes with the rejuvenator. They can start playing aggressive soon.
Yep, so 3 rejuves here, right?
Finally will get picked
Only
off
up.
by Warden. There
Oh
they
my
go.
god.
Here comes
Insta pops
in the middle.
the
Calico jumps
Vin
in.
down.
Vin again though.
Vindicta looking for another one here. She's able to dash
Friend
away
goes
at the last
down,
second.
dome comes out, blocks the inflect, has refresher, clean, and the curse goes out. Super clean. Super clean from Saya there.
Their pocket down to half HP.
Patron down, they stay, they stay, they fight, they fight.
Try and find an execute, but they just can't
Second dome
quite
coming in.
find it as another member goes down, and melee creeps is starting.
Second dome.
They might be able to turn this around and get the win.
Trap
of
the Paradox,
game
GG.
here. Get the barbecue ready. Put the hamburgers on the grill. Get the cheese. America might be able to go up.
And then grand finals. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
There it is,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. Melee creeps be moving forward to the grand finals with a 2-1 victory.
All right, cue Star Wars Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan Kenobi speech. You were the chosen one, Abrahams. I mean, come on.
Great series. That's some of the best Deadlock I've watched.
They really made the best of their
Game 1 was like
there.
pure,
And
like,
Mid-boss was a really
even my
good
notes,
fight,
it was just
and,
way
it
closer.
really shows that these guys are
But
very experienced in
interesting,
micro.
interesting game 3 for sure.
And honestly, in the first 10 minutes, I think you and I both agreed that it started looking really bad for melee creeps. We're like, oh no, what's going on? And then they started changing their strategy up where they took Viper out of the middle lane, have have her go to the right, and she just did constant spam
Yeah, I
over and
wasn't
over again.
sure why
Didn't work out the first time,
Viper
but
was
the
in
third
blue to
time, it
begin
started
with.
coming
That
together, and
you
they were able
usually
to grab a
don't play
Guardian,
Viper
and
in
they started
blue.
to open the map with macro and get all the Guardians first.
You want
Like,
room to slither,
that
so
ability
and like
to be able to leave someone in the
when the
middle lane
waves
and
push
let
to you,
them
you want to
soak
be
up
able to
the
slither
experience, and then,
chase,
of course, just
then
wait
back to
for it over
their
and over
Guardian.
again and get
So
a Guardian first paid off for them
super
in
interesting.
dividends.
One more
Yeah,
series.
and, I mean,
One more series.
The outs here. You saw how strong Abrahams were getting in that
All right.
early game, especially with that.
Millie Creeps, our grand finals. Who will be playing Abrahams in lower bracket
as
final? We shall see.
The later the game goes, the Vindicta kind of falls off in the current meta. I mean, you're still gonna hit that damage, but everyone's just gonna get tankier and tankier as the game goes on. So your snipes are gonna be.
Post game Ido.
TPs, cause. Okay. So.
Gifted coming in.
Let's fucking go.
Alright. Q Star Wars Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan Kenobi speech. You were the chosen one, Abrahams. I mean, come on. Now, also here's this though, well played to melee creeps. They really made the best of their situations there. That
Holy
mid-boss was
shit,
a really
bro.
good call by them, and I mean, it clearly shows that
Dude,
these
this
guys are very
fucking
experienced in macro.
And honestly, in the first 10 minutes, I think you and I both agreed that it started looking really bad for melee creeps. We're like, oh no, what's going on? And then they started changing their strategy up where they took Viper out of the middle lane, have her go to the right, and she just did constant spam ganking over and over again.
Here's the post game. Ido's do fucking clean, bro. Probably DMB's best game in terms of just like staying ahead farm wise. He was their safety net. Look at Ido's KP, bro. 29 KP. Jesus.
Paid off for them in dividends.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, they're really
So I played good today.
outs here. You saw how strong Abrahams were getting.
Clutch domes at the end there.
Especially
Yeah,
with
that's good.
Vindicta really coming online with those snipes, but I mean, the later the game goes, the Vindicta kind of falls off in the current meta. I mean, you're still gonna hit that damage, but everyone's just gonna get tankier and tankier.
That's how I fucking do it, baby. I clutch up. I gave 317 kills, bro. Let's fucking go. Top damn on the fucking Cali, bro.
Cute Traumato.
Oh my god. Let's go. NA on top. NA on motherfucking top.
Alright guys, we got finals tomorrow. Let's you know, let's chill. No, the Millie Creeps guys are live. Come on guys, go live. Celebrate. Got a good day.
That we have from Abrahams, they could turn it around and start to come back. So great idea. I think one of the skills in competitive esports is realizing
This is incredible coffee pasta.
He's everywhere. The time for melee creeps, and they pulled it off. So kudos to them.
Yeah, I mean, impressive stuff by them. They really played to their outs. They made the
Fuck, bro.
pick actually.
Fuck, we were down like 12k at one point, bro.
Yep.
Holy shit.
But once you get later on, and
Crazy comeback. Crazy comeback.
Was it 14k?
it does so much damage.
When she's not.
Did you say game what?
Unlocks people for forever.
Oh, nice, bro.
I hate playing against
Fucking
He's
go.
everywhere.
Crazy.
So much.
Really clean.
That was what my next point was going to be, as I was wondering how many kills Calico had, because many times we would see Calico go in and somebody was deleted, right? And that was Ido.
So you should say good luck in.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
This time.
Oh, Jackson on the broad. And ZP. Boom.
That could easily be a grand finals rematch, right? I mean,
Oh, easily.
Abraham was playing so well, but I mean, Melee Creep's fighting back, and you know, even with some soul deficits here and there, still making the plays
Love that
to bring that game back.
Night shift guys are hopping on.
It was really interesting because I mean, honestly, you had the entire element here of going in that draft of Abraham's going, okay, the EU teams weren't picking Vindicta, they weren't picking Paradox, saying we can't play these heroes on ping, and they said, okay, we're just gonna send it. We think it's gonna work anyways, and I mean, it was close for quite a while, and then you know, some of the later team fights just did not exactly pan out in their favor.
Nope.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we were talking kind of like as we were waiting for this to wrap up, ZP, but, you know, from that game, as well as Abraham's performance just today, I think that it would be a fair assessment to conclude that if ping were even, Abraham's would probably be the stronger team, considering how close these games have been. Now, obviously, not to take anything away from Melee Creep's gameplay, they did win Game 3.
Man, come on, Deathy.
But, you know, considering
And I pride.
a huge ping disparity, I think it's
These
really
fucking
impressive
EU
that they're able to,
dogs.
you know, hang so close. And
Like they could come up.
Probably should have even won this game, considering the position they were in. I think that they're definitely like kicking themselves in the foot and being like, man, we kind of threw away a winning position, because they were up, I think, almost 20,000 souls at one point in the game.
Yeah, they were super far ahead. And I mean, the other thing too is I do wonder how much different it would be for something like Saint on Vindicta, where we've seen Saint just completely take over games in EU. At one point, I mean, did get pretty far ahead, and I don't know, like some of the execution towards the lighter end. I don't want to go full Metro here and be like, guys, it's just ping, it's just ping. You know, that's almost disrespectful to what we saw from the other side. It's just, again, you had a few fights I think went way against them, and whether it be ping or not, you know, their opposition is strong enough that just it wasn't something they're going to be able to come back from.
Yeah, I thought Fishcake on the Abrams was like a key part, and same for Scout on the Viper, right? Like it's they're not like gonna get the craziest stats, they're not gonna look particularly impressive in the end game screen, but I felt like they were able to find a lot of these like crucial first catch initiations.
True.
Especially sometimes like the Viper bolas, to be able to like lock people down for the Warden traps, kind of like a sick combo. It's like virtually guaranteed. Unless you have like exactly the right counter items to deal with, and it made the Gun Warden really feel effective in this game, where in some games I feel like the Gun Warden just, you can't really get on top of people, you can't really like leverage all the farm that you have depending on how the fights go. But with the help of Scout and Fishcake, I feel like they were able to make that work and bring this whole draft together around John and DMB on those like frontliner carries. So I thought this was like classic melee creeps, able to get the win here. But fair to say, yeah, like if ping were totally even, considering how close the game is, you'd gotta lean Abrams. But hey, for this tournament,
what a series!
Are showing, hey, we can win it all. But
what a series! I feel bad for Seagons and Bunny Clock that they got involved in the series, because the series is just insanely good.
We're talking about. I have every confidence that their team
like crazy good.
Down and we'll actually have another chance here.
I love the Night Shift guys gonna hop on. I know I already said it, but it's dope.
Yeah. So we've got a couple clips to look at before, and then after that, we're gonna just look at the bracket, and I've got.
Oh, he ended again to end delay, or did he just dip? He might just dipped. Yo, we got the crowd standing up right now. Hundreds of thousands of people. Okay.
Picking Vindicta, they weren't picking Paradox. Just saying.
Because they were up, I think almost 20,000 souls at one point in the game.
Yeah, they were super far ahead, and I mean, the other thing too is I do wonder how
much.
Did you
say if he ends for delay?
Like Saint on Vindicta, where we've seen Saint just completely take over games in EU.
Okay, he must be ending for delay. Anyways, I gotta check the place where I get gas. I don't know if they're open late. Because I have to go to my rec game tomorrow. Yeah, they're open late. Okay, cool. Cool. Darling, I can't see. Yeah, I'm not rewatching this. I'm going to, by the end of the day, I'll be watching like 7.5 hours of Deadlock. I don't think I need to rewatch the first game. Darling, I can't see. They wanna take my life away, many men. Bro, I gotta watch this Diddy documentary. I gotta watch this. Apparently it's like insanely good. Like some of the footage I got is like crazy. The Reckoning, Netflix documentary. How long is it? How long is The Reckoning? Oh, well, many episodes. There you go. That's a better way to put it. It's 4-part. Okay. I'll probably watch that tonight. Okay. Apparently it's really good.
Like, you know, lose like 3-4 people, but take all the rejuves down and have it be done in middle, then actually defend a push at your base with the other team having full rejuves. So this is kind of what you have to expect. Unless your advantage is overwhelming, the other team is always going to make a full run on you in the pit, because again, you'd just rather get rejuves out there. It is way safer to defend that at your walker or later game, like at your guardians.
Dude, you should be able to end delay live. I don't know why that's so hard to do. Can't you just like...
We do have another clip to look at.
I must not understand. I feel like it should be
where Abrahams was super far ahead.
We have fucking AI creating
probably
like mini movies, and we can't like end delay out a stream without ending the stream.
Like I was saying to you guys, you know, they've got
I don't understand.
Taking themselves in the foot. I think if you're Parzival.
Bro, I hate playing against Aiden. He's everywhere.
The biggest issue is freaking DB is so expensive for my life.
And you guys, well, the thing is you're literally playing Kelvin against Pocket, like the hard counter. We're playing, like, we're just think Kelvin is out strong. Like, if you're playing
against Aiden. He's everywhere.
Oh, my stomach is killing me, bro. I trolled this so hard, bro. It's a nerves.
Started being, you know, a little rougher.
Game 2?
Where Sonya, Sniper, got caught here
Bro, Idol hit the fucking cleanest kill on Vindicta. I'm not even.
You saw it at the end there?
That was fucking insane.
I got popped, bro.
That was insane.
Legit
Oh
full
my
What does he
pop.
parse? Do you think about them disbanding?
Also, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. These guys are making Wraith look really, really good.
Yep.
Wraith is good.
We're not done yet, though.
Unless you
That's why comms are.
Yeah, it was. I hope they lose. I hope they lose.
It's just because we're giving them like we're letting the Wraith like go even or head out of lane.
Oh my god.
I think.
Didn't say anything about it.
That was my dad.
Oh yeah, our comms on.
We put a little.
Yeah.
Comms on,
I
okay.
can mute.
Nah, that's fine.
Oh, we put a minus 20%.
Pop place since you want.
Yo, sub to Ido, guys. Drop a prime.
True.
Sub to Mr.
For
Ido.
that performance.
My back hurts, bro. I got fish cake in my backpack. Just
Shut up. This guy, bro.
Yeah, one step at a time. We're going. You're coming with me. No man left behind.
Didn't say anything about it.
This is fucked up.
It's kind of fucking patriotic. I can't even lie.
Is like from the perspective is not good Deadlock, but they punish the Wraith. They like catch her. Maybe she's overconfident based on the wave.
Like, what happened, bro?
Fuck is a kilometer.
What the actual fuck is a kilometer?
Now we're putting them on West Coast tomorrow. We're putting them on West Coast.
Yeah.
I can't find anything about it. Is it on the official Deadlock Discord? Or Reddit? Fuck Reddit.
Also, in terms of trades, like you think about what they gave away there, like you're out
This
of
middle leader.
And he's gonna pop up in the finals
They're
right now.
not playing lower bracket, right?
Yeah, the lower bracket's being streamed right now.
Oh,
really?
What the fuck?
I mean, like right after this, right?
They had to wait that long.
Yeah, like about to start like Big White Cock and
Big White Cock versus.
Whoa! Whoa! It's Bunny with the clock. Whoa!
Super late for them, though.
It's literally like
For EU, yeah.
4 a.m.
But yeah, Abrahams are done. Abrahams are done for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 a.m. and
So it's the BO3 finals of losers and then finals BO5.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No one said anything about it. Like, why did they?
I believe in BWC.
I want to know, man. I want to know why they didn't fucking play it.
Tried it, bro.
They were a good team.
He tried it.
He tried his best. He really went for the kind of Hail Mary.
He's like, no one's meleeing first anymore.
Perhaps if they didn't get a rejuve seal, that the game was over. That's really the only explanation.
You go back and VOD, Mike.
Like a 0
I need to take a break.
chance of success against players of that caliber.
I got my
All I'm
fucking
saying
lasagna ready, bro. I'm about to grub.
This YouTube video is about to go hard.
This YouTube video is about to actually pop off. NA versus EU, like crazy, like la la la.
La la la.
Good comps.
Champion of the world.
Wait, isn't this
Melee
BWC
Creep
versus
champions of the world, but not yet though. Not yet.
Not yet.
Off stream.
Not yet.
So on the bracket, we are left with one series today, and then the last two series.
There you go, chat. There's a bracket right there.
For the people that weren't aware, so grand finals will be Melee Creeps versus we don't know.
Wow, it's so annoying.
But today we've got Bunny with Clock against Sneaky Golem in the.
Because weren't they going to be a high seed too? Like this last game today. Look at this though.
Whoever wins this game, I'm DMing their whole team. Make America proud.
I'm glad you didn't say the other one, John. I'm just glad you didn't say it. Thank God, thank God. You know, make America proud.
So they would have
Yes, sir.
been
Yes,
the
sir.
8 seed?
Like that.
We're in a.
No, they won against Cheesy Bread. They would have been the 7 seed.
Where's the fucking
Wait,
better
so
call?
we don't have a warm up, bro? Oh, it's wraps. Oh, it's wraps.
No, we have to work. Can we get a scrim tomorrow?
Ooh,
We have 5 games.
It's the loser of these guys, probably.
We do have 5 games.
Okay, we gotta warm up with pubs, I guess.
The loser of these guys, no?
Just get a scrim.
Yeah, I'm down if they
Bro,
want to.
fucking whoever loses here will scrim you, bro. Like, come on.
Wait, who won? BWC
Leviathan
or
will scrim you.
Sneaky?
Like, come on.
They're playing right now.
They're playing.
Oh, right,
I feel
that's the
so
game right
bad,
now.
bro. They actually had to win. They actually had to wait for all this time.
Yeah, it's kind
I don't
of.
feel bad. What? Hell no.
Waiting is-
They just got,
waiting is-
bro. They just got infinite.
So they would have been
info
the 8
off of those
seed.
game threes.
So they didn't want to get pub
Bro,
stomped.
like
Like,
Calico's not making.
if there's no reason, I feel like they just didn't want to get pub stomped by.
Do you think people like respond that fast?
Yeah, okay, so I'm not gonna cap. But there was a lower bracket, so I feel like there has to be a reason.
This is literally like
Cringe.
we
Cringe.
all live and
It's fine.
breathe this fucking game.
whatever.
Bro. They will pick up things in a day.
I mean, if they
Alright, here we go.
Falco, we still have Drifter and Infernus, though.
They won't.
I don't want to hear them talk.
This is like
I
a
want to
new
break down
level of
draft.
nerfs
Okay.
coming in. I also think they've had
Bunny with the Clock has been
exposure between these two
stomping
teams that
Sneaky
some of the
Golems
strategy
recently.
here, I think Sneaky Golem should know
So this will
some
be a
pain
super
points.
interesting series to
Right,
watch.
Number one is that we'll see what they go with here. Okay,
Billy
they go first
man.
ban Billy, they have first pick in general. I think you don't let Pashy get the Geist. They've had so many
Yep.
bad experiences letting Pashy get Geist
Yep,
that
yep.
I think you hard cryo that here and you start your draft
Bunny
on that.
bans the
force them to get
Geist.
Mirage in the next set of picks.
So Sneaky Golems get the first pick.
Take away some things that Bunny with Clock likes to play with.
I wonder if they'll first pick Mirage.
Let me pick your brain a little bit, Jake, for 1 second here, which is, so we had a little bit of additional information. Obviously, you've played competitive games for a long time. You know, you were a pro before, and you know, previously, earlier, I had to deal with a situation where Sneaky Golem told us they would prefer to play tomorrow because they were drained and it had been a long day. Now, how does that information make you feel about this potential matchup here?
I mean, not great, to be honest, for Sneaky Golem, but honestly, Bunny with Clock have also been playing a long day, right? So, I mean, it's like...
That's true.
I feel like that's one of those things, you know, you don't really... You can't always get what
Welcome to being a pro player. No one gives a fuck about what you think. Welcome to being a pro.
Could have known it beforehand if they wanted
Welcome to being a pro.
Could have anticipated a long day, and I think that's in tournament
No one
play,
cares what you
that's
think.
kind of like part of your skill as a team is your ability to endure a long, not just play one series out, but right, to be able to play back-to-back games, to be able to win a match, you know, have a tough lower round match, and then go to the grand final and still compete and still, you know, show your best self. So I think that's.
Yeah, this is like the oldest Billy icon I've ever seen.
Also, a lot of experienced competitive
Never know.
players on Sneaky Golem,
Okay, let's
so
go.
I won't write them off, but I do think they're going to be the.
How is that a command? Deathy's got the funniest commands,
Well,
bro.
ZP, we've got Mirage, Abrams, Shiv. Any surprises so far?
No surprises, but I think taking the Shiv is smart because you stop and think about it. Like Bunny with Clock, they've liked as far as hero pools go. In an ideal world, they run like Pashy Geist and then they run Arctic on Mirage. But you know, in this instance here, or if they have Shiv, they
Great
can run
second
Arctic
pick.
Shiv and then
Dude, the
Pashy
Wraith
on
Pyro has just been
Like, those are
all
their two
over the
combinations.
fucking place
Arctic
today.
has to go a little bit
EU
further
doesn't give a
up the
fuck about this
swimming pool
character,
here.
but they'll pick it later in the
if you end
draft
up
and
doing
still think it's
Mirage
good.
to Pashy or
It's
Pashy
getting
to
fucking
something like Warden.
2-3'd
In terms of the opening picks,
by
I think this
Sneaky
is pretty good.
Golems. Like,
I also think from how Sneaky Golem
I
has
don't know.
looked today, when
I
they've done
don't know.
well, they've done really well when they've prioritized the Lash. Like League on Lash has been really good.
Sure.
So for Bunny with Clock, in terms of the bans coming in,
and
on
then the
other
pocket.
side,
Pocket
I
Prow
would like to see
climbing
them
all
ban
day.
Lash. Like, it may
I
seem
think this
like
pocket
an
hero is just
overban,
kind of broken,
but
no?
League is probably going to play for Sneaky Golem.
You didn't have to go the fucking burst build that Idle goes. You just go alt build. Just fucking do
Yeah, one thing that's interesting on the side
35 to
of Sneaky Golem
40k
is
damage.
they
It's
kind of
just
had lots of
free.
Mania in the last 24, 48 hours. In fact, they actually asked me if they could rebrand their team before the tournament. I said, look, I mean, we've already got the name and the logo, so we're gonna stick with this one. But they don't really view themselves as the same team anymore. So they don't even view themselves. They don't associate with Sneaky Golem anymore. They don't have Xeno anymore. They don't have Rocker. You know, there was like Goober that was like a last week change or something, and then League's back in, but League was the carry, but now Rokane's playing carry. So like, it's got to be quite a confusing time, and they probably had like less than 24 to 48 hours to prep with this roster. So all these like hero things that you mentioned, I think getting comfort right now is really important. And Lord has been playing pocket almost all day, so I do like the pocket pick, and it's good against Abrams, it's good against Kelvin, so I feel good about that.
Yeah, there he is, Mr. Yep Noodles.
I do like the Kelvin, nonetheless, for Bunny with Clock. I feel like this gives them like a really sick position on the rejuve right now. Sneaky Golem essentially have nothing for the rejuve, really.
Kelvin comes in, deny the shift Kelvin.
I mean, obviously you can
super standard draft so far. Super standard.
Banning the Victor, I think, further doubles down on.
Again, my whole opinion about how the standard drafts are going is you people might want to rethink the Abrams Prow.
Grabbing a page here might be nice, just to have something from mid boss, maybe the Yamato, just to have some tools that like let you outlast. But
like, what if you
honestly with Kelvin Dome
went Mirage Wraith? Is that like insane? I feel like Mirage Wraith is not that insane, but that's just me.
Frontline now with like Warden, Geist, Billy all out of the game. I kind of could see, you know, the Yamato Shiv type of a front line really looking effective.
It really is just
maybe it's just hard to stop
the
them.
two bruisers to get banned, so each team just wants one of them. One of the good bruisers.
I look at this.
I understand the reasoning. I just, I don't know. I'm constantly underwhelmed by this Abrams character.
You think about Pashy's top 3 heroes in recent time, right? Pashy has been playing a lot of Geist, a lot of Warden, and then Mirage.
Mina comes in for Aiden.
All those are off the table now, and also Pashy, when it comes down to it, can also play a pocket. Pocket is
Now,
also
what
off
are
the
they
table.
gonna go?
So either you're putting Arctic or Pashy in like a
Warden ban on the Pashy, Victor ban.
Draft in theory.
I don't fully understand banning the Victor when you pick the Kelvin, but that's just me.
Whether it be a page for support, like you're mentioning.
Because then you're kind of like denying some of your own pro. Maybe they don't have a Victor player, but are they going to pick Victor on this side?
I think Viscous could be really solid here.
Don't really think so. I agree with Jake. I think Viscous is really good.
I like the Viscous Shiv a lot. I think it's like a really nice.
I think Viscous and Mina's low-key underrated. Being able to cube someone when they're getting Nox Shred.
Doorman, which also I think offers a lot of that like early
Doorman.
potential. And actually, now that I think about it, the doorman's so crucial here. You need to have the doorman so that you don't just give like the impossible urns to Kelvin, right? So like doorman.
You want to match some objective control?
It's absolutely heinous on the urns. It's like free urn. There's like nothing you can really do about it. So
Flash comes in too.
Maybe comfortable, but a little surprising, right? Like Kelvin historically was like a good hero against Lash. Just
So not what we usually see from Sticky Golems, right? They've been big fans of the Deathball comp. So they're going potentially no pick.
I think the Kelvin matchup has kind of been.
And then Shiv. They should probably go Yamato last here if it doesn't get picked. Or a pick character. I would prefer Yamato though.
Counter to Lash because you dome the ults, but it's like Lash is a lot more than his ult, and at a high level of play, all you need is for one good Lash ult to like kind of swing the tides, right? You don't need to.
Paradox comes in for Bunny with Clock.
One good one for the whole game. That's basically good enough, and
Kelvin
all the other
clipping
Lash ults
Lash's
can be
wings.
Lash ults and you'll be all right.
Peak
Now,
chat
luckily Jason's
message.
not here, otherwise, this discussion would be going differently.
I thought Lustig was playing today. I guess not.
Ivy's a crazy thing.
Interesting.
No, I feel like Ivy.
That's for Pashi probably.
Yeah, Pashi Ivy.
The depths of Pashi's pool, like we are actually at the very bottom of the pool. Pashi's like, come out, Stone Gargoyle, save me. But which also means Arctic is probably on the Mirage. But this feels like
100%.
a win to me for Sneaky Golem. Like Sneaky Golem by banning the Warden, this is I think what they were angling.
Honestly, I don't hate it because there's capacitor value this game. So I think Ivy's actually pretty good with the capacitor value. Lash, Pocket, Wraith, Shiv. It's a pretty good pick. I'm not even gonna lie.
High tempo characters. The Wraith, I think I actually see Wraith as relatively high tempo right now in terms of like the carry role. Since if the rest of your team are snowballing, you kind of just keep showing up and kicking people with your ult in between. You know, farming the jungle and then adding the page. Like only.
What the fuck is this? Dangerous Deathy. Lash Warrior. Cement Slam Attack. Never hide fear. Crap with strength and body. Wise man by slow down magic.
I kind of like this draft from them.
Deathy's like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a
Page falls to 6 pick again. I don't think Page is giga with this comp, but it's just a really good sport to pick last.
Fire rate on the Page shield like synergizes with.
So no pick for Sneaky Golems, no frontline. This is not typically you do again. You have the Doorman as semi-pick. You have Lash, Wraith as like ultimate pick, but not a traditional pick hero. And then Page.
On top of that, you got a Page shield and then a Divine Barrier.
Are you a gamer?
I do think Page is pretty good with dive champs as well, though. It's just not as good as like with frontliners, but has some value. All in all, I definitely like Bunny with Clock's draft more though. Even though like they're hyped on the Ivy because the Ivy's again all the M1s are banned, right? Warden's banned, Wraith is picked, Arc is gonna play Mirage. So you're kind of on that last tier of M1s, but I like it.
I'm looking at here for Bunny with Clock. I definitely think they're in a really, really tough spot. I think their main win condition here is that Aiden has to have an incredibly good lane as Mina. Like if you power
I don't know.
Control
I think they have good lanes too. They can do Mirage Paradox on blue or Mirage Mina.
Conditions in this game, I feel like Sneaky Golem is like.
The only thing is like, what do you pair the Ivy with? That's the one question mark.
Plays a Doorman in terms of Urn. That's right up there with Kelvin.
Honestly, I would pair the Mirage with the Ivy just so you can get it through lane, even though it's like a weird pairing because they both want to be power farming at some point. But
anyone playing Kelvin, like you don't.
I personally like it.
Just for Urn, you'll use it if you need to.
Ivy might be the worst laner in the game now. So outside of maybe Drifter now post nerf, but even Drifter like you can find weird angles, and you can find like hitting your slash, your one on people. There's still like ways to engage yourself. You're good with K-Dash.
Right, so
Ivy can't build K-Dash really. You can, but like you don't really want to.
Potentially winning at least based on draft. Jake, who do you have winning?
Stupid EU treason. 1776. Nah, it's like Sneaky Golems. Chatting it up, the classic. Page Shiv makes a lot of sense. So they do Kite, Ivy, Kelvin on blue into Doorman Pocket. That is called a suffering lane. They're going to suffer. We'll see what happens.
Anyhow, we're going to hand it off to the casters. Tempo and Trixler, please take it away. Thank you.
And welcome to our final match of the night. Before we do get into it, I want to thank you all who've been hanging out and chilling with us all day. It's been over 6.5 hours of just pure Deadlock content. So if you're in the chat, appreciate every single one of you. And then, of course, if you could do me a favor, drop some hearts for our production team that has been here the entire day getting this show going. All right, guys, I'm Trixler, and I'm here with Tempo. We got Sneaky Golem
Death Slam
with Clock playing. You were talking about this match, dude. You were excited. Give me some details about it.
I mean, this is basically an every matchup at this point when you're looking at the night shift broadcast. But I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see these guys play in a best of 3.
I like that. I like that they're very intertwined though. Death Slam events and Night Shift. I think it's just better. It's good for everybody, right? I think beefing over early viewers and when the community is so small, it's just weird, man. It's just a weird thing to do. I like that we're incorporating each other and each other's content.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to watch how it unfolds, and as mentioned by Deathy, there was a big change up on the roster, and of course yourself as well, so obviously it comes down to like growing pains, right? You got to figure out how your team works together, things like that. Sounds like there's been some like changes in terms of who's playing
Rocane is 1 HP, by the way.
And that kind of stuff can be a little confusing and trying to hard to iron out, so we get to actually watch it unfold live in front of us, so we will see how that is going to be popping off. But then of course we got another doorman available to us. This doorman seems to be
Dude, Lord and M is trying to beat the fucking
How do you think he's going to
Lord Morinco allegations. Playing pocket today.
I mean, it's gonna be exciting to see
Stupid
how
little
this
Yoshi
doorman plays out. I mean, so far tonight, I mean, we've definitely seen some of the best doormans in the world play. Especially, I mean, that last series we did with Melee Creeps and Abraham's task in that match. I mean, we all saw the clip. I think that was an exciting one. Let's see if Serpsy can match that energy need though. Very good support player overall in the North American region, at least known to be. And we'll see how ends up going here. So far though, in the lanes here, Paige, I believe paired up with a Shiv is a pretty standard matchup, but Paradox Mirage in the side lane is interesting to me at least.
Sounds like it would have a lot more wave clear, which would be helpful for the Mirage. He's trying to get to a few items, and so we'll see how that goes. Actually, it looks like Kelvin and the Paradox are actually potentially setting up for a couple of their passives here as they're running over and grabbing those boxes in the middle, and I want to see if they're going to catch that Shiv, because actually Shiv is about to walk by Paradox. Actually, Observer, can we actually go see the Paradox and Shiv, see if they get into a fight? Ooh, looks like there's a living engage on top of the rooftop.
Hurricane ends up
Nothing
living.
Too crazy happening.
Well done.
We will be having our buffs come up soon, but I gotta say, hang on here, Doorman trying to escape.
Doorman.
Abrams won the chase, has no 2, and he gets out
no
of there.
bullets.
A little bit of a goose chase here. I mean, we've seen Tanner lane.
Yeah, there's been all these like weird fucking level 1 chases, bro. Like, Slam's coming up though. Slam's coming up. Slam's coming up. Meet early game.
But maybe that's about to change here. Getting the first blood early on, actually, and queuing up that high velocity round.
Such weird early games right now, bro. Lane is so weird right now in this game.
I saw him do it in the other game as well, at least, and I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Tanner is fascinating to me because, again, I'm still new to the Deadlock scene, but I saw a couple matches this morning when I saw him playing on a few of his engagements. And you know how like there's different types of martial arts? You know, you have like karate where you're like trying to be controlled. You have jiu-jitsu where you're trying to use the body mass against the other opponent and you're trying to like, you know, use that against them with their momentum. I feel like Tanner is a headbutter. Like that's how he fights, dude. Like he just takes his head and slams it into your head and he's like, my skull's thicker than yours, bro. Is that like an apt description of him? Like is he just like highly aggressive? Like what is this playstyle that he provides to his team?
I mean, from what we've seen so far today, certainly so, but
yeah.
I mean,
yoinks the bomb? Just doesn't want to use it on wave or anything?
Okay. Just did there, using the Ivy ultimate to delay the wave, I think.
Yeah, it did. I think it dropped early? Yeah, it must have, yeah. Okay, I thought he just whiffed. He actually used it to drop the wave.
Macro players, man. Dude, support players, they got some crazy stuff cooking, you know? They'll be like,
so again, Gibbs just perma-moving, letting Pashi just funnel in the waves.
Right now, looking for a kill on the lash. He gets low on HP.
Dude, Tanner's just like born for this Abrams character, man. It's kind of insane.
Is healing up though, thanks to his passive as he continue to do well on that far left lane. Wraith and Lash though should be able to clear this up and not take too much Guardian pressure. We do have buff spawning in about 15 seconds, so I'm looking at the minimap to see who's gonna make a play. Yep, Kelvin already on the far right. And it looks like with Tanner pushing up on
is Tanner actually building high velocity?
And grab his own.
What is it? Wait, why?
Yeah, I mean, Tanner looking to position on this buff here. Gonna take the pocket away here. Lord and them having to pop that affliction early on for this buff.
I think Abrams is dead, no?
Buff, I think gun buff gonna go to Abrams. Whoa. Never mind. It's gonna be taken by the Mina instead, but Abrams is gonna go down here. Tanner over aggressive once more. Perhaps head a bit too hard into the walls there.
And then League
as well. Dude,
League gets traded onto the Mina.
Just got the gun buff as well, and I don't know if League's gonna be able to get out of this.
I was actually wondering if he was just straight up steal that.
Jane
buff,
is
but
huge.
There goes Amina coming
4K.
in and getting the pick at the last second. Tanner decides
Bashi
to
on
pass
6,
the buff
leading
and
the
start
lobby as
running
always.
down his opponent.
Bashi
Instead,
actually
to be
too
fair, he was
efficient.
afflicted and going down to 1 HP, so perhaps he's like, maybe I can get a trade here as people are
Okay, wait,
rotating in.
why would Abrams build high
But
velocity?
a full scuffle in the
Oh,
middle
for
of the
express
map there
shot. I was like,
resulted in
what
a
the
couple of
fuck?
picks so far.
I forgot I
Now,
built
we
it to
haven't
express
seen
shot.
too much Mina, you and I, as we watched one best of 3 series and no Mina showed up. What do you think about
That's a
Mina
dead
being
pocket.
mixed into these compositions, and what is her appeal
Okay,
on
Pashi
that
is
far left
giga.
of Abrams?
It makes a lot of sense here for Bunny with Clock. They have Aiden, who is quite a bit known as a
6-minute Guardian incoming.
He has a very limited hero pool, but the heroes he does play, he actually plays really well. Especially his Vindicta and Mina have been like key standouts for him so far. But I mean, Mina is a very strong character here.
I wonder if Aiden should learn to play just pick haze.
One-shot ability, and that
Because his haze is good, but he only plays a gun? I wonder if he could learn to just play it a different way. Oh my god, Pashi is fucking owning.
On Doorman. Doorman gets low, but able to continue that fight. Ivy trying to escape here, low on HP, 180, and able to pop that healing right at the last second to sustain away from the fight with the help.
Pashi is gonna be Thanos, by the way. I don't know how this lane went so well for them. I do not understand. I guess they just gave wave, so he just got to clear wave with Kutsu at tower. I thought they would get more damage down then,
which
but
is going to be great for Kelvin and Ivy in particular, who have
I don't know.
pseudo globals available to them. You know, with the ability to ice skate, of course, by Kelvin, and then of course Ivy, who can fly around.
Very interesting.
yeah, they could actually be sideline kings this game. They also have Mirage TP. They have a lot of global abilities. Brokane dies. Sneaky Golems are kind of getting shit on. They're down 5k.
Go very early on out and roaming, and
I thought Pashi crashed.
I mean, no
We're
one's
good.
staying in the lane that they were starting in, and it's looking very interesting.
Here comes the
I
flight.
mean, the double
Keeping the tempo up.
of Pashi Pop and Arctic are definitely a factor of it, and we're gonna see the Ivy go in here, maybe to help the Mirage.
Oh, gets him. I don't think it ends in anything though. Never mind, he was scarab to the fucking 9s. The tempo from Pashi is just unmatched right now.
This play from Pashi as he swings the middle lane all the way to the far right.
It's one of the better games I've seen Pashi play. He is just in full control. 10k at just under 8 minutes.
Really strong start here by Bunny with Clock. Tanner in a bit of trouble though. Needs to be
Will he take the K people?
Not
Not.
on this pocket. Pretty well played early game from him so far, but they're just getting completely outclassed by Pashi Pop on this Ivy. Clearly a bit of a comfort pick for him. 10k already on the board.
It's a Mirage character, bro.
Anyone on
It's fucking Mirage character, man.
Yeah, he seems pretty confident on that. Now, there is good news for Sneaky Golem. Of course, you have the Doorman available too, so you can get that ultimate, put people into the hotel, and then, of course, you have your Lash playthrough. Now, it's talked about by the analysts a little bit how Lash is trying to find those 1 or 2 ultimates throughout the entire game to definitely turn the swing of things. In terms of actual farming too, Pocket's got up to about 7.5k, so
Pashi gets another kill.
Ivy here, who is killing it right now. He is, of course, getting built up for that mid-game. 8 minutes and ticking. Sinners are up and available, so you're going to see a few more rotations already. In fact, if you look on the far left, you see Mina trying to hold
I was focused on the capacity value, but the golem value this game too, bro. Holy fuck. Ivy was just the pick this game, by the way. And now that it's this ahead, it's like, what do you do?
So at least, I mean, Aiden gonna get pressure.
Golem for inflict, lash alt, page alt,
Trying to match this, but Tanner using his headbutting strategy here to
Wraith
go in.
lift.
Gonna get hit by the Wraith ultimate though, and not gonna do
I don't know
much,
if
but
the
Lash
timing works for Shiv ult. I'm assuming it would. Dude, Sneak Golems is getting fucking rolled.
Wet Noodle down, and Abrams was hoping for more kind of doing a Superman pose in the middle of the map. Was hoping to maybe land on top of somebody. But here is, I guess, the trade that we look at there. A Lash for a full Guardian. And that feels pretty good. If I'm Lash, I
Pretty
think that's good.
good.
Bunny McClock are able to
Big buys coming in for Bunny with the clock here too. A lot of money on their guys.
and they are ahead in souls 51 to 42k. So they're probably feeling pretty good about that entire exchange as they are able to continue to rotate around the map. And really, that's being bolstered out here by Ivy in the middle lane and then Kelvin always just watching the other lane. Like the macro right now from Bunny McClock is pretty darn solid.
Yeah, I mean, 9k up right now, Bunny with Clock. 9k this early is actually pretty big power swing, and Bunny with Clock are able to play the map exactly how they want. I mean, do you see how you can see how slowly they're playing these buffs, knowing that Sneak Golem are not going to contest them, but looks like they're actually trying to do something anyways. AVG gonna go in onto Tanner here, gonna try to headbutt him away though. Looks like he's gonna be able to survive, unless these knives from the ship can kill him. It's looking very close. I think he survives.
Ooh, 25 HP, and he's feeling fine, man. That's 24 more than you need. Kelvin comes over here and grabs the ship afterwards, and we'll say, hey, man, you
Okay, finally a trade kill. Or gets away with the comeback earn.
There. We literally had 4 people standing on buff, and
no, what are we gonna do here to contest this? Pashy shoving.
That's usually a good
they have 3 this side. Do they go for Walker? Bro, it's only 11 minutes. I don't know if you want to push a Walker right now.
Now, with it all being said,
but if it's just Doorman,
a massive push on the far left as the Walker's getting picked up. Sneaky Golem's in such a weird position.
Pashy may be able to get a couple of the balls here. No.
Yeah, but Pashy Pop going for the old gun Ivy meta of just rushing that Siphon Bullets, already having it at 15k. Does he know something that we don't?
I mean,
he probably knows more than I do, I'll be honest. I'm not.
There's just so much burst, right? Like, being tankier this game is pretty good for him.
But, you know, if I were to get into, like, a game
there's a lot of burst, right?
Deadlock, he probably beats me.
Yeah, and it's an interesting buy, though, because that Siphon Bullets has that stacking element to it, right? So you're just gonna get a bunch of max HP if you can keep this pressure up.
Yeah, being tanky is pretty good. Pretty good this game.
You are giving up a little bit of your damage.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that, see if that sustain is enough to continue moving forward. I mean, there's also a discussion of just, like, pure, like, you know, strategy. If you're ever in a position where you're ahead in most MOBAs or any games, and you have a spot where you can sustain, you can force your opponent to buy defensive things that, like, reduce healing, technically you're going to be ahead on the damage in the long run. The question is whether or not you can keep that going. So we'll see how that unfolds. As we look at the middle of the map, though, you can
actually 17k, bro.
Down, completely here for the
someone stop this man.
To a point where they feel
now I'm
forced
fucking.
And almost
it's not even blowing hotter. Now I'm too hot, bro.
Feel like if you look at the minimap and how they're moving slowly with each other.
This fucking Pashy guy, a little too good at the game. Little too good at the game, bro.
Whatever they want.
Yeah, and this is kind of the
lead's not ballooning is the one thing.
In the early game.
They're still only up like 7-8k.
Have managed to claw back a little bit of that.
Yeah, the comeback room was pretty huge for them. I thought they were gonna try to like go for something on the opposite side of the map, but they kind of just gave the arm for no reason.
You are going the opposite direction.
It's fine.
Find out where that ID is and make it
it's
play
fine.
On the other side, or put like 4 members on them. Those are your 2 options.
When I was watching this match earlier, I think Deathy was talking about a player that's very efficient at farming and knowing what to do when it comes to like getting ahead and experience. But was that Pashy? Was that what he was talking about?
Maybe. I mean, Pashy is a very proficient M1 player at this point, having played a lot of these carry roles throughout his career in Deadlock so far.
I need to watch this guy play the game and learn from him. Abrams currently going for a dive here underneath the Walker, gets hit with another form of CC, able to get out of the Wraith ultimate, lashes above him and ready to go for a combo if need be, but last
Wraith?
And Tanner says it's
you're only at 13k, Wraith.
Head is ready for
this
scarred up. Pouncing on the opponent, decides against fully chasing as the Wraith card is going to get them out, but he has another
really good weight management here, though.
That's going to be the Walker that's already been prepped by his teammate.
And then they get damage down on the mid, and then Pashy's matching the pocket.
Arctic gonna have to use his
wasn't able to get the yank.
On the pocket, but looks like Lloyd M is gonna be able to get
I don't think he is gonna get out.
Unless Pashy Pop has something to say about it, chasing him down all the way. Looks like he might be able to get it. Is he gonna get the kill? Looking close though.
Running out of stamina here.
Ooh, baited the fuck out of him.
Comes around. Great coordination.
Yeah, I don't think he was getting out there. I felt to be 21k for Pashy, bro. This guy is just different.
At the same time, Doorman was on his way to try and
bro's just different.
Too late. The
suppressor and heal bane for the page. Really smart buys this game.
Pop disengages and gets out.
Yeah, and I mean, Arctic very strong right now, but has like a K on him right now from the ship. Serpsy in here as well.
K goes out.
Arctic from surviving, but look at those
Ooh, gets belled. Big bag for the Shiv. Actually, might have just looked bigger because of the camera angle. Pashy really needs to not die though.
Wow, what a cool escape. I am stealing that. That's going in my notebook and in my gameplay in the future. The Doorman able to retreat from that fight. Good
movement by
for Sneaky Golem and Bunny.
Serbsy there.
But what I'm mostly worried about is look at the minimap on the far right. On the left lane, there are literally minions, uncontested, just moving straight into this walker, and that walker going down could be a great way for Sneaky Golem to really close the gap on the macro that Bunny with Clock has been utilizing. In fact, if you look at the souls, we're getting really close. 89k to 84k.
True.
That Wraith, that Shiv, that Pocket, starting to become a threat.
Looking pretty scary right now. 22k still on Punch Pop. Arctic climbing up there though. Rocane trying to match as well. So the game is definitely not over by Sneaky Golem. But look at Cool Cheese right now, taking all the attention right now away from this fight with that, what's it called? The Carbine.
Kinetic Carbine, able to get the snipe there, get some decent damage on him, slow him down, but however, he took a beating, dropping down to 66, 34, 1 HP. Looks like the Affliction is not going to be able to find that kill on him.
Not going to be able to find it.
Away, and he was able to actually grab the urn as well. So Cool Cheese got in a bit of a warm cheese situation for there, but able to get the urn to his teammate, and Tanner is going to be running to the other side. But I do hear an uh-oh, it looks like we did just lose a Pocket. What happened there?
Many men.
Lord and M just found himself in yet another sticky situation, it would seem. I mean, he's getting outplayed a lot right now. I mean, the whole map basically is just in Bunny with Clock's favor right now. Tanner taking the urn as well, as Bunny with Clock are looking for this urn play perhaps, but there's a lot of members of Sneaky Golem here. They have to be careful.
I see Tanner here. I'm just staring at the minimap. Like, Tanner is just one of those players that, like, has gravity about him, man. He has aura.
Ooh, gets a slam down on Cool Cheese.
Flash taking a decent peck, as well as Wraith floating around here. They're starting to set up a big con.
Ooh, it got punched. Doesn't deliver.
Area. But meanwhile, in the back line, Shiv is actually going for the walker on the opposite side of the map, and so Ivy has to deal with that.
Good break to heal.
He comes over and drops up a slash to heal up for a bit. Big Lash combo.
But he gets stuck in the dome.
There's going to be a Kelvin ult, though, to lock him down, and poor Lash is now under the ground, at least 6 feet.
Now look, this is
Should
why,
be dead doorman.
Why Kelvin is so strong into the lash. Either you make him, either you slam a bunch of people in and you get that dome off before he can slam down with his ground slam, or you just stop people from getting dragged up altogether. I mean, such a strong pick into it. Lord and M gonna get taken down as well now. Punch up 28k, and I would assume he has a bunch of stacks in that Siphon Bullets as they're looking to get this mid boss basically uncontested.
Pashy Pop looks locked in, dude.
They're up 20k. It's 17 minutes.
On top of the boss entrance, so they could all get down here in time. All 6 turnarounds.
They just can't fight this, bro. They just cannot fight this. If they come in, Pashy just murders them all.
Like any of them is gonna take the
just gets a free hit.
This is where it can be really, really terrifying if you're the yellow team. Blue team's grabbing all the rejuvenators, and so you got to make a play. They move across the map and grab the walker in the middle, and the walker.
So they are going to trade 2 walkers for this, so Loki might not be worth.
2 walkers for a mid boss is an interesting one. I think that was a really good response by Sneaky Golem to get 2.
Do they catch the Wraith?
Looking like he might be caught out.
I think Pashy kills him.
Ready for it, and yeah, I think he's
ooh, capacitor value. What did I say? Capacitor value. No card for you, young man.
That's a moment where you yell my life for ire, and you just let it happen.
So Siphon into capacitor. I would say that's probably the best 6 this game. The Siphon's more debatable, but at the same time, it's just like the only way he dies is getting bursted, right? Like he gets slammed by League, he gets lifted and then killed. Gets afflicted.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I kind of like the Siphon buy, bro. I think it's pretty good.
Maybe maximize their farm before they're going for a big push, and there is only really 1 walker and 1 objective to go for here, so it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Pashy clears another tier 3.
Right, getting that farm lead before they do anything crazy.
You get some camps.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kelvin and Mirage and Mina. They're here on the
DB
far
for
right.
Dibs.
They were looking for
Ricochet on Arctic now.
But no one really overextended from Sneaky Golem to look for a pick. Looks like Sneaky Golem wanted to get all 6 people up. And then
so they want to farm their side map before they start to try to do some of the rejuve. They're probably just going to send it on this walker.
Map blue. Sinners should have popped a little bit earlier. There we go. They just popped now. So they're going to grab their Sinners, grab those buffs, and then there is going to be a buff in about 50 seconds. And I wonder if after they grab these buffs at spawn,
Pashy playing forward with his ults. Makes a lot of sense. 606.
But at some point, you got to pull the trigger.
22-6 on kills, by the way. Holy
Yeah, and
shit.
they are looking to pull the trigger right now. I mean, they're
Sticky Golem's getting
they're
rolled.
grouping in ways that they're just like clearing out their whole jungle right now, and I expect that in about 30 seconds to a minute, they're gonna group up on one lane and just initiate.
The timings might be weird here with the rejuve, though. They only got a minute 50 left now.
This rejuve's gonna be for nothing.
And then the wave on the right side's not going to be set for a second, so...
You always have to be careful of the Hail
Stealing jungle with rejuve is always fine, though, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, there could be 3 to 4 people.
It's not like the most optimal thing you can do, but it's always like a good option. And then, see, now they're going to lose a rejuve. Does Aiden live? Gets to the TP. Ivy coming in. Gibbs also does. Inflect on Kelvin. Oh, great dome. Oh, they're all stuck. Oh my god, that's a godlike dome. Holy, the godlike dome, and then he beats. Oh, that was a really good dome.
That was looking so good for them.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a really weird area to be put into. Kelvin actually dropped down his ultimate.
Holy, that was a really good dome.
Into a corner, which allowed
just
for
it just
damage to come in and just
Katsu comes in, Time Bomb comes in, Ivy could free hit. That was
that heat was high, dude. It was straight up burning. And now Bunny with Clock can move forward, grab that walker on the far right, and they have an urn, which is in a position for defense because they are so far ahead to turn in as well. The money is just printing with Bunny with Clock.
I mean no disrespect here, but this is looking like a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby scenario with Bunny with Clock just absolutely.
The disrespect!
Oh, Boshi just denies most of the urn too.
Level right now. I mean, Big Olm are trying some of the right things, but they're just getting out microed right now simply in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you completely. This is looking really, really rough. The only thing that I would like criticize a little bit here is I do feel like Bunny with Clock isn't moving forward onto the map as much as they would like. Now that might be because of a team comp difference. That might feel like, hey, we just want to have these certain leads. We want to make sure we're buying. Like right now, they have a 40k lead over their opponents. And to be fair, they have taken all the walkers. They have taken the entire map. But really, there's no major objective popping up except for the buffs at 25 minutes and then a mid-boss in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They could be looking for some more picks here once they get their lane set up and try to be a little bit more aggressive to end the game. You never want to leave your opponent in a situation.
There are a few domes I've seen that have been better than that dome. That was really interesting.
The game over.
Yeah, and Bunny with Clock are doing their best to make sure there's no Hail Mary to get Lord NM seemingly getting caught up again. What a swap by Cool Cheese as well.
Dead.
Lord NM definitely gonna go down for that one. One down. Arctic getting even more fed here. Pop also 39k. I mean, take a look at their souls right now. How do you even see Sneaky going coming back here when Rokane is that poor compared to the carries of Bunny with Clock?
Oh my gosh, poor Pocket looking like one of my teammates in solo queue yelling, this game is so bad when they're losing.
Like, actually, though.
The frustration sucks, but hey, you're in the middle of a tournament. I need you to lock in and be ready. I think he might have mentioned that he's experiencing some kind of weird interaction with this too, and that can be very, very frustrating. Remember, this is a best of 3 series, man. Gotta take a deep breath and get ready for it. As someone else has raged out as well, I can definitely give you some advice on that front. Bunny with Clock, though, currently up 6.
I think this game's just over, bro. I think they just pushed the base. They're 50k.
They are starting to make that ever quick move to try and end the game. Tanner wants to make a play, though. He steps up, trying to find an enemy here on the far right.
Big inflect, though.
Moves in.
Big inflect.
Ult comes out, and with that affliction, they got to make a decision.
Torment goes out.
Looking like a scary fight here, actually. Bunny with Clock, although this might be a bit of a comeback here for Sneaky Golem, but Bunny with Clock do manage to get the patron drop here. Still 50k behind, though. If Bunny with Clock can get out of this without losing too many members, this is looking decent for them. But Sneaky Golem definitely on a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, this is something here. Ray's chasing down, and that's 4 people wiped. Oh my gosh. Bunny with Clock just lost 4 now.
Yeah, that's really bad. The inflect was huge.
Of course, still a lot more here for Sneaky Golem to get through, and I'm kind of curious what they're going to go for in their play.
Mid-boss in 40,
so lost for 45 seconds, and with that 45-second timer counting,
yeah, they're probably fine.
Back up and available, and
they're probably fine.
Boss. So Sneaky Golem's going to take this quick breath of release as they do find a couple of kills themselves, and start to grab the jungle so they can close that gap. And that gap, to be fair, has gone from 45k down to 30k, so they got to be feeling a little bit better about that fight.
Yeah, I mean, looking to get the few last crumbs that are left in their jungle here, Sneaky Golem, trying to, you know, even out the lead that Bunny with Clock have accumulated so far. But Bunny with Clock have already taken most of the jungle that were available to them, available to sneak golem earlier on, and it's looking very hard for them to get back into this if things go this way again.
Well, you know, usually when you're in the scenario where, like, it's hard to come back, the one thing that's really hard to remember is, like, we're in it at least. Like, we're here, you know? We have to figure out something. And at some point, there will be a trigger to be like, let's go for it. And
sending it on Tanner.
Be that mid-boss. Tanner gets engaged on.
It's a really good counter spell, though. Dodges the inflict, gets a slam. Oh my god, this Tanner guy is too good at fucking Abrams, man.
Tanner comes back in with some HP. He goes in the air.
Like, if everyone played Abrams like this, I would be like, okay, this is why you're 1-2ing Abrams. Now I understand, right? But, like, people do not play Abrams like this, bro.
They could even move across the map and try to end the game if they didn't want to play it too
That's a
safe.
dead Wraith.
It's not looking
Almost
good.
445 Siphon Bolt stacks.
Getting them out of their base, but 5 members down. AVG the only one left. I think it's pretty safe to call
Brocane
it.
drops the GG.
Bunny with Clock looking to march into the base, and yep, there they go. Going on to that patron. Looks
Really
like
good.
Bunny with Clock
Really good first game, bro.
First game of the series.
Just threw a little bit, but they were up so much it didn't matter.
I feel like he just took over that early game and was like, I'm here. I'm going to take your lanes. I'm going to gank you. I'm going to kill the Guardians. And
See if he's getting gassed up.
I'm going to take your lanes. I'm gonna
Do you have the match ID, GMB? You said you were watching it.
And I wonder what you're going to do about
I mean, Pashi just had like one of the greatest early games, so that was like insane how much he did.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing a really good job in that early game.
Oh wait, they're not playing.
That ult online at like 3 minutes and just going
Let me
for
see
a
this.
wave for it to help your teammates is very interesting. I don't know how much value it got.
1 second, chat.
Dude, I was so tired. It was a long day of Deadlock, bro. These guys were grinding all day. I just get to sit here and watch. What the fuck is
Gibbs is
Ido's
running
chat
the
sometimes?
Compy Donkey Max 2 on Kelvin.
Did he actually? What?
It's not bad. It's genuinely not bad.
Okay, dude.
It's horrible.
It's fucking bad.
The ice trail lasts for 18 seconds. That means you have essentially an 80% uptime of having 60 extra speed.
Dude, no.
I
That's
hope he
60
maxed
extra
like his
regen on
dome first.
Yeah, no, he did. It's, the entire point is you play around it. It's to buff your dome.
I'd rather have B max or something. B max is low key OP.
Yep.
Agreed.
I don't think
Actually, I think Nade Mac is kind of overrated, but
Yo, I believe in BWC taking down EU.
they've done it
I mean,
before.
they win scrims versus them. I don't know. Maybe some
win
fuck
scrims?
shit can happen.
Do you keep going one scrims or BWC win scrims?
BWC win scrims versus Abrahams.
Oh.
Fuck it, bro! I hate playing against Aetho. He's everywhere!
I wonder how many games together has on Shiv. Has to be, what, like a fucking 1,000?
Hey guys, we're back,
I
and
check right now.
I do believe we have some thoughts to share about that game we witnessed. Baby, what did you guys think about that interaction?
Look, it's pretty brutal, but I gotta admit it's kind of fair. I mean, this was a really dominant performance. We talked about the draft even not being the best, not being super ideal for Bunny with Clock, and it just was very far from that really mattering. I mean, the lead opened up in the first 5-10 minutes, and it only got bigger from there on out. I mean, the only real comeback in the game was you got the first comeback earn, which is a little bit of a gimme. Like if you can't get the comeback earn when it's the very first one, and you still got Guardians,
Yeah.
then okay, the game is really over. But even with that, it's never really enough to bring the game back in contention. And this kind of looks like Sneaky Golem getting outclassed here. Just to be honest, Evie.
Donjadoi is not that bad. I don't know what, like, I don't know.
I think it's always interesting. Anytime you have a draft where you put
It's, like,
someone
so minor.
basically in the tournament.
I don't know why
Not
people
just
are so
this tournament,
upset.
But also recent memory. And in this case, Sneaky Golem, they came up with the draft that on paper looked really, really good. Put Pashi onto the Ivy. We haven't seen a lot of Ivy, period, let alone from
Faster
Pashi
Valley was just discussing that game.
And guess what? Absolutely no
Ivy
problem.
was just like
the strategy they used to just generally filter a lot
the
of
ace in the
farm
hole that
into
game.
Pashi, still pretty effective on Ivy. Yeah, you could look at things like the early Cultist and go, should you be going Cultist first item? In this case, still worked out. Pashi got ahead of the game, was able to use airdrop to go from lane to lane. And, effectively wasn't an issue that Bunny with Clock didn't get their historical draft. And Also beyond that,
Many
Sneaky
men
Golem, you know, whether it
was
be playing
dead
late,
upon
whether it be
me.
a late roster change, otherwise, for a team that was normally defined by its crispness in play in NA, especially in regards to the macro and just making good decisions, a lot of the rotations were, you know, for lack of a better term, just sloppy this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Pashi be everywhere, and you know, we were kind of commentating as we were watching the game. But Pashi just every time in the early game, he got such an early lead, and then he was everywhere with his ult, and he just kind of started snowballing the game.
Yep.
And speaking of which, let's look at a couple clips because you know I want to make sure that we kind of keep the show rolling and get ready for game 2 soon enough. But we've got the first clip here, which is kind of the first. One of the major elements. We've got Arctic here, who kind of gets caught in the funny, you know, little closet. He almost lives this one. It was so close, and then Dorman just kind of comes in to shut him down. But every time that Sneaky Golem were trying to get something going, like even then they got the kill. Sure,
Yeah,
they
this shit
killed
was
Eve,
just not
but then,
not it, bro.
You know, the fight doesn't work out for them at all. And now Zerbzi has to run. They all have to run. They're getting chased. Tanner goes down, and so it looked like it was going to be good. But every time that it looked like it was good, the map just wasn't in favor of them, and the souls weren't progressing in their favor pretty much the whole game. I do want to go to the other clip, which was the funny. I believe we have the one where like Kelvin had the dome in the subway. If you guys remember that.
Dude, that was insane.
This was so
let me see if this is the
brutal.
one. This is not the one yet. No, sorry, we went to the wrong one, but that's okay because we're going for
That was
you know.
brutal. Lash slams in and gets trapped in the dome with Kelvin and just deleted
that's-
by Abrams.
Yeah, as a Lash player, it's like, you know, they say Kelvin counters Lash, but because he blocks the ult, but actually he just domes you in after after you slam him.
Yep.
But anyway, sorry, we're going to the correct one, which is this one.
So
where
Aiden gets
Aiden
caught.
kind of perfectly baits them in, and
It
at the
looks
beginning
so
of this
good,
fight,
right?
it looks good. And
I mean,
yet-
I guess you have tried this, right? But then again, the game is already so out of
Clutch DB
control
there. He
at this
dies
point,
without a
right?
DB,
You're
by the
down
way.
30k souls.
Gibbs is
Chasing,
fucking
but,
him.
I mean, I will say the way this fight went down was completely ridiculous. You kill Kelvin, you're like, oh, surely we can finish him off again. Even the silence wave, the affliction, everything, and then when this door is closed, oh shit, everyone, there's nowhere to run. It's a dead end.
Abrams gets a 3-man slam.
Abrams comes in and
The Katsu didn't even get in all the way, actually.
Yeah, he did.
That's so brutal.
You
Yeah,
just
that's-
imagine the
you know it's
Kelvin,
over.
the Kelvin's just waving on you from one end, and you look at the other end of the tunnel, you just see Abrams just like cracking his knuckles, like Cinemax. I was like, oh god, this is not gonna end well. But you know, to me, the real story of the game kind of happened before that, right? It was the earned fight that we had between the two teams, where you know, Sneaky Golem, I think they tried to 500 IQ themselves a little bit too hard, where they contest with 4 and they split with 2, 1 in
Yeah.
each lane, and you know. I think for that, it's fine if you're going to do that if you don't actually commit to the fight. If the 4 get caught, you lose. And that's what happened. And they end up like trading walkers from Inboss. But by the end, they're just too far behind to actually make anything worthwhile happen at that point.
Yeah. And we've got the last clip to kind of, tie it up before we get ready for the next one, which is they go on the Abrams here. And Abrams is like, this damage is quite cosmetic, as he just kind of brushes all of it off and just he basically heals. I mean, of course, he got the
Jesus.
Mind Barrier from
All right.
Kelvin and
I think Buddy
other
McGloth
support,
takes
but,
them too.
You know, still the fact that,
Like
know,
Sneaky
as
Golems
we
are
were mentioning, it's not like
eepee.
he's building, like, I mean, yeah, he has tank items, he has Warp Zone, Counterspell, Spirit Resilience, but it's not like he's a raid boss that had a Spellbreaker or Colossus, and he still doesn't care.
Yeah, it shrugs off all that damage, and I mean, it shows how good Abrams is right now. I mean, a lot of people have still been prowling Shiv first, but I wonder.
What is the HOTS? I don't even know what HOTS
that'll
is.
change as we get deeper into this tournament. I do still think Shiv is obviously a key power player, and maybe one of the ways to kill Abrams is the execute threshold. But of course, you got to get him down low enough.
I don't know what HOTS
I still
is.
feel like just the story of this game overall is a little bit of a coordination gap for me. Like Bunny with Clock, it's the rotations in the early game and the laning phase.
Here's the storm.
It only gets
Oh.
worse the later the game goes, right? And it gets more and more team fight centric. And you were saying, Deathy, how these players saying they're considering themselves a different team. They've rebuilt the roster. Well, the downside of that is that maybe they've lost a lot of that coordination, a lot of the practice that they've had with other iterations of the roster. And I mean, honestly, making roster changes the day before a tournament is just looks like a terrible sign, right? Like it's not a vote of confidence in the team, right? Where it's like you might, even if the players are better or you are a stronger team, it's nonetheless you just don't have that experience playing together. Actually now as
Should I post it?
some of these teams like
Should I rage bait?
Melee Creeps have been
No
together
rage
for a
bait.
long time. Bunny with Clock have been together.
It's
now
been a
for
good day.
few months.
We don't
It's
need to rage bait.
Yeah, you're coming up against teams that have been scrimming and practicing and playing in tournaments and honing their team fight execution as a unit. And you're just going to kind of throw 6 strong individual players against it. It's not going to look good. I think the way Deadlock is played right now.
True.
Yeah, I also
And
think
it's kind of you guys' fault, I do want to say. Because you know, after they lost Night Shift, that suddenly the roster changes happen. So
Sorry,
I'm
my
not
bad.
trying to blame anyone, but it might be you guys' fault that this is happening.
Wait, did Jake have a 6th sleeve? That sleeve looks sick.
Actually quit the team, by the way. Because, and by the way, that's the rocker cycle.
true.
There's a rocker cycle in Deadlock where rocker will return, go on a team, and he will become first place on that team. Like the first week rocker is back, they will win everything, and then eventually there'll be a little bit of turmoil. Rocker will be like, you know what, I'm gonna take a little bit of break for a while. He's gonna leave, and then rocker's gonna come back like 2 months from now, and then maybe the new iteration of hydration, whatever it may be, and suddenly they're gonna start winning again. Like we're on like
Deal?
stage 3 of the rocker
Dude,
cycle.
he has no emotes. Handshake?
That's true.
when
And
he comes
speaking
back,
of
he'll
things
start
that have
winning
happened a couple times, wait a second, I'm doing a sick transition here. Speaking of things that have happened a couple times, we've already had a couple Corsair giveaways, but we've got another one for you guys today. So type ! giveaway, and it'll give you the steps. Basically, you can like follow socials and like do all these different steps to gain raffle tickets. And at the end of this series,
Giveaway!
after this game or after the next one, if
I need a new keyboard, apparently. My D key just doesn't work, apparently.
we'll announce the
Or the
winners,
game's
and there
bugged,
will
who
be 4
knows?
winners today. So, make sure that you enter the giveaway for a chance. And thank you, Corsair, for sponsoring this this giveaway segment. And of course, can't forget the event sponsor
Boom.
medal.
I need a new headset.
It all
I don't need a
possible.
headset. I need a
you
keyboard.
guys have hosted tournaments. You know the importance of kind of having sponsors in Deadlock to keep the scene healthy and give teams a reason to compete. Because right now, teams, it's hard to keep them motivated.
This
and
competition
the
has
reason we
ended.
see a lot of things
Huh?
disbanding. So getting these tournaments, I think,
Fucking
you guys
scammed?
surely
I'm
deserve
actually
to do.
scammed?
It's very important for the competitive
Fucking
scene
bullshit,
to
man.
stay alive.
Oh yeah.
Anyhow, let me check the status of where we're at. Are the teams ready for draft? I believe that
New keyboard?
draft is ready, so we're gonna get
I don't want
want
to LGBT. I'm so tired of.
Now, ZP, do you have any adaptations that?
Wait,
you
is this
really
my
just, we all
keyboard?
dislike the bunny with clock draft, and yet they won in 22 minutes. So
Is this
maybe
my
we shouldn't
keyboard?
be here.
Yeah,
This literally might be
think
the
on
keyboard I
paper
have.
that draft was completely fine for Sneaky Golem. I think a lot of it came down to execution. I mean, even on the Doorman.
No, this is a small one. I have the extended keyboard. This is smaller.
For the utility, but when Doorman has had a really good game, especially in EU, the Doorman is also getting like.
I might get the
really good damage
mouse then if I
contribution.
win.
It was kind of a rough game for.
I'm
Jersey,
totally gonna
so
win. Surely,
I do wonder
surely
if
I
for
win
Sneaky
these.
Golem at their current state,
I'm him.
Doorman is as good.
Who is this
pick
guy?
For them, even with utility.
So I'm paying gaming.
What's being gained, but okay. Bunny with Clock, they're gonna open up with the Wraith Band.
GGT. Never heard of them.
Return,
Don't watch Counter Strike.
Sneaky Golem
Sorry.
with,
Sorry, man.
ban on the Billy. I feel like Bunny with Clock first pick. This is still likely going to be either Geist or Shiv or wait. Okay, Valiant Mirage. That's fair.
I actually
but that's giving up more
I like
power
this.
than expected.
I like this. I think Arctic
Wraith
has been,
Band for
a little
Bunny
bit
with
of a
Clock.
sleeper on Mirage. He's
Okay.
playing constantly. He's not getting like the crazy super high kill games.
Trying to
but
force
he's
him onto the
always
warden, I
getting
guess?
farmed, and he just
Take
reaches this point
ban
where he
Wraith,
can no
pick
longer do
Mirage.
it, and the game's just over when he's like full stacked. And
So they're gonna go Geist what? Geist, Geist, Shiv? Geist Shiv? Geist Shiv is pretty compy, I'm not gonna lie. Because then they can go Page on 3. If Bunny with Clock doesn't pick Page. Uh-oh. They might be giving up Thanos draft. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Grab the Geist in response, which I do think is good, because now it feels bad to pick something like the Warden. You might give both over to Geist, or over to Sneaky Golem rather, the Warden and the Geist. But Bunny with Clock, maybe they can grab the Abrams that looked so good for them last game and a +1.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was dealing with some giveaway stuff. My bad. The giveaway that we shouted out was actually it technically had ended, or the time that we had allocated, because we thought we were going to do it earlier. So that's on me. So we just extended it. So if you tried to join the giveaway, just like make sure to click the link again, and it should work now. Or let us know. But anyway. Sorry, you guys were saying, Jake, carry me through the draft. I've kind of missed this.
I'm expecting to see Abrams come in this next
Yes.
phase for Bunny with Clock. I think it
Authorized.
makes too much sense. I'm not sure what. Maybe they'll want the Kelvin again. I do think it's giving them like this really sick team fighting tool, and that's been the biggest weakness for Sneaky Golem. And yeah, they're
No,
gonna
remind me
try
of
to
all
roll, so
Death Slam
I actually
events.
Like this. Even though Kelvin
Giveaways.
dropped a bit in the prio, I kind of think. Look, if you just like double down on you're the better team in the mid game, the rotations, the team
Boom.
fighting. In the end, you can't
Log
just-
into
you
your
can't-
existing
You can't
account.
concede those things. It's Sneaky Golem. Sneaky Golem have to win team fights. They have to like have some early game rotations
Switch.
that match
Oh!
what Bunny with Clock are able to bring. The question is, what are the heroes going to be that
Authorized.
enable
There you
them
go,
to do
pocket.
so?
Yeah.
They just go the
Oh, yeah.
pocket, sure.
Unlock
Yeah,
8 more
it-
entries.
I mean, it's again comfort for them. I kind of would like to see something like a Warden here. Maybe it's crazy, but
They could
For
target.
Sneaky?
Wait, I'm already in DSC.
yeah,
What if
yeah,
I'm already in
since you already
DSC?
have the
Hmm?
Geist, and then I think it's. I guess you're lacking some control. Maybe you don't have any control yet, and you're gonna go Warden, which feels bad.
I think Warden struggles into Mirage as well.
Okay,
and also
yes,
Abrams has like a consistent, you know, like cancel
instant
build. Are you
stun,
gonna say ZP?
Here's what I was looking for. I was looking to see if they'd ban Mina because I
So they
think
go
can target
pocket.
Aiden a little bit.
These guys are
If
fucking
they
trolling.
They want to go for it. Yes, they can.
Zeke Golems want to lose. Why the fuck are you going pocket on 3? I'm sorry. That's actually just, you're actually just griefing.
Way out of his comfort zone. So like last game, you target Pasha a little bit. It doesn't work. You go back to the old NA Classic. You take away Mina, which Aiden has really been playing a lot this tournament, even more than Vindicta. You don't have to take the Vindicta.
Dude, all these like requirements that I'm gonna do, I already have.
I think Hayes is really good here.
I already fought like.
Actually, this is like quite a good. I think this is like.
I've already done all these things for.
Hayes. I think this is actually a kind of a sick game,
Boom.
especially if they pick Vindicta next for Sneaky Golem.
I've already done like half of
right
these.
now, but I kind of think, like, you know, silence wave curse.
This is so funny.
Hayes could be really annoying.
Oh, I don't have a TikTok
Pocket
though.
for guys
Fuck,
for,
I need to get on that, bro. I need to post my clips on TikTok.
I think that actually gives them all the tools they want, and Vindicta is also
Boom, sub.
pretty vulnerable to that, right? Like just getting, you know,
Boom.
backline ganked, and Mirage can TP in as like a +1 on that kind of a play if it ends up being really
Boom.
deep. And
Boom.
they go
Okay,
with the
go
lash
lash.
though. So okay, so why do? I mean, is the Mina good? I don't know. I agree.
Boom.
I agree with UZP. I think they really should. I like the idea of
Follow
sniping
crosshair.
Vindicta
Boom.
and putting Aiden in
Follow.
a really
Boom.
weird spot hero pool
See
wise.
what you did there, sniping the
May-
Vindicta.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
part of it- I mean,
Counter
there's-
sniping the Vindicta.
You also have
I'm
the
already
idea
logged
of, like,
in.
Go for the lash because lash, you know, at times can
No,
feel
my
reasonable against
fucking
Vindicta. I mean,
God,
you
man.
can argue the other way depending if it's like an
Did I
EU
link
Vindicta
my-
sniping the lash, but you know, there's a case for League is like, okay, give me that. But they had to have known Vindicta was coming in if they didn't.
Sorry,
take
Zeke
the
Golems tilted me by not picking
For
Cage, so I'm
Golem,
kind of
I
just
have to feel
fucking
like
GG out of here.
This was priced in. Now, in terms of other heroes that come in here,
Aiden gets his Vindicta, they're just
big.
throwing.
I
Like, I don't
wanna
even know what to
see
say.
this.
I still think Viscous is
They got the Kelvin denied. That kind of.
Sneaky
I
Golem,
don't
like
know.
for what they're
I don't know.
playing.
They're
mean,
just fucking
like, they
throwing.
just need to like have a hotter start out of the lanes, I think, to play this style.
Paradox
They need
comes
to
in.
Have a, I would say a dominant start in the lanes where they're winning by enough. They can, you know, start roaming
that's not good.
and you know taking some of those early fights.
I don't
when
have my.
Bunny with Clock, I think, are so willing to play the early fight game. You kind of need to match that tempo, or else you're just going to be down
Sorry.
Guardians, and the game is going to get out of control, and you're going to be put in a scenario where Bunny
I'm
with Clock
curious
just control the
with,
game. Because they do
um,
grab the Viscous this time, which I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Viscous Shiv lane. I think it's pretty sick to play against. And they get the Doorman as well, which I also like. Another like still good for matching.
I think I use.
The urns and being able to play around Kelvin a little bit better.
I think here for Bunny with Clock, what are you looking for last pick here on ZP?
last pick for Bunny with Clock, like, well, you think about what they have and don't have here. You know, for our, like, we look back at
Doorman, Viscous,
Pocket,
like,
right, where
the
between
rest of
two
draft
them,
is
this gonna
fine.
be,
It's just pick
you know,
Page.
Page again, right?
If you just
Yeah,
pick
'cause, like,
Page, this game is so free.
Gonna be Mirage, so it has to
And
be
then we're going
Posh zero.
Viscous.
I would guess Ivy.
Viscous is okay, but Page is just a million times better this game.
Because again, you think there's
I
it
just-
also
I
could
don't
be
know.
Warden. Like
I
Warden
don't
is
know.
still available.
I just don't know.
They could actually use a little bit more frontline because they're a little bit squishy.
I really don't know what they're doing with us.
Doorman and Geist. I think it's really hard.
I
guess
agree
the
with
Gun
you.
Warden doesn't care that much, but
I don't know. Again, if you look at what they've picked historically, you would suggest Warden or with recent memory here Ivy, or they come with something completely
if they
out of
pick
left
Ivy,
field.
is it literally the same draft? Or I guess with Vindicta instead of Mina, that's the only.
Do I have in?
Did they have Kelvin?
Oh, I might have
Yeah,
it
they had
in.
Kelvin as
Did
well.
Kelvin,
No, you're
did they
right.
have
I think
Paradox. I think
Yeah,
it's
same
that's
draft.
Paradox
Paradox is
been-
basically
Oh, I do have it in
draft
here,
with
don't
the
I?
I think the
Swap
draft's
for
actually
Vindicta.
significantly
on,
better.
hold.
There's gonna be Ivy again.
Because I think Vindicta actually gives you more of what you need in this comp in terms of like catch, initiation, early.
I do have a
game,
Gmail one.
which
Hold.
is what we were worried about before. Where
Ah!
Mina's, for me,
Yeah.
is more or less just damage. It's like she's like a damage carry, and so I
He
think the
has
draft
like
actually,
silence, but you know,
Yeah, yeah.
you're right.
but it's a little like a sus silence, right? You kind of need someone else to
Yeah,
control the
it's
first
not
roll.
consistent. And one thing I will say is that I think that this game is going to very heavily depend on whether the Lash can have a good game or not. Now, obviously, I'm not biased at all in saying this, but you know, you are picking Lash as kind of like ZP said. You know, you're pricing it in. You know they're going to pick Vindicta. I mean, you know, Bunny with Clock is like Aiden plays Vindicta. That's very known.
Yep.
You know, we kind of made that very known
Too hot now.
during your trolley tournament, right, where we picked
Ivy
Aiden
comes in.
Vindicta, pretty much every game. So the Lash has to be able to counter the Vindicta. If he doesn't have a good game, like last game, Lash, unfortunately, for my eyesight, was not able to play the game. Really, he didn't have any impact.
Boom.
And so this game, he really needs to have a good start.
Sneaky Golem's Earn fight, by the way, is absolutely disgusting. When you take a look at it here, you have Doorman plays, you have Viscous delays. You also have Lash, who frankly enjoys being out in the open. Like, yeah, Vindicta enjoys being out in the open too, but when Death Slam is up, like, you have to be really cautious going for Earn. Yes, you have Dome.
What email
but
do
are
I
you going
have?
to get to
Okay,
the
I don't know.
Earn safely with Kelvin to deploy
I just learned
Dome?
something.
That's an entirely other thing completely. So. I mean, Sneaky
Oh,
Golem
you know what it's?
even
Oh, I actually do
and
know.
have
I
good
do know
Earn
what email
fights,
it's connected
it's gonna
to.
give them a pretty substantial
Hold
lead,
on.
just because again,
Hold
I
on.
don't really know how you fight Earn against Sneaky Golem short of just having the lane way pushed up and Kelvin sprints for his life and drops a dome. Like other than that, you actually cannot fight. And even then, you can drop dome and there could be a door in your face. So it's
Okay, they go Ivy again.
I agree with you guys. Earn fight's good.
I don't know if
but
Ivy
Sneaky
is
Golem last time when the Earn first dropped, they were getting
as worth this game. You still have good capacitor value, but not as much as last game. You can capacitor cube though.
I see no reason why.
I don't know. I hate Sneaky Golem's draft. I think they trolled their draft so hard by not picking the page. I'm not gonna lie. I think they picked it last game and they're like, oh man, shit's so mid when they didn't have a good comp for it. And then this comp is like the god page comp, and then they're like, nah.
Take it to a game 3 and make the comeback after
Yeah, I don't know.
a very rough game 1. Please
Feels
take
kinda
away
trolled to
from
me.
this Tempo and Trick Slayer.
Welcome back to the final match. Bunny McClock up 1-0 over Sneaky Golem, potentially our last match of the evening. So thanks again for everyone that has joined us. Tempo, let's see how this goes, man. It looks like Pachi Pop is playing that Ivy once again. Cool Cheese is on the Paradox. And on the far left lane, we got Paradox and Mirage together.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna say last game of the day.
Really strong picks for them. Really did well throughout the last game, at least. Arctic on that Mirage, bit of a comfort pick for him at this point. But I'm really interested in Pop though. I mean, we saw him in game 1. Absolutely transformed the map with how he played on the Ivy. And
I should go in the bathroom. Fuck.
I mean, it's gonna be cool.
It's
to see
okay.
if we can do
I need
that
to get all
once
my
again.
entries in
If
for
we
my
can
new
do
mouse
that
that I'm
twice in a
surely
row,
going to
I mean,
win.
This might be kind of a new meta pick.
Yeah, he was full Optimus Prime, dude. He really did like take the entire map and just transform it into his will. So I actually already am gravitating and keeping an eye on that middle lane. And it's the same lane that we saw last time, which was Kelvin and Ivy together. And we did, I believe, have a rotation on the last game that allowed for them to really open up the map and allowed for that macro to occur. But we'll see if they get that same lead that we saw earlier, or if this time Sneaky Golem can lock it down. Already though, we see Tanner on the Abrams doing what he does best. He's already on the opposing side's minions and just straight up is tanking damage and taking away the minions from his opponents. Although I think Viscous almost took those himself. I didn't see who actually got the pick.
I don't know either, but the hydration on
Dude,
the
so many
Viscous is
people
something
know
that I don't think
fucking
we've seen
Zippy
for a
from
while.
Heroes of the Storm.
It's, I mean, hydration is known for being able to play like basically every hero in the pool at this point. But
I don't know. I think they just hated the page from game 1 when page was not the problem. And then they have the god page draft and they don't pick
I'm
page.
interested to see how Sneagle are gonna use
I don't know,
that
man.
to
I don't know.
Perhaps stop Pop with all his split push shenanigans.
Man, I love Viscous to death. The only thing I don't like is his death animation, man. Or the death sound. Like, when it screeches, my heart literally melts every single time. I didn't know I
Breaks
had
my
a
heart, bro.
for gooey things, man. I think Flubber may have gotten me
True.
to this part of
Flubber
my
actually
life, but
just
that screech
indoctrinated
is
us
just so aggressive.
into being Viscous lovers.
And sometimes you need a bit of goo in your life.
He's dead.
And Viscous is here to provide that as Rokane here taking down First Blood actually on that Lady Geist. And Rokane is also definitely
Surely this Geist
player
hero
to
is
watch
balanced.
here. Was talked about
Surely.
a little bit on the desk, I believe, about how the roles have been switched up for this team. Rokane now being the M1 player, and so far, at least in this match specifically, he hasn't had the best start. Wraith didn't look that good last game, but so didn't the whole team, to be fair then.
Look at Lash, man. Just constantly invading the opposing side, trying to grab any type of passive that he can get, even teleporting around, going to the secret shop, setting up.
Cultist Rush.
Here is try to make sure everything
Uses
is
it on a
taken
minion.
in from the middle lane to make sure that Posh is not able to grab that lead that we saw him grab earlier. Speaking of, Posh goes for an aggressive
I mean,
play,
if you're going to be
dives
solo
down the
laning,
line,
it's
gets
probably
invaded by his
worth.
opponent Shiv, and then turns around,
You
starts
just get to
grab
clear the
lead
wave
there.
super easy. Tanner
Kelvin will come in
does.
and look for a flank, but look at the other
Okay,
side of
not the same
map.
lanes they had last game, right? Pashi is still getting funneled, so that's going well, but the rest of the map is as well. They're behind 1k, right? So
3 times in the lane. I mean, you know it's a bad match. I mean, that's just how it works, okay? It just like before 5 minutes, you just have to. He just dies. That's just how it works. I mean, it's just like a nice little give me back to Sneaky Golem here.
If I ever die before 5 minutes, I'll just type in Tanner and I'll chat, and hopefully somebody somewhere will know.
Lash delaying his spike with the healing, right?
Looking for a potential fighter behind.
I don't think it matters though. This lane is going horrendous.
A pick on Mirage.
Kelvin's here, but does it matter?
Like we got a different pace
I pray for you,
going on
Gibbs.
compared to the last game. Looks like Sneaky Golem during the break was able to have a conversation. Like, all right, guys, let's have Lash be aggressive, put him in some rotation, see if we can get people low. We'll have them come in and get a pick, and so far it's been paying off.
Yeah, but once again, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? I see a 4.7k Pashi Pop looking to play that early game again. And if he's gonna be able to pay it off, I mean, he's going for that cultist rush once again that we also saw him do last game into the Titanic Mag. It's quite an interesting way of playing this character.
Oh, they read it though. They knew the Geist was coming. Oh my god, Pashi gets huge here. I think Dorman still dies.
In the middle lane, come over here to the left, help out with the fight. He will be put into a hotel, but able to get away from that just in time and see if they can find another pick. And they
Pashi
do.
gets skill.
So this is actually kind of an interesting thing, right?
Okay, Pashi's ahead again.
The way that people play, and it's like, hey, usually we have like a. You know,
They were
like
stomping this one lane, but it didn't lead to a
or,
huge
you know,
soul
we're
lead
looking
because
for more
Pashi's so
velocity bullets
funneled.
in the early game. When someone switches it up and grabs something,
Okay, I
like
gotta pass. I'll be
here,
right back.
Go for an eco
2
advantage,
seconds.
which is like in I don't know, StarCraft terms, cheese, right? And they know how to play it well. That always puts you on the back foot, right? The defender has to figure out how to adjust, and Pashi seems to understand that so well. He goes for the cultist, turns it into some extra money, goes in and tries to find a quick kill, and if he gets it, you see him just take over the game. And so it's an interesting way to look and see how the game develops and how players can make their impact on the match. I don't know, man. It's different, but I like it. It's cool to see something unique from another player.
Yeah, and I mean, other side is doing it kind of too with AVG already at 6.7k. I wonder if he has a cultist going on of some sorts, because how else would you get to that money advantage right now? Apart from just getting
Can we actually look over at Shiv real quick? Observer, we'll have a check and see what's going on.
Yeah, he does.
And it did. Okay. Wait a minute. Right now, in front of your eyes, a new meta develops. Who will win? Sneaky Golem or Bunny with Clock? The cultist meta is here to take over.
I mean, it's definitely one way of playing the game. I would assume that you're gonna lose out a little bit on that early game doing so, even if you have the econ advantage. Wow, pretty creative play here by Pashi Pop and Tanner actually using the double ultimate to just get Tanner that a little bit further ahead and getting into that camp. It's a interesting way of playing it for sure.
Yeah.
My fan like kicked into overdrive or some shit.
Honestly, if I saw that in a solo queue match, I would get on the mic and hey, what's going on, guys? Can you explain your strategy? That is quick, but it does come at the cost of a couple of ultimates. And, you know, Abram's ultimate is a decent chunk of time. Ivy has a pretty short cooldown. I mean, if you look at it already, it's already at a quarter, already moving up to that half mark. So it will be up relatively fast. So they're just spinning ultimates for speed, right? Speed, momentum, adrenaline, whatever you want to call it, to be able to grab that
I just noticed that.
lead. However, if you look over to Sneaky Golem, they're actually the ones that are ahead here, 36k to 34k.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting way of playing the game. You won't see many people going for this. I mean, when we were watching Melee Creeps versus Abrahams, yeah, I mean, I've never seen people do this on this patch. It's definitely a very unique way of playing. But I mean, if it works, it works. Yeah, same. I'm always down for some experimentation.
Okay,
trying to find a way to get away from here, but Abrams was able to hold it relatively well, get off a couple of punches.
Again, this is not the game it was last game. Sneaky Golem is up 3k. Or up 1k.
Start working on the
they just claim their centers. So I was like, what the fuck? Why'd they just shoot up all of a sudden? But Pashi is still funneled.
38k to 40k.
Ooh, Arctic is kind of getting farmed.
Go a long way. We can get an idea of like what it's like for a team to not have the cultists and where they're at in terms of souls, right? Like if you're in a couple of 4k, that's a medium item suddenly available to you. But we do have a fight here in the middle.
Aiden gets a snipe.
Ooh, the sliding snipe.
Well, now Aiden has Vid, so if Vid also gets snowballed, is negative. Not good for Sneaky
in a good scenario in that middle lane to start working on a Guardian.
Talked about this earlier on as well. I mean, Aiden has these few pocket picks that he's just like really good on compared to the rest of his pool. Vindicta definitely being the main one. And you can clearly see it here. I mean, his snipe Vindicta is just on another level when it comes to NA.
Who got that aim on him?
Looks like Ivy's able to get out of that.
He can get that thang on him.
A pretty chunk of change on top of that Guardian, bringing it down to what, 10% of his HP. Pockets there to help clear it up, and they do have an additional help there. with the doorman to clear it out, but that Guardian is going to go down
Nope.
eventually, just a matter of when. Sneaky Golem,
Dude,
however,
Arctic
were able to grab the
is just
Guardian on the
suffering.
far left. They cleared
He's
that
just
out, so they
suffering,
actually
bro.
get the first Guardian of the game, it looks like, and we do see a pick hitting Arctic here as poor Mirage
Okay.
picked off. Here comes a goo
I was hating on the Viscous. Viscous Shiv is a good lane. I agree. And it probably has more dive potential than Page.
Engagements, but we look
So-
pretty close in souls, 50k to 47k, and Sneaky Golem's doing much better than last game.
Yeah, I mean, much
Buffs in
more,
10.
well-rounded answers.
So you are going to get left side. Do they also get right side though? Hydration set up.
Pop really struggling.
But clock is not ready for these buffs. I think it's because Vin died. They're just like kind of ready to give.
And AVG exceeding him actually. Perhaps being a little bit overlooked
Okay.
right now.
So Golems get both buffs.
Yeah, that's something to think about too. Like if you have a game number 1, this is like why I love esports, right? Because you have the adjustment from game 1 to game number 2. What does the team do differently? And they were like, why don't we just match it? But let's match it on someone that we know
should be a dead hydration.
Well, if they can get a lot of economy, and they put it on Shiv and got their own.
And then he gets another snipe.
Now we do.
And they get the
have that
Guardian.
rotation occur here from Pashi.
This might be an overcook from Shiv. I'm not gonna lie. Gets domed off.
Same time, we do have Kelvin dropping
Bro's just
down
like
his dome and trying to
heavy
find a
milling.
pick
Doesn't
here
give a
on the
fuck.
ship, getting low on HP.
AVG
And with
dies.
The Ivy staying on top of the staircase, he could go for a full crouch if he wanted to and slide down and keep the infinite ammo up and found a pick. Oh yeah, really early.
Oof. This is Steve Golems are just running the map. I'm not gonna lie. They're gonna get this Walker and the Urn potentially.
Sure, we'll just take a free walker. Thank you very much.
Jeez.
Pleasure
In
doing
exchange for a
business with you
Guardian.
guys. Yeah, and
Bashi flying over.
Poised to take this Urn as well. Tanner going down, and
So they're just completely giving Urn.
losing all of the control that they had in the
Wow.
game 1.
Okay.
This is looking like
Steve Golems are very, or sorry, Buddy with Clock are very willing to give Urn if they're not set up,
Has hands and they punch you back, man. It's
which
the
I can
worst.
agree with.
Well, portals have been put up
But
here
it's
on
just
the
like
right
biggest
corner
question:
with
why
one
weren't you set up
grab
for
here
it?
for
But
Sneaky Golem at
like,
the
how
same
do you
time.
lose your
Still
Walker
with that,
and
right
Urn,
side,
right? Like,
and then with that Walker being on
what-
top of it,
like,
you
what
can
were
see
we
where
setting up
the
for there?
experience and Soul Lead is really starting to pay off. 70k to 61.
I don't know.
And they're starting to rotate as 3 to 4. Look
10
at that
cap?
here.
No.
You saw in the middle, you had Doorman, you had Viscous, you had
Hydration
Shift together.
still going
Looking
express
for a
shot on the
potential flank
Viscous.
On this Kelvin, who may be setting up here for those boxes that were about to spawn. Kelvin's right above, sees the target, trying to keep his teammate alive, and also trying to slow down the back end of this fight as he tries to get on top of his enemy here. Here comes a cube at the last second for a potential survive. There goes the Stone Golem to lock in. Doorman showing up though. It's a
Ooh, Pashi died. This is a snowballed Shiv. Shiv goes down though.
But AVG also gonna go down.
This is
though.
a
Big
fucking
trade here, 15K
barn
AVG
brawl.
on 5
Everyone's here
silver
except for the
spots.
Mirage and Geist.
Let's see what both
But
sides
again,
can do
macro,
right
like,
now.
Buddy
Tanner
Clock
loses
over rotate. They just lose a Guardian for free.
Positioning here on that right-hand lane.
No,
But,
Mirage is there.
I mean,
UTP's
to
to it.
gonna be able to push more. Tanner in this game not having the
Bad
best
boy.
of starts as usual, but I think especially in this game he's overstepped quite a bit.
It also
Pashy
looks like
pushy.
Sneaky Golem
Nope.
was able to start responding to the aggression that they're putting on the lanes as Mirage Arctic there was defending the middle lane. So laterally, okay, I can't really engage here. I can't get that
Alright.
Guardian. Just
Gets
try
the
one,
capacitor.
Back up instead, grab the souls.
Let's see if he can play make with it here when he is in
The more I
fights.
think about it, man. Just like, this culture sacrifice is enabling them to just open up these heavies, these heavy camps.
Cubes
which
could get
usually you wanna wait
punished.
till they have a little bit more damage on, or even some monster rounds to make sure you can get those done.
Oh wait, capacitor doesn't work on Cube
it
anymore.
kinda changes
I just
the
forgot about
layout
that.
Of how you deal with
You can
jungle,
only curse
and now
Cube
that
now.
Sneaky Golem is answering back
Forgot about
and
that.
making even, you're seeing where the
So even less
the
value this game.
difference is, right? Like, oh, hang on, what is this wall? What's he putting up here? What is this?
Looking for an
What's he gonna do
aggressive
with this?
play here. I'm assuming that's a door for the future Lash here to use this ground slam on from a very big height. So a strategy you see
want that to
pretty
happen.
often, but it's hard to make it effective here. Tanner though taking an aggressive positioning, but Cool Cheese
Dropped
being
a
the
bag,
one
too.
caught out here. League gonna find a kill here. Doesn't even need that door that Serpsy's trying to give him.
Cool Jesus kind of suffering. He's only
Left
10k.
one ready. I'm ready for that door, man. I want to see how it goes.
It's kind of starting to fall behind here too now. Only at 11k.
There's a Vindicta here as well. As an
He's getting the snipes though. I think he just wasn't catching as many waves.
Come in and go for a parry attempt, and then of course he would charge.
Or maybe the
forward
urn
with
just
Shiv.
mattered that much.
Shiv decides to back
Steve
away
Golem's right
instead.
on 12k
And
now.
help with the minions, and there should be
11.5 to
sinners
12k.
spawning relatively soon here in this area as well. So that's probably another potential objective that they can grab.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky Golem right now seemingly looking for any fight they can take here. Pasha Pop already quite
Just
low.
decayed him, bro.
Very strong at this part of the game with that decay online.
There it is.
It's not gonna be too much happening here as they get that Guardian. Gonna open up the map pretty well for them right now, but the right-hand lane getting pushed in here. Tanner just making sure that the waves are getting shoved in.
Okay.
Making sure that Rocane has to stay
Down a
in
walker
waves.
for Bunny with the clock.
Yeah, also looking
See
for
what they can
flanks.
do, man.
Buffs are about to come up in about 22 seconds. So he's watching that right angle, see if anyone try to rotate over and he can pick them up before it happens. About 15 seconds and counting, and the buff will be available. I see Kelvin already moving towards there. There is 3 on the right side, so that buff should go over to Sneaky Golem, but the left one is available for taking.
I think with an 0 and 5, I didn't even notice that he died that much. Wow, that's impressive work.
Going 0 and 5?
Yeah, being 17k. That's kind of impressive. if you ask
I
me.
like the approach you took. Some people would go, "That's inting." You go, "That's impressive."
That is inting,
I like your
but it's
positive
impressive
outlook.
inting, you know?
Which is my favorite type of inting, the impressive forms. Well, a little bit of luck, of course. There goes a curse, actually, it looked like, into a kill on Paradox, as Cool Cheese will get picked once again. And now, with an Ivy hidden in the corner, she's going to have to pop her flight and try to escape here. There's 3 on her.
Ooh, well
Lash
played.
goes for it, but the Stone Golem around the corner cancels it. Here comes the pounce. Lash is trying to
Where do you
chase.
go,
Ivy
Ivy?
trying to get out. Can
Still
she
dies.
do it? And no.
Gets
His
Lash ult.
gargoyle has been deleted. Meanwhile, on the far
And
right,
Shiv
there
ult
is
for it.
another fight
Swap from
occurring.
Geist here.
Mirage and crew going in for the engagement. Looks like Tanner was
Arctic
picked off
just
only after
can't
about
stay
5
alive this
seconds.
game.
There is going to be another pick
getting
as
chased
well,
down.
as Mirage is going to be deleted. Sneaky Golem is taking a massive lead here as
Got
they are
20K.
trying to get to game
Hayden
number
dies too.
3.
Team names are correct, yeah. I mean, this is looking exactly like the other match looked for Sneaky Golem and Bunny versus Clock, Bunny with Clock. But it's like the opposite way
Tanner
around
can
this
siphon
time.
forever here, though.
Playing to all their
Doesn't have
advantages,
slam.
Using that early lead they
Nice
got on
swap.
ABGs to get ahead, get Rocane going, and League now gonna be in a little bit of trouble though himself. Tanner maybe trying to justify his
League
performance in
finally
this
goes
game,
down.
but,
Torment's
I'm
pretty
not sure
low.
what's gonna
He
do
gets
with that
out.
for them. 20k behind now, and it's looking super hard for Bunny with Clock all of a sudden.
And the fight continues. Paradox is here to try and find something. Dormian low on HP, but she has to abandon
Someone
that
literally
plan
won.
as she has
Tanner.
a member come in from the
Carrying
side.
the
Ooh, but
homies.
a good snipe will occur, and that will be a kill there as Aiden the Destroyer is able to grab some souls himself. Now, Mirage is sitting at about 19k souls for Bunny with Clock, but if you start to look at the minimap right here, who do you say is ahead in terms of macro, especially with that Walker being down that Sneaky Golem took?
I mean, it's obviously Sneaky Golem, the way that they've played this map.
True.
And even taking up the urn here, even though it is a comeback urn, most newer players at least would think, this is a comeback urn, why would they take that? I mean, we're not going to be able to do it anyways, but the way that Sneaky Golem and most pro teams will do this urn play is that they just hostage it and wait for the enemy team to overstep somewhere.
Yep.
If you
Just
hold
keep
the
it away
urn,
from
you
Bunny with Clock.
control how the game plays out at this point.
Sure, yeah. It's like a form of CC, right? Like, if you have a form of CC, the opponent has to respect it until you use it. And then when it's on cooldown, they can go for a play, right? Just another tool that's in your belt that you can utilize. It's a good point there with the urn, and definitely something that we can pick up for our solo
Leaves.
games.
Bro, they're going to lose another walker. Yeah, they're at least going to trade this time.
Look at this, dude. He's got 8 buttons to slam. Cultist, I believe that's a curse.
There's B dies, so they're at least going to trade here. But does the rotate to mid walker
and then a warp
just
zone.
shut him
That
down?
guy has a little bit of everything.
Good
Here
cube
comes
from
Fox
Viscous.
on the
Lord and
side,
M dies.
and he'll get
We're
picked
good,
off,
we're good
and
rescue, I
Bunny
mean,
with
but I think
Clock
they're
down,
still
though,
just going
is
to die.
starting to find some picks themselves.
Serpsy and Lord and M getting picked off here, but ABG getting Cool Cheese as a trade. League and
Shit, fucking
Rocane
Hydration's got
also
the
looking
schmooming with the ball.
towards this
Holy.
middle Guardian. Vindicta could be in a little bit of trouble here if Lash decides to go for it, but ABG, the one looking like in trouble right now actually. Mirage gonna push ABG back a little bit here. Return fire had to be popped, but
Okay.
ABG's gonna get out alive here.
I mean, good trade then.
Here by the teleporter too.
Tanner, though.
1 for 1 walker. They didn't lose the blue one.
Tanner going
Hydration dies too.
forward, finds a pick on Hydration. And that gap between them in terms of souls is around 10k, but it's getting close relatively quickly. Mirage already moving over for the urn here on the far right, and with Paradox soaking up the lane, that should be pushing out relatively soon. And it looks like it's just enough for a comeback earn too. So if they get this turned in, we could be dead even.
This was the earn that Sneaky Golem took earlier. Bunny and Clock actually using it in their favor now. Now that they've killed a bunch of these Sneaky Golem players, they can get this earn for free and still look for engagements. Bunny with Clock doing a great comeback here, and suddenly, I mean, this is looking like 2 hydrogen bombs.
Huge earn for them.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I mean.
Wait, was
They're gonna cut the lead down to like 7K. I don't know how big this earn. Why don't they just deliver? They were too scared. Oh, the door was on it.
I'd call that a hangout. I mean, just like a kickback.
Kashi pushing the other side, so they got to decide what they want to do here.
Man. Okay, so turn-in's about to happen. We have a couple people that are over there protecting it. We do see a doorman setting up a door. He comes on through, goes for the delay.
They just instantly hate him. Gets swapped out. What happened there?
Wait, was that a bug?
Yeah, that was a bug.
Like, disappeared.
He got sent.
Just went, like,
That was a huge bug. That kind of sucks. Ginormous bug. Doors are still not fixed. Pashi gets the walker. Believe he gets out. Oof. Dude, clean from Pashi. Good macro here.
Take a little bit of that game back in his own hands again.
Yeah, he was able to actually start working on that far right side.
Pashi Pop knows we saw that. Heal minion was the thing that saved him.
Jesus.
Wow. Center is also being grabbed here. Potential for them to move forward and try to steal away the opposing center, but instead they grab the...
Alright, but Club grab another earn.
135k to 137k.
On spawn.
Somehow Bunny with Clock with small micro decisions have been able to turn this into a scenario that is even afoot for them. They were also able to grab the walker on the far left.
Luchis loves this build. The backstabber,
for both teams, but there is
weakening headshot and slowing hex, like full util. Has hollow point as well already though.
Yeah, and I mean, as a reminder here as well for people who are not aware, this is the loser bracket. I mean, and the winner.
Ooh, League just baited himself.
Abraham's tomorrow. Loser will be.
This is in perfect position to contest here, though.
They will be going home. Cool G's now though, gonna get that earn for Bunny with
good instant ball here.
Maybe having a good fight, except 2 members are already down. Hydration doing everything with this ball, but it's not gonna be enough.
Bunny with Clock gets the earn and is winning the fight.
Return fire now.
Oof, SG, man. I don't know how big that bag is.
Oh my god. Bunny with Clock have everything back in their advantage, and
that might have been a pretty big bag. I didn't see how big it.
They have 4 people
I just saw 99. I didn't see the first number.
Yes, they do find a guy. It's a 5-man team wipe. The waves are already pushing in the middle, the left, and the right side. That mid-boss call that you mentioned could definitely be something that they're going for. Everyone's buying right now to make sure they're set up. Quick
knockdown for the Vin. Smart buy this game.
That lash. Shiv, excuse me. So we'll see how that goes. And there goes the boss getting deleted immediately. And
insta deleted.
By, but he ain't gonna do nothing. He just has
Lash is not even here.
Look towards grabbing whatever minions he can. And now suddenly Sneaky Golem has to defend 3 rejuvenators.
Is League like
such a good early game?
Is League doing a camp or is he like DC? He's doing basement camp, right? Not basement.
Looking to take over
bottom tower camp, I guess you call it.
But definitely still playable for Sneaky Golem. It's not over yet, at least.
Bashi 33k.
So we're watching
Arctic at 31k. Right, Aiden's doing work.
A slight stalemate for a second.
So yeah, this is why Button Clock was willing to give up the early earns. Bashi was going to be strong enough for these fights, and they're just like kind of winning out. I said at the beginning, I said it again. I think these fights would go way different if this Viscous was a bitch. Personally.
Setting that lane up, can pop the flight and come in and help out the team whenever anything unfolds. Kelvin also.
It was good for the lane, but like it's just hitting this point where it's like I don't know. The page would just bring a lot more value.
They're willing to
would scale better too.
They're willing to farm up all the minions on the side where they have Rejuvenator. They will go for a push in the last minute, but it won't be an aggressive push. It's more of a push to look for a pick so they can extend their lead.
Good swap.
There it is. Here it comes. Big swap. Looks like that's gonna be
still full HP. Let's see with the swap. The swap onto Abrams. Ooh, really good target to swap, low-key.
But will she be able to walk
Mirage to spot. Inhibitor before this fight. They still threw rejuves. They don't need to be like too scared. But they all get chunked. I think they're A-okay burning inflict and swap and then re-engaging later though.
Those heals coming in. Although Kelvin getting low on HP.
Does he die to this dagger?
Needs to back away. That knife really cutting into his health bar.
Literally 2 HP on Gibbs.
That that they once had
Gibbs TP's out, I hope.
A little bit badly here. Tanner gonna go down here maybe. Gibbs already down.
Gibbs now
AVG now
died again. Only one rejuve left.
Tanner gonna go down. No more.
Oh, this
rejuves
is
online,
a
guys, but
horror.
Pop is gonna be able to survive this.
Pashi lives, but I think he dies to the pocket.
That was a close one, man. I don't know. Kelvin may have actually saved the day. No, Ivy gets picked off at the last second. Drops down his ultimate and attempt to globe somebody and keep him in there.
Oh, the back of the fight's going well though. Arctic doing work with this inhibitor. On the back of the fight.
Here's the bad news. They lost all of their rejuvenators.
Should be a dead pocket too. A really good NATO. And then knockdown from Aiden. Inhibitor on Mirage here. You guys can't go in.
Trying to get Mirage. He's down to 100 HP. He jumps through the wall. Oh, that's a nice little trick. I'm going to steal that one. And looks like he will skedaddle out of there. So, 5 people have been wiped. Monday with Clock still has to run back and heal, though, because they definitely took a beating in that.
This is wild. Every time something looks good for Sneaky Golem, they're just, I mean, they're just getting destroyed. It looks like every time a fight looks somewhat competent, every time it looks really good for them. Every time it looks like they can get advantage, Spawning with Clock are just there and playing to their outs. Looking so strong right now, but at least they still have Rokane on Sneaky Golem. This could be the decider for them.
They have the Rokane. It's only if they had fucking.
Kelvin's grabbing the urn right now. And there should be
if only they had a hero that could shield Rokane and give him fire raid and give him peel with the ult and set up snares that perfectly match the bomb hitbox. And
steady approach. I feel like Bunny and Clock. They seem to be like, all right, we're
I
gonna
don't know.
take our leads. We're gonna slowly get our advantage.
Maybe I'm hyping it up too much. Maybe the snare and the paradox swap would punish the page more.
Early game, but as we get to this mid to late game,
I don't know.
Seems like a small mistake here, a less than ideal engagement there, and Bunny with Clock, who has been a team a little bit longer from what it sounds like, has been able to pull this together. And I wonder if this is just kind of growing pains with Sneaky Golem getting a new roster, you know, just not being completely on point. Like, when it comes to full competitive teams, if you are half a second off on a shot call and the other opponents are not, that could be a full wipe,
This is a fair point.
So I'm kind of wondering if that's what's happening here.
It's kind of Sneaky Golem's fault that they felt the roster so much too. But that's just me.
These players should know what to do and how to.
Here's what Baji's gonna buy here.
Bunny with Clock though still has.
I wonder if he's gonna go Siphon.
To throw this game. We saw it a
What are you
little
getting
bit
there,
in that
Baji?
game one. There was a point in time where Sneaky Golem was looking on the up.
Thinking
looking
go
like they were
Siphon, yeah.
actually gonna return the game and come back.
This game, there's also burst in the game, but it's really good into the Geist, right?
For both sides here. Nothing is
The only thing that could suck is if Geist goes plated armor. But it's good for the Shiv, the Geist. I believe Hydration is just going to die.
Urn goes down. Here comes the card throwing Kelvin across the screen.
Hydration just
He still
dies.
has his dome if he needs to lock it down. Still a decent amount of HP though, at 1,000. Ivy coming from above, looking to drop the bomb. We'll find it on one.
Yeah, I think I should just sit up here and poke.
Viscus is now down.
I don't know if he wants to push that. Push Rokane. Rokane's kind of Thanos.
The right lane is pushing straight into the base of Sneaky Golem.
Maybe just dead.
Very strong right now. Looking to go.
Look at the Siphon stacks. 528. 632.
From the Shiv. 4 members already down from Sneaky
750.
I must have missed something. I looked away for 1 second and suddenly the whole
340.
team of Sneaky Golem are just down.
Should be able to get this mid-walker. Mid-boss isn't spawning soon. So they just take jungle, paradox grabs urn. It's looking pretty GG. Gonna go up to like a 30, 32k lead here. Maybe more, depending on how much jungle they're able to get. Arctic's going straight. Oh, they're gonna drop Patron. Holy shit.
If you're this good at the game, you will make everything look easy.
That's a good point. Well, what also goes down easily is going to be the Shrines, going to be the Guardians on the far right. Half Patron.
I think Ain's build's super interesting. It's like damage mixed with the most important parts of the util. It's a really interesting build.
There was a moment here.
Go suppressor this game. A lot of value in the suppressor.
Bunny with Clock, man, just showcasing what you can do with some macro, man.
Scourge on hydration. I don't think hydration's builds up to date, bro. I don't know.
This game has actually gone down so far to the micro of these.
Do you even really get that much value from Scourge this game?
Some really good decisions, and they've
like
really
it's Kelvin Abrams, maybe.
Skill level almost. I'm not saying
Siphon bullets on Ivy.
Like inherently better or anything,
maybe.
But, today's just really been their day. It looks.
I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes the peanut butter and jelly just comes together real well, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here. Unlike the sandwich we saw earlier from Barty. Okay, well, we do have this mid-boss
So,
coming in about
biggest
8
hopes right now
seconds,
is
and we
Lee gets a
are
good
in
ult
situation where
into an
Sneaky Golem
influx,
kinda has to make a play.
or
So,
Guess gets a pick on
boss phase are on the
side,
table, and of course, there is
or
always the potential for
Shiv
a
gets a pick on
global side
side.
pressure lane that can
Good
happen.
dorm ult.
Luckily,
You
there
still have
is
stuff to
going
do.
to
The game
be
is just getting
both
so hard.
Mirage
47k,
and
Mirage,
Ivy that
41k
can do
Pashi.
just that. So I'm kind of curious how Bunny with Clock is going to try
Well, Pashi
and,
was getting
squeeze the
Giga.
life out of
Arctic was
Sneaky Golem here, and how Sneaky Golem is going to try
also
and
just
seize life from them.
competing to fight. Crazy that Arctic gets 47k though, because he was struggling so much early. Like he was just getting farmed on repeat. So shout out to him for not tilting.
Suddenly, this is looking like a one game for them.
I can see why people fear his Mirage now.
They just need that one.
It's pretty clean on the Mirage. Knows what to buy too. The inhibitor to buy this game is really smart. Pretty sure he has Ricochet too. Against the Death Ball comp.
Good point there. Okay. Well, it's nice and slow and steady here. Sneaky Golem knowing they're in a situation where if they make a mistake, it could be game over. In fact, I would say it would be game over, especially if they lose out on the fight in terms of numbers. But at the same time,
Buff spawns. No one on this left buff, which is kind of weird. I think it's just Bunny with Clock want to look for a fight. That's why they're all right side. Mirage just TP.
They do see someone move forward, and there's actually a bit of a fight happening here.
Ooh, really early deeper remover from the Geist. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good.
In the middle of the air by Paradox. Great hit. Here comes the globe. Tanner's low.
Tanner's dying. Tanner's down already.
Okay, Tanner died. Is Arctic dead? What happened on the other side of this fight? Everyone's just 1 HP. Arctic ulted in, just got put to 1 HP.
Doesn't really have anything to do here. Tanner.
Cool cheese. Dies. Arctic dies. Wow, this was worst case scenario. So that's what we're talking about, right? Like flash ult into influx. I didn't see the other side of the fight though. I was just so focused. I thought the guys was gonna get bursted, but she found a corner to hide in.
Right, and if you ever wonder why Pocket is a strong character, that
and they get the walker.
Reasons right there. He dropped in his
and they get mid boss here. Well played from Sneaky Golems. Well played that fight.
And with Doorman
I would love a replay for that fight because I have no fucking clue what happened, but
could just not escape. And now
I'm gonna watch actually.
This gives a huge opportunity for Sneaky Golem to 1, to tie up the game, and 2, work on getting the macros to
Vortex
their opponents.
No.
I just want to see if they're talking about it.
Our Geist is cataclysmic, so it should be over.
Yeah, Loki, if Rokane isn't full.
And she got gun buff. Oh my god.
Wait, Rokane's gonna take us home?
Rokane unleashed.
I'm so like, bro, if they didn't do anything off that earned buff, I've been so
Rokane fucking unleashed. Heal tempo! Fuck you, Rokane. I was gonna say. Stupid dumbass.
I feel that about. He should go play the arm in this game since the Ivy went Siphon. I don't think Siphon was the buy for Pashi this game. I see the value, but it's easy. And Juggernaut comes in for Divine Kevlar. DB comes in finally. I don't think it had enough value. I don't know what else he really goes though. Like his inhibitor is 2 inhibitors worth to go.
This is crazy work. I mean, this game is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Not at all like the first game. Every team here, both Bunny with Clock and Sneaky Golem, really just winning team fight upon team fight. And it's hard to say who's going to come out on top yet. Sneaky Golem, of course, having the advantage for right now. But if we wait 3 minutes...
I think YouTube's more delayed.
Here, I fear that the race
it's way more delayed.
Over. I mean, Arctic looking very strong right now. 50k on a Mirage is just...
Okay, if they all back out here, I'll look.
Disgusting.
Oh, they're looking for packs.
Really good. Lash comes in, drops down a powerbomb on his opponent.
I think they'll get out though.
Damage on them. Ivy able to get out. Knockdown comes in.
I'm gonna get some poke off, but I don't think I really mad. Oh, Pashi dies. That's really bad. Do they end off this, bro?
Down. I repeat. Pashi Pop is down.
Uh-oh. I see a base getting rushed. Sneaky Gold.
Yeah, this is not good.
Put a lot of members up.
This is really not good for them.
Seemingly a bit clueless here, sitting on the side lane, just trying to push out waves. But I feel like Sneaky Gold.
Maybe not clueless. Maybe he's a god. Look at this. He
Maybe
knows
he's
that there's only the shrines down. He's going for the back door. He's at least threatening it. He's saying, hey, if you don't come defend this, then I am going to take your base.
This is troll.
So Pocket comes
I don't know what Tanner's doing.
This does buy time for his team.
I genuinely don't know what Tanner's doing.
Clear out the shrines.
I think he just gets ulted by Lord and M, and it's unplayable. So they're going for the Mirage TP. So they're trying to send it up to Pocket.
And
holy fuck, they're 10 million IQ.
Rushing back, realizing that this cannot go on.
And now they're all coming back, so they all leave.
Interesting play, but it actually
Wait,
seems to work out.
actually 10 million IQ. I am the fucking dumbass.
gonna be alive in 20 seconds.
Except
now.
Tanner
There's
dies,
no
so I don't know if it's
push
actually
here
10
for
million
Sneaky
IQ.
Golem. You know what, Tanner?
He knows he's dead, so he's
Fair
just trying to get the
play. You
wave.
have proven me wrong.
Tanner, man, using that headbutt to full effectiveness, dude.
Tanner still dies, but you give time for Basha to respawn, so I guess it's okay. You got a rejuve out of it.
Time for Ivy to respawn. Now there was, of course, one shrine that went down, as well as a few.
Lord and M used his inflict, like maybe it was
still
worth.
stands and is well off in that
They're
bottom
being
right
proactive.
side.
I like them being proactive. I don't know if how worth the play was, but pretty good. Pretty good.
But all Tanner wanted to do was set his
Leech.
team up to have everybody ready for defense.
Spirit Brazil.
You know what?
Just
This
wondering
is
what
something
else he could have
interesting now.
gone this
2
game.
reviews left, but 1 minute left on it. Sneaky Golem have to
Everybody
put
starts to
all
sell
their
later
efforts
in the game here.
But no more free wave to push upon. This has to be a team fight here. Tanner still down. No more Abrams at least for this fight. There's gonna be, it's basically an 8v5 right now, so they have to play this super cautiously. Gibbs gonna use that dome, I believe, already.
Dome comes out.
Not gonna be able to get much out of it here.
You get the ship pretty low. Get the inhibitor on him.
Building just enough HP.
Tanner's back now. Okay, so I think this is low-key worth what they went for, because now they get the 6v6.
That patron is up and available. Shiv is getting
But the early use of dome might not be worth. Zersky dies. Nah, it's GG.
60 down to 50, down to
No more
40,
rejuves,
down to
no more
30, 20, down to 10,
It's
and it's just enough.
Okay, we're gonna rewatch that one fight because they threw the whole game here.
Sneaky Golem knowing they're in a situation where if they make a mistake, it could be game over. In fact, I would say it would be game over, especially if they lose out on the fight in terms of numbers. But at the same time, they kind of have to be out here and a little exposed, as they got to make sure the mid-boss is not easily taken away by the opponents. Bunny McClock, though, playing around with the concave. They do see someone move forward.
Yeah, hold on. Third to 10. Giga throw by. So what happens on the back end of the fight here? Okay, I'm just gonna watch
Guys
ultimates.
on the right, get some poke.
Guys hitting,
There's
guys hitting,
Mirage.
and then I think they swap.
Escape. She doesn't.
So Lash gets inflict happens before the Lash ult.
Bunny McClock, though, playing around with the concave. They do see someone move forward, and there's actually a bit of a fight happening here. Guys
So they all
on the,
funnel onto the Geist.
right, get some poke.
An unstop goes off. I don't
There's
know who used the
Mirage.
unstop. Swap goes off.
Trying to escape.
I don't know how many. Inflict probably hits 3 or 4.
Does have the ultimate, but she gets stuck.
Gets out. Lash ult. It's 2, and then in the dome, the Scourge is going off in the dome.
Tanner's low.
Scourge on the Shiv.
Tanner
Tanner's
down
dead.
already. Cool Cheese soon to follow on with Gibbs in trouble.
So the inflict hit
Arctic.
Gibbs,
very
Cool Cheese, and
terrifying.
Arctic.
Tanner
believe.
down already. Cool Cheese soon to
Maybe
follow
not Cool
on
Cheese.
with
Maybe
Gibbs
just
in
Tanner,
trouble.
Gibbs, and Arctic. So
In
3-man
trouble, sorry.
inflict.
Arctic also very low. Aiden kind of just full HP, but not really doesn't really have anything to do here. Tanner, Cool Cheese now down. Lord and them kind of low too, but there's not really much to see here. All these players just either getting out or getting down. Bunny with Clock falling over, and this is surely a mid boss for Sneaky Golem. I told you this game wasn't over yet, and these guys are showing it.
You were right. And if you ever wonder why Pocket is a strong character, that was one of the reasons right there. He dropped in his affliction on 5 members, and you could literally watch as her health bars dwindle by the second. And with Doorman and Lash
Really,
and Shiv, Bunny with Clock could just not escape. And now with the mid-boss
Really
being
crazy.
grabbed, this gives a huge...
Kind of crazy that the game
where the guys
flips on
surely
that
are
one
putting
moment.
up some great analysis.
Well, analysis we definitely have plenty of. There's no shortage of things to talk about this game. That was, I mean, extremely straightforward, clean game from Sneaky Golem. Took the early lead, transitioned it into a clean victory. There was no comeback opportunities ever from Buddy with Clock. Everything went according to plan, and nobody in the server made any misplays. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, it was a very sharp, clean game. I blacked out for
Good
15 minutes, and yeah, as expected, Sneaky Golem with the massive early game advantage closed it out. Well done, well done. We're going to game 3.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, we didn't have to edit the tape at all. Like, they just ignored
No,
the
yeah.
20 minutes of footage. Like, nothing happened.
Oops. Read it. Oops.
Like 20k soul lead, lockdown in the bag. This one's theirs. To all the way back the other way, the advantage went firmly against them to Money with Clock, and yet I guess they still came back from a triple rejuve, even in the ultra late game, even down significant souls. So I mean,
hey, I feel like everything's up for grabs now. And in a way, I know like the chaos of that match is like totally wild, but I actually think that's kind of a good thing for Sneaky Golem right now. I think between these two teams, they're probably would rather things be completely chaotic and wild and kind of throw the game into that kind of a play style where maybe it's not as comfortable for Bunny with Clock, but hey, I mean, you get the job done in the end. You go game 3, you can have the opportunity to reset. If you come off the lanes hot again, I don't know that those big comeback fights are going to be as forthcoming in a final game 3.
Yeah, it was a crazy game, and I remember, like, you know, ZP, I will give him credit. He was a believer. You know, I was convinced that once that Sneaky Golem had thrown their lead, that it was wraps, but ZP was a believer the whole way through.
Look, it's one part.
Jesus,
here,
bro,
that was like technically there were.
That was a messy game.
The other part we're watching, you know, okay, EU has thrown even bigger leads, so I can't actually be like it's just special. Anyone can throw, but I do think the way it was set up here and like the comp we had, the front line that you had from Sneaky Golem was
so
still
fucking
really
true
strong.
from
I think
ZP.
we didn't really touch on too much in the draft, but I do think you can make the argument, especially looking at final stats and just the eye test for how some of these key fights went. Giving up Geist is a real pain right now in this meta. I mean, one of the most decisive fights towards the end that helped Sneaky Golem get back into the game is that they go for the initiation on the Rocane. Like, Rokane's the one that gets hit with the swap. All the abilities get blown on Rocane, except here's the problem. Rocane is a farm Geist, and there's just not enough to get through. Gets the swap, and suddenly it's like, wait, we actually have options here. We have a good fight.
Yep,
you know,
noodles.
Some decent afflictions coming in from Lord NM. So, realistically speaking, you know, in terms of the team comp that was being run, the front line was still good enough for Sneaky Golem that even when they fell behind, where they shouldn't have fallen behind after being so far ahead, they still had some room to work with. You know, the potential to get some good plays. And, you know, I think
real and true.
Step 1 really was initiating on the Geist was incredibly poor. You know, in one of the fights near the end towards the end.
Yeah. As we don't want the show to run for too long, we're going to go into some clips. And, I mean, it's already running for pretty long. We're on hour 8 over here. So, huge shout-out to the production crew, everyone behind the scenes making this happen. I mean, Jake and ZP, you guys know how much work it is behind the scenes to get everything. You know, like, you're sitting at your computer. You basically can't take a lot of breaks, right? You kind of have to be locked in for the whole duration. I've been at my desk for a while. Kashi behind the scenes has been at his desk forever running the production. We've had on, Observer, other observers through the day.
I hate the W thing. I just had to fold for it though.
That, but
we got to come up with something new though. W.
We're gonna get into a couple clips.
That's why I like
We'll
Compy.
just kind of run them.
Compy, Death Slam team.
Clips of how Sneaky Golem came back because they never came back. They were actually winning the whole time and they just cleanly swept. So it was chill. But the first clip that we have is a doorman moment. And Yoshi, if you're watching, I really want you to pay attention here because what we have is truly a Portal game special. as you know, he goes in, puts the portal.
What the
nothing
fuck
unusual,
even
right? And then,
happened, bro?
What was? Why is the door here and
so
he's
far
here?
away from the door, right? Like,
why is he here, bro? What happened? I mean, the only theory that we had was kind of the Paradox swapped him and something weird.
Floorman moment.
It's
but
weird
like,
it didn't even. It looked like it was after the swap ended. Like he walked for a second before he just turned up here.
Yeah, I think I can play this in reverse a little bit. We can see it as we see it right here. Like, let me just like play that a little bit. But he did get swapped, right? So there's some weird thing. Yeah, there's some weird thing that happened.
It looks like he's like ulting, right? He's like trying to ult somebody after, or no?
I don't really know what happened.
I got it. I got the explanation, and it's completely lore-based and not based on game mechanics, but, well, a little bit based on game mechanics from what we've seen. The other time that Paradox has really messed with Doorman is Baroness Hotel. Like, you can swap someone as they're getting hit in the hotel, and then they'll be moved
ZP's on it.
So the only
ZP's got it down.
You have another case of, like, swap messing with the door is that Paradox and Doorman have to be like mortal enemies, like channeling magic from the same
so fucking true.
That you
ZP fucking spitting.
Really weird stuff happens because it's specifically Paradox v Doorman that you get these incredibly odd situations.
ZP knows. ZP's a knower.
It should post swap.
Shout out to the devs for even making Doorman though, because low key, like you got to be crazy to put a character like that as a dev of like the litany of bugs that are, you know, destined to ensue. But that was definitely a new one. And honestly, good luck to the devs, even if
This time, will it happen? Or not? Jeez, even Kawhi didn't wait this long.
perfect bets, welcome bonuses, no gimmicks. Visit TonyBet.com. TonyBet, we're here to play.
Get the all-new ROG Xbox Ally. Now up to $100.
Who the fuck's that Avail Century just got their new enclosure? It's way bigger.
Take your favorite games anywhere.
Buggies.
You can play here, and here, and here. This is handheld gaming freedom. ROG Xbox Ally.
ROG. Dude, I don't understand the Steam Deck thing. I might buy a Steam box though.
We'll see who's first pick and see if I'm right on that one.
Game box? I'm down for a game box. If I ever get my own place, I'd be down for a game box.
People in stream complaining about audio desync. Yeah, we have audio desync, so you're just gonna have to deal with us kind of being like puppeteers, where we're talking.
All right, game 2
coming out at a different time. So
Close your
it is what
eyes,
it is.
chat.
Sorry about that. Close your eyes, exactly. We do have the giveaway winners before we get into as we're getting into the draft, but just you guys will be getting DM'd on Discord if you won the giveaway. But just for you guys, the usernames are as we got. They are not easy to pronounce. We have Ozzy Dahaka.
My
as
pants.
the first giveaway winner. Then we have Eddie Kolal as the second one. Cerise695 and Osirix_. So like, you guys did not make this easy for me. Like, you guys' usernames are weird as hell. We will DM you on Discord if you won. You know, yeah, keep an eye on your DMs, like your message request or whatever. And thank you for Corsair for the giveaway again. But Billy first ban.
So
Jake?
Sneaky Golem our first pick, right?
No Sag.
Yeah,
correct.
But that
So-
means Bunny with Clock chose second, so they didn't go.
W giveaway
first.
winners.
So it was the opposite of last game, right? So Sneaky Golem was second last game, right? And they got Chiv and Geist.
Belly band, Geist band. Wow.
They banned, okay, they just banned
Geist
this
band.
time.
Who would have thought?
Feeling like, okay, you're giving up one pick, but I kind of hope
They should.
Sneaky Golem take Mirage. Like, maybe it's too crazy, but I kind of hope they do take Mirage, because I think that'd be a way to sort of attack what Bunny with Clock have been relying on in terms of like their comfort. They played like I don't think I've seen them not play Arctic Mirage in like 10 games. I mean, seriously, they've always played it, and so I think it'd be a great thing to kind of throw a monkey wrench in the works. But it would take a lot of confidence, because that would also be changing.
Arctic has played Shiv, actually. He played Shiv earlier today. I forgot who it was against, but he did. Oh, they're listening, Jake. They are listening.
Mirage.
Ranger is DMing me right now. I have 3 incoming DMs.
I'm
from
dialed.
Ranger.
I'm dialed in.
Right, just like, what do you
He
mean
said
I
Jake
lost?
told me. He said Jake told me to tell them to first pick Mirage.
True.
He said that.
Nah, I think
That's
it's
just incoming
legitimately.
DM from
I like it because look, you're gonna give up some picks here. I wouldn't love the Shiv first pick, and then you get responded with like what Mirage Abrams. You know, I could still be Shiv Abrams here, which is pretty nasty as far as the first two. And yes, it is. The question is now. I mean, this is like I think probably the most important picks of the draft for Sneaky Golem. I think they really need to find an answer to the frontline dominance, and I'm not
Shiv Abrams.
sure what it's gonna be here. I mean,
Does Bunny of Clock have the brain? Do they pick the page? They go double bruiser? Do they have the Giga 5-head Infinity IQ play to pick the page?
The question is, how do you make
Do
money
they know?
pay
Are they
for
knowers?
investing in frontline? Like, what are you going to take away from
all right,
it?
hear
Do
me
you
out,
want to go
guys.
Kelvin? Do
Hear
you
me
want to
out,
go Kelvin?
guys.
Here's the question.
Infernus.
I'm hearing you.
Alright?
No. Bro, I played Infernus. I have a page of red. I played Infernus. I lost every game.
Page of red.
I'm playing Infernus, and I'm doing green build Infernus in rank now. You can't.
Victor Kelvin.
I also tried that, but I don't know. It's
Victor
just not
Kelvin.
enough. Okay,
Victor Kelvin.
I don't know about
Slam the Kelvin. Show me the Kelvin.
It's crazy,
Show.
but low key, I like.
They leave the Kelvin up. Okay, so now you actually go Kelvin instead of Page. I'm not even gonna cap.
Pick at this point. That's
Page is great and all, but the fact that you can take the Kelvin away from the Victor.
Just like the chemical weapon, you just like throw in first.
But Kelvin and the Victor is hard as well.
He's good against
Victor,
Kelvin too.
Victor does counter the Kelvin.
With Bunny with Clock probably want the Kelvin here, and Victor is kind of good against it because if you die in the dome, you know it's kind of scary. But
I feel like you like
I don't know. We'll
sack
see.
the Victor into the Abrams and the Shiv, and then like everyone else is just like chilling. Like let the Victor die. You know, like let him be annoying in the front line, and then try to assist from behind. And I think Pocket and Mirage actually can both kind of abuse Victor making space for them really well, like coming into a flick to save the Victor. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Viscous for being.
I think they were going. Okay, so I think Bunny with Clock.
Okay.
They go Warden here.
Then
This
they can
makes
still
a lot
get page
of sense.
value now. They get even
Not
more
only
page value
is it
now.
something that Poshy's gonna be able to play, but I also think the reason why they're going Kelvin, when you look at the last draft, is that they wanted to shore up their front line. Like last draft, the only other frontliner they had access to was Abrams. So I think they were using Kelvin as sort of support, but also quasi like giving you the space and control that you would get if you had another frontliner. But in this case, they open it with both Shiv and Abrams, so they don't actually need the Kelvin in the same way. In fact, they just don't want Sneaky Golem to pick the Golem for the same reason that Sneaky Golem has like really poor frontline. So they're just
Read
thinking
Chungus,
that Kelvin,
guys.
Sneaky Golem themselves don't
Meme
come
wasn't
in
good
and use
enough.
Kelvin as sort of this quasi frontline support.
Yeah.
That has to be the logic that Bunny with Clock is using here.
Perhaps. I do want to take just
Whoa.
1 second for something a little important, which is I want to give a shout out to Corvo Yami in YouTube chat, who's watching the stream and said, thank God I went to game 3. Apparently he's going through some tough stuff in his life and he's happy to get the distraction. So if you're in chat right now, going through a tough time in your life, hey man, hopefully we can help distract you and cheer you up a little bit with this incredible gameplay that we've had today so far. And as far as like Vindicta being banned, is Ada
So they banned the
Mina
Kelvin?
again? I don't love the Mina here, but
Slam
it
the
might
page.
come out, 'cause if
Slam
you
it.
get Here, they could pick it. Yeah, it
Sneaky
doesn't
Golem's
look
your
good.
first pick.
Who else is he gonna play? That's why
Hayes?
Vindicta.
Hayes
Hayes actually
looks
really good against Mirage, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ganking him solo and then
Hayes pretty good.
Yep.
Hayes
Like,
pretty
it
good
does
here.
teleport, or it doesn't, right? You
No, it doesn't. But like the thing about Hayes is that she's a natural
Page.
slowing Hex fire. You're just slowing Hex, ult Mirage. He dies,
Page.
guaranteed,
Deathball
and he's
comp
always
time.
alone side lane.
Page.
So I think it's a good matchup.
Yeah, but I mean, once he gets
Slam the
DBR, right, it's
page.
no problem, but then there's definitely a
Yeah, but you
good
force
part
him
of
to
the game,
either
the
go an early
game.
DBR or like for the first 15
Mina.
minutes he can get.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we go
it's
Mina.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think so much relies on.
I just
Victor
bugged out my
having a good
entire-
enough game where Victor can be
By pressing that.
can actually be a little bit of a scary, annoying frontliner for Shiv, Abrams, Warden, for them to like not want to go on him.
Flash comes in. What
I
sport
like
did they
Flash,
want to play?
for the team fight turnaround behind the Victor. I feel like
Dynamo?
Victor and you go a bunch of shit that like
Dynamo game?
uses space well to like force a huge team fight. I would like seeing like
They
a
picked the
Dorman.
page. Okay, they steal the page from Bunny with Clock.
I kind of would rather have this have been a Dorman, but
pretty
maybe Page would
good.
have been a pretty contested pick with it also being, I think, pretty good in the Bunny with Clock draft.
I think the page is for Victor. I think when you're running Victor, you realize Victor is going to be overextended a little bit more. Having the ability to like spam more shields in Victor Way just kind of makes his kit even more obnoxious. And I think they preferred that over the Viscous option here. I mean, Viscous was still available. Hydration could have played it. Instead, Hydration is probably going to be one on page.
Do Bunny with Clock play Doorman? Because I feel like Doorman would be really
They do,
good
yes.
for them. Okay.
Yeah.
They do.
I would think
Cool Cheese
Doorman
plays Doorman.
I would think Doorman is good here, just because it
That
gives
is
you
well
such a
uncentered.
sick,
God, I'm so bad
earn
at spelling.
contest. It gives you some mid-boss options and some mobility for your team. They go Viscous.
They're
as
going
I think they're a
maybe
little bit
as
low
well.
on pick though if they go
That is
Doorman. Like I
true.
think they
Yeah,
might
they're
want
going Paradox
Paradox.
for
I don't
coaches.
know.
Yeah,
Let's go
I don't
time.
mind the Viscous. Yeah, it's a little. It's definitely. I think probably more meta would have been to play Doorman, but Viscous Shiv is I think really sick. And
Dorman
maybe having these nice saves
time.
is gonna be
Dorman
valuable,
time.
against some of like the hard commit, like if Lash was solo ulting somebody and.
The big Dorman, they have a lot of
Even if you
objective
just
control.
and even with the cube, like I'm not sure you're gonna.
Viscous
live
is
through that
also underrated.
if you're just
Mid boss
caught in, like,
and
a
earn
really bad
contester.
spot with Victor on
Paradox
top
to go
and
pick
Mirage
instead.
being down
Sure,
there.
sure.
Finish the
Paradox. I mean,
Paradox.
ZP's right. ZP just seems to be on point tonight. He's got kind of like laser eye focus.
He is one with the draft.
Production to instantly give you laser eyes. Maybe if we were on Night Shift stream, we could figure that out.
Solomon, do it.
You know, we're not there yet, but
Wait, so Sneaky Golem can have Doorman now. Isn't that crazy though? Isn't that like really?
I don't think
really
they will
crazy?
though, because actually they could.
'Cause
Zerbzy doesn't have a hero yet. Hydration's
True.
on page, so Zerbzy could
Goober spitting.
go Doorman here.
Because the reason I like Doorman in this game, I think
Mm.
it's really nice against like the cores that Bunny with Clock have run. I guess not
I mean,
the
it's
best
so good against
Mina,
Warden.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Like being able to ult Warden to card him away, and even I just feel like the card away is actually really nice. Into
I never
Abrams
realized
and
how good Lash was into Warden until I watched
just pushed away from you really hard.
um Idol played into Bunny with Clock in a DLNS, and every time Warden would ult, Idol would ult as Lash and cancel it perfect timing, and then the ult would get canceled. It was crazy to watch, and it wasn't a gun Warden. It was a ult build Warden. It was pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. It's got the instant cancel for the Warden ulti.
I like Dynamo Page. I think Dynamo Page is
And
gumpy.
legitimately, this is a really scary game to play against Dynamo. I mean, you have a lot of close range damage. The Black Hole could go crazy. The Stomp is going to be great value into all the frontliners too.
The Dynamo is really good in terms of frontline pressure. Also, the other thing too for the longer fights, like having both Paige and Dynamo on the same team, I actually think
Hang on, what's about? I don't refresh though.
You're not
I will
going to
refresh.
have the same early game penalty. Like
I lied. I'm refreshing. I need to see where Sweeks is in the marathon.
opposite. You can play Dynamo, and Dynamo is actually really good in lane against a bunch of the options that Bunny with Clock has here. You can run some good lanes with Dynamo within this particular thing. I mean, look, you can play things like Dynamo Mirage that we've seen actually work out well. Like, so overall, like, this is an up to the laning phase. It probably helps a lot in team fight, and particularly with like how Warden and Abrams and Shiv like to engage. Like, Dynamo's a really uncomfortable problem. You're probably going to get hit by most of the stomps, and you still have to respect Singularity, especially when it comes down to mid boss.
Is the song copyrighted?
So yeah,
I'm worried the song's copyrighted. I'm not gonna lie. Whatever.
You like the Dynamo page? I mean, the mid boss Victor Dynamo page.
Yep.
If Sneaky Golem managed to get in a situation where there's
Victor
a
Dynamo
decent,
page
even
Lash.
decent mid boss fight,
And
I
NATO.
would be willing to bet a lot.
They got that
on
mid
them
control.
winning that mid boss fight. With
I
this
mean, they have
so,
5 of the best
Capital
heroes,
D.
right, for mid boss. I mean, even I would conclude Pocket and Lash as being really sick around the mid boss, right? Like Affliction
Lash is great,
and
for
Lash,
sure.
right? Like really 5 of her heroes are insane. And then even Mirage, like I don't mind Mirage in the
Not
mid boss,
bad.
you know, like he still has Tornado.
This
which
guy
can be
isn't
nice, and
a
also just
fucking-
can be,
what?
It's like hard to go on before the crystal drops.
You're not a
So, like,
Dynamo
trying to do
believer,
is, like,
but
burst
you
somebody down.
give them
Mirage
the draft one.
relatively hard
Okay.
to kill. With the ability to kind of like outplay some of those spots.
Another game where Bunny with Clock
This has turned into a really sick
could have picked
draft for
Paige,
Sneaky
and it
Golem,
would have been
I
so
can't
OP.
believe,
They
despite,
could have picked
they've given
Hayes
us
later
every
too.
reason to doubt them over the last few months.
If
and
they
yet
would have,
I-
Sneaky Golems
I'm
would have
like,
denied
I just
Amina by
keep
picking
coming
it.
back,
But
keep crawling back for more. But I do believe in the Sneaky Golem draft. I see the vision, and I want to see this Giga team fight style work out. I like the Victor too. I think this is a smart Victor draft. Curious to see what the Victor build's going to be this game. Probably just Spirit Vitality, like Giga tanking, but.
Also, my final thought here too is that Bunny with Clock, they're under pressure. They have not been under this level of pressure in a very long time. They're still a newer team, and realistically speaking, they threw what should have been a game-ending fight in the previous stuff. So we'll see if Bunny with Clock
again?
has what it takes to bounce back mentally against what has been their toughest challenge to date.
All right, welcome to the final match of the night. Timbo, you doing okay, man? I know it's 5 o'clock in the morning there for you.
Holy.
Hey man, we're chilling, we're watching some great Deadlock here, and we got some very interesting drafts here happening. Victor's second pick was not something I was expecting at all, but low-key, they're kind of playing well around with the rest of their picks.
Not wrong.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited for it. I also think there's an element of, like, we've seen Tanner be, like, super aggressive. We call him the headbutter, or at least I have started to tonight. And I feel like Victor naturally kind of catches that a little bit, you know? It makes Tanner think about his playstyle, and, like, he's perfected this idea of, like, getting in your face. And now he's to think a couple of times if he wants to do that when things start to go a little bit towards Victor's way. So we'll see how that goes as we head in the match. But we also got the Professor. Dynamo is on the far right lane, and he is there with Pocket. Another great way to help stop engages coming their way, and I'm excited to see how he's going to unfold.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very scary overall for Sneaky Golem here in general. I mean, you have the Dynamo here especially, which kind of works really well with that Victor being able to set up that heal, like, damaging aura of suffering for League on the Victor, while hydration on that Dynamo, just putting out a black hole. You're just dealing all your damage in one big aura. It's gonna be very hard to play against, at least for them, but there's good answers though on Bunny with Clock's side here. This Viscous especially, being able to save anyone from that Dynamo ultimate is gonna be crucial.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that I hope that more Viscous-like characters come into the game, you know, these technical characters with like cool save buttons that are
Green chat too much, we're locking
very
in.
supporty.
Last game of the day.
So fun to watch, and I think they really kind of lend themselves to the
Oh,
spirit of
such a long
MOBAs, you know,
stream.
building a team,
Love
work
watching
together.
some
Like
good
for me, like
Deadlock,
Paige was a
though.
great addition
Really
to the game
good
as well.
series
and Paige
today.
is also playing on the opposing side here, as she'll be trying to look for grabbing some of those items that are in there, but Shiv and Viscous are fully aware of it, and they're trying to catch her. Can they get her?
Eyeing
Is she above on the rooftops?
Oh, she's down
Oh,
below.
I was like, where is she at? They looked everywhere. I was like, where is she? I didn't even know where she was at. And I
Hidden.
got the mini map. She went down below and hit, and it looks like she's going to be able to
Hits the
sneak
box
on
route.
out.
Gets a high velocity.
Therpsy hiding for dear life there, as you see a couple of big goo balls looking on top of you, just trying to hide from them. Make sure you just don't eat all that goo in one day. I mean, you can only take so much in a day, you know?
It's just funny. You're like looking for Paige and she's down there reading a book. What's going on?
Hey, she chilling.
In the middle lane, she is. We got that one-on-one going on between Mirage and Warden as they're kind of left to their own devices. How common of a development is this, or is this something that's happening in this best of 3? Because I feel like in our last series that we casted together, we didn't see so much of this like leaving backwards, running around and getting these extra resources that are laying around the map, and we're seeing a lot more in this best of 3. Is this more of a meta evolving, or is this something that's happening
playing
between
Pocket
these
like
players?
all day.
This is more of a I would assume this is more of a thing that just naturally happens when teams know each other well. They know their limits. They play often around each other, like against each other, and that way they can also know, like, okay, if I go for an engagement here, I'm just gonna die. So if I just chill out and go for my souls, just trying to box farm, they're probably gonna do the same thing on the other side.
Well, getting those resources from the boxes. Lash currently in a fight on the left side with Mina. Gets a little bit of damage, but is going to go ahead and back away after getting some healing. Meanwhile, Tanner trying to do his best here to try and push back his opponent. And what's interesting is I've been keeping an eye on Tanner. We've seen him be aggressive, get underneath the opposing turret, or at least get close to it, or even steal away the minions. And he really hasn't had that benefit here. And I really feel like that Victor so far has been trying to slow him down. Over here on the other side, though, we do have Viscus and Shiv continuing their lane phase, and they seem to be holding up pretty well. Now, here comes Tanner stepping up. And usually he's like up in this area, he's like trying to get ready for a flank. He's playing a little bit more behind his wall. It's interesting to see him change his playstyle.
He's saying, you know what, I've inted too hard tonight. Let's just chill for an early game.
Today I live in game 3, but not for Pocket. Oh, hang on, here comes a cube at the last second. Comes out, gets some damage, goes for a punch, and immediately goes for a parry, hoping that Pocket will turn around and go for it, and Pocket is going to be able to drop down his affliction. He's low to 25 HP. There we go. He gets picked off at the last second. A 1-for-1 trade.
Arctic getting traded and taking one with him with those knives after death. Really well played by Arctic there, though, to get something out of it, even if you are going to go down. I mean, he got 2 kills there for his own life. That's pretty good for the early game.
Gibbs should be the one to get the buff here.
Shiv, man. Slows down the pressure on your Guardian, sets you up.
I was ready for that buff. It was up for like 30 seconds.
Viscus, he grabbed the gun buff. Here we have the last stand. Being popped in the middle. Flash. Dumps him on the ground. Combo Mirage to follow up, and cheese has been melted.
Should be a dead Bashi.
They're just putting a bunch of people in this mid lane. There's 4 people
and
here
Gibbs
right
dies.
now, with 1 on each side lane for Sneaky Gold.
Ooh, Bunny with
kind
of getting shitted on.
Early on in game 1.
Once
and
again.
kind of in game 2 as well. Looks like both teams are trying to adapt to how each other are playing and play around this.
Tanner dies.
That's a good point. An adaptation. In game number 1, we had Bunny
Good
with
move from
Clock
League there,
take
Living.
away the middle Guardian and really blew up the entire map from there. And there was adjustment in game number 2. Sneaky Golem did not let that happen. And here in game number 3, they have been like, all right, we are going to be the victors in the mid lane, and we're going to see what you do with that. And it has been paying off pretty well for them. We're all tied up in the series for it, and with game number 3 here being unfolded, you already see we got Mirage and Paige once again in the middle lane. They have Dynamo running around, grabbing some boxes, potentially thinking about rotating in if he needs to. Got the last stand out of the Warden too, which means without last stand, Warden's not going to be too aggressive unless he has like a soul advantage on you. So they slowed down that pressure that could be occurring.
Something to note as well here that we haven't really talked about yet for this draft is that both of these last 2 games, Bunny with Clock have had 2 global ultimates with like based on movement, but this game they have 0. So they need to be a lot more mindful of their positioning around the map, and especially in this early game. And Sneaky Golem kind of just taking advantage of that and saying, you know what, let's just do standard rotates, move around the map, and make sure that Bunny with Clock, while they're standing still, are not going to get anything for it.
Tanner and them are able to get a kill there on Victor, looking for more of a fight here in the middle lane as we actually see both Poshy Pop and Cold Cheese being deleted. This allows for Mirage to start working on top of that Guardian. The exchange of fights have definitely excelled here for both of them. Pocket trying to get some siege here on the right. Needs to back away as the knife just connects with him. And with the goo ball coming in, poor Gibbs is also going to get picked off as we have more dust coming in. I feel like League just got picked off twice in a row. Like he spawned, came back, and died again.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Victor right now. His early game is super weak right now. He really just needs to get a good start And if Victor doesn't really get a good start, it's gonna be super hard to get back into the game.
Well, good news for him is he has 6.2k over the 5.5k of Tanner, so he's like a 1k ahead. But yeah, those last 2 deaths there have definitely hurt in retrospect.
1 o'clock falling behind the lane again.
Let's look at it right now. Let's do a quick checkup. Middle lanes, both of them are about half HP. Far right has about a quarter each on them. And the left side, there is a slight lead for Bunny with Clock as they have put in damage on Sneaky Golem's Guardian. We are past the centers right now, and with the Guardians not down, we haven't seen as much rotations as we had the last couple of matches. It definitely seems we could slow down a little bit in terms of full fights. And as I say that, there are 3 people in the middle lane looking at a Goo Man.
Looking for that Goo Man indeed. Gibbs in a little bit of trouble here. Rocane being a very fed member right now of Sneaky Golem on that Mirage.
Nice.
When you want to be fed. Really good character actually to get a lot of picks in that mid game because of that Tornado and how much damage he just raw does right now in the meta.
Tanner has been spotted trying to move forward for these double centers. Victor's here on the side, finds him in the corner. He jumps out across, does get stunned. Here's a Lash ultimate as well. As he attempts to try to find the pick. Tanner lived there for a long while,
in the game.
But finally does get picked off. Bunny with Cloak lets Tanner go off and do his own thing in the opposing jungle, and Sneaky Golem is tired of it. They have caught him now twice.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Bunny with Cloak, not Cloak, is doing a pretty good job of trying to come back
Who's in the Guardians? Down 2-0
in this part of the game,
Guardians.
but Hydration gotta be caught up.
Hydration also does.
Pretty good early game for him so far.
1 o'clock gets their
Finally
first Guardian
off the
then.
Mirage jail. And,
Oh, sorry. That was their
doing a
third.
pretty good job of utilizing his
Golem's
newfound
got
tankiness.
There first on blue.
There he comes out a bit too early. Lord was trying to get it. Another heavy coming out. There goes the
All right.
briefcase.
Guardian's gonna close up the gap a little bit.
Where's he at? He wants him. He's gone. There's no way. At least he got the box.
That's matchmaking ult if I've ever seen 1 out of 10 there. Just ulting out, greeting for the kill, and then Lord and M just immediately out of sight, and he's like, "Where he go? Where? Okay, I guess I just slam here and pray."
Think how cool it felt though to slam on a box and smash it with your weight. Oh my gosh.
Oh my lord.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
a legend.
there's definitely some you know, power fantasy there in the Abrams, just slamming down on an innocent little box. But we'll see if he ends up slamming down on some innocent little enemies later on in the game. With
They
that
don't
ultimate.
realize Gibbs is
For
behind
now,
them
though,
yet.
Gibbs looking to hit League here. Gonna use the ball already. League gonna go down. Gonna use that Victor reanimation.
Page is probably dead.
And,
Page is
now
dead.
looks like Serp's in a little bit of trouble.
Pocket trying to escape, but there's a lot of folks in this area. I don't know if she'll be able to escape. He's down to half HP. Same time, we have a Lash flying in, and that's going to be a pick on the Goo Man. So it's going to be a 2-for-1
Hydration has ult in a couple seconds. I don't think he wants to use it though. This should be free.
But he just gets punched in the face with a knuckle sandwich as Abrams will also
Feeding
fall.
really low.
Bunny with Clock.
Shouldn't go back to get the rake for the
heal.
heal.
That's going to be a Mina 4 down at 11 minutes.
Oof.
Even early game, we've seen this
Once again, Bunny with the clock, shoving a walker, pre 15 minutes.
Right around this
Pretty good damage though.
That both teams
Not bad.
like to, you know, try and
Quick
get
zip
the
comes in from
advantage for
Page.
themselves. Last game it was in the
And he got Mirage ult.
spot of an urn, but
Not the worst.
No urn to
Doing
be
stuff on the other side of the map.
now, already claimed. So it's gonna be up to these pick characters, especially, to start getting some stuff happening. There's a
Alright,
Dynamo
balls. Curious if
active,
he's gonna
though,
rush the
for
infuser really
Sneaky
early
Golem,
again.
So they could potentially look to get
Actually,
a little
League
bit
was
of
the one who
a
played.
big black hole.
Who played the
Yeah, I think that was something that the analysts were
Victor
talking about
earlier.
a
I
lot,
don't
was
remember.
how this team fight was going to unfold later on. You know, the counter massive ult, you have the Lash potential, you have, of course, Page ultimate, which is great for CC, you have the Affliction coming in, you have Dynamo. There's a lot of area effect potential here, and for things to really go sideways, there's an overchase that ever occurs. Bunny with Clock right now is actually looking for a disengage here on the far right as Lash is coming in. He's going for a combo. On the ground they go. There was a Page around the corner, and here comes the book spells, and that's going to be a pick as Shiv is deleted. And now Sneaky Golem wants to move forward and maybe think about trying to grab this Guardian, but they actually back away as Bunny with the Clock brings everybody, and with that opportunity in the mid lane, you see Pocket moving in. Yeah, it's a full chase. Here's the Dynamo, Singularity going on.
Oh, the meat ult wasn't ticking on the Dynamo.
Viscous there as well already. I mean,
still dies though.
Hydration using that ultimate, thinking get Tanner, but Gibbs just says, nope, you're just gonna get cubed. No free Dynamo ult for you. Lash now, gonna try to see if he can escape Tanner's mighty headbutts. Looks like he's gonna be able to do so, but Poshy Pop and Cool Cheese and Gibbs for that matter, all low. Maybe if Sneak Golem can turn this is looking very bad for Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, Lash is here, and we also have Mirage currently in the fight, looking
Waiting
for a
for
full
Slam.
engage. We do have Pocket moving forward, trying to go for the Affliction. Will connect with it. Looks like Viscous does get picked off towards the end, as Gibbs will no longer be available.
Everyone's looking for an
defense.
exit here.
In the middle lane, Dynamo's being forced to deal with Shiv, but the Guardian, with it all said and done, will be going down for Sneaky Golem.
Overcooked from Tanner.
Clock, hoping to get Tanner out of his fight,
gets
but I
Scott
think
here.
he's in the wrong neighborhood right now.
Look, whatever is a wrong neighborhood for other players, it's just like where Tanner likes to live, it seems. Every game he's just completely overpositioned on the map. But look at this.
Why is there four people chasing Tanner in this corner?
Like,
poor guy.
He's just chilling there, and suddenly 4 people are there. I mean, that has to open up the map a little bit for Bunny with Clock. And if you look at it, they're actually getting a little bit of souls back. I think they got like 1k off of that.
I'm going to be completely honest when it comes to Tanner. The only thing that I would be critical of with his gameplay is he needs to type worth in all chat way more often.
That's true.
Like, if you're going to play this playstyle, bro, you got to let him know. You got to go for the mental warfare.
Maybe I'm
Hydration
playing a little bit
going
of the mind game here.
rapid into
Tanner
alt build.
just always
Very
looking,
interesting.
like every time Tanner is somewhere, they have to think: is there a team? Is there not a team? Usually there isn't.
True.
But what if there is a team this time? You
Cool
never
run
know.
on the Viscous for
What is it,
Gibbs.
Schrodinger's cat? It's Tanner's cat.
Schrodinger's team.
Yeah, that's right. Well, middle of the map is starting to open up pretty well with the Guardians going down. Sinners will be spawning relatively soon. Just for your own case at home, 13 to 15 minutes is probably the second spawn of Sinners, because you get them at 8 minutes and they spawn in 5 minutes. So you're already seeing that from our two teams. And we do see a Paradox that might be in a bit of a weird position, but she does have a Shiv and Mina nearby, so they should be okay. Here comes the buffs as well. They spawn on the 15-minute mark. That's grabbed by the team on the far right. It looks like Lash is going to be grabbing the other.
Yeah, I mean, movement and vitality picked up, one for each side. Movement is definitely going to be interesting on Shiv. I mean, very mobile character already, but being able to traverse the map with that sprint speed and zipline speed, it's definitely going to be useful. But
This is
not
knife
if you're
hits
going
the
to die
second.
to the Mirage for Kane already.
Just all use Pocket use teleport in the middle. I think Abrams was about to hop on top of him.
Flash
Here
all
comes the
lifts.
Flash Bell, though. He just scared him away. He wanted to get the
But
urn.
gets the urn from it, yeah.
And he does get it. And now he's got to move it to the other side of the map. Now, Tanner
Rush
is pushing some
TP.
pressure on the middle of the walkway here. He will see a Pocket coming in behind him, helping
Catches
that
the
wave
blue
clear and
wave.
Mirage, so he escapes over to his teammate. He's got a Viscous to run to, so he should
Good
be fine,
tempo
too.
from Rokane.
Let's check it on Victor. How's Victor doing? Victor currently at 18k souls, dealing with a goo ball, so I would say he's doing quite
So an
sticky
early
right
infuser
now.
this game as well.
But he does have his ultimate. Gosh, can we move so much?
Gibbs
CC?
bullying him.
Victor
Gets out,
is
though.
able to finally escape.
And Victor looking very strong right now, having that infuser up
Oh,
and
good
online
punch
already.
from
Could be a
Pashy.
pretty good fight for Sneak Golem here, but AVG, no ultimate, getting that.
I think
urn
Pashy got his ult
dropped
cancelled, though.
already. Gibbs, though, in a bit of trouble here.
No, he's
He
healing
can-
quite a
sorry,
bit.
AVG can
Probably
get,
got off.
Get Gibbs down here. This could be really good for them. Gibbs down and Soul Urn free for the taking. 3 members traded for 2. I don't even know what happened.
Okay. See Golems get the urn.
last stand popped off for Bunny with Cloak, but they just,
Up
and they
10K.
just ran away from it and were able to get the other picks as the other two were trying to escape. They were kind of low of HP from prior engagements, and then of course Lash able to come in with that big pound and then of course get that turn in. So with a lead going over to Sneaky Golem of
Here's with
103k
6K,
to
Rokane's gonna go
92k,
first
Bunny
here.
with Clock
May
now
just get
needs
an
to turn around
upgrade.
and deal with the waves that are pushing their way. And look at Sneaky Golem. They are everywhere
goes
on the
Enduring
map,
debuff
especially on this
fleet
right
instead.
side as they grab all the souls for their taking
Get
as
his
they
base
had a
stuff down before he
successful
goes for
team fight.
6Ks.
It is successful here. 10k up now for Sneaky Golem, but we've seen this tale before. You can never count a lead in this series.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, could just set up
Both
top.
these teams have a great record of
Doesn't see
trading
the-
back the lead, you know? They're just kind that way. Paradox coming in with the kinetic carbine, trying to find a target, just barely misses, could follow that up into a swap and has teammates there to follow it up. I mean, Mina at this point is starting to get some decent souls, 15k, and she's always really good at finding those final pickoffs, especially with her ultimate and then her slash that she has available to her.
True.
Ooh, Shivon here on the far right, taking the time to try and push up the wave. He knows he has a Paradox and an Abrams nearby, but there's about to be 4 people in the vicinity.
Yep.
Yeah, they need to be really careful here on that right-hand side. Bunch of members of Sneaky Golem over here, and that Dynamo ultimate with the Lash online. You know, Dynamo Lash being a pretty common occurrence, pretty common duo usually,
Oh.
but
Gets the lash out up, gets snared, but still gets the slam down.
This, I don't think.
That's
He's
a dead
trying his
Bashi.
best barriers online. AVG doing a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Gibbs
it's a dead
gonna come
Bashi.
in with that cube though for push pop. Can he get out? No, he is gonna go down.
Quick focus from all three. Viscous trying to get away from it. It looks like he will. Typically, if he can get that speed and momentum going his way, he will be able to retreat, but they do save their walker for now. Page, however, did get picked off during the time of that engagement as well, so a 1-for-1 trade. And in terms of macro, you can kind of tell both teams are trying to make a push, but so far the defense has been pretty stellar. Sneaky Golem finally makes a play on the far left as they start moving in between Lash and Victor and get some damage in.
He in a bit of trouble here, but Gibbs the one in the
Gibbs
most
is
trouble.
dead.
League just gonna say, Victor, dive walker. And suddenly there's no more goo ball.
Warden's on the way to try and stop Lash from moving forward, wants to scourge him, but with some solid movement, he's able to escape. Mina wants to try and get towards him, going for the love bite, excuse me. Will get a bite there, but I think he should be able to escape just in time. Oop, over the wall, and
Sneaky Golems do get the mid walker for this.
Look at the middle lane, though.
Macroed
This
him.
is where we finally get something
Pashi's
opened
gonna
up.
try to get this
Dynamo
left
in
one, but
pocket,
collapsing by the
grab
Victor and
walker in the
Barrage. This
middle
could
of
be
the
bad for
map, and
Pashi.
it's wide open
Could
now.
die again here. Does have the Aiden hover
She's
though.
gonna use his healing rate on himself and just look for something here.
Nope. Sneaky Golems out
Arctic gonna
macro.
start a bit of an engagement here. I think on the pocket. Cooley is gonna come in to support, but I think the pocket's just
Not ideal.
chilling.
Not
Just
ideal.
See ya.
Yep.
Pashi
What
does
he does
again,
best,
bro.
man.
Fuck, that's
Most annoying character in the game, in a good way, of course. Pocket is actually looking to try and maybe move towards that Shiv, and we did see Paradox have to escape. Another pick on poor Warden here, as Bunny with Clock right now seems to be having a hard time keeping all 6 people up.
Yeah, this is looking dicey right now for Bunny with Clock right now. That Victor is just such a clock putting onto that game. It should be called Golem with Clock, maybe, the way that's, this game is panning out. Because, I mean, League is just going to be an absolute monster when it gets to this late game. Already has that Infuser online as well. So if you can get out a little bit more damage, I mean, he's going to be practically unkillable in these later fights.
True.
Yeah, and he's feeling pretty good about it. He is constantly moving around, grabbing double centers. There is going to be a Paradox that will be showing up for it, and Viscous is potentially here to help as well. But they are on the wrong side of the map, and they're about to run into 3 people. They go for the Earn Punch. Same time, Dynamo's able to get the hit. There's a swap, trying to lock him down. They dash out. Kinetic Carbine is up and available.
Second. Is this a self-damaged like Dynamo build? Hydration has Scourge up already at 19k.
Pashi's still ahead despite dying a lot.
This is a very
25k,
interesting
same with
build.
Arctic. Arctic farmed really well this game, 26k.
Let's actually look at the Dynamo real quick if we could, Observer, and get an idea for these items. Timbo, you can let me know if anything looks a little bit on the odd side.
Ricochet comes in for
whenever we pop that up.
Rogaine.
Oh, we got a Viscous instead. That's okay. I like looking at him as well. He's green.
Yeah, he's
Thing is,
he's
Hydration's
also
up 14k.
very pretty to look at in general.
League
Gibbs,
is
17K,
farmed
not having
with the
too much
page.
online right now. Bullet Resilience now gonna be picked up by League, but Tanner gonna chase him down. League in a bit of a sticky situation here for himself. Has that ultimate online though, so if they can't kill him
I
soon,
don't think
and
he's in that bad of a situation, Doug. I think he has a page.
Out of nowhere. Still has one of his jump starts.
Is that a Dynamo shield?
How little damage this guy's
Hydration
taking.
have
This is what
Guardian?
Victor can actually do to your team comp if he
Haven't
is
seen
allowed to
Hydration's
farm.
build much. I knew he was taking into
Well,
all
he
he might
has
have
been a
got
lot of
support as
farming. He's
well.
feeling pretty good about it.
After the
Dynamo and
rapid.
Warden in a fight here on the side in the alleyway. There's 4 people on
Okay,
the far left looking to
League
try and
is
get
not
that
gonna
walker. At least try to get some damage on top of it. Lash was tasked with defending the middle lane,
And
but
then
he has
they
a Shiv
lose
and
a
a
walker
Viscous
for it.
moving forward to
Oof,
potentially get
this
that walker
game is
as
getting
well.
out of
And you
hand.
have Page, who is also dealing with the right side. It looks like they finally are able to get that walker and take it down. So there are 2 walkers down. Count them. 1, 2. Sneaky Golem has taken a lead in the macro and in terms of souls, 148 to 131.
Arctic gonna go down once again. Boundless Spirit though now online for him could be a bit of a fight, fight turner there. But
boss?
ABG gonna look.
They
with
have all the
lash
control in the world,
best
might as
side,
well.
and they're gonna look to go for a mid boss call here.
You got the Victor, you got the Dynamo, you got the Lash ult, you got Page ult.
There is
This is just free.
the last stand, but they just saw Warden on the far left lane because he was clearing out minions.
Yeah, but look at the
so
map
they
right now.
think they got it.
So
They're
do
trading.
Oh,
they
yeah.
trade
mid
3
boss
walkers for this?
3 walkers potentially.
One walker goes down, a second one is taking damage.
The
A
heal,
mini wave is
though.
about
The
to
walker
join
heal
up. Tanner
might
can
make
rotate
sure
over if
Gibbs
he
can't
needs
get
to.
this.
3 rejuvenators do go over to
It's
Sneaky
gonna be
Golem.
really close.
Let's see if Viscous can get this. He starts to put damage on it.
Dude, the
Mirage is
walker
there.
mechanics
they're looking
literally
to try
just
and pick him off.
fucked
So it
them,
looks
bro.
like one walker went down. Maybe a
Yeah.
Viscous too.
I mean, then that's the.
Oh, he's going
that's-
for it.
That's the tricky part about this patch, you know, these walkers being so healthy all of a sudden. After you kill one of them, you saw the mid one.
Yeah.
Very low,
I
and
wonder
then
if they should have
suddenly
called
just-
for Gibbs
now
to
it's
get the
just half
walker
health.
first.
We're killing.
Yeah, for those that don't know, if you kill a walker, the other ones get stronger, and it goes all the way down to the third one, right, with the latest patch. So they've made it a little bit harder to do your split
I
pushing.
wonder if they should have
And that
called
may
for
just
Gibbs
thrown
to
off
get it
the
first.
calculations
Fuck, that really
just a
sucks.
smidgen here. 2 people down for Bunny with Cloak, and with 3 Rejuvenators, Sneaky Golem is riding their lanes,
Bunny with
and
Cloak.
already looking for maybe an Urn turn in.
Try to at least. It's gonna be hard. Arctic
We're mixing it up.
He's kind of the strong player right now for Bunny with Clock. I mean, Pop, of course, with that Warden, but Warden can get shut down pretty hard by this Dynamo and the Lash, so needs to be a little bit careful.
This Walker on the far right, Timmy taken out. Tanner trying to sneak
Gotta go
in
for
this possible Urn turn in. Everyone from Sneaky
Oh.
Golem that turns around, though, they don't want to give
Look
it
at
up.
Pop.
They don't want to give nothing.
Push it out again.
There's a pick on Pop. And Sneaky Golem seems to be running away with his game a little bit. It's starting to look like they're finding their picks. They are locked in, finding the kills, opening the map. They're looking for another one here as Shiv is behind the Walker, all by himself.
It's a depressing game.
And he's done. Boom, another knockup.
And then they lose the other one.
Done. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Arctic gonna be down for 48 seconds. This is kind of an opportunity right now for Sneaky Golem. 2 players down, and they have 3 rejuves. This might be the base push that they're looking for if they play this right.
I mean, they got 2 more minutes. They do have some souls on them, like for Mirage in particular. He has AK right now, so they probably have to back up and buy. You can take 15 seconds to do that, and then continue to push. Quick clear up here by, oh my gosh, look at this movement. Oh, just watch it. Just enjoy it. It's like watching Superman fly. It's just, I'm jealous. I can't do that well, you know?
Majestic Leap, such a strong item if you know how to use it right. Super versatile for that movement effect.
I will practice and
Go
get better.
Scourge,
All right, Urn's
Suppressor,
available.
and he did go
Dynamo
Guardian more.
grabs it. Hydration feeling pretty
he's
good
going
about
all
that.
build
Half
plus
of their souls
Scourge.
are all
Scourge
relocked
is
and loaded.
for the Victor.
Setting up for a turn-in. It
You
is
can put it
the
on himself too if he
comeback
lands well,
area.
but
So Bunny with Clock could decide if they want to go for the engagement. They are 22,000.
I think the
souls
upload
down,
makes a
and
lot of
they have
sense this
big
game. You're
push
playing
going on
to
the right.
so much beef.
They may be thinking about going for the
Getting the
Walker
max,
push, but there's a Mirage there to meet, and remember that global pressure from
Max health
Mirage
percent damage on the
is
max ult is
always
really
ever
worth this
present.
game.
Turn, turn in. There is a Viscous there to try and delay.
But look at Bunny with Clock right now. They're gonna go for this Warden.
is
They're
going.
gonna go for this Walker with the Warden ult. Could be something here. Arctic
Rush is
on
already
line
really
right now.
chunked.
Gonna see if they can get the Mirage down.
Lash
Kind of alone
ult.
here, but look at that ult from AVG.
GG,
Gonna slam
man.
them all down into the Walker. Maybe the stun can go off here. AVG gonna try to chase down Arctic.
Didn't get a
Pasha
single
Pop and
rejuve.
Arctic both
The
down.
game's just over,
Aiden
bro.
Almost low as well in kind of their own little
Absolute
fight there.
depression for
Gibbs
Bunny with
probably
Clock.
gonna go down unless he can get out of here. But look at Hydration.
Yeah, Dynamo just straight up pushing by himself, going straight in.
Might as well, you have
looking
the
to grab those
rejuves.
Guardians. We'll get some damage on them. The mini waves do clash. Viscous is on his way to stop that from occurring. Looks around for everyone, make sure no one was hanging out in the corners. And while that distraction's there in the middle lane, you see the rest of Sneaky Golem moving up to open up the map. And they have a 30k lead. And this starts to get into a scenario where you're Sneaky Golem, and you
So
are
the
just walking
rejuves.
forward, and you're wondering
Rejuves
what
out
Bunny
in
with Clock is thinking.
5 seconds
And
though. I
think
wonder
it's
if they're gonna
12.
hard call to go in
you know,
once the rejuves are down. But I think they just
Rocane
back up.
Rocane needs to be very scared here because mid boss is just run out now as well, and he is kind of low, but they do have
Rejuves
that
out.
max
They're just gonna
health
go by,
healing on
play
the
it safe, win the
Dynamo
game.
available to him, so he's gonna be half.
Man, Sneaky Golems versus Abrams. Well, it's a matchup we didn't get to
Well,
see,
now that
so
win condition is opened up and ready to
That's
go.
pretty
There is a
cool.
boss spawning in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We do have our buffs also spawning in 3 minutes, and that will probably be the next candidate for Sneaky Golem to set up their next push. For now, they pull back and grab what they can, keep an eye out where anyone could be. I see Tanner here on the far right and Mina, seeing if anyone might be walking forward and causing any issues in their neighborhood, while Shiv grabs some experience. Now, in terms of souls, Shiv has 32k and so does Warden right now. So they can take out a couple of members on the opposing side, but I am worried because if you look at the carries for Sneaky Golem, they're at 40k apiece. Both Mirage and Victor are looking so powerful at the moment.
League very online right now on that Victor. We doubted it a little bit early on, even on the desk. But, I mean, there's definitely some believers out there, and it's looking like...
E-shift,
believers are
bullet
kinda right
resistance,
here.
Phantom
40K up
Strike,
right now, basically the
Infuser,
entirety
Greater
of the
Expansion,
Victor.
and Warpstone.
And we'll see if they're gonna
This
be able
Victor
to
is
use him
fucking
to do
Thanos.
a lot of good here. Phantom Strike now online from as well as that E-shift, so he's gonna just be
I
able
don't know
to
how much shield
teleport
cuts on the
anyone
other
he wants in
team.
the fight.
Heal bane for
Pashpok maybe
Pashi.
catching AVG out of
I know
position.
crippling's on Cool Cheese.
Yep. Trying to escape here, turns around, gets the last stand, the last
So now he's
second.
proccing the heal band
Gets
on him
up
at
his
least.
target, puts some
E-shift
decent
gets
damage on
popped.
top of Victor. Meanwhile,
And
Victor
Phantom
trying to
Strike
chase here,
gets some
and a
watch out,
pop of
GG.
damage is just too much. He's low on HP, but he's got an ultimate. He runs down one, he runs down two. Can he find a third here? Jumps on top of the Mina. Ultimate will be popped if she comes in, and she will fly
Dynamo
away.
ult.
Dynamo, meanwhile, happening on the backside, and that's
GG.
going to be a 5-man team wipe. Mina has 1 HP, gets home in time, but she has to defend this 1v6, and I don't know if she's got it in her.
No ult either.
Yeah,
It-
this is
it wouldn't matter anyways.
definitely gonna be hard, but I think the game is kind of just over right now.
Oof.
6 players of Bunny with clock down. 2-1 in favor of Sneaky.
Man, the reverse sweep from Sneaky Golems.
What a series, you know?
Holy
That's
man.
like the beauty of a best of 3, you know? Like, game 1, a stomp, fully in favor. And it just looked like, okay, well, this is going to be
Alright,
a
guys,
2-0.
I am
Then
out of here. 8 hours and 40 minutes of Deadlock. Holy moly. So, tomorrow, I will not be able to watch these live because I have rec basketball. I will watch them after scrims tomorrow, probably, or maybe before. We'll see. I kind of want to get some warm-up games in, though. So tomorrow will be Abrams versus Sneaky Golems. Abrahams versus Sneaky Golems. I'm going to go ahead and say Abrahams will probably win. I don't know if this is best of 5 or best of 3. I think maybe just Grand is best of 5. Not sure. And then winner plays Melee Creeps. So I'm gonna predict Melee Creeps Abrahams grand final. And I'm gonna say Melee Creeps take it 3-1. 3-1 tomorrow. Can't wait to watch it. What a great day of Deadlock. I think best series of the day was by far Bunny with what game is it? What game is it? Bunny with the Clock versus Abrahams was a really good series. I do think Melee Creeps versus Abrahams winners final was pretty great though. I think that was a banger series. The first game especially was really good. Just looking at my notes, I have it's the only game I took 3 lines of notes on. So yeah. Super fun day at Deadlock, bro. Love that we're doing big tournaments. NA versus EU 2026 first LAN. Who knows? But super cool to see the community come together for stuff like this. So I always love seeing that. The night shift guys hopping on the Death Slam events stream, like super cool, right? Like we're very up and coming, very small right now. So seeing stuff like that is super awesome. But I'll see you tomorrow. I'll probably be, I don't know when I'll be live. I'll be live around 5 p.m. MST, so like 7 p.m. EST, around there. So I will see you guys then. Shout out to, I think it's my second longest stream ever. So holy fun day at Deadlock. Peace. Have a great night, guys.